Lin Yuchen unexpectedly found himself transported to the realm of cultivation, only to discover that upon his arrival, he was to be captured by a beautiful female cultivator to serve as a furnace for alchemy. In the world of cultivation, one must tread carefully to navigate the treacherous waters, yet no one had informed Lin Yuchen that he would encounter an abundance of enchanting fairies, his stunning master, a pure-hearted junior sister, a female leader of the demonic path, and a saintess from an alien race. Surrounded by these ethereal beings, Lin Yuchen could only exclaim, "There are too many fairies. My boat is about to capsize." Chapter 1. Prologue. An encounter at the bar. Graduation equals unemployment. This lament echoed in Lin Yuchen's mind as he approached the end of his university journey. After submitting hundreds of resumes, not a single response came back. His calls to HR were met with perfunctory assurances that he was merely placed in the company's talent pool. The future loomed dark and uncertain. This pitiful major is a curse. With his head resting on the bar counter, Lin Yuchen sighed deeply. He had initially planned to enjoy a farewell dinner with his dormitory mates, but one was returning home to inherit the family business, another was preoccupied with further studies, and yet another had secured an internship through connections, leaving Lin Yuchen alone to drown his sorrows. Reflecting on the past, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The unpredictability of life, where the grand encompasses the trivial. The bar pulsed with deafening music, and couples in the dance floor writhed, releasing their pent-up frustrations and exuberance. Lin Yuchen prepared for a third drink. A fragrant breeze wafted through, and a woman clad in a form-fitting red dress, adorned with exquisite makeup, took a seat across from him, holding a glass. "Handsome, why are you here alone, sulking over your drink?" she teased, her slender fingers brushing aside her bangs, her smile captivating and alluring. Taken aback by her striking beauty, Lin Yuchen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, who might you be? Do we know each other?" he asked casually, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward her ample bosom. The woman appeared to be around 25, with a figure that was nothing short of alluring, curvaceous and enticing, exuding an indescribable charm. Instead of answering his question, she clinked her glass against his. Lin Yuchen took a sip of his red wine. "If you have something to say, just say it." To be clear, I'm not financially endowed. He was acutely aware that her approach had ulterior motives. She was unlikely to be simply seeking a drinking partner, perhaps a bar scammer of sorts. With a soft laugh, she leaned in, her long, fair arms draping over his shoulders, whispering warm breath against his cheek. "I'm not in need of money. I find you intriguing and quite attractive. Is that so?" Lin Yuchen replied nonchalantly. He was not averse to beautiful women, especially one as unique and stunning as her. Their conversation meandered, and soon, the bottle was nearly empty. Lin Yuchen, now pleasantly tipsy, reclined into the sofa, his head heavy, eyelids drooping. He realized he was intoxicated. I must be going. Beautiful, farewell." He staggered to his feet, nearly collapsing. Just then, a delicate arm reached out to steady him. "Careful, handsome. Thank you." The next morning, sunlight streamed warmly onto the bed, the air thick with the scent of hormones, mingling with the lingering aroma of alcohol, nicotine, and the fragrance of a woman's perfume. "Ouch," Lin Yuchen groaned, squinting awake, greeted by the visage of a stunning woman, her dark curls cascading over the pillow, her smooth skin flushed with a gentle hue, her lips pursed tightly. As he beheld the unfamiliar woman, Lin Yuchen blinked, desperately trying to recall the events of the previous night, but his memory remained a void. What had transpired? Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door startled him. Glancing at the still sleeping woman, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be a setup? With that, Lin Yuchen hurried to rise from the bed, but his legs betrayed him, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground, wincing in pain. He had little time to ponder, hastily throwing on a shirt, grabbing his phone, and rushing to the door, only to be met with a flying kitchen knife as he opened it. What the? Chapter 2. The Snow Smoke Fairy. In the realm of Zhenwu, a world thriving with cultivators, an ancient saying proclaims, "Within books lie golden houses, within books lie beauties." In contrast, the tenet of this land is, cultivation leads to golden houses, cultivation brings forth beauty. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, akin to scaling the heavens. Only those endowed with great perseverance, opportunity, and fortune can ascend to the pinnacle, achieving immortality and soaring into the void. Yet, the foundational requirement for any cultivator is unwavering resolve and determination. Where the heart leads, success follows. As long as one possesses steadfast perseverance, the path to power shall unfurl. In this world, opportunities and miracles abound, waiting for those prepared to seize them. With great determination and an unyielding spirit, one may encounter fortuitous events that aid in their cultivation journey towards enlightenment. Regarding opportunities and fortunes, Master Ting Lanfang had imparted wisdom to Shuiyin on numerous occasions, and she firmly believed it. Since joining the Yuking sect, She had been ever ready to embrace opportunities and fortunes, diligently honing her skills each day to enhance her strength, all in preparation for the moment fortune would favor her. For instance, a remarkable opportunity had recently presented itself. A disciple of the inner sect, Xian had encountered a notorious evil cultivator from the Hahuan sect while descending the mountain to procure items in the marketplace just days prior. As she understood it, the Hahuan sect's evil cultivators primarily practiced dual cultivation methods, violating the orthodox path of immortality. Years ago, they had been relentlessly hunted down by the righteous sects, leaving only a few disciples to hide, struggling for survival. It was said that during the Hahuan sect's prime, they had amassed a considerable collection of spirit stones, elixirs, and treasures. Thus, when the sect was besieged and destroyed, many believed that vast riches could be uncovered within its remnants. However, upon breaching the sect's stronghold, no treasures were found, as those who escaped had divided the spoils and vanished, leaving no trace behind. From that moment, tales spread across the major sects that any sighting of a Hahuan sect disciple was akin to encountering moving treasures. Whether to eradicate evil or claim riches, righteous disciples were compelled to exert their utmost to eliminate any remnant of the Hahuan sect. This notion brought not only fame, but also the promise of substantial rewards. It was indeed a significant opportunity. Now, this very opportunity lay before Xiuyan. Ever since she detected the presence of the Hahuan sect's evil cultivator, she had diligently tracked and concealed herself, ultimately discovering the hideout of the malevolent cultivator. This moment, Xiuyan concealed herself behind a thicket, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the cave etched into the stone wall ahead. She awaited the return of that nefarious practitioner, ready to activate her formation to ensnare him. At that moment, she would be able to capture him effortlessly, seize his storage pouch, and claim all his spiritual treasures. Xiuyan remained in quiet anticipation, her gaze intensely focused, refusing to succumb to distractions, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Her beautiful lashes flickered occasionally, and she would furrow her slender brows in puzzlement, wondering why he had yet to arrive. The sweltering heat of summer enveloped her, and after lying in wait for an extended period, the rising temperature caused beads of perspiration to emerge. Fine droplets glistened on the nape of her neck, the tip of her nose, and her forehead, resembling delicate pearls upon white jade, enhancing her allure without diminishing her beauty. She was among the most stunning female cultivators of the Yuling sect, her beauty truly unparalleled, a reputation well-deserved. Her charm captivated not only the male practitioners, but also the female ones. For instance, her master, Tung Lanfang, a formidable figure at the Golden Core stage, had made an exception to accept her as a named disciple, drawn by her extraordinary beauty and innate talent. It is noteworthy that the Yuling sect is not short of gifted individuals, yet Master Lanfang, a venerable elder of the sect, had not taken in a disciple for nearly 2 centuries. The fact that she made an exception for Xiuyan is indeed remarkable. Moreover, Master Lanfang held a deep affection for her disciple, often providing guidance in her cultivation and bestowing upon her numerous elixirs and magical artifacts. The formation diagram Xiuyan intended to use to seal the cave today was a treasure granted to her by Master Lanfang, known as the Locking Heaven Diagram. This Locking Heaven Diagram possesses immense power, classified as a top-tier Xian-grade artifact. Once activated, it can seal and suppress any practitioner below the Golden Core realm, rendering them utterly defenseless for a considerable duration, leaving them at the mercy of others. It is precisely due to this Locking Heaven Diagram that Xiuyan dared to lie in wait alone, poised to confront the malevolent practitioner. Without it, as merely a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, she would never have the audacity to target a Foundation establishment cultivator. With the confidence bestowed upon her by her master's gift, Xiuyan felt assured that she could deal with the nefarious practitioner shortly. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he has sensed my presence? I hope he hasn't slipped away unnoticed, she murmured in mild frustration. Just then, accompanied by the sound of a piercing rush through the air, a figure suddenly soared from the distance, plunging into the cave. The nefarious practitioner she had been waiting for had finally arrived, and it appeared he was holding someone in his grasp as he entered the cave. Chapter 3. The marvelous journey. Upon witnessing the other party enter the cave, Xiuyan disregarded the surrounding circumstances. With a deft shake of her waist storage bag, she summoned the celestial locking map, casting it towards the stone-walled cave. As she activated the artifact, a magnificent net, gleaming with golden light and inscribed with countless runes, erupted forth, unfurling violently before the stone wall and isolating the cave from the outside world, thus creating a confined space. Success! That nefarious villain awaits capture. Xiuyan's heart soared with joy at this turn of events. She then retrieved a flying sword from her storage bag, swiftly performing a wind control technique, and soared towards the cave's entrance. Despite her cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, She was pitted against an opponent in the Foundation establishment stage. A significant disparity in realms. The outcome would soon reveal itself. A twinge of anxiety gripped Shuyan's heart, for she understood the dire consequences of failure. It was likely that the dark cultivator would humiliate her before mercilessly slaying her for her treasures. In the world of cultivators, conflicts over treasures and lives were commonplace. Such dangers and challenges were ever present in their existence. Just as cultivators ventured into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts, the rewards could be substantial. Yet a moment's carelessness might lead to being devoured, leaving not even bones to recover. The rivalries between sects were no different. A ruthless game of winners and losers fraught with peril. However, if one aspires to ascend the path to celestial heights, one must not shy away from danger. With her resolve firm, Shuyan approached the cave entrance without fear. Armed with her flying sword, she charged into the cavern, seeking confrontation with the dark cultivator. The formation set by her master's celestial locking map was designed to ensnare foes without hindering herself. At this moment, she fervently hoped that the artifact would prove as formidable as her master had claimed, capable of binding the enemy while significantly diminishing their powers. If she could suppress her opponent's cultivation to merely the chi refinement stage, it would be an ideal scenario, allowing her, with her peak 9th level cultivation, to decisively overpower them. Upon breaching the cave's threshold, Shuyan triggered a restriction formation established by the dark cultivator of the Hahuan sect. The intruder's presence was immediately detected, and the dark cultivator, having just secured the youth she had captured earlier, felt a wave of displeasure ripple through her as her plans were disrupted. Who dares intrude upon my sanctum? Anger flared within her, causing her delicate brows to furrow, and her luscious lips to form a cold, elegant curve. She too was a female cultivator, her exact age indiscernible from her striking appearance, seemingly in her 20s. However, in the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for individuals of several centuries to retain youthful visages. She could very well be over 100 years old. Yet, with the semblance of a young woman, her figure bore the grace of a neighborly matron, lithe and alluring, yet undeniably enchanting. Her form was exquisitely proportioned, and the fullness of her bosom was accentuated beneath her violet attire, lending her an air of voluptuousness. Her face, slightly worn from travels, was a beautiful oval framed by captivating features. Her enchanting gaze could easily ensnare the hearts of many, exuding an alluring charm, especially her long and shapely legs. Even the hem of a long skirt could not conceal the allure and power of her legs. Her tall figure was not inferior to many men. She was indeed a stunningly beautiful female cultivator, one who could effortlessly captivate men with just a glance if she were to grace the halls of a brothel. Her name was Su Huashuang, and she had recently taken refuge in this cave to break through her cultivation realm. She was at a pivotal stage, transitioning from the foundation establishment to the core formation stage, and according to the cultivation techniques she had learned, she needed to absorb the yang energy from men to facilitate her breakthrough. Thus, she had to emerge from her secluded hideaway deep in the mountains and sought this cave near Wuling City as her dwelling, allowing her to capture men to aid her cultivation. At this moment, 7 young men, all in their 20s and possessing spiritual roots, had already been gathered in the cave. The last youth she had brought in completed the number, and she had intended to commence her dual cultivation with them to absorb their yang energy for her advancement. However, she was taken aback when an intruder barged in, threatening to disrupt her plans. With a flick of her storage bag, Su Huashuang summoned an ancient, modeled flying sword into her hand, and with a sharp rebuke, she rushed out to confront the intruder. Meanwhile, within the spacious cave, a short-haired young man observed her hurried entrance and subsequent departure. As her graceful figure vanished from sight, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he quietly rose from his corner. He bore a pale complexion and a slender physique, distinct from the other 6 men, even in his attire, while they donned coarse cloth garments or Taoist robes. He wore a modern white shirt and black trousers, creating a stark contrast. This individual was Lin Yuchen, the unfortunate soul who had mysteriously lost his life that day. When he opened the door to find a kitchen knife flying towards him, his mind plunged into darkness, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in this strange world. Over a month had passed since his arrival in this realm, and having read countless books, Lin Yuchen quickly surmised that he must have traversed into another dimension. Having spent many late nights during his university days engrossed in fantasy novels and films, he never imagined that such an extraordinary journey would happen to him. Notably, upon discovering that this world was rife with cultivation practices, he was elated, as he had yearned for a life of fantasy and cultivation since childhood. He was thrilled at the opportunity to traverse into a world of immortal cultivation and later sought out the location of a sect to inquire about apprenticeship. However, he was unexpectedly captured by the female cultivator Su Huashuang and had been confined for nearly a month. He was the first to be taken by her, and on the very day of his arrival, she marked him with a seal. Such circumstances would typically be disgraceful for men in this world, but Lin Yuchen, hailing from another realm, had a different threshold for acceptance. Especially upon seeing that his captor was a strikingly beautiful young woman, his initial resistance quickly faded. After the first day of fear, he found himself at ease. He even took the initiative to engage in conversation with Su Huashuang, weaving tales from his experiences on Blue Star, leaving her momentarily stunned and with a newfound respect for him. As their interactions progressed, Lin Yuchen even expressed a desire to take Su Huashuang as his mentor, seeking her guidance on certain cultivation techniques. At that moment, Lin Yuchen was blissfully unaware that Su Huashuang was a mysterious practitioner of the sinister Hahuan sect, and that her intention in capturing him was for dual cultivation. Captivated by her beauty and profound skills, he earnestly requested her tutelage for 2 days, after which she accepted him as a disciple and imparted some fundamental cultivation methods. To some extent, they had formed a master-disciple relationship. However, as Su Huashuang continued to capture others and bring them into her cave abode, Lin Yuchen's awareness began to shift. It was only after inquiring with the other captives that he learned the shocking truth. Su Huashuang intended to absorb their yang energy for her own cultivation. Yet, by then it was too late. Su Huashuang was on the verge of a breakthrough and had no intention of letting him escape, eagerly awaiting the completion of her dual cultivation with the gathered individuals. Gradually, Lin Yuchen began to entertain the thought of fleeing the cave. Unfortunately, opportunities were scarce. Whenever Su Huashuang left, she would set up barriers within the cave to prevent anyone from sneaking away. Although Lin Yuchen had learned a few cultivation techniques from her, he was still a novice, lacking the ability to escape. But then, a chance arose. Someone had stormed into the cave to confront Su Huashuang. Lin Yuchen seized this moment as the perfect opportunity to escape and hurriedly urged the other 6 captives to flee with him. Unfortunately, the 6 were young cultivators from nearby sects, fully aware of Su Huashuang's formidable prowess, and believed that escaping would be futile. They refused to join him. Left with no choice, Lin Yuchen stealthily made his way toward the cave's exit. If you choose not to run, that's your decision. I'll make my own way out. Just don't regret it when Su Huashuang drains your yang essence and turns you into a dried corpse. Let her take it. The fairy is so beautiful, I wouldn't mind. A chubby young man pouted. Exactly. Such a profound and enchanting foundation cultivator is rare. If she wishes to absorb my yang essence, I would gladly accept. If it means sharing a moment with her, it would be worth it, boasted a tall, dark-skinned cultivator. Among the captives, the chubby disciple Tang Yu from the Zhushan sect and the burly disciple Wang Liang from the Lihua sect had formed a close bond with Lin Yuchen. During Su Huashuang's absences from the cave, the 3 often gathered to converse, developing a friendship. Yet, at that moment, both Tang Yu and Wang Liang were unwilling to escape, leaving Lin Yuchen to venture forth alone. While being a charming rogue had its allure, preserving one's life was paramount. He ventured through the cave, occasionally hearing the intense sounds of battle from outside, which inevitably filled him with trepidation, uncertain of who among the combatants might emerge victorious. Yet, at that moment, he could afford no further hesitation. Once the decision to flee was made, he must act decisively. Lin Yuchen quickened his pace toward the cave entrance, hoping fervently for Su Huashuang's defeat, for that would grant him a safe escape. Now that he found himself in the long-desired realm of cultivation, he was eager to exit and seek a reputable sect to take him in as a disciple. If fate allowed him to encounter a beautiful cultivator with whom to share his path, he would consider himself most fortunate. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a hint of pride illuminated his expression, and his footsteps grew lighter. He had previously learned that Yuching sect was the most formidable cultivation sect in the vicinity, and it was there he yearned to hone his skills. The cave was indeed quite deep. No wonder Su Huashuang had chosen it as her sanctuary for cultivation. After a considerable time, he finally reached the cave's mouth, noting that the walls bore signs of damage, likely remnants of the fierce clashes between Su Huashuang and her adversaries. Fearing the loss of precious time, Lin Yuchen dared not linger and hastened his escape. Suddenly, he heard Su Huashuang's voice ahead. You stubborn girl, despite so many treasures at your disposal, you still refuse to relent? If we continue this way, we shall both suffer. Why not call a truce and part ways? There is no need for you to lose your life, and I would rather not squander my treasures in this conflict. Impossible. You are a demonic cultivator, an enemy of the heavens. My master has often instructed me that upon encountering a rogue of the Hahuan sect, I must show no mercy and uphold justice. Thus I cannot allow you to leave. Su Shiyan declared resolutely. Uphold justice? Huh. You likely wish to slay me for my treasures. To be frank, I possess no vast wealth of spiritual artifacts. If I did, I would have used them against you already, rather than remain here in a stalemate. Su Huashuang lamented, recalling that when the Hahuan sect fell, she was but a child, ignorant of how to gather formidable treasures, unable to compete with her peers. She had only managed to take away a handful of spiritual stones and manuals, with her storage pouch holding little of worth, save for a singular chi-enhancing ring, which had been overlooked by others at the time. However, after extensive study, she had discovered it to be an immensely powerful cultivation artifact, aiding her progress significantly over the years. Now, she valued that ring above her own life. Unwilling to let Su Shuyan seize her pouch, this girl, despite her youth and lower cultivation level, was managing to contend with her due to the wealth of artifacts at her disposal. It seemed evident that the adversary's pouch contained many treasures, and Su Huashuang harbored intentions to eliminate her and claim those riches. Conversely, Su Shiyan's perspective diverged. She had initially believed that with the power of her formation, she could easily subdue her opponent. However, she soon realized that this demonic cultivator was exceptionally formidable, unleashing an array of lethal techniques and spells she had never encountered before, leaving her bewildered as to their origins. As the battle commenced between Shuyan and her opponent, she found herself repeatedly retrieving treasures from her storage bag to counter the attacks. These artifacts were bestowed upon her by her master, the esteemed Lan Fong. During her apprenticeship, many were single-use magical items, dwindling with each engagement. After an arduous confrontation, she lamented the substantial loss of her magical devices. Although she had managed to seriously injure Su Huashuang, she too bore significant wounds. The two remained locked in a stalemate, each wielding their flying swords in a fierce contest of spiritual energy. The blades, suspended in midair, clashed at their tips, creating a hemispherical wave of violet and white light that emanated from their confrontation. Within this tumultuous battleground, the winds surged violently, tearing at their garments. The delicate fabric of their skirts was shredded, revealing their slender legs, taut abdomens, and full bosoms, giving the appearance that they were scarcely clothed, merely draped in tattered strips of cloth. Observing from the cave entrance, Lin Yuchen was captivated by the sight of the two combatants, one a graceful, ethereal fairy of the righteous path, the other an alluring enchantress of the demonic realm. He was enthralled, pondering how such exquisite beings could engage in such a fierce struggle, even to the point of bearing their forms. He felt compelled to capture this fiery spectacle and swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, snapping several photographs with eager enthusiasm. This device had traversed dimensions with him, having survived intact as it was securely attached to him during his journey. However, its battery was nearly depleted, leading to infrequent use since his arrival. It was only now, for the sake of documentation, that he turned it on. Unfortunately, in his haste, Lin Yuchen neglected to silence the shutter sound, causing an audible click that echoed through the chamber. Who goes there? The voices of Shuyan and Su Huashuang turned in unison towards him, and Lin Yuchen felt a jolt of fear, losing grip on his phone as it clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, Shuyan, in anguish, unleashed a yellow talisman from her storage bag, sending it hurtling towards Su Huashuang. A thunderbolt talisman. Cursed be it, this little girl is determined to fight to the bitter end. Recognizing the talisman's formidable power, Su Huashuang discerned its nature, a third-grade talisman, nearly insurmountable for cultivators below the core formation stage. Should it strike her, the ensuing thunder would obliterate her physical form and scatter her soul. In an instant, she resolved to utilize a secret method to escape her spirit, preserving a flicker of life for future resurrection. With determination, she swiftly summoned the precious spiritual ring from her storage bag, activating her secret technique to allow her soul to merge within it. The ring then propelled itself toward Lin Yuchen at the cave's entrance. As she exerted every ounce of strength to shout urgently, "Lin Yuchen, flee at once. Otherwise, this girl will surely kill you." With a fierce cry, the thunder talisman soared before her. The resounding roar of thunder echoed in her ears as Su Huashuang cast a cold glance at Shui Yan. Resolutely, she prepared to self-destruct her foundation spirit platform in a final act of defiance, intending to inflict a devastating blow upon her adversary even in death. In an instant, her body shattered, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that surged towards the thunder talisman, aimed directly at Shui Yan. Yet, the fully activated thunder talisman wielded immense power. Under its overwhelming celestial might, it struck her fragmented body, reducing it to ashes upon contact. The impact of Su Huashuang's self-detonation was significantly diminished. Nevertheless, as a peak Foundation realm expert, her simultaneous explosion of 9 spirit platforms was not to be underestimated. Conversely, Shui Yan, who battled her, was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement, relying solely on her array of magical artifacts, with her own defenses lacking. Consequently, she was struck by the energy released from the self-detonation, her body sent careening to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining her delicate cherry lips. This madwoman was truly formidable. Even suppressed by the locking heaven diagram, she could still self-destruct. Today, I am injured and have lost so many magical artifacts. If the contents of her storage bag are not valuable, I will suffer greatly. I shall certainly be scolded by my master upon my return. Struggling against the pain, Shui Yin rose from the ground, disregarding her tattered skirt that barely covered her body. In haste, she retrieved healing elixirs from her storage bag and consumed several. Only then did the pain begin to subside somewhat. However, her spiritual energy was utterly depleted. The recent battle had drained her completely. Should an enemy appear now, even a practitioner at the early stage of chi refinement could easily overpower her. I must quickly gather my belongings and depart, seeking a place to meditate and recover. Shui Yin hurriedly picked up the ancient, mottled flying sword and the fallen storage bag that Su Huashuang had left behind after her demise, before turning away to find a quiet spot to meditate. As for the short-haired youth who had fled during their confrontation, she had no time to pursue him. It would be prudent to wait until her spiritual energy had regenerated somewhat before seeking him out. Once she reached a serene location to meditate, she changed into a fresh dress, consumed some restorative elixirs, and after a while, her spiritual energy began to replenish. With her strength restored to a substantial degree, she returned to the cave entrance to investigate further. Having triumphed over this malevolent practitioner of the Hahuan sect, she was determined to explore the cave for any treasures that might remain. Just as she was about to enter, she noticed something glimmering in the grass beside the cave entrance, illuminated by the sun. Shui Yin approached and bent down to pick it up, discovering a smooth, rectangular object, roughly the size of her palm, resembling a black stone talisman. However, one side was exceptionally smooth, entirely unlike the rough texture of a typical talisman. Its glossy surface was pitch black, devoid of any runes, yet it shone brilliantly, even reflecting her silhouette. Suddenly, Shui Yin recalled that the short-haired youth had been holding a similar object at the cave entrance, producing a clicking sound as he aimed it at her, leading her to believe it was also a magical artifact. Thus, she placed it into her storage bag, unaware that it was a mobile phone brought by Lin Yuchen from another world, perceiving it merely as an ordinary magical item. Subsequently, she ventured into the cave to search, eager to discover if any treasures remained within. However, this time she was met with disappointment. The cave harbored no other relics, only 6 young cultivators, each at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refinement, who appeared to be outer disciples of a nearby sect. Upon inquiry, she learned they had been captured by the nefarious sect of the Hahuan clan. Snow Smoke chose to liberate them, performing a benevolent deed. Among them were 2 cultivators, one tall and the other stout, both overflowing with gratitude, who insisted on repaying her life-saving kindness by offering her a few spirit stones from their storage bags. These low-ranking disciples were typically impoverished, and a few spirit stones represented several months' worth of their expenses, yet Snow Smoke, finding no value in such a meager offering, graciously declined. She then inquired about the short-haired youth's background and where he might flee if he escaped. Snow Smoke still remembered how Su Huashuang had tossed an item to him, prompting her desire to pursue and retrieve it. The stout cultivator, Tang Yu, gazed at the ethereal Snow Smoke with a glint in his eye and candidly revealed, "I know his name is Lin Yuchen." He mentioned he intended to join the Yuling sect, but was captured along the way. Was he also a captive? Was he not allied with that wicked cultivator? The stout one nodded, and the burly Wang Liang corroborated. Indeed, he was also captured. This is absolutely true. We have been confined together in this cave for several days. Very well, you may return to your sect. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Snow Smoke said, feeling uncomfortable under their lecherous gazes. With a farewell, she performed a wind control technique and soared away in pursuit of Lin Yuchen. As she departed, her skirt billowed gracefully, vanishing into the sunlight, gliding past the shadows of the trees before ascending into the sky. Chapter 5. Yin Yang's sword Qi. The enchanting figure left Tang Yu and Wang Liang momentarily dazed. The stout one, drooling, murmured, "This fairy is truly beautiful, surpassing even our senior sister Nangong from Zhushan sect." Wang Liang gulped, adding his praise. "She compares favorably with our senior sister Xiao from the Lihua sect, does she not? Today, we have indeed been fortunate to have been rescued by such a celestial sister of the Yuling sect. We ought to express our gratitude. Let us seek to join the Yuling sect." Tang Yu proposed enthusiastically. "The Yuling sect is a grand sect. They may not accept disciples from our outer sect." Wang Liang hesitated. "We must at least try. Even if we cannot become outer disciples, serving as miscellaneous workers would be worthwhile. Just the thought of being in the same sect as the fairy sister brings joy." Tang Yu insisted. "All right, let us try. We shall offer some spirit stones to the recruitment officials. It is likely we will gain entry." Wang Liang responded with renewed vigor. While they had witnessed beautiful senior sisters within their own sect previously, their low status had only allowed them to gaze from afar. Today, they had the rare honor of conversing with a fairy sister from a major sect and sharing the same cave for an extended period, prompting them to resolutely decide to seek refuge in a Yuling sect. Meanwhile, Snow Smoke soared through the skies, gliding above the surrounding mountains and forests, searching for any trace of Lin Yuchen. After a prolonged search with no success, she reluctantly turned back toward her sect. However, she had heard from the chubby boy that Lin Yuchen might be heading to Yucheng's sect to seek a master. If that were the case, she would inevitably encounter him sooner or later, and when that time came, she would not hesitate to deal with him. This fellow Lin Yuchen not only witnessed her in a state of disarray, but also took away an object of considerable significance belonging to the Xiaohuan sect. Xueyan would not let him off easily. If Lin Yuchen truly made it to Yucheng's sect one day, she would ensure he received a proper lesson and reclaim that treasured ring. Upon returning to the sect, Xueyan immediately made her way back to her residence. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she decided to first take a bath in the spiritual pond located behind her house. Behind Xueyan's dwelling lay a vast lotus pond, in the center of which was filled with a spiritual spring. Every morning, when she was free, she would come to the pond to bathe and practice her meditation. As Xueyan shed her garments and gently stepped into the spiritual spring, a wave of warmth and comfort enveloped her. While soaking in the water, absorbing the spiritual energy to mend her injuries, she extended her delicate hand to retrieve the spoils of today's endeavors, which lay at the pond's edge. Upon probing into the storage bag obtained from the malevolent cultivator, she was astonished to find a substantial amount of spirit stones, piled like small mountains, alongside numerous manuals. A cursory glance revealed that most of them were spell manuals. To her astonishment, there were so many spell manuals. It was no wonder that the malevolent cultivator had employed such cunning techniques during their battle. He must have learned them from these manuals. Xueyan mused, quickly scanning through the contents, when suddenly her eyes fell upon a manual for an earth-tier spell, causing her heart to leap with joy. The manuals cultivated by practitioners are generally categorized into two types, techniques and spells. Both are further divided into 4 tiers, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each of which is subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Among them, techniques form the foundation of cultivation. The strength of the technique manuals significantly influences the speed at which one cultivates and absorbs spiritual energy. With the same innate talent, possessing superior cultivation techniques undoubtedly leads to a faster elevation in realm. Spells, as the name suggests, are the techniques utilized during combat. The higher the level of the learned spell, the greater its power and effectiveness. Thus, a well-practiced spell manual signifies superior combat prowess among practitioners of the same realm. Of course, this is without the utilization of magical artifacts. If artifacts are employed in battle, one must also consider their augmentative effects on combat power. Xueyan examined the Earth-tier spell manual with immense delight. It is worth noting that there exists but a single Earth-tier spell within the entire Yucheng sect, safeguarded by the sect leader, and no one else has the authority to peruse it. Not even her own master, the esteemed Elder Lan Fang. Now, having acquired an Earth-tier spell manual herself, the magnitude of her fortune was beyond description. In this light, her prior expenditure of magical artifacts seemed entirely justified. With eager anticipation, Xueyan opened the Earth-tier spell manual, yearning to learn it at once. The cover bore the inscription Yin Yang Sword Qi, and as she meticulously studied the cultivation method, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. The cultivation method for Yin Yang Sword Qi was indeed peculiar. The primary prerequisite was to find a partner with whom to practice naked in tandem in order to embark on the study of this spell. Once the Yin Yang Sword Qi is perfected, it can split into 2 tracking sword energies, effectively doubling its power. The Yin sword cleaves the flesh while the Yang sword severs the soul, resulting in an astonishing force. Such a technique is undeniably domineering. However, the method of cultivation is rather distasteful. A wicked practitioner is indeed shameless, even in the crafting of spell manuals. Xueyan, observing this, felt a surge of indignation, her aura becoming unsettled, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall dramatically. Setting aside the fact that she currently has no Dao partner, even if she did, who could guarantee serenity in her presence while practicing, Xueyan was acutely aware of her own beauty. She had countless admirers, and merely a glance could compel many to their knees. She firmly believed that no one could maintain focus on their cultivation before her exquisite form. Thus, this earth-tier spell was nearly inconsequential to her, as she could not practice it anyway. That madwoman must not have mastered this spell either, otherwise, how could she have been defeated by me? Xueyan mused internally, finally finding a semblance of balance as she continued to examine the other items she had acquired. Yet none of them offered any remarkable treasures. There was also a weathered flying sword previously wielded by her opponent, which resembled a mere piece of wood. Though it appeared ancient, it was surprisingly light, seemingly lacking in distinction. Many cultivators wielded swords made of spiritual wood, and wooden flying swords held little value. Furthermore, during their confrontation, Xueyan had not observed this sword exhibiting any formidable power in her adversary's grasp. Ultimately, when Xueyan inspected a palm-sized, mirror-like artifact, she fiddled with it for quite some time without uncovering any extraordinary or mystical attributes. Even probing with her spiritual consciousness yielded no revelations. It seemed that the smooth side could merely serve as a mirror. However, the reflection was remarkably clear, albeit somewhat dim, allowing her to see her own visage and figure distinctly. Holding the smooth surface before her face, she was instantly greeted by the sight of her beautiful countenance and smooth, fair neck. It must be said, the effect was indeed far superior to that of a copper mirror. Excellent. This artifact shall serve splendidly as my mirror for daily grooming and adornment. Chapter 6. A mobile device. An extraordinary treasure. Xueyin delightedly held the mobile device against her chest, reveling in her joy. Gripping it a bit too tightly, she inadvertently pressed the lock screen button on the edge, and suddenly the screen illuminated, startling her with a gasp. Oh, it can emit light. In an instant, Xueyin was filled with excitement, hastily examining the device. She soon discovered that the illuminated screen displayed a vivid image, precisely the moment when Lin Yuchen had captured a photo of Xueyin and Xia Huashuang engaged in battle. The picture vividly recorded their confrontation, both women locked in a stalemate with their flying swords, their garments reduced to mere scraps that barely concealed their forms. The scene was utterly tantalizing. Ah, so this is a memory stone. Xueyin had encountered spiritual stones capable of preserving images. These stones, when inscribed with runes, could capture and retain visual depictions. Although the image captured by the shadow stone lacks the clarity of what I currently possess, it is not far from it. If the object in my hand were merely a shadow stone, it would hold little value. However, upon this realization, Xueyin's face flushed with anger. That scoundrel. He had used the shadow stone to capture my image. How shameless. He had seen me in a state of undress, and the next time I encounter him, I shall certainly gouge out his eyes. He is truly insufferable. As she was cursing inwardly, Xueyin inadvertently brushed her fingers across the phone screen. Suddenly, the photograph flipped to another, and she was astonished. This shadow stone possesses the capability to store multiple images? It is no ordinary artifact. The clarity of the images is remarkable. Typically, a shadow stone can only retain a single image, lacking such formidable functionality. Intrigued, Xueyin began to explore further, continuing to swipe her fingers across the reflective surface. Before long, she discovered several other photographs, selfies taken by Lin Yuchen. Xueyin then settled cross-legged at her desk in the study, continuing her exploration of this wondrous phone. This artifact, akin to a shadow stone, was truly extraordinary. She was determined to comprehend all its contents. Xueyin was a diligent researcher, and once she calmed her mind to delve into this exploration, she soon uncovered a plethora of images. In that moment, she resembled a monkey fiddling with a phone in Lin Yuchen's world, discovering many novelties, though most of them remained a mystery to her. However, being astute and clever, Xueyin was certainly more adept than a simple-minded monkey at mastering the device and quickly grasping various techniques. Thus, she continued to manipulate and explore the phone for quite some time. Eventually, she stumbled upon something astonishing, a multitude of illustrated books, including the Tao Te Ching, Huangdi Neijing, Yin Fu Jing, I Ching Jing, Taijiquan, and Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine, among others. In truth, these were merely electronic books that Lin Yuchen had stored on his phone, commonplace in his world. Yet, as Xueyin perused these texts, she was soon left in awe. The insights and explanations contained within these manuscripts were profoundly intricate. Even my master could not articulate such profound understanding, nor could she grasp them. The texts elucidated the structure and composition of the human body with remarkable clarity, replete with numerous prescriptions. Could it be that these are all manuals to aid in the cultivation of martial arts? I have truly struck gold this time. Once my master emerges from seclusion, I must show her these texts. Their insights will undoubtedly assist in elevating her cultivation level. Furthermore, these two books, I Ching Jing and Taijiquan, feature illustrated postures. Could they be a form of cultivation technique? I shall practice them and see if they can enhance my spiritual cultivation. In that moment, Xueyin was filled with exhilaration. She possessed an innate intelligence, having swiftly memorized the cultivation postures of the I Ching Jing and Taiji technique after a mere glance. Rising gracefully from her seated position, she began to practice the poses she had committed to memory. Having trained since childhood, her physical agility was remarkable. She quickly mastered both sets of movements through diligent practice. Almost instantaneously, her body began to respond, and with each completed set of actions, she felt the ethereal energy of the universe surging into her, the influx of vitality far surpassing the pace and intensity of her usual meditative practices. Truly, this was a profound cultivation method. How exhilarating to experience such rapid progress. It surpassed even the Yuqing Shangfang Gong taught by my master. This must surely be at least an advanced level technique, and to have acquired two at once, I am destined for fortune. In a heartbeat, overwhelmed by the potency of this cultivation method, Xueyin leapt joyfully, cradling her phone as if it were a precious gem, kissing the back of the device. leaving an imprint of her lovely lips. However, misfortune struck at that moment. The phone's battery was low, and the screen displayed a system notification: battery insufficient, please charge. Automatic shutdown in 30 seconds. Battery insufficient, charge, 30 seconds, shutdown. What was happening? Shui Yin furrowed her brow in confusion. Before she could grasp the situation, a sudden animation flickered across the screen, followed by the shutdown interface, and soon the display faded to black. Alas, it's gone. How could this be? There were still so many books I hadn't noted down. Panicking, Shui Yin attempted to restart the device using the method she had previously discovered, pressing the power button repeatedly, yet no matter how many times she tried, the screen remained dark. Her heart sank to an abyss, akin to losing a treasured possession. A sensation akin to one's heart bleeding. No, this artifact must have some sort of protective encryption. Only its original owner could possibly unlock it. Regrettably, the malevolent cultivator from the Hahuan sect had perished, and her storage pouch contained no records pertaining to this artifact. Shui Yin believed this treasure belonged to the nefarious practitioner of the Hahuan sect, which led to her regret over having killed him. Had she known, she should have merely incapacitated him instead of resorting to such a direct act of murder. Yet, upon reflection, she could not be faulted. The circumstances had left her with no alternative but to fight for her life. Fortunately, during her earlier review, she had already committed the Yijin Jing and Taiji technique diagrams to memory. Fearing that she might forget, she hurriedly sought paper and pen to meticulously record her findings. At last, she succeeded in transcribing the diagrams into a booklet, which eased her troubled mind and alleviated some of her despondency. With her thoughts now clearer, she regained her astute and agile mindset. Suddenly, she recalled Lin Yuchen. Of course, hadn't I seen Lin Yuchen utilize this very artifact? He must surely know the way to unlock its secrets. Humph. When he truly comes to my Yuchen sect to seek apprenticeship, I shall seize him and demand answers. If he dares to withhold the cryptic script that would aid me in unlocking this treasure, I shall show him no mercy. With this thought, Shui Yin gracefully pivoted, her steps as light as the breeze, and executed the wind control technique to soar from her dwelling towards the mountain gate of Yuchen sect. She intended to inform the disciples guarding the mountain to alert her immediately should Lin Yuchen arrive seeking to join as a disciple. To facilitate the identification of Lin Yuchen by the gatekeeping disciples, Shui Yin, relying on her memory, sketched a portrait of Lin Yuchen with short hair and a shirt, which she entrusted to the guardians of the mountain gate. Should you encounter this individual seeking apprenticeship, you must notify me at once. Chapter 7. Yuchen sect having issued her instructions, Shui Yin lightly touched the ground with her toes, preparing to depart via the wind control technique when she suddenly heard a commotion behind her. Turning her head, she beheld a throng of male disciples from the sect rushing towards her. Clad in the attire of the outer disciples of Yuchen sect, they were her fellow junior brothers. However, the disparity between the inner and outer disciples was substantial, as they resided on entirely different planes. The outer disciples regarded the inner disciples with reverence. Even the younger inner disciples were respectfully addressed as senior brothers and sisters by the older outer disciples. It turned out that these were Shui Yin's admirers, who had been preoccupied with their own affairs within the sect. Upon hearing that Sister Shui Yin had flown from her residence to the mountain gate, they hurried over, eager to catch a glimpse of the most beautiful sister of Yuchen sect. The mere prospect of exchanging a few words with Sister Shui Yin would render them sleepless for days. Even those who managed to sleep would awaken smiling in their dreams. Sister Shui Yin, may we have a moment of your time to discuss cultivation matters? As the crowd drew nearer, a cacophony of eager voices filled the air. Shui Yin felt a headache coming on. Should she ignore them and walk away? It would be unbecoming of her status as an inner disciple, risking reprimand from the elders for her perceived arrogance. Yet, if she acknowledged them, she would be subjected to the fervent gazes of numerous admirers, fully aware of their less than pure thoughts. Just as she hesitated, a striking disciple appeared, descending on his flying sword. Halting swiftly at the forefront of the throng, he raised his hands, turning to face the besotted disciples. All junior brothers, halt. Do not disturb Sister Shui Yin. She is often preoccupied with her cultivation and has no leisure to engage in idle chatter with you. Return at once. Shui Yin recognized him as Lu Ha, the foremost disciple of the outer sect, rumored to be of royal lineage from the Deqian kingdom, possessing an esteemed background. He was astute and handsome, having ascended to the pinnacle of outer disciples' cultivation within just a few years, making him a prime candidate for selection into the inner sect this year. Since Lu Ha joined Yuchen sect, he had made several overtures towards her, hoping to form a partnership in the future. Shui Yin did not harbor a dislike for Lu Ha, but neither did she hold any affection for him. However, considering that Lu Ha frequently gifts her various spiritual stones and rare treasures, Shui Yin has always refrained from deliberately ignoring him. Upon seeing Lu Ha come to her aid, she silently expressed her gratitude and promptly responded to his words, saying, "Indeed, you are correct, Lu Ha. I just remembered I have matters to attend to. If anyone has questions regarding cultivation, please feel free to consult Lu He. His knowledge and cultivation are quite profound. After saying this, she smiled appreciatively at Lu He, who had come to her rescue, and then activated her wind control technique to depart. Senior sister, please take your time. Recently, I acquired a charming spirit beast that is very obedient and would like to gift it to you to keep by your side for amusement. I hope you will accept it. Lu He hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and then with a flick of his storage bag, released a spirit beast. This creature was an exceedingly rare frost spirit tiger, entirely snow white, with striking blue eyes, and belonged to the second tier of spirit beasts, equivalent to the chi refining stage of human cultivators. It possessed high intelligence and could easily be tamed as a combat companion for a cultivator. Very well, thank you. Lu He. After securing the frost spirit tiger back into her storage bag, Shui Yin turned back to Lu He with a smile, using her wind control to soar away. Her graceful figure drifting through the air, her flowing garments dancing elegantly until she swiftly vanished into the distance. Lu He gazed after her retreating silhouette, particularly captivated by her final glance and smile, which left him momentarily entranced. As he regained his composure, he suddenly overheard the murmurs of discontent among the other disciples behind him, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. Lu He immediately altered his expression, adopting a more formidable demeanor, and turned to face the crowd, coldly declaring, "What? Is there anyone who dares to defy? Step forward and see if my flying sword agrees." As he spoke, he gestured to summon his spiritual energy, and instantly, a dazzling golden flying sword emerged from his storage bag, hovering before him, pointed at the crowd, exuding a chilling sword aura that instilled fear from afar. The golden runes engraved upon the sword shimmered intricately, indicating its extraordinary nature. And combined with his cultivation at the 6th layer of chi refining, he stood out among the outer sect disciples. With such an imposing presence and formidable cultivation, who would dare to provoke him? They would surely be courting disaster. Unlike the inner sect disciples, who are the backbone of the sect, the outer sect disciples face fewer restrictions, and the sect does not prohibit conflicts among them, as long as no one is killed within the sect's safe zones. Consequently, upon being intimidated by Lu He, the disciples fell silent and retreated, dispersing in haste. Recently, a particular incident had circulated among the outer sect disciples of Yuchen sect. This was due to an event that transpired half a month ago when the inner sect disciple, the enchanting Shui Yin, left a painted portrait at the mountain gate. The portrait depicted a youthful man with short hair, clad in an unusual white top and black trousers, a rather peculiar attire. It was said that after leaving the portrait, Shui Yin specifically instructed the disciples guarding the mountain gate to notify her immediately if this individual, known as Lin Yuchen, came to visit. Thus, this strangely dressed, short-haired youth swiftly became the subject of much discussion among the outer sect disciples. Some male disciples, filled with resentment, muttered amongst themselves, "Who on earth is this fellow? Why is senior sister Shui Yin so concerned about him, even going to the extent of painting his portrait and issuing instructions? Could he possibly be a relative of hers? It is utterly implausible. Just look at that portrait. This lad bears no resemblance to my senior sister except for his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. How could he possibly be related? He is likely an adversary. An enemy would never have the audacity to approach our Yuchen sect." The portrait reveals a delicate figure, akin to an effeminate scholar, devoid of any martial prowess or imposing presence. He is certainly not my senior sister's foe. I am inclined to believe he is indeed a relative. Otherwise, why would she be so concerned about his arrival at the sect? Over the years, have you ever seen her paint a portrait for anyone with such seriousness or express such concern for anyone? No, certainly not. While the male disciples debated with varying opinions, the majority believed that Lin Yuchen and Shui Yin were related. Consequently, those male disciples eager to curry favor with Lin Yuchen began preparing gifts of spiritual stones, with Lu He, the foremost disciple of the outer sect, being the most enthusiastic. However, the discourse among the female disciples starkly contrasted that of their male counterparts, with most harboring a strong disdain for Lin Yuchen. One irate female disciple remarked, "This fellow is truly unattractive, pale and thin, resembling a girl. He looks just like Shui Yin, both relying on their fair skin. What good is being so pale? I doubt he could lift a sword. If he encountered a beast in the Luoyuan mountains, he would surely be terrified and urinate on the spot." This comment came from a female disciple of the outer sect, who had once vied with Shui Yin for a place in the inner sect, but had to remain in the outer sect after her defeat, harboring much resentment and consistently leading the anti-Shui Yin faction. A cluster of female disciples from this anti-Shui Yin alliance gathered together, exchanging disparaging remarks. Suddenly, another female disciple passed by, disliking their nonsensical chatter. Unable to hold her tongue, she interjected, "This is not right. Who says that a person of high cultivation cannot have fair skin? Just look at senior brother Murong from the inner sect. He is quite pale, yet he appears as a modest gentleman. He has already entered the foundation establishment stage and is among the most likely of the second-generation disciples to achieve core formation. With that, the female disciple chose not to continue the argument and gracefully walked away, her elegant figure standing out in her pristine, cinched skirt, her silhouette alluring with a slender waist, delicate shoulders, and a charming demeanor. "Who is she, daring to interrupt us?" someone inquired. "It seems to be Song Yanan, the niece of the talisman hall's steward." This response caused a female disciple who had considered confronting Song Yanan to pause in her tracks, fuming. "Very well, she looks delicate. Let her off this time." "Indeed. Would you dare provoke her?" "Her aunt, the steward, is the highest-ranking talisman practitioner in the sect, a third-grade talisman master, with significant backing." The group of women chattered away, shifting the topic to other matters as they descended the mountain, heading toward the Luoyan mountain range on a mission to slay beasts. Among them were key members of the Anti-Shuyan Alliance, led by the cold-faced disciple Zhong Chu, who strode forward with purpose. In the Anti-Snow Smoke Alliance, most members were of mediocre appearance, which led them to resent the other female disciples who were more attractive. As they traversed the area, any solitary female disciple spotted from a distance would swiftly steer clear, as few dared to provoke these women. Their notorious reputation was forged through several incidents of violence in unsafe zones, earning them their fearsome status. Chapter 8. Lin Yuchen arrives half a month later. The esteemed Lin Yuchen finally arrived at the Yuking sect to seek apprenticeship, having long been a figure of renown among the outer disciples. The gatekeepers promptly relayed the news to the Snow Smoke Fairy. Unfortunately, she was currently away on a training expedition and not present within the sect. Thus, Lin Yuchen was able to bask in the enthusiastic welcome from the outer disciples, entering the Yuking sect with an air of confusion yet grandeur. Upon his admission, he was not only guided through the sect's rules and regulations, but was also introduced to various departments' responsibilities. He received numerous gifts from his fellow disciples, leaving Lin Yuchen perplexed about the reason for such treatment. The welcoming disciples did not explicitly state why he was held in such high regard, prompting him to speculate wildly. What could this mean? Was it possible that, as a transmigrant, I inherently possess a halo? Am I endowed with a charm that inspires admiration and respect? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he fancied that fortune was finally on his side, even envisioning a splendid future amidst beautiful female cultivators. However, when the throng of disciples escorted him to the entrance examination stone tablet to assess his qualifications, his spirits were swiftly dashed. Lin Yuchen, age 21, inferior spiritual root quality. According to the Yuking sect's admission standards, you will temporarily be assigned to the miscellaneous duties department. You shall officially enter as an outer disciple once you achieve a breakthrough to the third layer of Qi refinement. As the official in charge of the qualification assessment announced Lin Yuchen's results, he felt as though he had suffered a palpable blow, his face paling in dismay. The disciples who had come to welcome him were equally taken aback, and several began to murmur in astonishment. Is this Snow Smoke sister's relative truly so weak? Such low qualifications. Can he really be a relation? What do you know? With Sister Snow Smoke as his backing, what does it matter if his qualifications are lacking? One retorted scornfully. Indeed, regardless of whether Lin Yuchen's qualifications are high or low, we must cultivate a good relationship with him. After all, our future progress could very well hinge on our connection with Sister Snow Smoke. Each of them harbored a straightforward intention to forge ties with Lin Yuchen in hopes of drawing closer to Snow Smoke. Yet, the cacophony of their discussions felt to Lin Yuchen as if he were standing on a stage of public condemnation, leaving him feeling uncomfortable with a greenish complexion. The murmurs, though not overly loud, were unclear to him, leading him to believe they were mocking him, which only intensified his discomfort. Even so, he could still hear several female disciples outside discussing loudly and unabashedly, seemingly for his ears alone. The speakers were none other than the faction of Zhong Chu, the adversaries of Shuyan Alliance. Truly a featherbrain, possessing such poor aptitude, destined to live as a mere servant for life. With her head held high and arms crossed, Zhong Chu gazed disdainfully in the direction of Lin Yuchen, her arrogance palpable. The other female disciples, accompanying her, shared in the derisive laughter directed at Lin Yuchen. It was one thing to endure the raucous chatter of the male disciples, as he had been unable to discern their whispered comments. Yet, the deliberate loudness of these women was clearly intended to mock him. Lin Yuchen shot them a cold glance, his heart seething with indignation. How dare you look down on me? I shall make you kneel before me and sing my praises in due time. Resolute in his thoughts, Lin Yuchen vowed to devote himself to rigorous training. What if his aptitude was lacking? Diligence could compensate for inadequacy. He refused to believe that he, Lin Yuchen, could not surpass them in the pursuit of immortality. Following this brief episode, Lin Yuchen was officially assigned to the mundane tasks of Yuking sect. Subsequently, someone led him to report to the service department, and those who had welcomed him dispersed in a flurry. leaving Lin Yuchen to follow the guiding senior disciple alone to the service area. The transition from being surrounded by admirers to walking in solitude towards the service department struck Lin Yuchen with a profound sense of neglect. It was evident that his days in Yucheng's sect would be fraught with challenges. After arriving at the service department, Lin Yuchen was assigned to a modest dwelling at the foot of a mountain, marking the beginning of his arduous life as a service disciple. As a service disciple, he was tasked daily with laborious chores such as chopping firewood and fetching water, 2 loads of firewood and a barrel of water each day, without fail. A supervising official would inspect their work, and failure to meet the quotas would result in a deduction from their meager rations, leaving them barely fed, with a paltry monthly allowance of merely 2 inferior spirit stones. After 2 or 3 days, Lin Yuchen was utterly exhausted, every muscle aching, yearning only to escape from the service department. Who would have thought that cultivation would involve such backbreaking labor? As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he inwardly grumbled. He had inquired about the means to leave the service department, which required reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement. Thus, Lin Yuchen set a goal for himself. To alleviate his suffering, he began to diligently practice every night. He diligently studied and practiced the gathering qi technique manual provided to each service disciple. Although Su Huanshuang had previously taught him some fundamental cultivation methods from the Hahuan sect, the conditions for practice were exceedingly stringent, necessitating a dual cultivation partner, which in a prestigious sect like Yucheng was clearly a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, having come from an academic background in his previous life, Lin Yuchen possessed a strong capacity for learning, and the written language of this world mirrored that of his former one. Thus he encountered no obstacles in his studies. Amidst his daily labors, he meticulously practiced the gathering qi technique, and in just a few short days, he successfully condensed spiritual energy, drawing it into his body, and reached the 1st level of qi refinement. Chapter 9. The manifestation of extraordinary treasures according to the teachings within the gathering qi technique. The path of cultivation is divided into 4 major realms: qi refinement, foundation establishment, elixir formation, and nascent soul. Each realm is further subdivided into various minor stages. For instance, the qi refinement stage consists of 9 levels, with each level condensing a spiritual energy seed within the dantian. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, once all seeds break through the ground, one can ascend to the foundation establishment realm. During the qi refinement period, one possesses a lifespan of 150 years, while entering the foundation establishment realm extends it to 300 years. It is undeniable that cultivation in this world serves as a remarkable means of prolonging life. Moreover, once one enters the qi refinement realm, they are no longer an ordinary person but have become a cultivator. Cultivators can wield spells through spiritual energy, and to some mortals, they appear as immortal beings. Lin Yuchen felt an overwhelming excitement upon reaching the 1st level of qi refinement. Eagerly, he turned the pages of the gathering qi technique, hoping to learn a few basic spells for self-defense. However, to his dismay, even the most elementary 5 elements technique required one to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement before it could be studied, leaving him feeling disheartened. With no other choice, he resumed his practice of gathering qi as prescribed in the technique, yearning to swiftly attain the 3rd level of qi refinement. Only by reaching this level could he learn the most rudimentary spells and leave the menial tasks behind. As days passed, Lin Yuchen's anticipation for the 3rd level of qi refinement grew increasingly fervent. Apart from chopping wood and fetching water, he devoted all his thoughts to meditation and cultivation. Yet, the path to the 3rd level of qi refinement was far from swift for an average cultivator. It typically required a minimum of 2 to 3 years of diligent practice to slowly reach that stage. After breaking through to the 1st level, Lin Yuchen continued to absorb spiritual energy, only to discover that the process was becoming increasingly arduous. After several days of continuous practice, his 1st spiritual energy seed had merely developed a tiny tip, with a long way to go before it could break through the surface. If his 1st spiritual energy seed failed to sprout, it would signify an inability to advance to the 2nd level of qi refinement, making the 3rd level seem even more distant. A few days later, disappointment and despondency enveloped Lin Yuchen, who realized that cultivating immortality was not as effortless as he had imagined. By this time, over 3 months had passed since his arrival in this world, and more than a month since he joined the Yuling sect. The sluggish progress in his cultivation caused him to gradually lose the novelty of this world, and he began to reminisce about his former life. In his previous world, he had parents, relatives, classmates, and friends. He had access to smartphones and the internet, and he was on the brink of graduating from university and entering society, with countless new experiences awaiting him. Yet now, inexplicably transported to this place, he spent his days as a laborer, chopping wood and carrying water, feeling as though the advantages of being a transmigrator were entirely absent. With a sigh, Lin Yuchen was filled with melancholy, pondering when this life would finally reach its conclusion. That night, Under the resplendent moonlight and twinkling stars, he sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to practice the gathering chi technique, attempting to absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding air to enhance his cultivation. Alas, he lamented, when would this ever come to an end? Lin Yuchen suddenly let out a wail, for the progress he had made through a night of cultivation was nearly negligible, leaving him so frustrated that he felt like banging his head against a wall. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuchen had recently sensed that his cultivation speed fluctuated erratically, as if someone were covertly siphoning off his spiritual energy. In the distance, atop the main peak of the Yuchen sect, within the secluded chamber of the sect leader who had been in seclusion, the venerable Daoqing suddenly opened his eyes. With a graceful motion of his hand, several communication jade talismans leapt forth from his storage bag. The talismans hovered before him, emanating a faint green light and pulsating subtly. Upon directing his consciousness into them, the communication was established. 3 miniature, three-dimensional images of the Yuchen sect's 3 elders gradually materialized above the jade talismans. At this moment, the Daoqing was simultaneously connecting with the 3 elders to convey important matters. Sect leader, you have been in seclusion for a century. Why do you contact us today? The 3 elders inquired in unison. Seeing that they were prepared to receive his message, Daoqing spoke softly. Just now, during my meditation in the nascent soul stage, I sensed an unusual energy rising from this realm, soaring into the heavens. This is a sign of an extraordinary treasure emerging into the world. It seems that within a radius of 10,000 miles from our Yuchen sect, a rare treasure is about to appear. For the next few years, your primary task will be to seek out this treasure, and you must exert every effort until it is found. Yes, we shall diligently obey the sect leader's command. The Grand Elder responded. Might I inquire, sect leader, what kind of treasure it may be? Do you have any insights to share? The second elder asked. Upon hearing the second elder's question, the Grand Elder and the third elder focused intently, eager to listen. I know not what it is, but I sense that the energy emanating is exceedingly domineering, seemingly imbued with the essence of the Tao of heaven and earth. It is certainly not trivial. I fear that other sects across the entire Xian province will also perceive this energy and will dispatch individuals to search for it. At that time, a struggle for dominance may ensue. Relying on our geographical advantage, you must expedite your search in all directions, and should you discover any clues, promptly relay them to me. This treasure absolutely cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. It must belong to our Yuchen sect. Yes, we shall adhere to the sect leader's directive. The 3 elders replied in unison. I will continue to monitor any signs of the treasure during my meditation. If I sense anything, I will inform you. Now go and attend to this matter, for it is of utmost importance to our sect. Upon concluding his message, Daoqing withdrew the communication talismans and resumed his meditation, closing his eyes once more. Meanwhile, the ethereal and serene Grand Elder, Lan Feng, promptly contacted her most cherished disciple, Shui Yin, summoning her back from her external training, stating that she had significant matters to discuss with her. In the early morning, Lin Yuchen abruptly sprang from his bed, startled by the sunlight streaming through the window. As a disciple responsible for menial tasks, he was aware that meal times were strictly scheduled. Any tardiness would result in missing out on food. Now, seeing the bright sunlight, he realized that mealtime had long passed. Would he have to endure hunger while fetching wood and drawing water? That would be utterly exhausting. As Lin Yuchen rubbed his empty stomach, he felt it grumble, a reminder that his late-night cultivation had left him famished. Forget it, I might as well try my luck. If Aunt Xin Yuan, the steward of the dining hall, is present, perhaps she could provide me with a little extra food. In the grand scheme of life, sustenance is paramount. Even cultivators must eat, unless they have reached the Dan formation stage, wherein they can survive on air and forego solid food. Ordinary cultivators still require nourishment. To address this matter, Lin Yuchen hurriedly rose to wash up and then strode towards the dining hall. The dining hall, situated on a hillside, was a series of connected buildings responsible for the meals of the entire Yuchen sect. Generally, the miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples had to fetch their meals at designated times, while the inner disciples enjoyed the convenience of having dedicated attendants deliver meals regularly, sparing them the need to move about. Other elders within the sect, who had yet to attain the Dan formation stage and required sustenance, also had disciples assigned to deliver their meals, and they could order whatever they wished. The dining hall would strive to accommodate their desires. When Lin Yuchen arrived at the dining hall, he coincidentally encountered steward Xin Yuan, who was elegantly carrying a meal box and had just emerged from the entrance, heading up the mountain to deliver the food. Xin Yuan appeared to be in her early 30s, clad in a brown robe, her hair neatly styled in a bun, exuding a simple yet graceful demeanor that evoked a sense of virtue. In Lin Yuchen's memory, she often wore a warm smile, reminiscent of the sweet proprietress of a restaurant he frequently visited during his university days. However, upon seeing Xin Yuan today, her expression seemed somewhat troubled. She hastily walked with the meal tray, her usually amiable face now tinged with concern, evoking a slight feeling of distress. Aunt Shen, normally, don't the female disciples deliver the meals? Why are you personally delivering them today? Lin Yuchen inquired, both as a greeting and out of genuine curiosity about what might have caused this kind-hearted woman to feel downcast. It's you, Lin Yuchen. Today, the number of meals to be delivered is particularly high, and I am overwhelmed. The manager of the Talisman Pavilion, Manager Fong, has been pressing me for time, and I simply lack sufficient hands. Now that you are here, it would be splendid if you could help me deliver to the Talisman Pavilion. Shen Yuan's face brightened upon seeing Lin Yuchen, and she immediately enlisted his assistance. The reason she sought Lin Yuchen's help was that she was aware of Manager Fong's irritable temperament, and delivering meals to his residents often posed challenges. As such, she was reluctant to go there herself. With Lin Yuchen's willing presence, she naturally assigned him the task, sparing herself from considerable trouble. But Aunt Fong, I'm quite hungry at the moment. I had hoped to see if you could spare me something to eat. I fear I won't have the strength to climb the mountain to deliver it. Lin Yuchen took the opportunity to place a hand on his stomach. Do not make excuses. Since you're here, you must deliver the meal today. Come, hold the food box here while I fetch you some meat buns to eat on the way. You will help me deliver this meal to the Talisman Pavilion. Initially, with Shen Yuan's authority as the steward, she could have effortlessly commanded Lin Yuchen to undertake the task. However, she chose to express her courtesy, indicating her fondness and consideration for him. All right, thank you, Aunt Shen. Lin Yuchen replied joyfully, pleased that his concerns regarding sustenance were so readily resolved. And he accepted the food box, patiently awaiting further instructions. Shen Yuan turned and returned to the kitchen to prepare meat buns for him. Steward Shen, you're back so soon. That Manager Fong didn't give you any trouble, did he? Inquired a male head chef, who was busily directing the kitchen staff. Not yet, I haven't delivered it. It wouldn't be so quick, but now someone is helping me, so I don't have to go myself. Who? Is there a female disciple available for tasks? Didn't they all get sent elsewhere for deliveries? The male head chef expressed his curiosity. A junior servant disciple, whom I happened to encounter as I was leaving. Shen Yuan responded, simultaneously wrapping several meat buns in parchment and retrieving a piece of female attire from the storage room, hastily departing. What luck! It's fortunate someone is substituting. Otherwise, I would have been the one delivering to Fong Qingji. The male head chef murmured to himself, relieved for Shen Yuan. Outside, as Lin Yuchen stood waiting, Shen Yuan had already placed the wrapped meat buns into his hands and instructed him to change into the female disciple's clothing, advising, Lin Yuchen, try not to speak too much when you go, return promptly after delivering the meal, and don't get involved in any unnecessary matters, understood? Her tone bore a hint of concern, as if she felt somewhat guilty towards Lin Yuchen. Since their acquaintance, this fair-skinned young man with an air of scholarly grace had caught her attention, reminiscent of a nephew from her hometown in Wuling City. Consequently, she had always taken special care of him during his visits to the kitchen. This time, she considered it a way for Lin Yuchen to reciprocate her previous kindness, hoping that Manager Fong would not discover the truth. Rest assured, Aunt Shen, I will leave right after delivering the meal. I still have firewood to chop and water to fetch today, and I dare not delay. Lin Yuchen nodded, though he was somewhat puzzled as to why Shen Yuan insisted on changing him into female attire. Aunt Shen, am I not just delivering a meal to the Talisman's Pavilion? Why must I change into women's clothing? The manager at the Talisman's Pavilion is rather particular and does not favor male disciples, so you must don the female attire. Remember, once you arrive, keep your interactions to a minimum, deliver the meal, and leave swiftly. Shen Yuan reiterated, assisting Lin Yuchen in putting on the outer garment and styling his hair to resemble that of a female disciple. She then retrieved a facial transformation talisman from her storage bag, reciting an incantation before applying it to Lin Yuchen's back. In an instant, Lin Yuchen's appearance subtly altered, and with the added assistance of the robe, he appeared as a tall female disciple. However, his flat chest seemed somewhat incongruous. This did not pose a challenge for Shen Yuan, who had already prepared 2 false breast pads, which she deftly inserted to enhance Lin Yuchen's figure, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from reality. The breast padding, its material unknown, adhered seamlessly to Lin Yuchen's skin upon contact, firmly bonding without any visible seams, resembling authenticity. It was evident that Fong Yuan was well acquainted with the art of disguising male disciples as female ones to deliver meals, executing the task with remarkable ease. Regrettably, lacking a mirror, Lin Yuchen could not behold her own reflection. Otherwise, she would have seen a charming and tall woman standing before Shen Yuan. Very well, this will suffice. As long as the transformation talisman on your back remains untainted by moisture, no one will discern the truth. Hurry, deliver the meals and return. I've arranged for the kitchen to provide extra dishes for today's lunch. Shen Yuan meticulously adjusted Lin Yuchen's disguise, unable to resist a glance at her shoulder. marveling at her striking beauty and lamenting how Lin Yuchen's natural features shone even more radiantly in feminine attire. It is worth noting that while the transformation talisman subtly alters gender-specific facial characteristics, the inherent beauty and physique of the user play a critical role. A homely, portly man, for instance, would scarcely achieve the allure of a stunning woman. Instead, he would merely become a plump matron. Thank you, Aunt Shun. I shall be off. Lin Yuchen expressed her gratitude cheerfully upon hearing about the additional meal, only to discover her voice had transformed into that of a woman, leaving her astonished and secretly impressed by the effectiveness of Shun Yuan's enchantment. Yes, be swift. Remember not to speak out of turn. Return promptly after delivering the meals. Shun Yuan smiled faintly, though a tinge of melancholy crept into her gaze after Lin Yuchen departed. This was her first experience aiding a male disciple in adopting a disguise to serve Manager Fong, and she couldn't help but worry that Lin Yuchen might vanish without a trace after this venture. Chapter 11. The Talisman Pavilion and Manager Fong. Contrarily, Lin Yuchen was devoid of worries or concerns as she ambled away, munching on a meat bun while carrying the food box uphill, her heart brimming with joy. Today was indeed fortuitous, as she had the chance to ascend the mountain to deliver meals, a privilege previously denied to her as a mere servant disciple. She had only ever gazed longingly from afar at the ethereal pavilions and jade-like palaces shrouded in mist above, the residence of the Yuchen sect's master atop the mountain. Resembling a celestial abode, was the place Lin Yuchen yearned to explore the most, wondering if it truly was as dreamlike as the immortal realms depicted in the fantasy novels and television shows of her former world. As Lin Yuchen made her ascent, she encountered several guarded gates, manned by disciples. However, upon seeing the markings on her food box, they recognized her purpose and allowed her passage without question. Yet, throughout her journey, Lin Yuchen felt the scrutinizing gazes of the male disciples guarding the area, making her quite uncomfortable. Realizing her transformation into female attire, she managed to suppress any overly dramatic reactions. Following the path Shun Yuan had indicated while at the base of the mountain, she continued onward, passing by exquisite pavilions and fragrant flower paths, until she finally arrived outside the Talisman Pavilion. Two senior sisters, I am here to deliver meals to Manager Fong. Lin Yuchen, upon noticing two graceful female disciples standing at the entrance, politely inquired. You may deliver the meals yourself to Manager Fong by the spirit pool in the back courtyard. And what nonsense is this? Who do you think is your senior sister? One of them replied coldly, seemingly irked by Lin Yuchen's beauty, perhaps also reflecting the disdain that formal disciples often held for the menial tasks of servant disciples. The other, though silent, regarded Lin Yuchen with a cold glare, her eyes flickering disdainfully over her own modest bosom, as if she longed to slap Lin Yuchen and mar his handsome face. Such hostility. What is so remarkable about being a formal disciple? Believe it or not, I shall one day achieve great mastery in my cultivation, and I will return to give you a taste of your own medicine, leaving you with swollen faces, and then make you kneel and sing of your submission. Lin Yuchen, observing their disdainful expressions, yearned to confront them fiercely, yet he was merely a servant disciple, lacking in cultivation and status, and thus refrained from acting out. He could only suppress his fury and indignation, bowing his head submissively as he entered the Talisman Pavilion. Inside, the courtyard was expansive, adorned with picturesque scenery reminiscent of a beautiful scroll. Every view seemed a high-definition depiction of tranquil landscapes. As he walked through, the fragrant aroma of the surrounding flowers and grasses filled the air, uplifting his spirit. The moment Lin Yuchen stepped inside, he sensed the rich spiritual energy of this place, a stark contrast to his own humble servant quarters. He could not help but fantasize about the potential for cultivation here. If he trained in such an environment, perhaps he could break through to the third level of qi refinement in just a few days. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard voices ahead, drifting from behind a tree, melodious like a lark. This is the first-tier red spirit grass, and that is the second-tier wood whisker grass. Oh, is this red spirit grass dying? Its leaves are a bit yellow compared to what the book describes. Lin Yuchen hastened a few steps forward and turned around the tree, only to behold a young woman in a light yellow dress, poring over a book as she examined the various plants in the pots before her. To ascertain whether a vermilion sandgrass leaf was discolored, she bent slightly, resting her hand on her knee, her posture accentuating her perfect curves. Wow! Lin Yuchen could not help but swallow hard, his breathing growing heavy. Could this enchanting figure be Manager Fong of the Talisman Pavilion? He thought, stepping closer and saying, Greetings. Manager Fong, here is the meal you requested. As he spoke, Lin Yuchen extended the food box in his hands. I am not Manager Fong, I am Song Yanan. Manager Fong is my aunt. Are you here to deliver meals to my aunt? Hurry along. She is by the spirit pool in the back courtyard. As she spoke, the girl in the light yellow dress turned around, revealing a bright and charming young lady. With a pure and lovely appearance, her slender figure exuded grace, and her long, Silky black hair cascaded down to her waist, free and unrestrained. Her features were delicate and captivating, especially her bright eyes, which sparkled with a mesmerizing light that seemed to ensnare souls, adding to her allure. Lin Yuchen found himself utterly captivated by Song Yanan, rendered momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he quickly apologized and turned to leave, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." As he walked away, he cast a glance back at her silhouette, murmuring softly, "This senior sister is truly tall and exceptionally beautiful. It's a pity I do not know her name, otherwise I could have made a friend." Meanwhile, Lin Yuchen's heart raced with embarrassment as he hurriedly distanced himself from the scene, only to be met with an even more exhilarating sight ahead. His attention was drawn to a stunning woman by a sizable pool, her icy demeanor accentuated by her sheer garment. She held a brush, engrossed in her writing at a desk, creating something mesmerizing. From his vantage point, Lin Yuchen caught a glimpse of her front. The delicate lavender fabric barely concealed her exquisite figure, revealing skin as fair as snow. With a delicate blush that enticed one to reach out and touch, the sight ignited a fervent longing within him, and he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace this enchanting beauty. Yet, reason triumphed over desire, compelling him to restrain himself and refrain from any reckless action. "Have you finally delivered it? Why are you standing there foolishly? Hurry up and bring it to me. I am hungry." The woman at the desk was none other than the esteemed manager Fang Qingji of the Talisman Pavilion, a foundational cultivator and one of the few adept talismancers of the Yuchen sect. Although she did not look up, she had already sensed Lin Yuchen's arrival and expressed her displeasure. "Yes, I apologize, Manager Fang. I shall deliver it at once." Lin Yuchen rushed forward, placing the food box respectfully on the writing desk, acutely aware of the cold aura emanating from her, making him feel quite uneasy. Despite the beauty being so near, he dared not steal more than a fleeting glance. Remembering Shen Yuan's earlier instructions, he refrained from lingering, eager to leave as swiftly as possible. He was certain that should he slip up, he would face a grim fate, one he was keen to avoid, being buried alive, flayed, or subjected to a lingering death. However, just as he turned to depart, Fang Qingji lifted her gaze, locking her eyes onto him. "Where do you think you're going? You are to assist me with my meal. Do you not understand?" "Yes, of course, Manager Fang." Lin Yuchen felt a chill run down his spine, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. He hurriedly halted and turned back. "Come here, take out the food and arrange it for me. Clean up after I finish." Fang Qingji placed her brush on the desk and slightly pivoted, brushing past Lin Yuchen, leaving behind a waft of fragrance as she proceeded towards a pavilion a few paces away. Naturally, she would not dine at her talisman crafting desk. She preferred the comforts of the pavilion's table and chairs for her meal. Lin Yuchen hurriedly picked up the food box and followed closely behind, his heart racing as he caught sight of the enchanting figure beneath the sheer fabric. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. Fang Qingji, oblivious to Lin Yuchen's flustered state, made her way to the pavilion and seated herself at the table, awaiting Lin Yuchen to set out the food. After a short while, Lin Yuchen, trembling with trepidation, opened the food box and arranged the bowls, plates, and chopsticks. In an instant, the aroma of the food wafted from the white porcelain container, causing both of them to salivate profusely, indicating that the contents must be extraordinarily delicious. "Reveal the bowl and serve me," Fang Qingji commanded, her nose twitching slightly as she savored the delightful scent. There was a playful glint in her eyes as she turned her profile to reveal her elegant nose and petite mouth, captivating Lin Yuchen and causing him to silently exclaim "Fairy." The meal contained only one dish, housed in a sizable white porcelain jar. Lin Yuchen cautiously lifted the lid, and a rush of steam escaped, unveiling a pot of soup. The broth had a faint pink hue, reminiscent of tomato and egg soup. Yet the source of its enchanting fragrance remained a mystery. Lin Yuchen's mouth watered uncontrollably as he hurriedly restrained himself, using a ladle to scoop some into a small bowl. To his astonishment, the ladle unearthed a peculiar item that left him momentarily speechless. It was a long, glistening piece, resembling a mushroom-like meat, thick as a child's arm and palm-sized in length, with one end cut and the other end swollen like a mushroom cap, revealing a shape akin to a turtle's head. This object bore an uncanny resemblance to a man's anatomy, and the vivid crimson of its cooked exterior was shocking. However, its size and color suggested it belonged to some creature rather than a human. "What are you dawdling for? Have you never seen a demon beast phallus? Hurry up and serve it to me." Fang Qingji, with her lips pressed tightly, licked her lips in anticipation, eager to taste the dish, and impatiently ordered Lin Yuchen. "A demon beast phallus? My heavens, this thing can actually be cooked and eaten?" Lin Yuchen was instantly petrified, nearly dropping the bowl and ladle in shock, his younger brother instinctively tensing at the sight. "Can't you even serve soup properly?" Fang Qingji, unable to wait any longer, snatched the bowl and ladle from Lin Yuchen's trembling hands. Swiftly, she scooped the fiery red delicacy into her small bowl, then lifted it with chopsticks, hastily bringing it to her mouth. Unfortunately, it was quite challenging to grip such a sizable piece with chopsticks, so she resorted to using her delicate, pale fingers to hold one end and bring it to her lips. In that moment, the contrast between her smooth, white fingertips and the fiery red meat was striking and provocative. Lost in her meal, Fang Qingji paid no mind to the dazed Lin Yuchen beside her. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, and profoundly shocking. Is this steward a devil? How can one consume such a thing with such evident delight? Just eat if you must. What is with that expression of sheer enjoyment? As Lin Yuchen's mind churned with unease, he trembled restlessly, frightened enough to step back slightly. What are you doing? Why do you look so uncomfortable? Such a naive girl, utterly unaware. This is the sun whip from the second-tier demon beast, the fire yang deer. It is highly nourishing to the body and augments one's spiritual energy. The fire yang deer bears the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the fire qilin, and its sun whip is imbued with the essence of demon spirits. Consuming it can swiftly replenish one's spiritual energy, its efficacy scarcely inferior to that of its demon core. As Fang Qingji spoke while indulging in her meal, she seemed intent on showcasing her extensive knowledge to the ignorant maid, Lin Yuchen. I need to excuse myself, Lin Yuchen stammered, wishing to avert her gaze from the ethereal beauty devouring the sun whip, hastily concocting an excuse to make her escape. Go on then. Just remember to return once you're done and bring back the food containers and utensils. Yes, I will return assuredly. Lin Yuchen felt his legs tremble slightly and swiftly turned to flee, thinking to himself, this steward is truly bizarre. What a shame for such a fine figure and countenance. Perhaps it's best not to collect any utensils, lest she discovers my true identity and retaliates. I must leave quickly. Hastening away, Lin Yuchen soon distanced himself from the spirit pool where Fang Qingji resided, only to unexpectedly collide with Song Yanan, who was approaching, nearly toppling her over. Oh dear. Senior sister, why are you not watching where you're going? Startled by Song Yanan's exclamation, Lin Yuchen shuddered and quickly apologized. Junior sister, I sincerely apologize. It was my fault. I must be on my way. Without waiting for Song Yanan's response, he dashed off in the direction he had come. How peculiar. Observing Lin Yuchen's flustered retreat, Song Yanan scratched her head and entered the spirit pool. At that moment, Fang Qingji had finished an entire bowl of sun whip, letting out a satisfied burp. Noticing someone approaching, she assumed it was Lin Yuchen returning and was about to issue a command when she realized it was Song Yanan. Yanan, you've arrived. Did you see that maid who delivered the food? She just vanished after saying she was going to the restroom and hasn't he returned to clean up. She seems to have left just now. Left? How could she leave? I specifically instructed her to return and tidy up the dishes. What sort of management is this under Shen Yuan? Fang Qingji stood up abruptly, her brow furrowed in confusion. However, she dismissed the matter, considering it trivial, as she had little inclination to dwell on such a minor character. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated within the spirit pool, emanating from Fang Qingji's storage bag. Chapter 13. The Communication Jade Talisman. That was the sound of the Communication Jade Talisman vibrating, indicating someone was attempting to contact her. Yanan, please step outside for a moment. Someone wishes to speak with me. Fang Qingji instructed, her brow knitted, as she summoned the Communication Jade Talisman from her storage bag, allowing it to float in the air. With a slight gesture, the Jade Talisman shimmered with a wave of ethereal light, and a middle-aged man's voice emerged. Ha ha, junior sister. Can you guess what I have obtained? Today, I bring you delightful news. The man, named Gao He, shared a special bond with Fang Qingji, having been her senior brother during her formative years in the art of talismans. Gao He, who later became a national master in a small country of Xin Prefecture, had harbored feelings for Fang Qingji since childhood and pursued her for many years. However, they ultimately parted ways, each leading separate lives, yet maintaining sporadic contact every 10 days or so. What could have him so jubilant this time? Gao He, stop being so cryptic. Just tell me already. You know I dislike beating around the bush. If you don't speak up, I'll sever the connection. Fang Qingji asserted bluntly. I hope junior sister isn't angry. Very well, I shall be direct. A few days ago, I unexpectedly came across an ancient map at the Langya Pavilion in Xian Emperor City, which astonishingly records the location of the burial site of the ancient divine beast, the fire qilin. Haha, it is indeed the fire qilin. Its entire being is a treasure. Its blood can be used as a pigment for high-grade talismans, while its hide serves as premium talisman paper. If we can gather both, we stand a chance to create high-level talismans, a priceless treasure indeed. A burial site? Even if it is for the fire qilin, what does it matter? After all this time, how could there still be qilin blood or hide? Fang Qingji replied, somewhat irritated, suspecting her senior brother of deceit, thinking he was merely trying to lure her into a treasure hunt for his own gain. She recalled that Gao He was known for his indulgent and frivolous nature, having joined a cult that promoted dubious dual cultivation practices after leaving the sect. Junior sister, consider this carefully. This is the fire Qilin, an ancient, extraordinary beast. If its body lies within the burial site, how could it possibly have decayed? Perhaps even its demon core remains vibrant and fiery. Enough of your rambling. Just tell me if you are interested. If you are, gather a few people and join me in this treasure hunt. Fine, just call upon me when the time comes. I shall bring along a few close disciples. Fang Qingji, now intrigued, agreed. Haha, at last, I shall see junior sister. I will prepare the necessary items and inform you in advance. Gao he concluded joyfully before abruptly ending the communication. As the conversation concluded, Song Yanin, who had been eavesdropping outside, rushed in. Aunt, are you going treasure hunting? Can I join you? Not you. What would you do there? What if you encounter danger? Fang Qingji firmly rejected her. Please let me go. I promise to behave and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble. Song Yanin pleaded, knowing that her aunt would seldom deny her when she resorted to such charm. Indeed, this strategy has proven effective time and again. Fang Qingji sighed and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, You, my child, only know how to flatter me. Very well, since you are determined to go, it is not entirely impossible. However, unless you can successfully draw a first-grade talisman, do not expect my consent. Her words were laced with certainty that Song Yanin could not possibly succeed in drawing her first talisman in such a short time, effectively denying her niece's request. Yet, to her surprise, Song Yanin immediately perked up at this challenge, silently resolving to successfully create her first talisman as soon as possible. All right, aunt, just wait. I will strive to create my first talisman, and you must not go back on your word. Song Yanin declared firmly, her delicate hands tightening into a fist. After saying this, she hurriedly left to the courtyard in search of spiritual herbs to prepare the talisman ink. It seems it is indeed time to recruit a few male disciples. When I accompany Gao He to seek treasures, it would be beneficial to have some assistance. Shortly after Song Yanin departed, Fang Qingji murmured to herself. Since taking charge of the talisman pavilion, she had yet to recruit any male disciples, and it was likely that she would need some robust male companions for the treasure hunt. Thus, she took out a communication jade slip and instructed the two waiting female disciples, Tomorrow, you shall go to Linglong Pavilion and post a notice stating that the Talisman Pavilion is recruiting male disciples. No matter what, ensure that you bring back a few strong and obedient ones. Yes, the two female disciples replied, though they exchanged astonished glances, feeling somewhat unnerved. Each thought to herself, the pavilion master has never favored men. What has prompted this today? Chapter 14. The Spiritual Energy Ring. Meanwhile, when Lin Yuchen returned to the dining hall to report to Shun Yuan, he was scolded for not bringing back a food box. Fortunately, Shun Yuan was kind-hearted and added extra dishes to his lunch as promised. Lin Yuchen enjoyed a hearty meal and then began his arduous duties for the day. Day and night, he swept floors, fetched water, and chopped firewood. This was the daily grind of Lin Yuchen, a true reflection of a menial disciple. However, just as Lin Yuchen was about to fetch water for the vegetables, a sultry voice suddenly called out, Lin Yuchen, are you there? Strangely, he found the voice somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Lin Yuchen thought, momentarily stunned. Cautiously, he set the wooden bucket down and scanned the surroundings for a while, but saw no one. Damn it, have I been single for too long that I'm starting to hear things? Just as he dismissed the notion as a mere illusion, a beautiful woman in a purple dress appeared before him out of thin air, startling him so much that his legs nearly gave way, almost causing him to sit down on the water bucket. Su Huashuang, I thought you were dead. Once he recognized her face, Lin Yuchen struggled to suppress his fear, striving to keep his voice steady. Hee, it's rare that you still remember me. The enchanting woman chuckled. Lin Yuchen, I trust you have been well. This woman was none other than Su Huashuang, the seductive cultivator of the Harmony sect, who had once been struck down by Shui Yan, leaving her soul in disarray. Are you human or a ghost? She scoffed. With my corporeal form gone, I am undoubtedly a ghost. Su Huashuang spoke with an eerie tone. Although she had fallen victim to Shui Yan's thunder talisman, she had stealthily embedded a fragment of her primordial spirit within a spiritual ring at the brink of death, thus managing to escape a dire fate. Lin Yuchen, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of fear. He had heard of a sinister technique known as spirit possession. If Su Huashuang intended to seize his physical body, he would be doomed. Why would a ghost seek me out instead of reincarnating? Moreover, I am not the one responsible for your plight, Lin Yuchen murmured timidly, casting a wary glance at Su Huashuang. Perhaps sensing his trepidation, Su Huashuang offered a disdainful smile and said, I have not come to settle scores. Rather, I am here to assist you. She paused momentarily, then, in a voice imbued with allure, she coaxed softly, Lin Yuchen, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you desire immense power, to rise above others, and to possess the most beautiful women in the world? Her voice, though delicate, seemed to enchant the heart, and combined with her enchanting visage, it became irresistibly seductive. Lin Yuchen was taken aback by her proposition, his heart racing and breath quickening. Yes, almost instinctively, he nodded in agreement. Ah, it is good that you desire. Su Huashuang chuckled in satisfaction, her entire demeanor radiating allure. If you are willing, I can aid you. What are the conditions? While Lin Yuchen found himself intrigued by Su Huashuang's words, he was not naive enough to overlook her ulterior motives. Indeed, you are astute. The conditions are quite simple. As you can see, I exist merely as a fragment of my primordial spirit. You need only promise to help me reconstruct a physical form once you have attained your own cultivation. In return, I shall bestow upon you a tremendous fortune. Su Huashuang spoke slowly, her enchanting smile unwavering. Agreed. Lin Yuchen responded without hesitation. Having spent days in the menial quarters, he had come to realize that without cultivation, one could hardly make progress in this world. Only by becoming powerful could he stand atop the peak, gazing down upon the masses and acquiring what he desired, be it women, wealth, or status. Indeed, you possess courage. Su Huashuang regarded Lin Yuchen with newfound appreciation. She had not anticipated such a prompt agreement from him. I thought I would need to persuade you for much longer. Well then, dear Su, do enlighten me about this tremendous fortune. Lin Yuchen jested. Patience, my eager friend. Do you see the ring upon your finger? Su Huashuang's brow furrowed slightly as she spoke softly. Lin Yuchen glanced down at the ring adorning his ring finger and nodded. It was a gift from Su Huashuang, though he had been too preoccupied with work to pay it much mind. Now, hearing her mention it, he wondered if this ring might possess some extraordinary value. This object is called the Spirit Ring, which I managed to bring out from the Hahuan sect during my escape. It possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the yin and yang energies of the world to assist in cultivation, significantly enhancing one's prowess. If utilized properly, its effects can surpass those of ordinary cultivators by several folds. As Su Huashuang spoke, she carefully observed Lin Yuchen's expression. She had spent considerable time researching the ring's wondrous properties, but had barely begun to use it before that detestable little girl came knocking, leading to the destruction of her physical body. Is that true? Lin Yuchen questioned, somewhat skeptical. Of course, why would I deceive you? Su Huashuang shot him a sideways glance before continuing. I shall now impart the incantation to you. Simply follow it in your practice. Fearing he might change his mind, she promptly transmitted the incantation to Lin Yuchen. You must not let anyone else know about this, or the consequences would be dire. Su Huashuang warned earnestly. I understand. Lin Yuchen nodded. If the spirit ring truly possessed the miraculous qualities she claimed, it would be akin to a golden finger, a rare treasure indeed. He comprehended the notion that a common man, innocent of crime, could suffer merely for possessing something precious. This journey has drained me considerably. I must rest for a while. From now on, it will be up to you. After imparting the incantation to Lin Yuchen, her figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from sight. It took Lin Yuchen a moment to process the significance of the spirit ring, murmuring its name with an expression brimming with excitement. The prospect of exponentially increasing his cultivation speed was indeed a priceless opportunity. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, bursting into laughter. He discarded the water-carrying pole in his hand, preparing to return to his dwelling to enter a period of focused cultivation. To toil? A true man, existing between heaven and earth, should not languish in the shadows of others. Chapter 15. Su Huashuang. Once Lin Yuchen firmly closed the door, he began to absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation according to the incantation Su Huashuang had imparted. The universe borrows its laws. All things are but illusions. All methods can be conquered. Only yin and yang abide. Heaven and earth serve as the furnace, creation as the artisan. The interplay of yin and yang brings forth the vitality of all. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Lin Yuchen formed hand seals, continuously murmuring incantations. With a resounding hum, an influx of spiritual energy surged towards him. He could distinctly feel two opposing energies entering his body through the ring, one black and one white, one hot and one cold, alternating as they flowed. He sensed a warm current stirring within his dantian, enveloping him in an indescribable comfort. As Lin Yuchen diligently cultivated, the previously sparse spiritual energy in his dantian gradually became abundant. The first seed of spiritual energy began to grow at a visible rate, followed by the emergence of the second and third seeds. With a muffled thud, Lin Yuchen opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flickering within them. He felt the surging spiritual energy in his dantian, his joy evident as he exclaimed, I've done it. I have reached the third level of qi refinement. Lin Yuchen never imagined that the barrier he had struggled with for so long would crumble so effortlessly. Such a feat was something he would not have dared to dream of in the past. So what do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? Perhaps sensing Lin Yuchen's transformation, Su Huashuang, who had long remained hidden, quietly reappeared in the room. Thank you so much, Sister Su. Lin Yuchen exclaimed, rushing towards Su Huashuang, nearly overcome with the desire to embrace her and shower her with kisses. Do not be reckless. I am but a remnant of my soul, and cannot withstand such fervor. Su Huashuang hastily interjected, fearing for her own well-being. Oh, Lin Yuchen replied, awkwardly touching his nose as he retreated to his original spot. I shall now impart the remaining portion of the incantation to you. Subsequently, I will succumb to slumber. When I awaken next, I may have regained my corporeal form, or I may never awaken again. Su Huashuang spoke with a sorrowful expression, her tone imbued with an ineffable melancholy and solitude. Hearing her forlorn sigh, Lin Yuchen felt a pang of sympathy, especially for such a striking beauty, and quickly reassured her, Sister Su, fret not. I shall diligently cultivate my abilities and strive to restore your physical form at the earliest opportunity. How unexpected it is that, after so many years of cunning and treachery in the realm of cultivation, I must ultimately rely on a mere third-tier qi refinement novice for salvation. Su Huashuang replied with a bittersweet smile, before bestowing the remaining incantation upon Lin Yuchen. Her decision was a gamble. Should Lin Yuchen fail to resurrect her in the future, she would have no recourse, for their encounter had been but a fleeting moment, devoid of deeper affections. Soon, her figure began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that merged into the spirit ring. The following morning, Lin Yuchen, having just risen, hurried to report at the outer sect. Now that he had successfully broken through to the third tier of qi refinement, he was eligible to become an outer sect disciple according to the promotion regulations of the Yuking sect. The procedure for ascending to outer sect disciple was considerably simpler. He merely needed to place his hand upon the cultivation assessment stele to confirm that his cultivation had reached the third tier of qi refinement. Thus, Lin Yuchen effortlessly joined the outer sect, formally entering the vibrant community of youthful cultivators within the Yuking sect. His living arrangements also underwent a transformation, as he relocated from the humble servant quarters at the foot of the mountain to the row of residences designated for outer sect disciples halfway up the mountain. These new lodgings were constructed of bright green bricks and gleaming tiles, arranged in neat and orderly rows. Each outer sect disciple inhabited a separate room, forming a close-knit neighborhood, lively and bustling, reminiscent of the dormitory complexes at a university. Upon moving into his new abode, Lin Yuchen felt a sense of rising fortune and eagerly visited several neighboring disciples. Unfortunately, most of them were engrossed in their meditation and cultivation, paying little heed to him. Feeling rather disheartened, Lin Yuchen decided to retreat to his room as dusk approached, seeking rest to rejuvenate for the next day's inaugural weapon distribution for outer sect disciples. According to the regulations of the Yuking sect, first-time outer sect disciples were permitted to choose a weapon of their liking from the Linglong Pavilion, serving as their reward for joining the outer sect. This matter is of great significance. When Lin Yuchen reported to the outer sect, the senior brother who received him spoke with utmost seriousness, emphasizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He urged Lin Yuchen to keep his eyes wide open when selecting a weapon at the Linglong Pavilion, for he might be fortunate enough to acquire an unparalleled treasure. Inspired by the senior brother's vivid portrayal of the opportunities that lay ahead, Lin Yuchen spent the entire night in a state of excitement, even dreaming of acquiring a formidable treasure, laughing joyously in his sleep. At the break of dawn the next day, he rose early, washed up, donned a fresh green robe, and hurried towards the Linglong Pavilion. Chapter 16. Selection at the Linglong Pavilion. As Lin Yuchen made his way, he walked with a lightness in his step, humming a cheerful tune, radiating a demeanor of happiness and ease. He greeted everyone he encountered, addressing the older brothers and younger disciples with familiarity, as if he were well acquainted with them all. Indeed, before he even joined the sect, he had become well known among the outer disciples, making it easy for him to connect with them. As he proceeded towards the Linglong Pavilion, news of his entrance into the outer sect quickly spread among the disciples. Curious onlookers began to gather outside the pavilion, eager to see if this individual, rumored to be a relative of the renowned beauty Xuyan, could indeed discern a remarkable weapon from within the Linglong Pavilion. Upon entering the Linglong Pavilion amidst the watchful gazes of many, Lin Yuchen was immediately awestruck by the grandeur of the hall. Upon entering through the main door, he was greeted by the expansive and magnificent interior. Looking up, he beheld the towering Linglong Pavilion, standing several dozen meters ahead like a colossal treasure tower. This six-story structure, crafted from pure copper, featured a nine-edged spire at its pinnacle, with its walls adorned with fist-sized transparent crystal stones that emitted a soft glow. These crystals illuminated the entire hall, creating a breathtakingly splendid atmosphere. As Lin Yuchen walked further, he felt like a tiny mouse approaching a skyscraper when compared to the towering Linglong Pavilion. Junior brother Lin, congratulations on entering the outer sect. Be sure to select a weapon that suits you well. Do not squander this precious opportunity. As outer sect disciples, we only have this chance once in a lifetime. and the weapon you choose will likely accompany you for half of your life. A wise selection can greatly aid your cultivation, while a poor choice may leave you with regrets for years to come. Upon entering the main hall, a guarding disciple promptly approached him, offering guidance. Greetings, senior brother. Thank you for your reminder. I wonder if you could provide more detailed advice on what kind of weapon I should select? As someone who has been through this, I would greatly appreciate your counsel. Lin Yuchen felt that asking questions could only be beneficial, since the other party was so eager to help. He assumed this senior brother was genuinely kind-hearted. 30 spirit stones. It appears junior brother Lin is quite affluent. Not much, just give me 30 spirit stones, and I will provide you with some thorough guidance, the enthusiastic senior brother said with a slight smile, revealing his true intention. What? 30 spirit stones? Isn't that extortion? I worked for nearly 2 months as a servant to earn just 4 spirit stones, although I currently possess around 30 spirit stones. Those were gifts from kind senior brothers when I first entered the sect. How could I have been deceived by you? Lin Yuchen glared resentfully at his beaming senior brother and shook his hand, saying, There's no need to trouble you, brother. I shall venture in and rely on my instincts. With that, he hastily stepped aside, evading the well-meaning senior. Oh, junior brother, don't be like that. 30 spirit stones is an absolute bargain for you. Just look at me. I managed to select an extraordinary blade solely based on my keen eye. Not necessary. Lin Yuchen replied briskly, determined not to fall for the trick. Oh, junior brother, you truly are stubborn. Just don't regret it when you come out. The senior's tone grew somewhat harsh, inwardly cursing, what a miserly tightwad. I can't fathom how Fairy Shuiyan could have a relative like you. Yet, despite his grievances, he, as a guardian disciple, had his duties to uphold and promptly tossed a storage bag to Xiao Chun, saying, Junior brother Lin, this is a low-tier storage bag. Outer sect disciples receive one for free when entering the Linglong Pavilion to select weapons. Hurry and take it. Once you've chosen a weapon, just place it in the storage bag and come find me for registration. Thank you, senior brother, Lin Yuchen replied, taking the storage bag and cherishing it as he tucked it into his embrace. The storage bag was indeed a treasure for cultivators. He had previously studied its usage in the gathering chi technique. It was a small pouch, roughly the size of a palm, capable of holding several hundred pounds, making it incredibly practical. Anything could be stored within, provided one utilized a simple incantation to channel spiritual energy. This storage bag had swiftly become Lin Yuchen's most cherished possession, and he thought to himself, if only I could someday return to my world with this storage bag, I would become the most formidable courier. Lost in such musings, Lin Yuchen inadvertently stepped through the main entrance of the grand hall, suddenly dazzled by a myriad of radiant lights that blurred his vision. Upon closer inspection, he found the spacious hall adorned with an array of hanging weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and more, each piece connected to the ceiling by faintly glowing threads. The dazzling brilliance emanated from these luminescent threads. I initially believed the weapons themselves were radiating this light, which would allow me to judge their quality based on their brilliance. It turns out the luminosity arises from these threads instead. Given that the hanging weapons lacked glowing variations to discern their quality, Lin Yuchen pondered which one to choose. According to his readings from the gathering chi technique, cultivators typically favored flying swords as their primary weapons, with those crafted from spiritual wood being the most desirable, as the wood's grain facilitated a better connection with spiritual energy for manipulation. Over time, one could refine and enhance the weapon's might further. Furthermore, swords were known as the king of all weapons, exuding both elegance and power, which undoubtedly bestowed a sense of prestige upon their wielder. Thus, Lin Yuchen primarily sought to examine wooden flying swords. Amidst a myriad of weapons, he delicately weighed and examined the various flying swords, scrutinizing their luster and heft. In his perspective, he believed that a heavier sword was more likely to be a fine blade, as precious metals like gold are inherently weighty. Another criterion for Lin Yuchen's selection was the sword's hue. He was convinced that a sword with a splendid color must surely be of superior quality. In his own world, the crystalline brilliance of diamonds and the exquisite green of jade are considered immensely valuable. However, to his dismay, as he circled the entire hall adhering to these two principles, he found no sword that suited his fancy, leaving him in utter frustration. Yet, as his gaze swept across a corner, he suddenly spotted a bluish-gray flying sword, and his eyes instantly brightened. He hurried over to seize it. To his astonishment, it was a bronze sword. Moreover, it was already tarnished with verdigris. Could this relic also be a product of time travel? It was the only extraordinary flying sword in the entire hall. Lin Yuchen was elated. While he might not recognize other weapons, he had knowledge of this bronze sword. In his own world, such a sword could fetch over 100 million at auctions. Undoubtedly a national treasure. Yes, you are the one. Lin Yuchen exclaimed joyously as he picked up the bronze sword, examining it closely. The sword measured approximately 3 feet in length, its body a deep azure, emanating an air of antiquity and wear. The blade was 2 fingers wide, thin and light. When he pressed down in the middle, it bent, yet upon release, it returned to its original form without a hint of deformation, exhibiting excellent rigidity. The only drawback was the considerable amount of rust and verdigris clinging to it, resembling an antiquated artifact freshly unearthed, devoid of any sharpness. He consoled himself with the thought that most formidable items appear unremarkable and lack aesthetic appeal. In his heart, he resolved to clean the sword once he returned home, confident that it would regain its former glory. Overall, Lin Yuchen felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he grasped the bronze sword and merrily made his way outside. Thinking to himself, just wait, when I take this bronze sword out, it will surely dazzle everyone's eyes. Chapter 17. Qinyu, however. Lin Yuchen did not anticipate that as he approached the entrance to register with his newly acquired bronze sword, he would be met with scornful derision from the very senior brother who had sought to deceive him for his spirit stones. Oh, Junior Lin, after all that time, you chose this ragged sword? It is nothing but trash. I've heard it has languished in the Linglong Pavilion for centuries without a single taker. Several disciples who previously selected this cursed sword suffered misfortune and were left grievously injured. They had to spend a fortune on spirit stones just to replace it. The gatekeeper mocked, wearing an expression that conveyed, "You didn't give me spirit stones, so now you deserve to suffer." What a dreadful sword. This is a bronze sword. Do you even comprehend what a bronze sword truly is? Upon hearing those words, Lin Yuchen could not help but feel a surge of indignation, yet he stood his ground, asserting, "If what you say is true, wouldn't that mean I, Lin Yuchen, have foolishly chosen the wrong weapon? How can one admit the undeniable fact of making a mistake? This sword, with its unappealing appearance resembling the skin of a toad, was well known among the disciples within the gate, who aptly referred to it as the toadskin sword. The gatekeeper, overjoyed, thought to himself, "Serves you right for being stingy. Little brat, now you must suffer the consequences." He urged, "Hurry up and sign. Since you have taken the weapon, be off with you and stop dawdling." Toadskin toad. How unfortunate. Lin Yuchen's face turned pale as he realized he might have truly made a regrettable choice. Yet what could he do? To save face. He had no choice but to endure, his hands trembling as he signed and registered for the sword. Eventually, he left with the bronze sword, a deep sense of dismay enveloping him. Behind him, the gatekeeper called out cheerily, "Lin Shitty, remember you can exchange it back when you no longer want it." According to sect rules, 1,000 spirit stones can allow for a single exchange. Good heavens, 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Yuchen felt a chill run through him. It appeared that an exchange was far from his grasp. As a mere servant disciple, he had earned 2 spirit stones a month, and now as an outer disciple, he earned a meager 5. How long would it take to accumulate 1,000 spirit stones? At that moment, he felt akin to a homeowner lamenting the soaring real estate prices in his world. It seemed that if he truly wished to exchange the bronze sword back, Lin Yuchen would have to become a sword slave. Alas, I choose what I love, and I believe I shall find a way to cleanse the blemishes from this sword. One day, Lin Yuchen vowed silently, "This sword shall shine with brilliance alongside me." He tightened his grip on the sword, resigned yet determined. However, as he stepped out of the Linglong Pavilion, fully visible to the throngs of onlookers, the astonished and mocking gazes and voices of the disciples extinguished the grand aspirations he had just vowed to uphold. What is that? The toadskin sword. How could Lin Yuchen be so foolish as to choose the toadskin sword? I am certain that Lin Yuchen cannot possibly be related to the snow mist fairy. How could such a dimwit be connected to her? This first selection of treasures has been a complete failure. I can't bear to watch. It's too painful to behold. Many discussed amongst themselves, faces flushed with embarrassment, some mocking, others ridiculing. A nickname was promptly bestowed upon him, with one female disciple from the Anti-Snow Mist Alliance laughingly exclaiming, "Indeed, it's a toad selecting a toadskin sword. From now on, Lin Shitty should change his name to Toadskin Shun." This was said by a female disciple from the Anti-Snow Mist Alliance, and her companions praised her cleverness with raised thumbs. The leader of the Anti-Snow Mist Alliance, Zhong Chu, had come to witness Lin Yuchen's inaugural selection of treasures and was now thoroughly delighted. With a flourish of his hand, he called out to Lin Yuchen from afar, "Toadskin Shun, you have truly chosen a marvelous sword." Ha, what a fitting pair, Toadskin Shun and the Toadskin sword. Lin Yuchen, already embarrassed, had intended to discreetly retreat under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. However, with Zhong Chu's taunt, he found himself unable to retreat gracefully, his anger flaring instantly. A surge of indignation coursed through him, and brandishing his sword, he furiously shouted, "Hey you, mind your words. Remember, my name is Lin Yuchen, not some wretched creature. Just take a look at your own face, flat nose, bulging eyes, a large mouth, and nostrils pointing skyward, verging on the grotesque, and you dare to associate with a wretched sword. You should take a moment to reflect on your own character." With a heart full of indignation, Lin Yuchen vented his frustrations before turning to leave with an air of nonchalance. As soon as he uttered those words, he felt an exhilarating sense of clarity and relief wash over him. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed delivered a splendid retort. True to his nature, this was what true prowess looked like. Meanwhile, Zhong Chu, upon hearing his words, was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she pushed through the crowd, intent on confronting Lin Yuchen with the fury of a tempest. Fortunately, a few female disciples nearby swiftly restrained her, warning, "Sister, this is a safe zone. You cannot act recklessly. The law enforcement hall is not to be trifled with. You could face severe consequences." Zhong Chu, upon reflection, recognized the wisdom in their advice. She could not afford to act out here. There would be ample opportunities to settle the score with Lin Yuchen later. Thus, she suppressed her rage, though her bulging eyes still burned with fiery wrath, fixated on Lin Yuchen as if she would devour him whole. Under such a menacing gaze, Lin Yuchen felt a wave of nausea rise within him, hastily turning away to avoid an embarrassing display. Just then, a stunningly beautiful maiden approached him, her laughter light and airy. "Junior Lin, well done. I stand by you. That Zhong Chu is nothing but a foul-mouthed troublemaker. Ignore her." Lin Yuchen looked up to find a graceful woman in a purple dress standing before him, her beauty both ethereal and captivating, radiating warmth and kindness that instantly put him at ease. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sister. May I know your name?" The enchanting maiden beamed. "I am Chunyu. You may call me Sister Chun." Such overtures of friendship were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, as alliances often paved the way to greater fortune. Lin Yuchen welcomed Chunyu's friendliness with open arms. Meanwhile, the male disciples observing from a distance erupted in envy, their whispers rife with jealousy. "What is happening? Is Chunyu interested in Lin Yuchen?" One speculated. "Why would she not? Chunyu is too alluring to resist. She wouldn't pass up any opportunity for gain. I suspect she is drawn to Lin Yuchen's connection to the illustrious Shui Yan," another commented sagely. "What of it? Such a beautiful sister. What does it matter if she is a little frivolous? The more daring, the more exciting. I find her irresistible. It's a pity she doesn't look my way. What a loss. I've heard many of our brothers have enjoyed her company." "Ah, is Lin Yuchen about to be cuckolded?" exclaimed a portly cultivator with indignation, his face and figure familiar as he was none other than Tang Yu, who had once been imprisoned alongside Lin Yuchen by Su Huasang. Beside him stood the formidable Wang Liang, a fellow companion from their past tribulations. Once, both individuals were disciples of other sects, but after being rescued by the enchanting Shui Yan, they sought refuge in the Yuchen sect and had long since become outer disciples. It was only at this moment that they discovered Lin Yuchen had also joined the Yuchen sect. Having shared trials together, they felt a sense of camaraderie and could not help but rise in defense of Lin Yuchen. Wang Liang, with a grim expression, whispered to the chubby Tang Yu, "Senior brother, we must warn Lin Yuchen. We cannot allow him to be deceived by that wicked woman and remain oblivious." Chapter 18. Reunion with Tang Yu and Wang Liang indeed. "Let us go together," they exclaimed, hastening after Lin Yuchen, who was being led away by Chunyu. The chubby one called out from a distance, "Lin Yuchen." As Lin Yuchen strolled forward with Chunyu, he was entranced by the fragrance emanating from her, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned to see two familiar figures, one tall and one plump, rushing towards him. They were his good brothers, the first friends he had made in this world through shared adversity. "Haha, Tang Yu, Wang Liang, what a delightful surprise to see you here," he exclaimed, and the three embraced joyfully. Chunyu, however, found herself sidelined. Upon seeing Wang Liang and Tang Yu, her heart skipped a beat, and she blushed, fearing they would divulge her unsavory reputation within the outer sect to Lin Yuchen. Anxious, she observed their warm interaction and decided it prudent to slip away. Hoping to find Lin Yuchen another time, she waved goodbye and turned to leave, while Lin Yuchen remained oblivious to her expression, returning her wave. "Wang Liang, I must warn you, that Chunyu is not to be trusted. It is said she deceives brothers by exploiting her allure to extract spirit stones." Wang Liang suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. "What? You mean Chunyu?" Lin Yuchen gasped, an indescribable discomfort rising within him. He had thought that her attention was drawn by his handsome visage. Yet now someone claimed she intended to swindle him of his spirit stones. Any man would feel disheartened by such revelations. "Surely not. I am merely a poor lad. What could she possibly gain from me?" Lin Yuchen remained skeptical. Wang Liang patted his shoulder and explained, "Lin Yuchen, you may not realize, but everyone believes you to be a relative of the inner sect Shui Yan, and thus they all harbor ulterior motives, hoping that by befriending you, they might gain access to her. I suspect Chunyu is approaching you with this very intention." "What? Who is this Shui Yan? Am I truly her relative? What does this even mean?" Lin Yuchen was momentarily bewildered, with one confusion giving rise to another. "Apparently, you remain unaware." Tang Yu sighed with concern, fearing Lin Yuchen might not be using his full faculties. He then proceeded to share what they knew about Shui Yin and her significance. Instantly, a chill of cold sweat cascaded down Lin Yuchen's spine. As he reflected on the adulation and gifts he had received since joining the Yuchen sect, the reason behind it soon dawned upon him. My esteemed friends, I must attend to urgent matters and take my leave. Until we meet again. A wave of horror washed over Lin Yuchen as he pondered the implications of his presence in the Yuchen sect, realizing that he had unwittingly walked into the lion's den. The enchanting Xian fairy, the beautiful cultivator he had surreptitiously photographed, was indeed the source of his unease, as he had previously offended her gravely. Not to mention the still sleeping Su Huashuang within his spiritual ring. With this understanding, Lin Yuchen felt his soul tremble with fear. He dared not linger any longer to engage in casual conversation with Tang Yu and Wang Liang, fearing that the Shuyan fairy would swiftly arrive to exact her vengeance upon him. The wisest course of action was to depart from the Yuchen sect at once. There are numerous places to cultivate, he thought, aware that nearby were two smaller sects, the Liuhua sect and the Zhushan sect. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an apprenticeship there instead. To his surprise, before he could utter more than a few words, Lin Yuchen felt compelled to flee, leaving Tang Yu and Wang Liang both puzzled. They wished to call after him, but Lin Yuchen had already sprinted a considerable distance away. Wang, where are you going? Brother Lin, you haven't even tested your 5 elements spiritual roots. Wang Liang called out from afar. Upon entering the outer sect, it is essential to assess your 5 elements spiritual roots, for it will determine your future choices in the cultivation of alchemy, talismans, magical artifacts, and formations. Wang Liang's words sparked Lin Yuchen's memory. He recalled that the senior brother who had guided him upon entering the outer sect had mentioned this very matter. Today, 2 significant tasks awaited him, to procure a weapon and to test his 5 elements spiritual roots. Rumor had it that those with exceptional roots might even receive a reward of spiritual stones. Very well, I shall proceed to the testing now. Wang, Tang, I bid you farewell until we meet again, Lin Yuchen declared, turning swiftly towards the 5 elements spiritual root testing center adjacent to the Linglong Pavilion. He reasoned that since he was already making his escape, a brief delay would not be detrimental. Perhaps he might discover his potential and secure some spiritual stones as a means of escape. Quickly, Lin Yuchen entered the testing center. Once inside, a senior brother responsible for the assessment soon guided him to the testing stone. Due to the connection with the Shuyan fairy, Lin Yuchen had become quite the sensation within the outer sect, and his name was known far and wide. Moreover, having just acquired the infamous Scabby sword, his new moniker, Scabby Dust, had also gained considerable renown. The senior brother leading him to the 5 elements test had witnessed Lin Yuchen's transformation into Scabby Dust, and could not help but admire this junior's rapid ascent to fame. While notoriety may not always carry a positive connotation, being known was certainly preferable to remaining in obscurity. Chapter 19. Testing of the 5 elements spiritual roots. The more one is recognized, the more likely they are to attract the attention of those in charge or the elders within the sect, potentially leading to opportunities for becoming a direct disciple, thus soaring to great heights. Conversely, ordinary disciples may spend their lives in anonymity within the outer sect, where their names might fade into oblivion, even should they meet their demise during a cultivation task. Junior Brother Lin, before you lies the detection stone tablet. Please approach it and channel your spiritual energy into the stone to ascertain your elemental roots. Remember, focus is essential should you reveal the possession of multiple roots. The sect will reward you with 100 spirit stones. The guiding senior brother spoke earnestly, unlike the indifferent guardian of Linglong Pavilion, displaying a warm and responsible demeanor. He then gestured towards the 4 independent houses adorned with plaques beside the testing chamber, saying, "Do you see those 4 buildings? They house the Alchemy Pavilion, the Talismans Pavilion, the Smithing Pavilion, and the Formation Pavilion. These are the 4 major divisions established by our sect. If your elemental roots qualify for their recruitment standards, you may choose to join one of them, and you shall also receive spirit stones as a reward. Furthermore, embarking on the path of cultivation, should you become an alchemist, talisman master, smith, or formation master, it will greatly benefit your future endeavors, yielding numerous advantages." Understood. Thank you for your explanation, senior brother. Lin Yuchen raised his gaze towards the colossal detection stone in the center of the courtyard. It was a smooth, ebony slab, towering over 10 meters high and spanning 2 to 3 meters wide, with a handprint indentation at a height of over 1 meter. Seemingly designed for placing one's hand to channel spiritual energy. Junior Brother Lin, since you are prepared, I shall not intrude any further. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Wishing you the best of luck. The senior brother offered a final reminder before departing, leaving Lin Yuchen standing alone before the stone tablet. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuchen approached the detection stone and slowly raised his palm to place it within the handprint indentation. He did not harbor grand expectations of discovering extraordinary roots. He merely hoped for multiple roots. so he could claim the sect's reward of 100 spirit stones and then make his swift exit. As Lin Yuchen prepared to test his elemental roots, disciples from the 4 pavilions gathered outside, eagerly awaiting the results. Their duty involved recruiting new disciples, and they naturally hoped that Lin Yuchen would reveal roots qualifying for their respective pavilions. Among the onlookers, 2 female disciples from the Talisman's pavilion were particularly hopeful. They had received a directive from Supervisor Fang Qingji to recruit several qualified male disciples, but to their dismay, no males had come forth to register that day, jeopardizing their task and risking punishment upon their return. Thus, they fervently wished for Lin Yuchen to manifest a dual root of water and wood, suitable for talisman cultivation. If so, they would ensure he joined their pavilion. In the 4 pavilions, the Talisman's pavilion sought water and wood roots. The Alchemy Pavilion desired fire and wood roots. The Smithing Pavilion favored gold and fire roots, while the Formation Pavilion required earth and wood roots. Naturally, the more diverse the roots, the greater the options available. Some prodigies even possess multiple elemental attributes, excelling as both alchemists and talisman masters. However, such exceptional talents are exceedingly rare, and at least within the Yuchen sect, none have ever emerged. Awareness of Lin Yuchen's impending test had drawn many curious disciples from the Linglong Pavilion Square to follow him inside, eager to witness what elemental roots this seemingly unremarkable junior brother would unveil. They recalled that when Lin Yuchen first underwent the assessment of his cultivation aptitude, he was found to possess the most inferior grade of spiritual root, classified as the 5th rank. One could only wonder what astonishing elemental roots this perpetually surprising disciple, known as the Baldi Chan, would manifest during the examination of the 5 elemental attributes. Lin Yuchen paid little attention to the spectators, for he intended to depart after this day and would not linger in the Yuchen sect. Let others behave as they wish. He placed his hand gently upon the testing stone tablet, and a faint glimmer emanated from his right palm, directly infusing into the stone. Soon, the previously dull, dark surface of the tablet began to transform. First, a green stripe extended from the position of his palm, signifying the wood element. The onlookers exhibited little reaction, accustomed to such occurrences. Following this, a red stripe unfurled from his palm, representing the fire element. The 2 extending stripes were somewhat curved, indicating that his elemental roots were impure, a dual affinity for wood and fire. Though not entirely pure, this combination met the basic entry requirements for an alchemist. Upon witnessing this, the disciples from the Apothecary Pavilion brightened, realizing they could potentially recruit another alchemist. To their astonishment, Lin Yuchen possessed a dual affinity for fire and wood, an impressive feat. Just when they thought this was the extent of his elemental attributes, a yellow stripe emerged from his palm, revealing the earth element. 3 elemental roots. This disciple Lin was indeed remarkable. Some spectators voiced their agreement, nodding in affirmation of this newfound insight. With the wood and earth attributes, Lin Yuchen also qualified for apprenticeship at the Array Pavilion, presenting a promising prospect of becoming an array master. However, the stripes emanating from his palm showed no sign of ceasing. Following the appearance of the yellow stripe, a gray stripe swiftly emerged, signifying the metal element. Astonishing. 4 elemental roots. This Lin disciple was extraordinary, possessing qualifications for an alchemist, an array master, and a blacksmith simultaneously. Such a talent was exceedingly rare. The revelation of the metal element sent the crowd into a fervor, for elemental roots were a rarity seen in the Yuchen sect in centuries. Although the lines representing the roots were not straight and appeared somewhat twisted and impure, even impure 4 elemental roots were still 4 roots. This implied that Lin Yuchen would possess considerable comprehension and enhanced potency when practicing spells pertaining to these 4 elemental arts. Stop! Stop! The water element must not appear. The brother who had guided Lin Yuchen to the assessment uttered anxiously, beads of sweat forming in his palm. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversals. The same applies to elemental roots. The 5 elements generate and counteract each other. Water extinguishes fire, fire melts metal, metal cuts wood, wood absorbs earth, and earth holds water. Should all 5 elemental attributes manifest, the balance of the elements would be disrupted, rendering the roots ineffective and transforming them into a chaotic amalgamation of inferior roots. Although Lin Yuchen's reputation is rather tarnished, the mere prospect of witnessing the emergence of a genius stirs greater excitement among the crowd. Consequently, most present share the sentiments of the earlier senior, fervently wishing that Lin Yuchen would manifest another water spiritual root. Only the 2 female disciples from the Talisman Pavilion eagerly cheer for Lin Yuchen, hoping for yet another water spiritual root, which would fulfill their recruitment criteria. At this moment, however, Lin Yuchen harbors thoughts diverging from those around him. He yearns for another water spiritual root to claim the rewards from the 4 great pavilions, amounting to 400 spirit stones. This would provide him with additional spirit stones for his sustenance and expenditures after his departure from the Yuling sect. Indeed, another azure, twisted line emerges, indicating the appearance of the water's spiritual root. Chapter 20. Pure 5 Elements Spiritual Roots. Instantly, the onlookers deflate, with some already exclaiming in disbelief. Huh. I told you. Lin Yuchen is ineffectual. A mixed 5 elements spiritual root is utterly worthless. The powers of the 5 elements are unevenly dispersed, rendering the practice of 5 elements spells not only ineffective but a hindrance. This is the most inferior mixed 5 elements spiritual root, a rarity among the worst. Many can no longer bear to watch, akin to observing someone play mahjong with an excellent hand, yet inadvertently allowing another to win. At this juncture, some have turned to leave, convinced that Lin Yuchen has indeed earned the infamous title of the Yuling sect's most lackluster disciple. Yet amidst this dismay, only the female disciples of the Talisman Pavilion remain hopeful, relieved that Lin Yuchen meets their recruitment standards, and they must devise a plan to draw him into their ranks. Just as the crowd has concluded that Lin Yuchen possesses the most abysmal mixed 5 elements spiritual root, lines unexpectedly re-emerge on the testing monument. 2 slender lines gradually materialize, one black and one white, intertwining until they slowly transform into the shape of a yin-yang fish. What is this? How can there be black and white spiritual roots? Observing disciples who turned away a moment too late are left bewildered. This exclamation draws back those who had started to depart. Many now gaze curiously at the testing monument. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the yin-yang fish suddenly shatters, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. As the light dissipates, the testing monument reveals 5 vividly colored, straight lines stretching across its surface, devoid of any semblance of disorder. At this moment, silence envelopes the surroundings. The distinction between genius and mediocrity lies in a mere word, yet the chasm between them is vast. In this astonishing instant, all present are rendered speechless. The semblance of a mixed 5 elements spiritual root has vanished, revealing instead a pure 5 elements spiritual root, a talent of extraordinary potential, a prodigy seldom encountered in a millennium. While a mixed 5 elements spiritual root is deemed the most inferior, should the elements be balanced, it aligns with the principle of mutual generation among the 5 elements. Thus, when cultivating fire attribute techniques, one can harness the supportive energy of the wood element within, significantly accelerating the cultivation process. However, this situation is exceedingly rare, requiring the precise balance of the 5 elemental spiritual roots within one's body. Not a fraction more or less will suffice. All 5 elements are harmonious, and it appears the individual possesses pure elemental roots. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment reverberated from within the array pavilion. As the words echoed, a graceful and enchanting figure glided forth from the pavilion, gracing the assembly with her presence. She donned a flowing gown of pale yellow, the high collar accentuating her voluptuous shoulders, and at her waist was tied an exquisite red sachet. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a golden hairpin adorning it, and a vermilion birthmark on her forehead added to her alluring charm. This person was none other than the pavilion master, Lin Yuchen, a third-grade array master of the Foundation establishment realm. She had been observing Lin Yuchen's examination of his elemental roots from within the chamber. Upon recognizing Elder Su, the disciples present immediately bowed in respect, some male disciples even displaying looks of infatuation, their mouths watering at the sight. Clear this area of all unrelated individuals at once and seal the testing ground. Lin Yuchen, come with me to meet the Grand Elder immediately. Lin Yuchen commanded coldly. Disregarding the crowd, something significant is at hand. It appears a momentous event is unfolding. The onlookers felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, their minds racing with speculation. At that moment, disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived to disperse the crowd and promptly sealed off the testing area. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchen leaped into the air, seizing Lin Yuchen by the shoulder and soaring upward towards the summit of the main peak. As a practitioner of the Foundation establishment realm, her mastery of the wind control technique was unparalleled, her pale yellow garment fluttering in the wind as she ascended with remarkable speed. Lin Yuchen had yet to comprehend the situation when he found himself lifted into the air, the rush of wind unsettling his ears. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inadvertently opened his eyes to see the scenery below racing by in reverse. Flight. So this is the sensation of flying. Lin Yuchen recalled the explanations of flight spells in the Qi gathering technique. One could begin practicing the wind control technique upon reaching the 6th layer of Qi gathering, allowing one to soar above the ground. He had not anticipated experiencing this delightful sensation of flight before even reaching the requisite level for wind control, and his heart swelled with joy. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why this ethereal maiden had suddenly seized him and was whisking him toward the mountain's peak. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in channeling spiritual energy into the testing stone, oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. and he was still unaware that his pure elemental root aptitude had caused a significant stir. "Excuse me, where are you taking me? Please put me down." As they ascended rapidly, the rushing landscape below became a blur, causing Lin Yuchen to feel a bit dizzy, prompting him to call out, "Do not speak. We will arrive shortly. I am taking you to meet the Grand Elder." Su Lingyun replied, deftly guiding their flight. Resigned to his situation, Lin Yuchen realized he was suspended in midair, unable to struggle. If he were to fall, it could spell disaster. Lin Yuchen had no choice but to accept reality. However, his mind remained preoccupied with the matter of spirit stones. According to his assessment of the 5 elements' spiritual roots, he qualified for apprenticeship in the 4 esteemed departments: the Pill Refinery, Talisman Pavilion, Weapon Forge, and Array Hall, each offering rewards in the form of spirit stones upon joining. Additionally, he was contemplating another pressing issue. He needed to swiftly claim his spirit stone rewards and depart from the Yuchen sect. Otherwise, if the enchanting Shuyan fairy were to find him, it would be a wonder if he emerged unscathed, especially since he had previously taken Shuhua's spirit energy ring. This would undoubtedly incur her wrath. What if the Shuyan fairy demanded its return? To Lin Yuchen, the spirit energy ring was second only to life itself, a possession he could not afford to lose. Chapter 21. Tung Lanfang. Meanwhile, atop the master peak of the Yuchen sect, within a residence shrouded in mist, the Grand Elder, Fairy Lanfang, sat cross-legged on a couch, draped in white garments as pure as snow, her ebony hair cascading like a waterfall. Her countenance radiated benevolence, her demeanor elegant and composed, exuding a rare beauty with her delicate oval face, phoenix-like eyes, and gracefully arched brows. Although her posture concealed her long, slender legs, the fullness of her bosom gracefully accentuated her white robes, as if beckoning attention. Such a woman undoubtedly possessed an enchanting allure, one that would inspire any man to offer her protection. Curiously, however, Fairy Lanfang had never taken a partner, nor had any man ever garnered her affection. At this moment, she was engaged in conversation with her most cherished disciple, Shuyan, attentively listening to the latter's animated recounting. Dressed simply for the occasion, Fairy Lanfang wore a white silk robe she commonly donned in her private quarters, a comfortable and natural attire resembling a short nightgown that barely reached her thighs, revealing her smooth, white, and toned legs. The sleeves of her robe were short, barely covering her arms, exposing her porcelain wrists. The neckline was loose, revealing her long, graceful neck, with a gentle indentation of her collarbone visible, her shoulder and neck radiating a smooth, pristine beauty, subtly illuminated by the soft glow of her silvery hair. Her overall appearance emanated a vibrant charm, imbued with an air of elegance and nobility. Even in such a casual seated position, she exuded an aura of unattainable beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection of her voluptuous figure, one could discern the faint outline of a pale yellow undergarment beneath her white silk dress, hinting at a tantalizing allure. At this moment, the master and disciple sat facing each other, one exuding a cool innocence, the other a noble sophistication, both embodying rare and exquisite beauty. Shuyan had just returned from her external training, summoned back by Fairy Lanfang due to the recent emergence of a precious artifact. Otherwise, her journey would have continued for some time longer. Despite the interruption of her training, Shuyan harbored no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, she was elated to see her revered master emerge from seclusion upon her return. Shuyan had a multitude of words to share with her esteemed master. Upon returning to the sect and encountering the elegant Lanfang, she chattered incessantly about the events involving the thwarting of the evil cultivators from the Hehuan sect and the acquisition of treasures. Lanfang listened intently, and once Shuyan had finished her tale, she delicately lifted the teacup before her, taking a gentle sip, and then gazed at the fair-faced girl before her. "Shuyan, you claim to have obtained a precious artifact that contains profound insights and truths. Present it for me to behold." "Certainly, master," replied Shuyan, who cautiously retrieved her cherished mobile device from her storage pouch and respectfully handed it over. "Master, the recorded insights are contained within this recording stone. I recall several texts, namely the Tao Te Ching, the Huang Dnei Jing, the Yin Fu Jing, and 2 manuals on cultivation techniques, I Jing Jing and Tai Chi Shu." I skimmed through them hastily, and while the longer passages eluded my memory, I managed to commit the diagrams for I Jing Jing and Tai Chi Shu to memory, which I have since organized. As she spoke, Shuyan produced the neatly arranged volumes of cultivation postures from her pouch and presented them to Lanfang. She had initially contemplated showing her master the earth-level Spellin Yang Sword Qi, but upon recalling that its cultivation method involved rather indelicate dual practice, she feared it might displease her master, thus she ultimately decided against revealing it. "Have you attempted to practice I Jing Jing and Tai Chi Shu? What are the results of your cultivation?" Lanfang inquired, perusing the 2 texts as she spoke. "Indeed, I have practiced them. The speed at which I absorb spiritual energy surpasses even that of the Yu Qing Shang Fang Gong you taught me. I have consistently cultivated these two techniques, and recently, my cultivation level has risen, bringing me closer to a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. I believe these manuals are at least of high-grade mystical tier, Shuiyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Such remarkable progress. This peculiar cultivation method is a first for me, Lan Fang remarked, swiftly flipping through the manuals. With a newfound curiosity, she rose to practice the movements, gracefully extending her limbs, her form elegantly displayed beneath her flowing white gown, revealing a perfectly sculpted silhouette that captivated Shuiyan's gaze. Lan Fang's tall and proportionate figure, with its alluring curves, caused Shuiyan to blush, prompting her to lower her head in an attempt to conceal her flustered state. Inwardly thinking, my master is truly beautiful. Indeed, this is certainly high-grade mystical tier. After completing a round of practice and feeling the swift gathering of spiritual energy, Lan Fang joyfully remarked, Shui, would you be willing to offer these two manuals to the sect? If you agree, I shall certainly request Master Ming to bestow upon you a generous reward. These manuals are suitable for cultivation even among our elders and will significantly enhance our collective prowess. I will abide by your arrangements, Master. Shuiyan replied with delight, recognizing that she had already committed the techniques to memory. The prospect of contributing to the sect while reaping ample rewards was indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. Very well, I shall express gratitude on behalf of our sect. However, I advise caution when practicing these two techniques. It suffices to focus on one at a time. Otherwise, one may risk confusion, which could hinder future advancements in cultivation, remarked Elder Lan Fang, a look of tranquility gracing her features as she stored the two tomes into her spatial pouch. She then picked up her black-screened phone to examine it, yet after a prolonged effort, she could not discern its mystery. Shuiyan hurriedly stepped forward to elucidate, Master. This treasure appears to be safeguarded by a secret protective spell. After I had once perused it, it became like this, and I can no longer access it. Your profound cultivation might allow you to attempt to dispel the restrictions. Very well, I shall give it a try. Elder Lan Fang replied, cradling the phone in her palm, channeling her spiritual energy and consciousness into it, attempting to probe and lift the restrictions. However, after a lengthy period of silence, the device remained cold and unyielding, devoid of any radiant glow. With a slight exclamation of disbelief, she persisted, intensifying her infusion of energy and awareness. Gradually, a faint flush crept onto her cheeks from the exertion, while her breath grew heavier, releasing an alluring rhythm. Alas, I am unable to break the spell. After a fruitless endeavor, Elder Lan Fang finally relinquished her efforts, exhaling softly and furrowing her brow as she spoke. However, I have discerned that there seems to be an energy of lightning within. It is my belief that only a cultivator with a lightning affinity can unlock it. Lightning affinity? What is that? Shuiyan inquired, perplexed. I have only heard of the 5 elemental affinities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Is there truly a lightning affinity? This was the first time she had encountered such terminology. Elder Lan Fang responded, it is only natural that you are unaware, given your lack of exposure. In truth, there are countless affinities in the world. Beyond the 5 elemental roots, there exist many rare and unique affinities, such as those of lightning, wind, ice, and even more extraordinary existences like the pure elemental roots and the roots of creation. However, these affinities are exceedingly rare, seldom recorded even in ancient texts, emerging only once every few millennia, each occurrence stirring the tides of the world. Is it truly that remarkable? Shuiyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Elder Lan Fang chuckled, shaking her head in amusement at her astonished disciple. However, those with such extraordinary affinities are rarely encountered. Perhaps not even one within 10,000 years. Therefore, Shui, do not lose heart. Focus on your cultivation. Yes, I shall heed your teachings, Master. Shuiyan replied earnestly. At that moment, a female disciple hurriedly approached the residence to report, Elder, Steward Su Lingyun has requested an audience. Steward Su? What brings her here? Elder Lan Fang inquired, her brow furrowing at the news. She handed the phone to Shuiyan, signaling her to withdraw, then called out clearly, please let her in. With that, she fixed her bright gaze upon the entrance of the inner courtyard, while Shuiyan departed. Curiosity piqued her interest regarding the sudden visit of the head of the formation pavilion, prompting her to veer towards a nearby window for a glimpse within. Soon, a woman dressed in a pale yellow gown gracefully entered, accompanied by a female disciple, with an outer sect disciple trailing behind. This woman was none other than Su Lingyun, the steward of the formation hall, followed closely by Lin Yuchen. Her visit was undoubtedly prompted by Lin Yuchen's recent revelation of possessing a pure 5-element spiritual root during the spiritual root assessment. As Lin Yuchen entered, He was struck by the noble and elegant visage of the esteemed elder Lan Fang seated at the head of the room. He caught a glimpse of the faint yellow undergarment visible beneath her sheer silk robe, causing his heart to flutter and his cheeks to flush crimson. He hastily averted his gaze, feeling a wave of panic wash over him as his heart raced uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that elder Lan Fang would don such revealing attire. In truth, not only was he taken aback, but elder Lan Fang herself was equally surprised by the presence of a man accompanying Su Lingyun. Had it been only Su Lingyun, she might have felt at ease, considering they were both women. However, the unexpected arrival of an outsider, particularly a male, rendered her uncomfortable, a faint blush gracing her delicate features. Su Lingyun, too, felt the awkwardness of the situation, but found solace in Lin Yuchen's discretion as he refrained from staring at the Grand Elder. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. At that moment, seeing Lin Yuchen divert his gaze, Elder Lan Fang let out a subtle sigh of relief. Swiftly performing a hand gesture to retrieve a long-sleeved robe from her storage pouch, which she donned to modestly conceal herself. Clearing her throat softly, she resumed her usual serious demeanor and inquired, "Su Steward, what brings this child to my presence?" "Esteemed elder, this child is named Lin Yuchen. He astonishingly manifested a pure 5-element spiritual root during the assessment, a matter of great significance. Ling Yun dared not make any unilateral decisions and seeks your judgment," Su Lingyun explained, gently nudging the still bowing Lin Yuchen forward. Startled by her push, Lin Yuchen nearly stumbled but managed to steady himself, averting any potential embarrassment. He had overheard the conversation and realized that the enchanting figure seated above was indeed the Grand Elder of the Yuchen sect, stirring a tumult of emotions within him while simultaneously feeling grateful that he had not inadvertently offended her. However, the mention of the pure 5-element spiritual root left him bewildered, wondering if he had indeed uncovered something extraordinary about himself. "What? A pure 5-element spiritual root?" Elder Lan Fang exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she stood up, her finely arched brows knitting together in concern. "Lingyun, is this truly the case?" "Absolutely. If it were not true, I would not have dared to disturb the Grand Elder," Su Lingyun replied, turning to Lin Yuchen and gently urged, "Lin Yuchen, you should greet the Grand Elder." Disciple Lin Yuchen pays respects to the Grand Elder. Lin Yuchen quickly bowed, showing his reverence. "There's no need for such formalities." Elder Lan Fang waved her hand, her gaze reassessing Lin Yuchen, her thoughts swirling within. As she had just mentioned to Shui Yin, possessing a pure 5-element spiritual root is a rare phenomenon occurring once in a millennium, making it an exceptional seed for cultivation. Due to the harmonious alignment of her spiritual roots with the principles of the 5 elements, her cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid. Furthermore, when practicing spells and techniques related to the 5 elements, she achieves remarkable results with minimal effort. Such prodigies would undoubtedly be highly sought after in any sect, earning the title of a true genius among geniuses. After thoughtful consideration, Elder Lan Fang turned to Su Lingyun and inquired, "Manager Su, now that this child possesses a pure 5-element spiritual root, what do you intend to do?" "Well, since she has a pure 5-element spiritual root, it is only right to have her apprentice as soon as possible. Although our Yuchen sect has thousands of disciples, those with exceptional talent are few and far between. We certainly cannot let such an outstanding disciple slip through our fingers." Su Lingyun replied with a charming smile. Elder Lan Fang, being astute, immediately grasped Su Lingyun's intention. She wished for Lin Yuchen to become her apprentice. However, upon further reflection, she realized that their master was currently in seclusion, and the other elders possessed lesser cultivation skills than herself. Additionally, they were burdened with numerous responsibilities. At first glance, she indeed appeared to be the best candidate. If she were to take him as her disciple, she could cultivate more exceptional talents for the sect in the future. With this thought in mind, she slightly nodded and said, "Allow me to contemplate this matter further. I will observe him for a period, and if he proves suitable, I shall personally guide his cultivation." With that, Su Lingyun was elated, thinking to herself, "What is there to contemplate? Such a promising talent has come knocking. It would be a wonder if you do not nurture him well. Lin Yuchen, please await the elder's arrangements here. I must take my leave. Should the opportunity arise, I welcome you to join the array pavilion, where I will diligently teach you the art of array formations." After speaking, Su Lingyun formed a hand seal and gracefully ascended, preparing to depart. However, seemingly recalling something, she transmitted a message to Elder Lan Fang before leaving. "Elder, regarding Lin Yuchen's recent discovery of his pure 5-element spiritual root, I have ensured that the news is tightly sealed. Yet, as per tradition, such a uniquely gifted prodigy will undoubtedly attract the attention of various sections. Therefore, I advise you to prepare in advance should you wish to take action." Upon hearing this, Elder Lan Fang's heart stirred, yet her expression remained calm. She merely nodded slightly at Su Lingyun in acknowledgement. "Lin Yuchen, regarding your possession of a pure 5-element spiritual root, I will publicly declare it as a mixed 5-element spiritual root. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Do you understand? After Su Lingyun departed, Elder Lanfang pondered for a moment and suddenly instructed Lin Yuchen, who was below, as for taking on an apprenticeship. Once you reach the 7th level of Qi refinement, I will personally guide you. Disciple obeys. I will strive diligently in my cultivation. Upon hearing that Elder Lanfang would personally instruct him, Lin Yuchen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Very well, you may return for now, she concluded. Resuming her seated position with her eyes closed, entering a silent meditative state, Lin Yuchen respectfully bowed to Elder Lanfang before turning to leave. His mind still lingering on the reward of several hundred spirit stones for testing his spiritual roots. However, it seemed that he need not flee after all, as the great elder would provide protection, and it was unlikely that Shui Yin would trouble him excessively. Shortly after Lin Yuchen departed, Elder Lanfang called Shui Yin back. Shui'er, the disciple named Lin Yuchen has tested positive for a pure 5-element spiritual root, a rare and extraordinary talent that appears once in a millennium. I wish to take him as my personal disciple, making him your junior brother. With vigorous cultivation, he could potentially become a pillar of our Yuqing sect in the future. What are your thoughts on this? Master, I, Shui Yin, have already seen Lin Yuchen from the window earlier, and recalling his previous actions, I felt an inexplicable anger. Hearing Master inquire about my opinion, I initially intended to voice my objections. Yet, as a disciple, how could I dare to contradict Master? Perhaps you have your own considerations in making this decision, so I swallowed my words and respectfully replied, I will follow Master's arrangements. If Lin Yuchen becomes my junior brother, I will certainly assist him. Elder Lanfang smiled knowingly, satisfied with her disciple's response. However, the reason she sought Yao Yu's opinion was due to her subsequent inquiry. Unsure of whether it would provoke her disciple's dissent, after a brief pause, she affectionately asked, then, what if Master wishes for you to form a partnership with him in the future? Would you be willing? Ah, Master, why? According to your previous arrangements, I have already been betrothed to Yi Feng, the son of the national master of Xuanwu Kingdom. This would not be appropriate. A fleeting image of Lin Yuchen's refined and handsome visage surfaced in Shui Yan's mind. While he might not be extraordinarily handsome, he was certainly more appealing than her fiancé, whom she had never met. At the very least, Lin Yuchen was not unpleasant to her, and he had been the first man to leave a lasting impression on her. Having seen her body, I ask you, Shui'er, do you wish for this? As for the matters concerning the Yi family, I will handle them, and you may simply annul the engagement later. Elder Lanfang's decision was prompted by a remark made by Su Lingyun upon her departure, emphasizing the rarity of a talent like Lin Yuchen, who could not be found elsewhere in the entire Xianzhou. For the sake of the Yuqing sect, she was determined to find a way to retain such an individual for the benefit of the sect. It is often said that heroes struggle to resist the allure of beauty. To secure Lin Yuchen's allegiance, she felt compelled to employ some subtlety, hoping that her charming and exquisite disciple, Shui Yin, could win his heart. This strategy would further ensure that the Yuqing sect could gain a disciple with a pure 5-element spiritual root. Moreover, with the impending 100 Dynasties War drawing near, cultivating additional talent for the Yuqing sect was paramount, as it could prove invaluable in the forthcoming conflict. As the great elder of the Yuqing sect, fostering disciples and strengthening the sect's power was indeed her responsibility. In her heart, Shui Yin replayed the image of Lin Yuchen, who did not seem so disagreeable after all, possessing a certain scholarly charm. Moreover, Lin Yuchen had once gazed upon her body. Thus, he must bear some responsibility towards her. Contemplating these thoughts, Shui Yin ultimately resolved to heed her master's arrangements. The union of marriage is traditionally dictated by one's parents and the will of the master. I shall comply with my master's wishes. Upon uttering these words, Shui Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, blooming like a flower, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation emerged within her. Chapter 23. The Jade Clear Sex Market. Although Elder Lanfang intended to take Lin Yuchen as her disciple, to ensure his safety, only Lin Yuchen, Elder Lanfang, Shui Yin, and Su Lingyun were privy to the truth. Thus, to the other disciples, Lin Yuchen remained an ordinary outer sect disciple, specifically, one deemed a waste due to his mixed elemental roots. Upon exiting Elder Lanfang's residence, Lin Yuchen hurriedly made his way to the testing grounds. Eager to join the 4 departments, the Pill Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion, Forging Pavilion, and Array Pavilion. Each department promised a reward of 100 spirit stones, a benefit too good to pass up. Junior brother Lin, you wish to join our Pill Pavilion? A discerning choice indeed. We excel in alchemy, and should you join us, you will certainly learn much about the art of pill making. Junior brother Lin, your vision is commendable. Our Forging Pavilion is best suited for you. Behold, this flying sword is my latest creation. It is truly magnificent and far superior to your ragged sword. Thus, Lin Yuchen successfully joined all 4 pavilions. However, The most delighted were the two senior sisters from the Talisman Pavilion, as they had previously been burdened with tasks from the steward. With the completion of their duties, they were now free from punishment. 400 spirit stones in hand. After registering and claiming his rewards, Lin Yuchen's storage pouch now contained 437 spirit stones, making him a modestly wealthy individual for the time being. He then decided to peruse the sales counters of the 4 pavilions, hoping to acquire some treasures for his cultivation and daily needs. Upon visiting the pill pavilion, he encountered an array of peculiar pills, healing pills, energy restoration pills, beauty pills, and so on. These ordinary pills were reasonably priced, costing only a few spirit stones each. However, the aggregation pills, which could aid in enhancing one's cultivation, were exorbitantly priced, selling for hundreds of spirit stones each. According to a senior brother's introduction, consuming one could elevate a practitioner below the 3rd level of qi refining by a tier, while those above the 3rd level would require multiple doses. Lin Yuchen gazed longingly at a vial of aggregation pills. He was nearing the 4th level of qi refining. If he consumed a few daily, he could likely reach the 5th level in no time. Yet, upon reflection, with his spirit energy ring to aid him, he simply needed to devote himself to diligent practice. And opportunities for breakthroughs would surely arise. Why squander spirit stones on a single aggregation pill? Thus, Lin Yuchen did not purchase much at the alchemy pavilion and decided to visit the neighboring weapon forging pavilion. To his dismay, the weapons and artifacts on sale were exorbitantly priced, starting at several thousand spirit stones. The array maps at the array pavilion were similarly steep, beginning at 1,000 spirit stones. Finally, he ventured into the talisman's pavilion, where he discovered a few items of interest that were within his financial reach. He acquired a low-tier sound transmission talisman for 100 spirit stones. Next, he purchased a low-tier transformation talisman, which could alter one's appearance and form. Recalling his previous experience of disguising himself as a woman to deliver food for Aunt Shin, he promptly bought one. He also seized a low-tier invisibility talisman, a valuable asset that allowed one to conceal their presence. Furthermore, he acquired a low-tier immobilization talisman, capable of restraining an enemy for the duration of a single incense stick burn, also priced at 100 spirit stones, an excellent item for life-saving situations. As a disciple of the Talisman Pavilion, Lin Yuchen received a discount of 20 spirit stones on his total purchase of 4 talismans, bringing the total to 380 spirit stones. After the transaction, Lin Yuchen found his spirit stones dwindled to a mere 57, leading him to lament the fleeting nature of his wealth. In an instant, he transitioned from a modest fortune to abject poverty. Thus, he began contemplating methods to swiftly amass spirit stones. After consulting with a senior brother about the avenues available for external disciples to earn spirit stones, Lin Yuchen learned that there were primarily 4 methods. First, every external disciple received a monthly stipend of 4 spirit stones at the beginning of each month. Second, by undertaking sect missions, which offered varying spirit stone rewards. Third, by venturing into the wilderness to slay beasts, mine ores, and seek out spiritual plants, all of which could be exchanged for spirit stones with the sect. Fourth, by seizing spirit stones from others. Having clarified how to acquire spirit stones, Lin Yuchen felt that his journey as an external disciple would soon become quite demanding. There was no escaping the rules of this cultivation world. Spirit stones served not only as currency, but could also be melted down to enrich the surrounding spiritual energy, aiding in one's cultivation. The more spirit stones one possessed, the easier it became to ascend to power, making them an essential resource for cultivators. Gazing into his empty storage pouch, Lin Yuchen felt a sudden yearning for spirit stones. Silently encouraging himself, he thought, Lin Yuchen, you can do this. Strive forward. One day you shall become a wealthy cultivator with a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At that time, you can purchase whatever you desire and live freely as a prosperous cultivator. However, just as he exited the 4 great pavilions, Lin Yuchen encountered a familiar face he least wished to see. It was none other than senior sister Shui Yinyan. What brings you to the marketplace? Lin Yuchen inquired, his countenance paling as he beheld the stunning woman, her frosty expression fixed upon him. I've come specifically to find you. Follow me. Shui Yinyan huffed, striding towards a nearby courtyard. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuchen followed her. The 2 individuals arrived at the edge of the spiritual pond in the courtyard. Snowsmoke first sought a shaded spot to sit down. Turning to the following Lin Yuchen, she said, Lin Yuchen, let us converse. About what? Lin Yuchen feigned ignorance. About matters between us, Snowsmoke replied, her tone laden with meaning. Though their master intended for her to become Lin Yuchen's partner, that did not absolve him of the previous incident where he surreptitiously recorded her using a shadow stone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen's expression subtly shifted, realizing that his greatest fear was indeed manifesting. Are you aware of how to use this artifact? I cannot activate it at the moment. Help me lift the restrictions. Just as Lin Yuchen found himself at a loss, Snow Smoke suddenly produced a black-screened phone from her storage pouch and coldly handed it to him. "Ah, is this not my phone?" Upon seeing his long-lost device, Lin Yuchen was instantly filled with excitement. "What do you mean, your phone? This artifact is called a phone. This clearly belongs to me. I found it, hence it is mine. Quickly lift the restrictions. It is unusable now, and I need it." As Lin Yuchen took the phone, he quickly realized it was out of battery, deducing that Snow Smoke must have drained it. He recalled that on the day he lost his phone, it still had nearly a quarter of its charge. "And you must also return that ring you took from the female evil cultivator that day," Snow Smoke continued. "That? I lost the ring." Lin Yuchen hastily conjured an excuse. "Lost? How could that be? That was a treasure fiercely protected by the female evil cultivator at her death. It must be a formidable artifact. How could you have simply misplaced it? Do you not wish to return it to me?" Snow Smoke's gaze sharpened as she interrogated Lin Yuchen, her words laced with the pressure of a 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivator, making him uneasy. "I speak the truth. After I fled that day, I ran so hastily that I did not even notice the ring had fallen. Besides, if that ring were indeed a powerful artifact, how could I still be so weak? I would have long since wielded that treasure to vanquish my foes," Lin Yuchen lamented, shaking his head in feigned regret. Snow Smoke listened to Lin Yuchen's words with skepticism. It seemed he had a point. After all, she had never possessed the ring and had no knowledge of its potency. So she decided not to dwell on the matter. However, regarding the phone artifact, she was resolute, pointing at the device in Lin Yuchen's hand and commanding, "Fine, I shall not linger on this matter. If you lost it, so be it. But you must lift the restrictions on this phone artifact now, and permanently remove the restrictions before returning it to me, for I intend to use it daily." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen felt a wave of despair. "Senior sister, I cannot assist you with that. The phone is out of battery, and there is nowhere to charge it here. Without power, it is inoperative." "What do you mean by out of battery? Do not use such excuses to evade me. Just answer. Will you or will you not lift the restrictions? If you do not assist me in this, I shall show you what consequences await." Xueyin was determined that Lin Yuchen had a solution, and she felt that her junior might be spinning tales. To teach him a lesson, she flicked her storage bag, causing a sword to leap forth. With a deft gesture, the sword soared forward, hovering ominously before Lin Yuchen's forehead. With a triumphant tone, she declared, "Decide for yourself whether you will lift the restrictions. Do you believe I want to pierce you with this blade?" This beautiful senior sister was indeed unpredictable. Just moments ago, she had been conversing amicably, and now she brandished her weapon. Lin Yuchen felt the chilling glow emanating from the flying sword, a palpable threat that was unmistakably real. Still unfamiliar with Xueyin, he could not ascertain whether she would truly harm him. "Sister, please put away the sword. I will handle it. I promise to find a way to recharge the phone and restore it to normal." He thought to himself that preserving his life took precedence, and it was best to soften his stance for now. He would figure out how to charge the phone later. I doubt you would dare deceive me. Hurry up." Xueyin huffed, retracting the flying sword. Lin Yuchen exhaled a sigh of relief, yet internally, he felt a pang of uncertainty. The only solution he could conceive was to create a small generator to recharge the phone, but this required time and materials. He decided to explain his predicament candidly. "Sister, I can't do it all at once. How about you give me some time? I will find a way to activate it as quickly as possible. The phone needs recharging. I must first find a magnet, make a coil, and craft a generator before I can proceed." After pausing, he timidly inquired, "By the way, sister, could you tell me where I might find a magnet?" Lin Yuchen felt confident about constructing the coil, as it merely required intertwining conductive wires. But magnets were harder to come by, so he sought advice in advance. "A magnet? What is that?" Xueyin observed that Lin Yuchen did not seem to be lying. Rather than chastising him, she asked curiously, eager to assist, hoping that he could swiftly lift the restrictions on the phone. "It's a type of stone that can attract iron," Lin Yuchen explained. "Ah, the Xian magnet ore. There's plenty of it in the forging pavilion. The disciples in the refining room can take it freely. Since you have joined the forging pavilion, it's not a problem." "All right, I understand, sister. Give me a month, and I will definitely create a generator to activate the phone." Lin Yuchen responded, invigorated. With the knowledge of physics he possessed from his world, he believed he could fashion a small generator within a month, given the right materials. He intended to reclaim his phone and address the charging issue. "Return my phone. Do you think you can just stash it in your storage bag and run away?" Xueyin seized the phone from Lin Yuchen's hands, carefully stowing it back in her storage bag. With unwavering determination, she stated, "I will keep the phone until you can activate it. A month is too long. I will give you 15 days. If you cannot lift the restrictions by then, you shall face the consequences." With that, she departed without waiting for Lin Yuchen's agreement or refusal, sweeping her sleeve as she left. Lin Yuchen stood rooted in place, a wry smile escaping his lips as he contemplated the absurdity of crafting a generator in half a month. Why not ask him to build an aircraft carrier? Thus, the urgency of Lin Yuchen's upcoming tasks escalated. Chapter 24. The Talisman's Pavilion. Within the confines of the Talisman's Pavilion, Zhong Chu, brimming with joy, made her way to seek the assistance of Chief Steward Fong in inscribing talismans to enhance the power of a newly acquired magical artifact. As she traversed the courtyard upon entering, she spotted a charming and lovely girl clad in green, diligently harvesting the spiritual herbs cultivated within. Zhong Chu recognized her as Song Yanan, the niece of Chief Steward Fong. Given her intention to request Fong Qingji's aid, she felt compelled to extend courtesy towards Fong Qingji's niece. With a forced smile, she greeted, "Junior Sister Song, are you gathering herbs? Do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing the voice, Song Yanan turned to face her, her expression devoid of the usual sweet smile, responding coolly, "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." It was evident from her demeanor that Song Yanan harbored little fondness for Zhong Chu. Disheartened by the interaction, Zhong Chu turned away in discontent, inwardly thinking, "Humph. If it weren't for Fong Qingji, do you think I would bother to converse with you?" After this brief encounter, Zhong Chu departed, while Song Yanan resumed her task of gathering the necessary herbs amidst the spiritual flora in the courtyard. Due to a promise made to her aunt Fong Qingji, she needed to hasten her collection of herbs to concoct ink treasures, striving to successfully inscribe her very first talisman. Only by achieving this milestone could she accompany her aunt on the expedition to the ancient beast's grave of the Fire Qilin. Song Yanan eagerly anticipated this exploration, hoping it would unveil her own fortuitous opportunities. Cultivators rely on serendipity and luck in their practice. Growing up under Fong Qingji's care, she had been spared many perils on her path, but, in doing so, had also stifled her chances of seizing opportunities for cultivation. Song Yanan yearned to prove to others that she was not merely a delicate girl reliant on her aunt. She aspired to be seen as an independent and ambitious cultivator. The courtyard of the Talisman's Pavilion was adorned with numerous spiritual herbs, all carefully transplanted from the wild by Fong Qingji, nurtured with precision for her convenience. At that moment, Song Yanan was crouched in a corner of the courtyard, meticulously arranging the herbs while silently contemplating her next steps. Just then, a man's voice unexpectedly resonated behind her. Startled, Song Yanan quickly rose and turned around, her brow furrowing in displeasure as she chastised, "Who is it? How dare you come into the Talisman's Pavilion? Do you not know that male disciples are forbidden entry here?" The intruder was Lin Yuchen, who had joined the Pill Pavilion, Talisman's Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, and Array Pavilion all at once the previous day. As such, he was now permitted to traverse the domains of the four pavilions. He had come to the Talisman's Pavilion to report to Chief Steward Fong. In the days to come, Lin Yuchen intended to dedicate each day to learning from a different department, gradually mastering the four skills of alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact forging, and array formation. Lin Yuchen approached this mode of learning with meticulous planning, reminiscent of his university days in his own world. The study of the four departments mirrored the four disciplines encountered in academia, and Lin Yuchen intended to tackle them concurrently, aspiring to master the skills of alchemy, talisman drawing, weapon forging, and formation arrangement at the swiftest pace possible. Today, serendipity led Lin Yuchen to the Talisman Pavilion, where, en route to pay his respects to Fong Qingji, he fortuitously encountered Song Yanan. Their prior meeting had occurred when he assisted Aunt Shun in delivering a meal to Fong Qingji. Although he had been disguised as a woman then, likely rendering him unrecognizable to her now, Lin Yuchen smiled faintly and replied courteously, "Junior sister, you are mistaken. I am Lin Yuchen, a newly admitted disciple of the Talisman Pavilion, here to pay my respects to Supervisor Fong." Upon hearing this, Song Yanan's brows slightly relaxed, yet she maintained her vigilance. "So you are Lin Yuchen? I have heard of you. However, my aunt is currently occupied and likely cannot meet you." Noting the cool reception, Lin Yuchen chose not to engage further, bidding her farewell before continuing towards the main hall to seek out Supervisor Fong. After a short journey, he reached the main hall adjacent to the spirit pool. A staircase connected him directly to the grand edifice that loomed before him, reminiscent of the majestic palaces he had seen on Blue Star, exuding an air of authority. From a distance, the hall's roof, adorned with vibrant golden glazed tiles, shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, creating a striking spectacle. As Lin Yuchen ascended the steps, a familiar figure emerged from the hall, descending the stairs with an icy glare. "Lin Yuchen, is that you? You irritate me. Step aside and do not obstruct my path." The speaker was Zhong Chu, who had just concluded her business with Supervisor Fong, seeking assistance in enhancing a talisman. Unbeknownst to her, she would encounter Lin Yuchen upon exiting. Lin Yuchen had become quite renowned within the Yuchen sect, yet the enmity between them had festered deeply. The more Lin Yuchen flourished, the more Zhong Chu's resentment simmered. Hence, her tone was far from cordial upon this unexpected meeting. Were they not in a safe zone, she might have resorted to violence, as the sect did not prohibit such actions, even against prodigious disciples. "With the road open before us, let us each take our own path. What madness is this? Truly, the ugly attract trouble. Lin Yuchen, undeterred by Zhong Chu's hostility, retorted defiantly. Thus, one ascended the staircase while the other descended, neither yielding an inch, until they nearly collided. Ultimately, their paths did cross. Though Zhong Chu appeared unremarkable, her figure was anything but. She possessed a compelling physique. Lin Yuchen's shoulder met hers without inflicting any pain, instead offering an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. You will not have a good end, Lin Yuchen. Just wait. I will not let this go. Zhong Chu, furious but restrained from acting against him in this space, clutched her chest, her face flushed, and hurriedly retreated. As Zhong Chu departed, Lin Yuchen shrugged and continued ascending the steps, preparing to pay a visit to Manager Fong. Meanwhile, Zhong Chu, her face flushed with embarrassment, rushed out of the talisman pavilion and upon returning to her quarters, was consumed by a fiery anger. Damn that scoundrel! She cursed, infuriated. The spot where Lin Yuchen had collided with her shoulder still tingled with a strange, electric sensation that was almost unbearable. Fearing she might have been injured by Lin Yuchen's shoulder, she hastily unbuttoned her garment to reveal her shoulder blades, shedding her tight-fitting undergarment to inspect the area. Zhong Chu's shoulder skin was remarkably fair and delicate, akin to the lustrous white jade, starkly contrasting with the complexion of her face, as if they belonged to entirely different individuals. Just then, a buzzing sound erupted from the communication jade talisman within her storage pouch, indicating someone was trying to reach her. Elated by the prospect of communication, Zhong Chu swiftly donned her clothing and retrieved the jade talisman to answer the call. Upon connecting, a caring voice emanated from the talisman, inquiring, "Yaoer, it has been a while since we last spoke. How have you been?" The voice belonged to someone very dear to Zhong Chu, and delighted by the familiar tone, she engaged in conversation, adopting a playful demeanor completely unlike her usual self at the Yuchen sect, as if she had transformed into another person with a different voice. They began by discussing their respective lives and cultivation progress, before the voice shifted to a more pressing matter. "Yaoer, how goes your search for that extraordinary treasure? Is it within the Yuchen sect?" Zhong Chu responded with a hint of disappointment. "Not yet, mother. Over the past few years, I have secretly scoured many corners of the Yuchen sect, yet there has been no sign of that treasure. Mother, could it be that it is not even within the Yuchen sect? Searching here feels utterly futile. I truly miss you and wish to return home. Please let me go. I no longer want to stay here. Let us seek it elsewhere." "Yaoer, why do you waver again? That treasure is the mountain and sea map, one of the 8 supreme artifacts of the primordial era. If we can find it, it will be our clan's unparalleled support, enabling us to unite the demon race. It would be a tremendous achievement for you. My dear Yaoer, I apologize for the hardship. Just endure a little longer and keep searching diligently." The gentle voice continued, comforting Zhong Chu. "Last time, you mentioned that the Yuchen sect would hold an outer sect competition for entry into the inner sect by year-end. Striving to enter the inner sect will surely grant you access to many of the sect's hidden places. Yaoer, keep pushing forward. Your mother believes you will surely uncover the mountain and sea map, and you will become the most accomplished maiden of our clan." Encouraged by her mother's soothing words, Zhong Chu swiftly regained her fighting spirit, once again brimming with determination. The mother and daughter conversed for a while longer, sharing updates on their lives, before the communication was abruptly severed. Zhong Chu stored the jade talisman away, gazing vacantly out of the window. Soon after, she retrieved a formation flag from her storage pouch and planted it firmly within her quarters, sealing off her room. Subsequently, she shed her garments and stepped into the bathing tub within her room. Strangely, in addition to undressing, she also reached to remove a human skin mask that adorned her face. As the mask was lifted, Zhong Chu revealed her true visage. She was strikingly beautiful and dignified, with a high-bridged nose and delicate, harmonious features that bore a resemblance to those of Western descent. However, curiously, on either side of her forehead, above her eyebrows, there were 2 symmetrical protrusions, small golden horns, akin to those of a true dragon. In reality, Zhong Chu was a dragon maiden of the dragon clan. The grotesque appearance she presented to the outer disciples of the Yuling sect was merely a guise. The name Zhong Chu was not her true name. She was actually called Long Yaoer. Time passed swiftly, and as the setting sun dipped towards the west, Lin Yuchen's process of reporting to Fong Qingji came to an end. He found himself assigned, much to Fong Qingji's chagrin, to assist her niece, Song Yan'an, who was to impart to him the fundamentals of talisman knowledge. Lin Yuchen's unfavorable reception by Fong Qingji stemmed from her initial intention to recruit robust male disciples. However, to her dismay, no one came forward except for the slender and scholarly Lin Yuchen. Upon seeing his physique, Fong Qingji lost interest and, with little enthusiasm to teach him, handed a foundational talisman book to Xiao Chun before relegating him to Song Yan'an, ostensibly to have her instruct him, but in truth, to utilize him as free labor. Song Yan'an was somewhat reluctant about this arrangement, while Lin Yuchen, on the other hand, was quite content, as he found following the beautiful senior sister to be an enjoyable pursuit, particularly since he was at a loss with his hand-crank generator. As soon as Fang Qingji completed her arrangements, Lin Yuchen promptly pursued Song Yinan, calling out senior sister incessantly. Song Yinan recognized Lin Yuchen as the annoying man who had spoken behind her back, and she met him with a frosty demeanor, sternly admonishing him in her senior sister's tone. I have told you repeatedly, do not call me junior sister. Address me as senior sister. You are new here, and regardless of age, you must call me senior sister. That is impossible. I cannot bring myself to do so. You are half a head shorter than me and look so youthful. Clearly, you are a junior sister. Lin Yuchen seemed to relish in provoking Song Yinan, finding amusement in her irritation. When she was upset, her lips would slightly pout and her delicate brows would furrow, creating a uniquely charming allure. Very well. Call me whatever you wish. I can't be bothered with you. Those senior brothers and sisters were right. You are nothing but a nuisance. Song Yinan, exasperated, quickened her pace in an attempt to shake off Lin Yuchen. Unfazed, Lin Yuchen continued to trail her closely. Where are you going, junior sister? Today is my first day at the Talisman Pavilion, and Manager Fang instructed you to familiarize me with the basic talisman knowledge. Why don't we find a quiet place for you to explain it to me in detail? Yet, Song Yinan appeared quite averse to Lin Yuchen, clearly unwilling to spend time with him. With a frown, she replied, absolutely not. I am busy and have no time to explain anything to you. The talisman knowledge you wish to learn is all in the beginner's talisman book that my aunt just gave you. Can't you read it yourself? I refuse to teach you. As she spoke, Song Yinan briskly walked away, warning Lin Yuchen not to follow her, or she would use her flying sword to poke him. Seeing Song Yinan retreat, Lin Yuchen, unwilling to concede defeat, hastily followed her. Chapter 26. The Inner Door. Murong Fu. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, and after several days, Song Yinan had grown accustomed to Lin Yuchen's persistent following. Eventually, she dismissed him entirely, treating him as though he were invisible, engrossed in her own pursuits. Recently, she had been preoccupied with the preparation of talisman ink, eager to create her first talisman. On this particular day, she successfully completed the ink mixture, needing only to procure some talisman paper to commence her drawing. However, the Talisman Pavilion lacked low-tier talisman paper for her practice, prompting Song Yinan to venture to the storefront of the Talisman Pavilion located in front of Linglong Square, with Lin Yuchen dutifully trailing behind her. After retrieving the talisman paper, she intended to begin her drawing in the store itself, spreading her brushes and ink across the counter to work. Lin Yuchen stood beside her, observing as if he were a student eager to learn the art of talisman drawing. Although Lin Yuchen was not well versed in drawing talismans, he possessed some theoretical knowledge gleaned from books. He understood that the process of drawing talismans required finesse, precision in ink application, and control over the flow of spiritual energy. Even the slightest deviation could result in failure. His comprehension was limited to theory, lacking the practical skills necessary to produce effective talismans. Nevertheless, given that Song Yinan had studied under Fang Qingji for an extended period, she was likely to possess the requisite knowledge. While Song Yinan diligently focused on her talisman drawing, Lin Yuchen, feeling somewhat bored, began to explore the store. Initially, 2 female disciples were tending to the shop, but upon the arrival of Song Yinan and Lin Yuchen, the 2 had cheerfully excused themselves to attend to other matters. Just as Lin Yuchen was attempting to draw a talisman on a blank sheet of paper, he was startled by a commotion outside the store. Looking out, he noticed a handsome young disciple, accompanied by a gaggle of female disciples who were fawning over him, calling out to Murong Shixiang in a manner reminiscent of infatuated fans in the modern world. The very Murong Shixiang at the center of attention was the object of the girl's admiration. Initially engrossed in her drawing, Song Yinan was distracted by the noise outside. Upon recognizing her longtime crush, the inner disciple Murong Shixiang, she excitedly dropped her brush and stood up, ready to wave and call out to him, eager to join the throng of admirers. Seeing Song Yinan abandon her talisman drawing mid-task left Lin Yuchen with a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, Song Yinan hurriedly waved her hands, calling out to the encircled Murong Fu, Murong Shixiang, have you returned to the sect today? Have you finished your training outside? I missed you so much. Upon hearing her voice, Murong Fu turned and immediately spotted the charming and radiant Song Yinan. He eagerly waved back, replying, Sister Yinan, what a coincidence. Are you here to tend the shop today? I was just thinking of coming to the Talisman Pavilion to buy some talismans. As he spoke, he navigated through the crowd towards the counter where Song Yinan was standing. It was hardly surprising that someone as delightful and beautiful as Song Yinan would be well-liked. Thus, Murong Fu's familiarity with her was not unexpected. The female disciples who had previously surrounded Murong Fu displayed evident displeasure at his departure, yet they could do little about it, for their own appearances paled in comparison to Song Yinan's. With her striking figure and beauty, coupled with the support of Master Fang from the Talisman Pavilion, she effortlessly overshadowed them. With no other option, they dispersed, unwilling to witness the jealousy brewing between Song Yanan and Murong Fu. Upon reaching the counter, Murong Fu found himself captivated by the charming and sweet Song Yanan. Eager to engage with her, he momentarily set aside his intent to purchase talismans and instead struck up a lively conversation, enthusiastically sharing the interesting experiences from his recent expedition. Song Yanan, who had long harbored admiration for Murong Fu, was more than eager to converse with him. Junior Sister Yanan, I will be staying at the sect for a few days before embarking on another adventure. Yesterday, I acquired a treasure map at an auction in Luocheng and plan to seek out the treasure on my next outing. Would you be interested in joining me? We might uncover some remarkable treasures. Murong Fu excitedly proposed, his clear eyes occasionally drifting towards Song Yanan's figure, unable to suppress a swallow of anticipation. Absolutely. But since you are already at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and I am merely at the 6th level, would you not find me a burden? She replied, a hint of concern in her voice. Not at all. Having a companion on the treasure hunt is beneficial. We can look out for each other. Murong Fu insisted eagerly. Treasure hunting, what a farce. Clearly, there are ulterior motives at play. Lin Yuchen, who had been overlooked, listened to their conversation and felt a surge of frustration at Song Yanan's naive notions. Murong Fu's occasional flattery only intensified his irritation. If Song Yanan were akin to a pure little rabbit, then Murong Fu was undoubtedly a cunning wolf. At that moment, Murong Fu seemed to finally notice Lin Yuchen, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Oh, and who might this junior brother be? I recall that the Talisman Pavilion never accepts male disciples. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is Lin Yuchen, a recent addition to our sect under the tutelage of my aunt. This is Murong Fu, the second most skilled disciple among the inner sect. Song Yanan quickly interjected, tugging at Lin Yuchen's sleeve, urging him to greet Murong Fu properly lest he provoke the latter's displeasure. Greetings, senior brother, Lin Yuchen said coldly, offering a slight bow to Murong Fu. Murong Fu had observed their subtle exchanges and felt a cloud of discontent settle over him as his gaze narrowed. It seemed Lin Yuchen shared a close rapport with junior sister Yanan. Junior brother Lin, no need for formalities. I perceive that you possess remarkable poise. You are destined for greatness. Murong Fu exclaimed with a grin. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother, Lin Yuchen replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. At this moment, Song Yanan also perceived that Lin Yuchen's attitude towards Murong Fu seemed rather unfriendly. However, she merely attributed it to Lin Yuchen's jealousy of her senior's striking appearance and formidable cultivation, without further contemplation. She took the initiative to invite Murong Fu to sit down and inquired about the talismans he required. Thank you, Sister Yanan, but there's no need to trouble yourself. During my recent excursion, I purchased a bracelet made of mysterious jade. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it also aids in cultivation. Just a moment. Let me fetch it for you and place it on your wrist myself. As he spoke, Murong Fu retrieved a pair of vibrant green jade bracelets from his storage pouch and presented them to Song Yanan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Thank you, Brother Murong. Your thoughtfulness leaves me at a loss for words, Song Yanan replied with a smile gracing her lips. Murong Fu reveled in the sight of her bashful expression, his gaze falling upon her bosom, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He mused to himself, I hope that person did not deceive me. If I could make Sister Yanan mine, 1,000 spirit stones would be worth it. Lost in his thoughts, Murong Fu did not notice as Song Yanan took the box from his hands and began to adorn herself with the bracelet. By the time he regained his senses, she had already finished putting it on. He had initially hoped to take the opportunity to hold her delicate hand, but now he had to relinquish that desire. Sister, do you like it? Murong Fu concealed his disappointment and donned a refined demeanor once more. Yes, it's quite beautiful. You are truly kind, brother, Song Yanan sweetly replied. Ah, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again another day. Song Yanan nodded repeatedly in agreement, watching until Murong Fu's figure vanished before retracting her gaze. She lowered her head to gently caress the jade bracelet on her wrist, a smile lingering on her face as she resolved to keep the mysterious jade bracelet safe. Humph, hypocrite. Suddenly, a voice laced with derision pierced the air. Startled, Song Yanan turned to find Lin Yuchen's indifferent expression, her displeasure evident as she frowned. Lin Yuchen, what on earth is your problem? Lin Yuchen curled his lip in disdain. What? Are you unhappy? Just look at how Murong Fu was leering at you earlier. TSK, TSK. His words caused Song Yanan's cheeks to flush crimson. She glared at him and retorted, Be quiet. I warn you not to speak recklessly. Brother Murong is not that kind of person. As she spoke, she removed the mysterious jade bracelet Murong Fu had given her, placing it carefully in her bosom, and turned to ascend the stairs, adopting an air of indifference towards Lin Yuchen. Once Song Yanan had departed, Lin Yuchen found himself devoid of interest in practicing his talisman drawing. Instead, he began to examine the shop's talismans. Soon enough, A talisman named Heavenly Thunder Talisman caught his eye. Isn't this the talisman that senior sister Shuyan used to attack Su Huashuang? Why is it here as well? Lin Yuchen murmured to himself. He recalled the formidable power of Shuyan's Heavenly Thunder Talisman, which had left a lasting impression on him. Capable of effortlessly dispatching a foundational cultivator, truly astonishing. However, the talisman in his hand was merely a low-tier Heavenly Thunder Talisman, although it possessed considerable lethality. It paled in comparison to Shuyan's previous talisman, lacking even 1% of its might. Despite this, the price still demands 1,000 spirit stones. How impoverished! How exorbitant! Alas, it seems I must devise a way to earn spirit stones. Lin Yuchen sighed in distress. In the realm of cultivation, every endeavor requires funds, and without spirit stones, one is truly rendered immobile. Chapter 27. The wretched bronze sword. Upon returning to his dwelling that day, Lin Yuchen began pondering the means to acquire spirit stones. After careful consideration, it appeared that he must venture into the wilderness to slay ferocious beasts, exchanging their spoils for spirit stones at the sect. Or perhaps engage in mining or herb gathering in the wild to trade for the same. These were the only viable methods to amass spirit stones expeditiously. Through days of rigorous training, Lin Yuchen's cultivation had advanced remarkably. He had unknowingly ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. If he were to embark on an excursion, he believed he could likely evade encounters with foundational cultivators like Shui Huashuang. Thus, Lin Yuchen commenced planning his expedition, which would also allow him to avoid Shui Yan. To be frank, he still harbored little confidence in the hand-crank generator. However, venturing into the unknown was fraught with peril. As the saying goes, to conquer a task, one must first sharpen their tools. Lin Yuchen retrieved the bronze sword he had previously selected, intending to practice his offensive maneuvers and familiarize himself with combat techniques in advance. Yet, to Lin Yuchen's immense frustration, this sword, which had earned him ridicule as the toadskin sword, truly lived up to its name. Following the instructions in a tome on sword manipulation, he attempted to channel his qi and practice control for quite some time, but the bronze sword remained utterly unresponsive, lifelessly resting on the ground before him. Damn it, I will try one last time. If I cannot control this thing for combat, I will have to reconsider my options. Glaring at the bronze sword, Lin Yuchen cursed vehemently. He recited incantations, formed seals, summoned, and connected his qi to the sword's body. Gritting his teeth, he shouted. Yet the bronze sword continued to lie motionless, utterly incapable of transforming into a flying sword. Garbage. This bronze sword is nothing but trash. What a waste of my resources. Infuriated, Lin Yuchen kicked the bronze sword with force. As he did, the sword vibrated and soared into the yard of a nearby building. Who dares to throw things into my courtyard? A senior brother, who had been meditating, emerged brandishing the unsightly bronze sword, seeking out Lin Yuchen for an explanation. My apologies. Senior brother, I inadvertently sent the sword flying just now. It won't happen again. Lin Yuchen, feeling guilty, approached to apologize, noticing the displeasure on the senior brother's face. Ah, it is you, junior brother Lin. Pray tell, were you attempting to practice with that wretched sword? To be frank, you need not exert yourself. This sword cannot be controlled by qi to become a flying sword. At best, it could serve for chopping firewood, though given its corroded edge, it is likely too dull for even that. Recognizing Lin Yuchen's familial ties to the revered Shui Yan, the senior brother refrained from reprimanding him, instead offering a solemn explanation. What could possibly be the reason for this? Since it is a flying sword, how can it be uncontrollable? I humbly seek your enlightenment, senior brother. Lin Yuchen earnestly inquired. Noticing the other person's tone indicated a profound familiarity with the bronze sword. The individual, recognizing Lin Yuchen's polite and sincere demeanor, willingly engaged in further discourse. Thus, with patience, he elucidated, Junior brother Lin, your time in cultivation is brief. It appears you truly lack understanding. To control a flying sword, the blade must possess intricate veins within its body, akin to the meridians in humans. Only such swords can connect with one's spiritual energy for manipulation. Your current rusted sword, with its surface marred and its veins entirely obscured, is incapable of establishing such a connection. I advise you to seek a flying sword crafted from celestial wood. Its inherent wood grain can link with spiritual energy, allowing for aerial manipulation. Ah, I see. Thank you for your explanation, senior brother. Lin Yuchen's face darkened as he realized that the bronze sword he had brought was indeed of little worth. Now, put away your own sword. Although it may serve no purpose at present, when you eventually acquire spirit stones and wish to exchange for a new artifact at Linglong Pavilion, you must return it. Do not misplace it. Yes. Thank you for your guidance. Before Lin Yuchen could inquire about the senior brother's name, he expressed his gratitude. My surname is Song. Given name Hao. I am a few years your senior. You may call me Brother Song, said Song Hao, observing Lin Yuchen's courteous speech, which fostered a cordial atmosphere. He then retrieved a small flying sword from his storage pouch and tossed it to Lin Yuchen, saying, "Take this. While it may not hold great value, it is crafted from celestial wood and can serve as a dagger. In the absence of an artifact, you may temporarily use it as a flying sword." "Ah, I am truly grateful. Thank you, Brother Song." Lin Yuchen accepted the small flying sword and returned the bronze sword, clasping his fists in gratitude. Song Hao reciprocated the gesture before turning away to resume his meditation and practice in his own courtyard. Lin Yuchen stowed the bronze sword in his storage pouch and carefully examined the small flying sword in his hand. It measured merely half an arm in length. Appearing as an exceedingly ordinary gray blade, lightweight and diminutive, it hardly sparked any interest. Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing. Lin Yuchen resolved to practice with the small flying sword as his artifact. He began to perform manipulations, reciting incantations and forming hand seals. And with a lift of his palm, the small sword soared into the air under his control, filling Lin Yuchen with an exhilarating sense of triumph. At last, he could manipulate a flying sword, proving that his previous inability with the bronze sword was not due to his lack of skill, but rather because the bronze sword was subpar. Watching the small sword deftly navigate the air before him, Lin Yuchen regained a measure of confidence. After several days of practice, he had become exceedingly adept at commanding the small sword, directing it precisely as he wished. During this period, he also found time to practice the fireball and earth shield spells. With his pure elemental roots, mastering the elemental techniques proved considerably easier. And within just 2 or 3 days, he grasped their fundamental principles. Chapter 28. The periphery of the falling cloud mountain range. Thus, Lin Yuchen felt that he had adequately prepared for his journey of exploration and training. He summoned his acquaintances, the chubby Tang Yu and the burly Wang Liang, and the three of them formed a team to depart from their sect for their expedition. This was Lin Yuchen's inaugural venture into the world to earn spiritual stones, an experience that felt refreshingly novel to him, devoid of any forethought regarding potential dangers. Fortunately, with the presence of his 2 familiar companions, he felt considerably at ease, as they would lead and explain everything. After leaving the sect, the trio headed north towards the area frequented by the disciples of the Yuchen sect, where they often slayed ferocious beasts. This training ground was situated on the outskirts of the falling cloud mountain range, where solitary low-level beasts occasionally roamed. For this reason, disciples from nearby cultivation sects favored this location for their training, leading to a bustling atmosphere, predominantly filled with low-ranked disciples, most of whom were at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refinement. Upon arriving at the perimeter of the falling cloud mountain range, Lin Yuchen raised his eyes and was surprised to find several stalls selling various goods at the entrance to the mountains. There were over 10 makeshift shops lined up, resembling a small marketplace. Intrigued, Lin Yuchen wanted to approach and take a look, but he was swiftly restrained by Tang Yu, who exclaimed, "Don't bother. There's nothing worth seeing, just some healing potions and chi recovery pills, and they're overpriced. If we had that kind of money, we would have purchased them at the sect beforehand. We can't let them take advantage of us. Most of their business is with wandering cultivators." Indeed, Wang Liang nodded in agreement. Lin Yuchen then noticed a sign indicating that they were also buying goods, suggesting that they could inquire about the items and their prices. "We might be able to sell the spoils we acquire from slaying beasts directly to them. Perhaps their prices are better than those offered by the sect." Having grown up in a modern setting where online shopping was prevalent, Lin Yuchen understood the value of comparing prices, expressing his reluctance. "Impossible. The sect definitely offers higher buying prices. Don't waste your time, Lin Yuchen. We should head deeper into the mountains and finish our tasks. It's best to return before nightfall. Otherwise, it becomes perilous within the falling cloud mountain range after dark, and we could very well lose our lives," Tang Yu cautioned, his tone familiar yet serious. All right. It's my first time participating in training, and I'm not very knowledgeable, so I will heed your advice." Feeling intimidated by Tang Yu's warning, Lin Yuchen reluctantly abandoned his curiosity about the stalls and turned to enter the falling cloud mountain range with his companions. Upon entering, they initially found clear paths, evidently forged by the frequent passage of cultivators. However, as they ventured deeper into the mountains, the paths gradually disappeared, forcing the trio to navigate through the thickets, creating their own route. Despite walking for quite some time, they encountered no beasts. As a novice, Lin Yuchen curiously asked, "Tang Yu, Wang Liang, we've been in the mountains for a while now. Why haven't we seen any beasts? How much further must we go? Do you think beasts are abundant?" This outer area is often frequented by cultivators on training missions, causing most beasts to flee deeper into the dense forest, making them difficult to find. "We must exercise patience and continue venturing further in," Wang Liang explained first. "No worries. Let the chubby one handle the search for the demon beasts. He is well versed in the ways." Wang Liang patted Lin Yuchen on the shoulder, urging him to remain calm. The 3 of them ventured deeper into the forest, traversing for over an hour until they arrived at an even denser grove. Towering trees, each reaching heights of several dozen meters, surrounded them, imparting an ancient and profound atmosphere. Feeling fatigued, they decided to rest for a moment. Just as they paused, a piercing howl echoed from the front, resonating through the air and shattering their eardrums. The surrounding trees swayed, as if a colossal demon beast were approaching. Ah, I hear a sound. Could it be the demon beast coming? Lin Yuchen, exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing a demon beast for the first time, summoned a small flying sword to hover before him, eyes fixed on the swaying shadows of the trees, prepared for an attack. Tengyu, that sound seems off. It appears to be a formidable demon beast. Wang Liang exclaimed, a hint of fear in his voice. Indeed, that cry seems to carry a sense of oppression. It feels as though my heart is about to burst. Tengyu concurred. In the midst of their conversation, the demon beast's howl grew closer, sharper, and more grating, causing their heads to throb painfully. Suddenly, figures emerged from the woods ahead. Over a dozen cultivators burst forth, fleeing like wild horses towards the trio, each one in a state of panic and disarray. Run! A powerful demon beast is surely upon us. Tang Pongzi, seasoned by experience, quickly recognized the danger. Bellowing as he hurried back, Wang Liang followed suit, turning to flee without hesitation. Yet Lin Yuchen, seemingly oblivious to the peril, stood there and asked, "Why are you running?" Tang Pongzi, isn't it the perfect opportunity to hunt the demon beast? After receiving no response, he turned to see his companions had already dashed far ahead. Lin Yuchen, what are you dawdling for? Run. Are you seeking death? Don't you value your life? Tang Pongzi called back after realizing Lin Yuchen had not followed. Lin Yuchen, hurry. Did you not see everyone running? It must be an extremely powerful demon beast. We cannot contend with it. Our lives are at stake. Wang Liang shouted urgently. Goodness, could it be this fortuitous? Encountering a formidable foe on my very first outing. Lin Yuchen trembled with fear, and without a moment to ponder, he turned and sprinted away. Only a few steps into his flight, the ground trembled violently, followed by a thunderous noise behind him. The tremor knocked Lin Yuchen to the ground. As he turned, he beheld a bear-like demon beast, over 10 meters tall, its body entirely black, with crimson eyes and an enormous mouth, landing less than 100 meters away. The destruction of the trees above left clear evidence that this massive black bear had likely leapt from afar to this very spot. Chapter 29. An unexpected encounter. What a colossal demon beast. No wonder its landing caused the earth to quake. My goodness, this is a 4th-tier demon beast. The crimson-eyed demon bear, with power equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. We are doomed. Nearby, a cultivator with a black beard, having caught the demon bear's gaze, trembled in terror. Realizing escape was futile, he hastily activated his flying sword, aiming it at the beast's eyes. Uncertain of the black-bearded cultivator's prowess, the flying sword shot forth with incredible speed, aiming directly at the demon bear's face. Yet, the crimson-eyed beast did not even flinch. With a swift motion, it raised its paw and swatted the sword down effortlessly. With a deafening roar, the bear lunged at the sword-wielding cultivator, and with a resounding thud, the earth trembled. Lin Yuchen witnessed in horror as the black-bearded cultivator was reduced to a mere mass of flesh beneath the bear's weight, lifeless beyond comprehension. Heaven above! What a terrifying and gruesome sight! Lin Yuchen involuntarily recalled the horrific scenes from the terrifying films he had once watched. The gory imagery flooded his mind, and he dared not glance back even once. Hastily rolling to his feet and sprinting forward without a second thought, he ran and ran, traversing mountains and forests, until he was breathless, his legs weak and weary. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground to rest, the dreadful image of the black-bearded cultivator's demise still haunting his thoughts. Cursed be this perilous venture. Fortune had favored me this time. Had it not, I would have met the same fate. Still shaken, Lin Yuchen panted as he caught his breath, gathering spiritual energy to restore his strength and alleviate his fatigue. Looking around, he found himself in an unfamiliar woodland, utterly alone, with no idea of where he had fled. Although he had escaped the bear's immediate threat, he now found himself ensnared in another peril, being hopelessly lost. The strange forest, the unfamiliar surroundings, left him in a state of panic. Once he regained some strength, he had no choice but to choose a direction and walk, desperate to find his way out of the dense thicket. Fortunately, despite being lost, Lin Yuchen recalled some survival skills he had learned from watching survival in the wilderness back in his world, which offered him a glimmer of hope to navigate through the woods. He sought higher ground and finally managed to climb to the top of a tree to survey his surroundings. Not far off, he spotted a flowing stream. His thoughts turned optimistic. As long as he followed the water, he would surely find his way out. With renewed determination, he oriented himself and made his way toward the stream. However, what appeared to be a short distance was actually quite far, and by the time Lin Yuchen reached the bank, he realized he had been wandering for quite some time and was utterly exhausted. His shoes were caked with mud, making them uncomfortable to wear, so he sat down by the stream to rest. removing his shoes to shake out the dirt and regain his composure. Having embarked on his first expedition with little experience, he had only brought water to drink, neglecting to pack any food. Now, fatigue gnawed at him, and his stomach growled incessantly. Alas, what a wretched predicament, lost and hungry. Would he perish here from starvation? With a hand pressed against his protesting belly, Lin Yuchen rose to the edge of the clear stream, hoping to find a few fish within its depths, envisioning skewering them with his flying sword for a roasted meal. He could easily conjure a fireball to cook the fish. Yet, to his dismay, the pristine waters revealed nothing. No fish, not even a single tadpole. Alas, Lin Yuchen let out a sigh as he continued to walk along the river, hoping to encounter some creature that might satiate his hunger. He had not traveled far when he suddenly heard the clashing sound of swords and knives ahead, occasionally accompanied by the sharp voice of a woman. It seemed that a battle was unfolding in front of him. Intrigued, Lin Yuchen quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion, soon arriving at a clearing surrounded by a group of 8 or 9 individuals. At that moment, these individuals were divided into 2 factions, engaged in a fierce struggle. One faction consisted of 3 women, adorned in light green robes with wide sleeves, who appeared to be disciples of a certain sect, valiantly wielding their long swords against the opposing group. Humph! A few vile women think they can kill me and seize my treasures. I shall refine you all into my furnace. Sneered a middle-aged, portly Taoist clad in a bagua robe, his lecherous expression fixed upon one of the beautiful women. His eyes filled with unrestrained desire. Bah! Despicable and lewd. If you dare come at me, I shall slay you, retorted the woman coldly, followed by a cacophony of clashing weapons, as the enemy's assault grew increasingly ferocious. Oh, how chaste! In that case, the middle-aged Taoist leered wickedly. I shall have my fun with you today, and not just alone, but with my brothers as well. Ha ha! Hidden in the shadows, Lin Yuchen furrowed his brow upon hearing such vile words, inwardly cursing the beasts. However, he was unaware of the identities of those involved and deemed it unwise to intervene hastily, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. As he watched, the remaining female disciples began to show signs of exhaustion. The leader among them, seemingly resolute, suddenly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Bloom!" Instantly, her long sword swept forth, manifesting dozens of sword shadows that surged towards the opposing group. The middle-aged Taoist, taken aback by this unexpected display of power, exclaimed, "Not good. Everyone, be careful," and hastily retreated. His warning prompted the others to react swiftly, drawing their weapons to defend themselves. Yet, in their hasty response, some were unable to evade the sword shadows in time, sustaining injuries to their arms or thighs, or suffering grievous wounds to their chests and abdomens, causing blood to spill profusely as they collapsed. Senior Sister Su. The remaining female disciples cheered in exhilaration upon witnessing their leader's ability to incapacitate several adversaries in an instant. Yet only Senior Sister Su understood that this technique, the floral sword shadow, was her last resort. If she could not eliminate these ruffians, it was likely that their fates would be dire that day. Hiding behind a tree, Lin Yuchen was astonished to witness Senior Sister Su's prowess, able to unleash such a formidable attack in the blink of an eye. However, it was evident that she was nearing her limit, and he estimated she could not hold out much longer. Lin Yuchen observed for a moment and deduced the outcome. Ha! Little beauty. Let us see what tricks you have left. Indeed, Sister Su's myriad flower sword shadows are formidable. The middle-aged Taoists have sustained considerable injuries. Yet in contrast to Sister Su's faction, their wounds are evidently less severe, and they have now gained the upper hand. How long does that fellow intend to remain hidden? Suddenly, Sister Su turned and fixed her gaze upon the tree trunk where Lin Yuchen was concealed, speaking in a deep voice. I am a cultivator of the Bamboo Mountain sect. If you are willing to assist, our sect will surely offer ample gratitude. Lin Yuchen was startled. It appeared that Sister Su had long discovered his presence. What? There's another person? The middle-aged Taoists, upon hearing Sister Su's words, warily glanced toward the trees, yet found nothing, which eased their tension somewhat. Sister Su, still observing Lin Yuchen's hiding spot, noted the continued silence, and continued, "Friend, if you are willing to lend a hand, we shall certainly reward you handsomely. Enough is enough. Being discovered renders hiding pointless." Just as Lin Yuchen prepared to reveal himself, a nearby patch of grass suddenly rustled, and forth sprang a young man in his 20s. He was lean, with well-defined features that conveyed an air of elegance and striking handsomeness. Chapter 30. Xianyuan Yulong. Lin Yuchen was taken aback. From where had this fellow emerged? It seemed there was indeed another individual hiding here, besides himself. Who are you? Do you intend to meddle in this affair? I advise you to recognize your place, lest you risk your life. The middle-aged Taoist, realizing there was genuinely another person concealed, grew wary, especially upon observing the young man's calm demeanor, which only fueled his suspicions that this individual was undoubtedly a master. Humph. I am Xianyuan Yulong of the Xianyuan family. If you know what is good for you, You should withdraw now, otherwise I shall not hold back, Xianyuan Yulong declared haughtily, drawing his sword and pointing it at the crowd, instantly thickening the tension in the air. Fair maidens, do not fear. With me here, these scoundrels will not dare to harm you, Xianyuan Yulong asserted, flashing a radiant smile at the female disciples, causing several of them to lower their heads in bashful embarrassment. This fellow is quite the performer, Lin Yuchen thought, rolling his eyes in the shadows. Upon hearing the young man's self-introduction, the middle-aged Taoist's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Young Master Xianyuan, this matter does not concern you. There is no need for you to involve yourself. If you withdraw now, I shall certainly come bearing generous gifts to express my gratitude. Oh, what kind of generous gift would be suitable? Xianyuan Yulong raised an eyebrow at this response. The middle-aged Taoist, sensing an opportunity, promptly replied, as long as young Master Xianyuan makes a request, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Sister Su and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically, with one female disciple exclaiming in anger, Young Master Xianyuan, these individuals are treacherous. You must not agree to their terms. Ha ha. As for the generous gift I desire, Xianyuan Yulong feigned contemplation for a moment before lifting his head, proclaiming, this young master lacks neither wealth, nor beauty, nor treasures. Yet, there is one thing I find myself bereft of. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Taoist quickly pressed for clarification, silently praying that the other would not present any further challenges. Xianyuan Yulong then made a gesture as if to cut his own throat and slowly declared, I lack your heads. As his words fell, Xianyuan Yulong lunged forward with his sword aimed at the middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist, startled, hastily dodged. But to his dismay, Xianyuan Yulong's swordsmanship was extraordinarily exquisite. Each time he barely evaded, Xianyuan Yulong was immediately upon him once more. The dragon soars in the heavens. The dragon is concealed in the fields. Let the hidden dragon remain dormant. The soaring dragon invites regret. As he attacked, Xianyuan Yulong recited 4-character idioms as names for his techniques, causing the nearby female disciples to gaze at him with stars in their eyes. After several exchanges, the middle-aged Taoist was already covered in wounds. Lin Yuchen observed the spectacle with great interest, although he was unfamiliar with this Xianyuan gentleman. The prowess of his swordsmanship warranted admiration. However, Lin Yuchen grew increasingly perplexed. Why did Xianyuan Yulong not employ any spells? Would he not tire himself to death by fighting in such a manner? Just as Lin Yuchen pondered this, several companions of the middle-aged Taoist joined the fray. In an instant, Xianyuan Yulong, wielding his sword alone, engaged them in a fierce back-and-forth battle, neither side gaining the upper hand. The divine dragon sweeps its tail. The twin dragons play with jewels. The multitude of dragons lacks a leader. The origins and destinies intertwine. Xianyuan Yulong continued to recite, executing various sword techniques. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought Xianyuan Yulong might not endure, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. However, Lin Yuchen's relief was short-lived, as he then witnessed Xianyuan Yulong suddenly falter in his recitation, seemingly having exhausted all dragon-related phrases. The dragon is finished. What now? In that moment, Xianyuan Yulong ceased his chanting and, bewildered, forgot how to strike. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged Taoist pounced upon him, thrusting his sword into Xianyuan Yulong's shoulder, leaving a long gash that instantly drew blood. Ah! Xianyuan Yulong cried out in agony, his sword arm falling limp. Meanwhile, the other companions, seeing the Taoist's success, rushed forward, wildly slashing with their weapons. In an instant, Xianyuan Yulong was rendered utterly defenseless, quickly transformed into a veritable porcupine, lifeless in a blink. Lin Yuchen, perched atop a tree, watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Xianyuan Yulong had so suddenly met his demise. Humph! The middle-aged Taoist kicked Xianyuan Yulong's corpse twice with disdain, exclaiming, what a presumptuous fool! I had thought him a formidable opponent. After this, he instructed his remaining companions. Be sure to chop the body into pieces and feed it to the dogs. With his orders given, he turned his gaze towards Sister Su and her companions, licking his lips and leering, ladies, it is your turn now. The female disciples displayed expressions of indignation. They had not anticipated that Xianyuan Yulong would meet such a ludicrous end, leaving them utterly disappointed. Sister Su took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and then quietly addressed the others. As cultivators, we must ensure that our purity remains untarnished, even in death. The other female disciples nodded in silence, indicating their understanding. Upon witnessing their resolute expressions, Lin Yuchen felt a surge of admiration for their determination. Just as Sister Su prepared to draw her sword for self-sacrifice, Lin Yuchen could no longer restrain himself. Hold on, he exclaimed, leaping into the fray. At present, the group of middle-aged Taoists had just endured a fierce battle with Xianyuan Yulong. leaving them severely drained of energy. If they did not take action now, when would they? Chapter 31. Spoils of War. Seeing another individual leap forth, the female disciples were momentarily taken aback, but soon their eyes glimmered with hope. However, after the earlier encounter with Xianyuan Yulong, their expectations had tempered significantly, especially as they beheld Lin Yuchen, whose tattered clothing and disheveled appearance hardly suggested prowess. Friend, you ought to leave swiftly. Do not throw your life away needlessly. Sister Su interjected after a brief silence, fearing that Lin Yuchen might sacrifice himself for their sake. Huh? You wish to flee? It is too late. Before Lin Yuchen could introduce himself, the middle-aged Taoist gestured for his companions to encircle Lin Yuchen, casting a cold glance in his direction. Since you seek to be a hero, I shall oblige. With that, he unsheathed his sword and advanced step by step towards Lin Yuchen. It's all that Xianyuan Yulong's fault, leaving me as a mere bystander, Lin Yuchen muttered. Feeling overlooked by both sides, he then gathered his internal energy, releasing an overwhelming aura from within. With a mere thought, a small flying sword materialized above his palm. He flicked his right hand forward, and the tiny sword shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the chest of the lecherous man. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth. The man, caught off guard by the speed of Lin Yuchen's attack, had no time to react as the sword pierced through his chest, his eyes wide with terror as he collapsed. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement should not have succumbed so easily to a small sword. But the earlier battle with Sister Su's group had drained their energies, and the encounter with Xianyuan Yulong had led him to underestimate Lin Yuchen, resulting in his untimely demise. Having dispatched the middle-aged Taoist with ease, Lin Yuchen retrieved his flying sword, casting a calm glance at the remaining foes. Now, it is your turn. He began to chant the incantation for the fireball technique, summoning a massive fireball that soared around him, causing the men to retreat in fear, with a couple of the more timid ones already fleeing. Go! Lin Yuchen flicked his fingertip, sending the fireball hurtling towards the escaping figures. It exploded in a brilliant red flash, engulfing them in its fiery embrace. The scene left Su Shiji and her companions utterly stunned, momentarily lost in thought. Although Lin Yuchen was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, his mastery of the fireball technique, bolstered by his pure 5-element spiritual root, rendered his power comparable to that of a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level. Esteemed friend, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention today, the outcome could have been dire. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Su Xian, a disciple of the Zhushan sect. Su Shiji, regaining her composure, was the first to bow respectfully to Lin Yuchen, her demeanor reflecting sincere gratitude. The other 2 women followed suit, acknowledging him with bows, for had he not come to their aid, they would have surely faced grave peril. I am Lin Yuchen, a practitioner of the Yuchen sect, he replied promptly, returning their gestures of respect. Ah, a fellow cultivator from the Yuchen sect. What a pleasure. Su Xian's perception of Lin Yuchen immediately improved upon learning of his prestigious affiliation. The Yuchen sect was renowned in Xianzhou, both in terms of scale and strength, far surpassing their own Zhushan sect. By the way, could you enlighten me as to why that individual was pursuing you? Lin Yuchen inquired, curiosity piqued. Alas, it is a lengthy tale, Su Shiji sighed, launching into the backstory. Su Xian and her companions were among the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation at the Zhushan sect, often receiving considerable attention within their sect. Recently, they had heard reports of nefarious practitioners from the Hahuan sect lurking in the area, prompting them to venture forth in search of the remnants of this wicked sect. However, the remnants proved to be quite elusive, and today they nearly met their demise. Another remnant of the Hahuan sect? Lin Yuchen's brow furrowed as memories surfaced of his initial encounter with the malevolent practitioner Su Huashuang, whose image still lingered vividly in his mind. The mantle of combating evil had now shifted from Shuyan to himself and Su Xian. He had also heard whispers among his fellow disciples about the remnant carrying a substantial cache of spirit stones and treasures. Having vanquished this malevolent practitioner, he naturally expected to claim the contents of their storage bags. One of the female disciples, noticing that Lin Yuchen had taken all the storage bags, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and was about to voice her concerns. However, Su Shiji intercepted her with a discreet glance. Given their current vulnerability, their lives were in Lin Yuchen's hands, and they could not afford to offend him. Miss Su, since we have all contributed to vanquishing the Hahuan sect's remnant, it is only fair that the treasures be shared among us, Lin Yuchen proposed after a moment of contemplation. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he realized he would need these individuals to guide him out of the forest. Moreover, he acknowledged the truth in his statement. Without the prior efforts of Su Xian and Xianyuan Yulong, he would not have been able to dispatch the group of malevolent practitioners so effortlessly. The female disciple, witnessing Lin Yuchen's magnanimity, felt an immediate sense of shame and quickly lowered her gaze. Lin Yuchen, oblivious to the psychological shifts of others, busied himself with the examination of the storage bags. Within these bags lay an assortment of miscellaneous items, aside from basic elixirs such as healing pills and energy recovery potions. The most striking feature was a thumb-sized orb. This orb, imbued with a rich brown hue, emitted a faint luminescence, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. Lin Yuchen casually placed this orb into his own storage bag and continued to rummage, soon left with merely some spirit stones and martial arts manuals. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of these manuals, he decided to hand them over to Su Xian and her companions. Witnessing Lin Yuchen's unhesitating generosity in offering a profound-level martial arts manual, Su Xian and her peers could not help but marvel at the grandeur of a major sect, noting the audacity of one who could so casually part with such treasures. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuchen was the true value of the profound-level manual. Had he been aware that one could fetch several thousand spirit stones for it, he would have hesitated to relinquish it. Is this not the sword of Xianyuan Yulong? At that moment, Lin Yuchen approached the lifeless body of Xianyuan Yulong, now so disfigured that even a close relative would struggle to recognize him. Lin Yuchen picked up the sword from the ground and observed the blade, which bore the inscription Yulong intricately etched in gold dust. He perceived that this sword was of exceptional quality, remarkably durable, and balanced perfectly in his grasp, far from being an ordinary weapon. Delighted, he promptly tucked the long sword into his storage bag. He pondered whether this sword could be manipulated with spiritual energy. If so, it might serve as a superior replacement for his battered bronze sword. Additionally, Lin Yuchen discovered a jade token on the deceased, artfully carved from yellow jade with exquisite craftsmanship. The front displayed a majestic Qilin motif, while the reverse bore the characters Yulong. This jade token appeared quite valuable, and Lin Yuchen accepted it with a smile. Chapter 32. Luocheng. As the sun descended in the west, twilight began to envelop the sky. The residual daylight illuminated the desolate wilderness and forest, where only the whispering wind signaled the encroaching dangers of the night. Due to Lin Yuchen's unfamiliarity with the terrain, Su Xian and her companions led the way, with Lin Yuchen following closely behind. While traversing the path, he inquired about various aspects of cultivation, and Su Xian, noting that Lin Yuchen was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement while wielding a fireball technique comparable to practitioners at the 7th or 8th levels, held him and the Yuling sect in high esteem. Consequently, she answered his queries with unreserved candor, enriching Lin Yuchen's understanding immensely. As they conversed and traveled, they soon emerged from the Luoyan mountain range. However, Lin Yuchen had originally entered the range from the eastern side, and now exited from the west, meaning he would need to navigate a considerable detour to return to his sect. Fortunately, there exists a town nearby, and Su Xian and her companions intended to take a brief respite there. Thus, the quartet set forth towards the town. Luo City, situated not far from the Falling Cloud mountain range, is a prominent urban center, bustling with life. It is home to numerous mortals and cultivators alike, though the latter predominate. Within the city, a plethora of trading markets for cultivators thrive, alongside various recreational establishments for mortals, including brothels and inns in abundant numbers. Moreover, Luo City boasts auction houses specifically established for cultivators, residences belonging to several noble families of cultivators, as well as numerous freelance practitioners and their assorted organizations and factions. In essence, Luo City is a well-developed city for cultivators, equipped with all the essential amenities for their living and trading of resources required for their cultivation. Luo City serves as a gathering place for disciples from nearby cultivation sects, and it stands as the largest city on the outskirts of the Falling Cloud mountain range. Due to its proximity to the Bamboo Mountain sect, the sect has established several outposts in Luo City, providing accommodation and facilities for its disciples. Upon arriving in Luo City, Lin Yuchen accompanied Su Xian to the Bamboo Mountain sect's outpost. Just as they reached the outpost, Su Xian's communication jade talisman began to hum with urgency. What? Sister Nangong has also arrived in Luo City? Su Xian exclaimed in surprise after reading the message from the jade slip, her face immediately becoming apologetic as she turned to Lin Yuchen. My apologies, Lin Daoyu. I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall visit you again another day. Although Lin Yuchen was quite curious about this Sister Nangong mentioned by Su Xian, he could see her haste indicated the matter was of great importance. He responded with a hearty laugh. Haha, then until we meet again. Until we meet again. Su Xian affirmed, nodding before performing the wind control technique, soaring into the air and swiftly vanishing from Lin Yuchen's sight, leaving him alone. The outpost of the Bamboo Mountain sect was known as Wangjiang Pavilion, reputedly transformed from the private residence of a wealthy local merchant. From the outside, the pavilion appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding homes, save for its towering walls and tightly sealed doors and windows, suggesting the presence of a protective formation. Inside Wangjiang Pavilion, an entire world unfolded, pavilions, terraces, rockeries, and pools, all magnificently designed. Particularly striking was one grand pavilion, resplendent in gold and jade, exuding an imposing aura. Upon entering the interior of Wangjiang Pavilion, Lin Yuchen was immediately captivated by the opulence surrounding him. Who dares to trespass upon the territory of the Bamboo Mountain sect? Are you courting death? At that moment, 3 young individuals, a pair of men and a woman, emerged from a small pavilion ahead, blocking Lin Yuchen's path with a harsh rebuke. Judging by their attire, these individuals appeared to be disciples of the Bamboo Mountain sect, albeit with modest cultivation levels, likely at the 2nd or 3rd layer of qi refinement. In the Jade Clear sect, they would probably only qualify as menial disciples. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. The female cultivator, upon noticing that Lin Yuchen, this filthy beggar, dared to gaze at her intently, immediately scolded him sharply. Consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for Senior Sister Nangong's presence today, you would certainly face dire consequences. Now be gone. Just as Lin Yuchen was about to offer an explanation, the woman interrupted him with a haughty tone, cutting him off. At that moment, as Lin Yuchen and his companions were embroiled in their dispute, a stunningly beautiful face suddenly emerged from the grand pavilion above. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with striking features and delicate, fair skin, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Standing in the upper room of the pavilion, she looked down through the window at the quarreling Lin Yuchen and others. Her brows slightly furrowed, her expression tinged with disdain as she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yuchen before retracting her gaze and slowly turning back into the pavilion. Such mortals, devoid of destiny in the realm of immortals, were of no interest to her. They were doomed to exhaust their lifespans and perish in the mundane world. Just then, a knock echoed on her door, followed by a clear female voice announcing, "Outer sect disciple Su Xian requests an audience with Senior Sister Nangong." "Come in," replied Nangong Meng's voice, drifting from within. Upon hearing this, Su Xian pushed open the door and stepped directly into the room, where she found a woman clad in white seated beside a table. "Why have you come to Luocheng, my dear?" Nangong Meng inquired, glancing up at Su Xian before speaking gently. "Senior Sister Nangong, let me tell you, I came out to hunt down the remnants of the Hahuan sect." Su Xian eagerly recounted the events that had transpired. "Oh, there is such a matter?" After Su Xian finished, Nangong Meng's elegant brows flickered, her demeanor turning serious as she pondered for a moment. "You mentioned that a disciple from the Yuking sect has also arrived in Luocheng?" After a pause, she raised her eyes to Su Xian and asked, "Indeed, this person is named Lin Yuchen, though he possesses only the cultivation of the 5th level of qi refinement. His strength rivals that of practitioners at the 7th or 8th level." Su Xian replied with a nod. "Lin Yuchen?" Nangong Meng repeated the name, searching her mind for any recognition but finding none. She mused that it could not be that the matter had leaked. Otherwise, it would not be an outer sect disciple arriving, but rather an inner sect disciple. Understanding this, Nangong Meng let out a long sigh of relief, her face regaining its calm. "Since this person has saved your life, you must treat him well and ensure that no one looks down upon our Zhushan sect." Meanwhile, Lin Yuchen was still embroiled in contention with the 3 individuals. However, recognizing that he was on another's territory, he sought to avoid further conflict and thus revealed his identity. "I am Lin Yuchen, a disciple of the Yuking sect." "Oh, so you are a fellow disciple of the Yuking sect," replied the female disciple, her pretty lips pouting as her tone turned icy. "You filthy beggar have deceived our Zhushan sect. What kind of disciple from the Yuking sect would appear so ragged?" The 2 male disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Lin Yuchen filled with disdain. "Wang Chong, break his legs and throw him out." Upon seeing Lin Yuchen standing motionless, the female disciple's expression darkened as she spoke in a commanding tone. After all, Senior Sister Nangong was watching from above. If she could handle this matter splendidly, she might just earn the Senior Sister's favor. At her command, a man named Wang Chong stepped forward, approaching Lin Yuchen with a menacing demeanor. Wang Chong, with his dark complexion, donned a pristine white robe that made him appear as a stark contrast, akin to a piece of charcoal wrapped in white cloth. Noticing the situation, Lin Yuchen furrowed his brow, realizing that this matter would not end amicably. He chose to refrain from further words, swiftly evading Wang Chong's attack. Although he had no intention of causing trouble, the aggressiveness of his opponent left him no choice. After all, should anything occur, the Yuling sect would shield him. Humph, he possesses some skill, Wang Chong thought, bewildered as Lin Yuchen effortlessly dodged his strike, yet he refused to concede verbally. Channeling his internal energy, he formed a seal with his hands, and a radiant aura enveloped him as he struck out towards Lin Yuchen. If Lin Yuchen were merely a mortal, he would surely be gravely injured, if not killed, by such a powerful blow. "Hey, we are all cultivators. Let us keep it reasonable." As the opponent grew serious, Lin Yuchen huffed coldly, deciding to unleash his full power. His internal energy surged, and the prowess of his 5th level of qi refinement erupted. He moved like the wind, swiftly appearing before Wang Chong, and with a light, yet forceful palm strike, he channeled tremendous inner strength. Wang Chong, at merely the third level of qi refinement, stood no chance against Lin Yuchen's current capabilities. Caught off guard, he was struck by Lin Yuchen's palm and felt an overwhelming force crash into him, sending him flying several meters back before he crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Why you? The two other disciples from the Zhu Mountain sect were taken aback, especially the female disciple, who turned pale with shock. She had not anticipated Lin Yuchen to be so formidable. Her previous arrogance vanished without a trace. How dare you injure someone within the Zhu Mountain sect? You will pay dearly for this. At that moment, the female disciple seemed to remember something. Her voice, trembling yet fierce. Lin Yuchen cast her a cold glance and replied, "You were the ones who pressed me first. I have shown restraint. Yet you have taken advantage of my leniency. What has transpired today is merely the consequence of your actions." Just then, hurried footsteps approached, revealing Nangong Meng and Su Xian arriving in haste. The commotion caused by Lin Yuchen could not go unnoticed. Upon arrival, Nangong Meng laid eyes on the fallen Wang Chong and the standoff, her delicate face instantly clouding with discontent. What is going on here? Nangong Meng surveyed the female disciple, her tone icy and laced with authority. Upon seeing that Sister Nangong had arrived, the female disciple rushed to her side like one clinging to a lifeline, lamenting, "Sister Nangong, this person suddenly intruded into Wangjiang Pavilion. When we inquired about the reason, he not only ignored us, but also injured Wang Chong. Please, sister, help us." Before Lin Yuchen could respond, Su Xian interjected, "Taoist Lin is someone I invited to Wangjiang Pavilion. You three should cease your nonsensical accusations." Sister Nangong's gaze swept over the group before finally settling on Lin Yuchen. "Are you Lin Yuchen?" she inquired. Lin Yuchen nodded, secretly admiring the beauty of Sister Nangong. Her eyes sparkled like shimmering autumn waters. Her demeanor exuded an enchanting allure, her lips as red as jade, and her long, ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying with her movements, each strand radiating an irresistible charm. However, Lin Yuchen was acutely aware that this was not the time for admiration. He clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Indeed, I am Lin Yuchen." Maintaining his composure, he added, "I had no intention of causing harm. It was simply that these individuals pressed too hard, leaving me no choice but to act." Sister Nangong nodded slightly. She had already been informed of the incident while at the pavilion, initially believing Lin Yuchen to be an ordinary mortal, which was why she had not intervened. Now that she understood his true identity, intervention was imperative. On one hand, it reflected poorly on her sect, the Zhu Mountain School, for failing to uphold propriety. On the other, it could escalate into a diplomatic incident with the Yuchen sect. After contemplating the situation, Sister Nangong arrived at her conclusion. She turned to the female disciple, her gaze icy. "As disciples of the Zhu Mountain School, your inability to discern right from wrong and your reckless behavior have brought disgrace to our sect." Realizing the gravity of their predicament, the female disciple fell to her knees, weeping as she pleaded, "Sister Nangong, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please forgive me this once." Sister Nangong let out a cold huff. "You two will immediately report to the discipline hall to receive your punishment, 3 months of solitary reflection. As for Wang Chong, he will be dealt with once his injuries have healed." The two disciples complied, dragging the unconscious Wang Chong away in shame. Sister Nangong then turned to Lin Yuchen, her expression softening slightly. "Taoist Lin, this incident reflects our Zhu Mountain School's lack of discipline, and I apologize for the distress you experienced." Lin Yuchen quickly replied, "Sister Nangong, you are too kind. Since this matter is settled, I have no desire to pursue it further." Sister Nangong smiled gently. "Your magnanimity is commendable, Taoist Lin. You have saved Su Xian and the others, preserving our sect's reputation. And the Zhu Mountain School will certainly reward you in the future. May I inquire about your plans moving forward?" As she asked about Lin Yuchen's intentions, Sister Nangong's gaze held an unusual intensity, as if she sought to glean insights from his countenance, yet found nothing, suggesting he was indeed unaware of any ulterior motives. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yuchen replied, "I ventured forth primarily for training. Having achieved my purpose, I may return to the sect in a couple of days." Although Lin Yuchen felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Nangong Meng's keen interest in his itinerary, he dismissed the notion of delving deeper into it, considering their encounter was merely a fleeting one and did not warrant unnecessary complications. Thus, Lin Yuchen spent several days residing in Luocheng, relishing the novelty of visiting a human settlement for the first time since his transmigration. He wandered aimlessly throughout the city, exploring its every nook and cranny. Just as Lin Yuchen was preparing to return to Yucheng sect, the largest auction house in Luocheng unexpectedly announced a secret treasure auction. It was rumored that the treasures up for bid were of immense value, including various spirit tools, magical artifacts, and elixirs, alongside some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chapter 34. The Luoqing auction. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yuchen naturally could not let the opportunity slip away. So he accompanied the disciples of Zhushan's sect to partake in the auction. This was his inaugural experience attending such a grand event in this world. And he set off early in the morning with Su Xian and others to the auction venue. However, it pained Lin Yuchen to discover that the entrance ticket alone cost 100 spirit stones. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a considerable amount of spirit stones from the storage bag of that malevolent cultivator from Hongwan's sect. Otherwise, he would have been left outside, merely gazing in. After reluctantly parting with 100 spirit stones, Lin Yuchen finally obtained his ticket. He regarded this as an opportunity to broaden his horizons, fully aware that, given his financial standing, he likely wouldn't secure even a trivial item. He had initially assumed that spending 100 spirit stones on a ticket would at least afford him a seat. However, upon entering, he was dismayed to find that the ticket only granted him standing room, forcing him to stand behind the designated seating area during the auction. Meanwhile, Nangong Meng and Su Xian, along with their companions, settled comfortably in the front row. This was partly due to Nangong Meng's official business trip, which allowed her sect to reimburse her expenses, and partly because of her esteemed reputation. At just over 20 years of age, she had already reached the foundational realm of cultivation, showcasing exceptional potential and talent, making her presence in the front row entirely justifiable. The auction house was opulently adorned, reminiscent of the television recording venues Lin Yuchen had encountered in his previous world. It resembled a small-scale television variety show set, with a main platform displaying the items for auction and dozens of plush seats in the VIP section, all occupied by a diverse array of cultivators, young and old, male and female, all clad in an assortment of peculiar garb. Regardless of age, most individuals in the VIP section exhibited remarkable cultivation levels or adorned themselves in luxurious attire, indicating their significant status. Many ordinary cultivators, unable to purchase VIP seats, were relegated to standing in the back. Arriving somewhat late, Lin Yuchen found himself in a less than ideal position, squeezed between others, surrounded on all sides by a throng of people, reminiscent of the crowded scenes he had experienced while riding a packed bus in his former world. The singular stroke of fortune for Lin Yuchen was that he found himself in a favorable position, surrounded by several enchanting female cultivators, all adorned in matching attire of deep indigo and pale yellow gowns, seemingly disciples of a particular sect. The graceful figures of these maidens were striking, their delicate backs slender and alluring, complemented by their enticing forms that exuded a subtle fragrance. Standing behind these beauties at the auction, Lin Yuchen felt fortunate indeed. However, due to the crowding, he was compelled to stand rather close to the backside of one of the female cultivators ahead, with merely a few centimeters separating them. Unbeknownst to her, the figure she presented was both slender and captivating. Her curvaceous form, concealed beneath her gown, appeared remarkably appealing. The fabric of her dress was somewhat sheer, of a sandy texture, which drew Lin Yuchen's gaze, captivated by her silhouette. In the presence of others, Lin Yuchen endeavored to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and uphold a respectable image. Yet, amidst the throng of humanity, he mused that even a few furtive glances would go unnoticed. This distraction significantly impacted his focus, rendering him inattentive to the descriptions of the auction items, as his mind wandered. He had to repeatedly remind himself to pay attention to the presentations on the auction stage, lest he squander the opportunity afforded by his 100 spirit stones entrance ticket. Although he had no intention of bidding, he pondered the possibility of serendipitously acquiring a valuable item at a bargain price. The auction commenced in the morning, showcasing an array of items, each presented on stage and subsequently bid upon. Many of these treasures commanded exorbitant starting prices, often reaching tens of thousands of spirit stones. As a penniless youth, Lin Yuchen could only observe, entirely bereft of the means to participate. He recalled one particularly outrageous item, a fragment of a spirit bone, purported to contain information about ancient treasures, albeit incomplete, which was claimed by Nangong Meng for a staggering 200,000 spirit stones. Such an amount would likely eclipse Lin Yuchen's worth manifold. In that moment, he overheard the female cultivator to his left whispering to the one in front of him. "Sister Han, it seems Master was correct. There truly are spirit bone fragments here. However, that woman from the Zhushan sect appears to be no trifling opponent. Should we proceed with our plan?" "Fear not," Sister Han replied, turning to whisper back. "Master bestowed upon me a defensive artifact, sufficient even to counter a foundation establishment cultivator. You need not worry." At that moment, Lin Yuchen caught a glimpse of her profile, which was exquisitely beautiful, her lashes long, lips of vivid crimson. And when she spoke with a gentle smile, her pearly teeth were revealed, accentuating her bright, clear eyes. Her earlobes were soft and delicate, enhancing her charm, while a few strands of hair cascaded playfully near her ear, lending her an air of tender allure. Her nose was high and full, radiating an ethereal purity that seemed to keep others at bay. The conversation between the two women naturally reached Lin Yuchen's ears, and it became evident that the woman from the Zhushan sect was none other than Nangong Meng. It seemed their intentions were directed against her, prompting Lin Yuchen to ponder whether he should warn her. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. However, upon reflection, Lin Yuchen realized that Nangong Meng was, after all, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Even if these female cultivators were somewhat audacious, they would not dare to brazenly target her in the midst of the auction. Moreover, it was evident that these women had accomplices. If he were to rashly approach them, it would undoubtedly alert the snake, and should calamity befall him, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yuchen reassured himself, considering that he had no real connection to Nangong Meng. Their encounter was merely a chance meeting. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, someone behind him jostled forward, causing Lin Yuchen to inadvertently lean forward, his chest pressing against the back of a female cultivator surnamed Han. Startled by this sudden and intrusive contact, the Han cultivator shuddered, instinctively bringing her legs together and tightening her abdomen. Her expression a mix of indignation and surprise as she turned to glare at him. "Be careful. Don't push," she admonished, her eyes glimmering with a cold, reproachful allure. "My apologies," Lin Yuchen stammered, quickly regaining his composure. Yet, the Han cultivator chose not to respond further, turning her gaze back to the auction stage, where the items were being introduced. As the auction proceeded normally, a sudden darkness enveloped Lin Yuchen's surroundings, rendering him unable to see anything. When he finally regained his senses and turned his head, he found himself engulfed in total obscurity. What was happening? Why had everything suddenly gone dark? Were it not for the fact that he was in a world of cultivation devoid of electric lights, he might have suspected that someone had extinguished them. At that moment, he distinctly sensed movement from the female cultivator ahead of him, followed by a waft of fragrant air as she distanced herself several feet away. Though Lin Yuchen longed to pursue her, the oppressive darkness in the crowd made it impossible to catch a glimpse of her figure again. Why has it turned dark? It soon became apparent that not only Lin Yuchen was shrouded in darkness, others were equally blinded, and soon cries of alarm filled the air. "It's a restrictive formation. Who the hell activated the restrictive formation?" A voice bellowed. Who's touching me?" a female cultivator exclaimed, evidently having been groped in the chaos. "Someone stepped on me. Whose filthy hands are these? Get them off." Another voice scolded, accompanied by sounds of scuffles. The auction hall quickly descended into pandemonium, engulfed in darkness and confusion. Chapter 35. The Battle for Treasure. Meanwhile, at the front of the auction hall in the VIP seating area, chaos reigned. Nangong Meng found herself surrounded by a group of masked female cultivators. "Surrender the remnants of the spiritual bone," the leader of the group commanded sharply. If Lin Yuchen were present, he would instantly recognize that this woman's voice was eerily similar to that of the Han cultivator. "Humph, do you think you can intimidate me?" Nangong Meng retorted, her delicate features chilling at the unexpected aggression. She had not anticipated that these individuals would attempt to seize treasure so brazenly in the midst of the auction. Nevertheless, as the illustrious Nangong fairy, she maintained an air of elegance and composure, her demeanor calm and unwavering. At that moment, the Han cultivator raised a slender hand, and a long sword shot forth from her sleeve, transforming into a streak of light as it hurtled toward Nangong Meng. "Humph!" Nangong Meng let out a cold shout, raising her palm to unleash a powerful strike. A surge of azure blue energy erupted, shattering the long sword into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Truly, she was the renowned fairy Nangong, the female cultivator of the Han surname. Witnessing how effortlessly Nangong Meng dismantled her attack, felt a surge of anger. With a disdainful snort, she raised her hand once more to summon another flying sword. This sword, measuring over a zhong, gleamed in a deep azure hue, its blade sharp and its tip glistening with a chilling frost, evidently a formidable magical artifact. This flying sword surpassed the previous one in both might and precision. Under her control, it spun like the wind, striking at Nangong Meng from an intricate and unexpected angle. Seeing this, Nangong Meng's expression turned serious. With a delicate flick of her wrist, she unleashed another azure blue sword light, this time with even greater speed and power. The sound of clashing metal resonated through the air as sword energy erupted, revealing that her opponent had come prepared. The companions accompanying Nangong Meng, Su Xian and others, found themselves unable to assist, each engaged in their own battles. The most distressing part was that the auction house was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. They could only rely on their instincts to evade the onslaught of attacks. A single brush with the sword energy would leave their garments in tatters, exposing their fair skin beneath. Cursed be these individuals. The bizarre tactics of her opponents vexed Nangong Meng, who inwardly scolded them. Nevertheless, her movements were graceful and agile, effortlessly blocking each assault, and at times, she even managed to counterattack. The female cultivator of the Han surname grew increasingly alarmed as the battle unfolded. Her spiritual sword was a high-grade yellow-tier treasure, and yet, despite her peak cultivation and chi refinement, she found herself outmatched by Nangong Meng. Without further hesitation, she formed a complex hand seal, and a beam of spiritual light burst forth from her storage bag, soaring into the air to form a colorful vortex. This vortex rapidly expanded, creating a disc that enveloped Nangong Meng within. This vibrant disc, known as the Five Elements Binding Magic Circle, was a high-grade Shin-tier artifact, akin to the heavenly lock diagram used by fairy Shui Yin to trap Su Huan Xuan. However, the Five Elements Binding Magic Circle was a consumable artifact, thus, its power was even greater, capable of suppressing its target for an extended duration. As the Five Elements Binding Magic Circle manifested, the Han surname cultivator urged the spell, causing Nangong Meng, trapped within, to feel a sudden heaviness, as though she were sinking into a quagmire, her cultivation suppressed to the chi refinement stage. The array of treasures wielded by the Han surname cultivator was astonishing, her methods mysterious. Despite her voice sounding no older than 20, she possessed a high-grade Shin-tier artifact, a skill set beyond that of an ordinary woman. Do you merely seek the remnants of the spiritual bone? Then take it. Nangong Meng, true to her nature, though unafraid of the female cultivators, realized that prolonging this conflict was futile. Thus, she cast the fragment of the spiritual bone into the air. Humph. The Han surname cultivator let out a cold laugh, flicking her fingers to draw the fragment into her pouch. Subsequently, she retrieved a jade talisman from her storage bag, crushing it gently. In an instant, they were enveloped in a flash of light, and their figures gradually vanished from sight, revealing the use of an invisibility talisman. As the group of female cultivators with the surname Han departed, the auction hall was suddenly illuminated, dispelling the darkness and ushering in the light. The skirmish between Nangong Meng and the Han surname cultivators transpired in mere moments, leaving the majority of those present bewildered by the events. How vexing! A shadow of discontent clouded Nangong Meng's visage, as she realized she had grossly underestimated her opponent. Not only had she lost the fragment of the spiritual bone, but she had also narrowly escaped a dire predicament. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the oversight in our auction house. It appears that someone has activated a forbidden formation to obscure the light. Rest assured, we shall identify the instigator and provide a full account of today's events. An auctioneer on stage spoke with a deep bow, his face etched with remorse. Damn it, someone just stole my storage bag. A cultivator suddenly bellowed in outrage. Prompted by his exclamation, everyone began checking their belts and pockets, and soon several others discovered that their storage bags were also missing. Lin Yuchen instinctively patted his pockets, only to find his storage bag had vanished as well. It contained all his belongings, including 3,000 spirit stones seized from the sinister sect of the Hahuan sect, his Yulong sword, his bronze sword, a flying sword, and a communication jade talisman. The theft of his storage bag thrust Lin Yuchen back into a state of destitution, leaving him bereft of resources, with the sole consolation being that his spirit ring remained on his ring finger. Curse it, it must have happened just then. He recalled the moment the lights went out when the female cultivator had brushed past him. His storage bag must have been pilfered at that instant. It was undoubtedly the perpetrator of the forbidden formation who had stolen his belongings. Everyone, remain calm. Our auction house is renowned for its stringent security. The culprit cannot possibly escape. The presiding cultivator at the auction platform had not anticipated such an occurrence, raising his hand to call for order, and beckoning the guards stationed at the periphery to converge and monitor the crowd. The guards, all peak chi refining cultivators, bore serious expressions and exhibited remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, Nangong Meng had approached the head of the auction house in Luoqing, promptly recounting her ordeal. Rest assured, Miss Nangong, we shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter, the auction house head replied with a broad smile. The prestige and influence of the Zhushan sect in this region are immense, especially with Nangong Meng being a standout among the young disciples. Failing to appease her would jeopardize the auction house's future in Luoqing. Nangong Meng nodded, stating, in that case, I shall await your good news. With that, she turned and departed from the auction hall. Sister Nangong, are we leaving just like this? On the way back, Su Xian inquired with a hint of confusion. Though she was unaware of the exact reason for Nangong Meng's long journey to Luoqing, she surmised it was related to the elusive fragment of the spiritual bone. Naturally not. Nangong Meng furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before speaking. Though I am unaware of the identities of those individuals, I have already inscribed a trace of my consciousness upon that fragment of spiritual bone. We can simply follow their trail. As for the auction, despite their fervent assurances, I harbor no expectations whatsoever. Chapter 36. The Sword of Heaven's Slaying? Within a brothel in Luocheng, in the dimly lit chamber of the first courtesan, the door had been closed to guests. Several enchanting female cultivators, including the previously mentioned Han surname disciples, were gathered inside. They were seated around a round table, examining the items pilfered from the auction house, including storage bags. Han sister, your gains this time must be the most significant. You even obtained the spiritual bone fragment that the illustrious Nangong fairy treasures. Quickly, reveal it to us so we may discern its peculiarities. Someone exclaimed. The female cultivator named Han Yu, upon hearing her sister's encouragement, did not hesitate to comply. She swiftly retrieved the spiritual bone fragment stolen from Nangong Ming and placed it upon the table. Her sisters eagerly seized it to examine closely, gathering in clusters to scrutinize. It is said that this spiritual bone fragment conceals clues to a primordial treasure, yet I see nothing extraordinary. It appears to be merely an ordinary piece of bone. Remarked one female cultivator, a hint of confusion in her voice. It is quite normal for you to be unable to comprehend it. Even my master would require considerable time to interpret this spiritual bone fragment, Han Yu replied nonchalantly. Observing the continued bewilderment among the women, Han Yu grew disinterested in further explanation and began sifting through the storage bags she had fortuitously acquired. As these storage bags were of low grade, she effortlessly used her spell to erase their markings and opened them for inspection. Several contained nothing more than worthless trinkets, some even less valuable than the bags themselves. However, upon reaching the final storage bag, her spirits lifted slightly, and a smile finally graced her face. Inside lay a rusted, seemingly decrepit bronze sword and a long sword that appeared quite valuable, engraved with the characters Jade Dragon, likely a yellow-grade magical artifact. In addition, there was a small flying sword, a brown bead, several inexpensive low-tier talismans, and 3,000 spirit stones. Thankfully, this Jade Dragon sword and the 3,000 spirit stones will replenish my losses. Otherwise, I would be at a significant disadvantage due to my 5 elements binding circle. Han Yu exclaimed, emptying the contents of the storage bag onto the table. Only the bag containing 3,000 spirit stones and the long sword inscribed with Jade Dragon piqued her interest. The rest she wished to discard immediately. Ah, Han sister, this rusted sword bears an uncanny resemblance to the illustration on the spiritual bone fragment. Could it be what is recorded there? The eldest sister, Yun Lin, pondered aloud, closely comparing the bronze sword with the depicted pattern on the fragment. Indeed, the sword and the illustration were strikingly similar. Is this truly the case? As the remaining female disciples gathered around, drawn by curiosity, they paid no heed to the Jade Dragon's sword resting on the table. Instead, they seized the bronze sword for examination. Could it be a mere storage pouch containing a primordial treasure? Han Yu mused aloud. Her interest piqued as she joined the throng to inspect it. She recalled that this storage pouch had been acquired from a young man, whose attire suggested he was a junior disciple from some sect. Upon confirming that the bronze sword bore the same design as the legendary sword known as the heavenly severing sword depicted on the fragment of the spiritual bone, Han Yu was instantly engulfed in astonishment and joy. Oh my, junior sister, you've struck gold. This is the heavenly severing sword, exclaimed the senior sister, Yun Lin, enviously. Why not let me have it? I shall exchange all my treasures for it. Junior sister, let me have it. I will trade with you. The others clamored, their hands reaching for the heavenly severing sword. No, I shall not trade. Return it to me. Han Yu joyfully snatched the rusted bronze sword and simultaneously retrieved the spiritual bone fragment that everyone was examining. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily distanced herself from the table and dashed out of the room, determined to possess such a remarkable item solely for herself. There would be no trading with her senior sisters. It seemed that with a mere 5-element binding talisman, she had exchanged for a heavenly severing sword and a fragment of spiritual bone. What a tremendous gain. Junior sister, don't leave us. Her fellow disciples called out as they rushed after her. Han Yu sprinted away with great speed, glancing back to declare, none of you are to chase after me. Otherwise, I shall inform our master. Her words dissuaded those who had intended to pursue her, leaving them to return in disappointment. Han Yu traversed the corridor, swiftly returning to her quarters, eagerly shutting the door behind her to delve into her research. If she had indeed acquired the heavenly severing sword as recorded on the fragment of spiritual bone, she could study it for an entire night without sleep. As for the Jade Dragon's sword, it had long been carelessly tossed into the storage pouch. Regrettably, after a night of study, Han Yu could not discern how to wield the heavenly severing sword. The fragment of spiritual bone merely chronicled remnants of ancient treasures, with much of the information lost. It depicted the image of the heavenly severing sword, but failed to elucidate its methods of usage. It only mentioned some incomplete applications, stating that the heavenly severing was a sword once wielded by an unknown ancient power, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness capable of severing any material in existence. However, the pertinent details on how to wield it were notably absent. After a night of research, Han Yu could ascertain only that this was indeed the heavenly severing sword. Yet she found herself utterly unable to utilize it. She attempted repeatedly to slice through various objects, even the wooden planks in her chamber, but to no avail. The blade was covered in rust and dull as a mere iron rod. She could not even manipulate it with spiritual energy to transform it into a flying sword. The heavenly severing sword resisted all attempts at control through spiritual means. This cannot be. It must be a fake. Its exterior may resemble the heavenly severing sword. But if it were truly an ancient treasure, how could that young disciple have carelessly stored it in a mere pouch? How could a poor lad possibly possess an artifact of such antiquity? At last, Han Yu concluded that the bronze sword was a counterfeit of the legendary Zhan Tian. Feeling a profound sense of disillusionment, she then turned her attention to the seemingly formidable Yulong sword, only to discover that it too was a mere trinket, incapable of being manipulated with spiritual energy. However, its sharp blade could serve as a kitchen knife. What on earth are these wretched items? As for the remaining small orb, she lost interest in examining it, inwardly cursing Lin Yuchen, that impoverished youth, for filling his storage bag with nothing but fakes, causing her to squander an entire sleepless night. Chapter 37. The location of the primordial treasure. When Lin Yuchen returned to Wangjiang Pavilion, he was in a state of despondency, and dusk was approaching. Su Xian, you stay here to guard Wangjiang Pavilion. I can manage alone, he heard Nangong Meng's frosty voice as he neared the entrance. He slowed his pace, pausing to listen intently. He recalled that the female cultivator of the Han family had mentioned the Bamboo Mountain sect and the remnants of the spiritual bone, both of which were connected to Nangong Meng. Perhaps she held some knowledge. But, senior sister Nangong, why do you not wait for the sect's reinforcements to join you? Su Xian appeared hesitant to speak. My spiritual sense imprint has a limited tracking range. By the time reinforcements arrive, it may be too late, and searching for them then would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nangong Meng's brow furrowed slightly as she sighed. Moreover, Su Xian, your cultivation level is too low. You would merely be a burden. It would be more convenient for me to go alone in case of unforeseen circumstances. But there are no buts. I will leave markers along the way. You can follow after me. Nangong Meng spoke with unwavering authority. Hearing this, Su Xian reluctantly acquiesced, though concern still gnawed at her. Just then, she spotted Lin Yuchen standing at a distance. Upon realizing he had been seen, Lin Yuchen strode forward with an air of openness. Lin, you have returned. Su Xian noticed Lin Yuchen's despondent demeanor and felt a stir of empathy, approaching him to inquire. Lin, have you encountered some trouble at the auction? Lin Yuchen, disregarding any reservations, forced a wry smile and recounted the theft of his storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Meng spoke. This matter is likely connected to the same group that stole my spiritual bone remnants. I have already left a spiritual sense trace on those remnants. If you do not mind, we could go together. Perhaps we may recover your storage bag. Lin Yuchen's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. That would be excellent. I appreciate your assistance, Fairy Nangong. Su Xian had witnessed Lin Yuchen's prowess and believed that with his company, Nangong Meng would encounter no peril. Without further ado, Nangong Meng led Lin Yuchen away from Wangjiang Pavilion, employing the wind control technique as they soared toward a nearby mountain range with remarkable speed, traversing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuchen was astonished, truly. Nangong Meng was the foremost female cultivator of the younger generation at the Bamboo Mountain sect. Her mastery of the wind control technique was indeed extraordinary. Han Yu and her companions ventured to Luo City to steal treasures, acting under the guidance of their esteemed master. Their primary objective was to obtain information regarding the fragments of the spirit bone that had previously leaked from the Luo City auction house. The sisters, during their escapade at the auction, seized the opportunity to pilfer additional items. Among them, Han Yu emerged victorious in acquiring the spirit bone fragment, a feat that garnered her significant merit. Upon returning to the sect, she promptly submitted the fragment to exchange for advanced cultivation manuals, thus reaping substantial rewards. However, as Han Yu was uncertain about the proper use of the bronze sword, she also entrusted it to her master, seeking clarification on its function. Han Yu, a disciple of the renowned dual cultivation sect, by Yu Jiao, was celebrated as the sect's most beautiful practitioner, known for her tall and alluring figure, as well as her intelligence. Her master, Yu Linglong, cherished her like a daughter since childhood. Upon receiving the precious treasure, Yu Linglong praised Han Yu and generously shared numerous secrets regarding ancient artifacts. My dear Yuer, in conjunction with the spirit bone fragment you acquired and the remnants we possess, we have already established the whereabouts of a primordial treasure. Yu Linglong exclaimed. You have truly achieved a remarkable feat. This bronze sword you brought, while not among the 10 great primordial treasures, is nonetheless a formidable artifact. According to the ancient scroll fragments I possess, it seems closely related to another primordial treasure. Ah, congratulations, master. Does this mean we are aware of 2 primordial treasures' locations? Han Yu inquired with astonishment. Not quite. Currently, we can only confirm the location of the Shanhai 2, which, based on the inscriptions on the spirit bone fragment, should be within the Yuqing sect. However, the primordial treasure associated with the bronze sword is not the Shanhai 2. It is likely the Demon Emperor sword that originally belonged to the Northern Demon Kingdom. Oh, I see. Han Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Master, since we know the Shanhai too is within the Yuqing sect, shall we steal it? I am willing to go. That is not feasible. The Yuqing sect is a major sect in Xianzhou, with several core formation practitioners like myself, as well as infant transformation masters stationed there. You are only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It would be futile and dangerous for you to go. I must lead this mission myself. When the time comes, we shall disguise ourselves and infiltrate the Yuqing sect to act accordingly. Understood. I shall follow your guidance, Master. Han Yu eagerly inquired about the function of the Shanhai too, struggling to comprehend why it was deemed an ancient primordial treasure. Yu Linglong, filled with anticipation, replied, I am not entirely certain myself. Over the years, we have obtained limited spirit bone fragments, and thus have yet to fully understand the Shanhai II's capabilities. What we do know is that the Shanhai II possesses the ability to dispel illusions. Dispelling illusions? What does that entail? Han Yu questioned. It allows one to traverse the void and shift appearances. It is said that those who hold the Shanhai II find any formations or barriers before them to be mere illusions. Yu Linglong spoke with excitement, providing an example. Even if one is thousands of miles away, as long as sufficient spirit stones are invested in the map of mountains and seas, one can be transported to any desired location at will, even escaping from formations that bind and suppress. Ah, how astonishing! Han Yu exclaimed, her mouth agape, for it was the first time she had heard of such an extraordinary treasure. Indeed, such a primordial artifact is truly remarkable, and it can even facilitate direct entry into certain treasure caves. Heavens, then I shall carry away all the treasures within and present them to our esteemed master. Now that is music to my ears. You truly understand my disposition. Yu Linglong gently took Han Yu's delicate hand and placed it on her own knee, returning the bronze sword to Han Yu. Han Yu's hand was fair and slender, while Yu Linglong's knee was equally exquisite, slender and white, slightly thin yet not unappealing, perfectly proportioned. One glance at those legs reveals Yu Linglong's exceptional beauty. She was once among the top beauties of Xianzhou, renowned for her stunning looks. Hold on to this bronze sword. I surmise that it requires the energy of yin and yang to unlock its potential. As for yin and yang, it pertains to the matters of men and women. Once you have a dual cultivation partner, you can channel the yin and yang energy during your shared practice into the sword, allowing it to gradually unlock. And thereafter it shall serve as your magical artifact. Oh, how peculiar. Such a method of unlocking. Han Yu's face flushed crimson, her lovely countenance adorned with 2 rosy blushes. What are you so shy about? Look at how red your face has become. Our sect, the sect of dual desires, embraces dual cultivation. Matters between men and women are commonplace, so there is no need for embarrassment. I believe you ought to visit the teaching halls to learn more. You must quickly master it, for once I am prepared, we shall infiltrate the Yuling sect to investigate the whereabouts of the map of mountains and seas. Sacrifices will be unavoidable. Oh, understood, esteemed master, Han Yu replied softly, yet deep within, she clung to her beliefs, thinking that even in dual cultivation, one should not engage recklessly. It was essential to find a partner one truly admired, lest she feel wronged and allow others to take advantage of her. Moreover, to be frank, she did not particularly enjoy visiting the teaching halls. Having been there a few times, she found the discussions rather embarrassing, especially when conducted by elderly men, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Chapter 38. The sect of dual desires. Nangong Meng's wine control technique was extraordinarily swift, and no matter how hard Lin Yuchen tried, he could not close the gap of several hundred meters that she had opened. Pausing atop a mountain peak, Nangong Meng turned around, her white dress billowing in the fierce wind, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Through the trace of her spiritual consciousness, she discerned the approximate location of the spirit bone fragment, which was situated in a cultivation sect, the sect of dual desires, several hundred miles away. After marking the spot, the two set off towards the sect of dual desires, with Lin Yuchen's purpose being to reclaim his storage pouch. The initial plan was to retreat upon locating the enemy's stronghold and await reinforcements. However, Nan Gongmeng was apprehensive that delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Reluctantly, the two decided to stealthily infiltrate the Baiyu sect in search of answers. To their dismay, the Baiyu sect was heavily fortified, with external protective formations that rendered their entry nearly impossible given their current prowess. It was only at this moment that Lin Yuchen learned of the impact the 5 elements binding circle had on Nan Gongmeng, causing her cultivation level to fluctuate unpredictably, sometimes at the foundation establishment stage, other times reverting to the peak of qi refinement. Under such circumstances, a covert entrance into the Baiyu sect became exceedingly arduous. Fairy Nangong, perhaps we should withdraw for now. The Baiyu sect appears quite formidable, Lin Yuchen suggested. Though he was equally eager to reclaim his storage bag, he prioritized their safety and preferred to retreat and await reinforcements. Nan Gongming shook her head and replied calmly, "There is no need. Since we cannot enter stealthily, we shall seek a legitimate excuse to gain entry." Without heeding Lin Yuchen further, she elegantly waved her hand, and a talisman soared forth. Lin Yuchen recognized it as the transformation talisman previously used by Shen Yuan. However, the runes inscribed on Nan Gongming's version appeared far more intricate, suggesting it was of a higher grade. As Nan Gongming recited the incantation, the talisman transformed into a radiant beam of golden light that penetrated her being. In the blink of an eye, her appearance underwent a dramatic change. Her raven hair turned a sandy hue, her porcelain skin darkened to a tawny shade. Her figure became more corpulent, and she appeared to age nearly 2 decades. The transformation talisman altered one's visage, and Nan Gongming's was a second-tier talisman, far superior in effect to Lin Yuchen's previous one. "Now, we should be able to blend in," she declared, casually tossing a talisman to Lin Yuchen. "You should do the same." Lin Yuchen accepted the transformation talisman, replicated it, and affixed it to himself, swiftly morphing into the guise of an elderly man. Satisfied, Nan Gongming appraised his appearance, concluding that he would not attract unwanted recognition. "Let us proceed." With that, Nan Gongming soared towards the Baiyu sect's entrance, and Lin Yuchen hurried to keep pace. Upon reaching the grand gate of the Baiyu sect, they respectfully bowed and informed the gatekeepers of their desire to join the sect. The gatekeepers, 2 burly men with stubble, were at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Their combat prowess remained uncertain, but their lecherous demeanor was unmistakable. True to the reputation of the Baiyu sect, their desires were unabashedly evident. Upon seeing Lin Yuchen and Nan Gongming, one a haggard-looking woman and the other an elderly man, the gatekeepers dismissed them with indifference, doubting their potential as cultivators. "You wish to join the sect? Follow us to register your names and origins. Once that is complete, you may enter." Exchanging glances, Lin Yuchen and Nan Gongming thought the admission process was exceedingly straightforward. Thus, they easily infiltrated the Baiyu sect. The first day of entering the sect of desire unfolded without any significant events. On that day, Lin Yuchen and Nan Gongming were separated, each assigned to different quarters for male and female disciples. In comparison to the Jade Clear sect, the sect of desire was considerably smaller, with limited housing. Each disciple shared a room, typically accommodating 4 or 3 individuals, reminiscent of Lin Yuchen's university dormitory back in his own world, albeit differing in that his previous dormitory was in a high-rise building, while his current residence was a tiled house. Inside a spacious tiled house, there was a small courtyard and a compact bedroom. The bedroom was snugly furnished with 4 wooden beds for its occupants. Among the 3 younger boys residing with Lin Yuchen, only he was older, while the others were mere adolescents. These 3 boys had joined the sect of desire less than half a year ago. Through their conversations, Lin Yuchen discovered that they were still innocent. They had long yearned to experience maturity and sought companionship with female peers. But due to their low cultivation level and timid natures, they had yet to approach any female disciples for dual cultivation. With the unexpected arrival of a senior brother in their dwelling, the 3 boys were thrilled and eagerly pulled Lin Yuchen into discussions about matters of intimacy, addressing him with utmost respect as Old Lin. Being a modern individual with extensive knowledge thanks to the internet, Lin Yuchen generously shared tales of romance and intrigue, seamlessly forming a bond with the 3, who quickly became his devoted little brothers. In an effort to foster a good relationship with his young roommates for future endeavors, Lin Yuchen imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding relationships and flirtation techniques, though he was uncertain of their effectiveness, as he merely played the role of a strategist. Eventually, the 3 boys ceased calling him Old Lin, deeming it insufficiently respectful, and instead reverently referred to him as Master Lin. "Master Lin, after hearing your insights, I truly feel enlightened. You are remarkable," exclaimed one of the thin boys, nicknamed Little Monkey. "Master Lin, with your knowledge, you could teach at the teaching hall, where the remuneration is substantial. Working there, one could earn dozens of spirit stones a month," chimed in the sturdy boy, nicknamed Little Fierce, who had been sent from a farming family to join the sect of desire. "Yes, Master Lin, you should apply to the teaching hall tomorrow. We, your brothers, would love to attend your lectures daily," added the plump boy, known as Gongzi, in enthusiastic agreement. "The teaching hall, what is its purpose?" Lin Yuchen pondered. For his primary objective in joining the sect of desire was to find a female cultivator with the surname Han to retrieve his lost possessions, leaving him little inclination towards the teaching hall. "Oh, master, you must go? It offers the best benefits, generous remuneration, and the opportunity to be surrounded by beautiful women while teaching the younger sisters and brothers, akin to living among flowers. We lack the qualifications, or we would have gone long ago. The teaching hall only recruits individuals over 70 with profound knowledge and exceptional skills. And you meet all the criteria. You must go," Gongzi urged with glee. "Indeed, you absolutely must go," Little Mungzi agreed, pulling Little Monkey to support him. "Wait, I have a question. Is there a female cultivator with the surname Han in the sect? Is she currently here? And does she often attend classes at the teaching hall? Lin Yuchen seized the opportunity to inquire about his concern. Old Master Lin, are you perhaps smitten with our sect's foremost beauty? Little Monkey's eyes sparkled with admiration. Come on. Old Master, I advise you to abandon that thought. Senior Sister Han Yu is the direct disciple of the sect leader and is renowned as one of the 4 great beauties of Xianzhou. Many have coveted her beauty and sought to cultivate with her, yet none have succeeded. While I respect your extensive knowledge and prowess, I cannot endorse your chances. Best not to set your sights on Senior Sister Han Yu. Lin Yuchen pondered to himself, so the female cultivator's name is Han Yu. Hold on, let's not digress. Please answer my earlier question. Seeing the expressions of surprise on everyone's faces, Lin Yuchen quickly interrupted. This was absurd. He had no intention of pursuing her, merely wishing to reclaim his storage bag and depart swiftly. As for anything else, it was of no concern to him. I can answer that. I saw Senior Sister Han Yu just yesterday. She returned from her external training not long ago and has been frequently visiting the teaching hall. Little Mengzi exclaimed. His face lit up with excitement, revealing a bright smile as he added, Old Master Lin, I support you. If you manage to cultivate with Senior Sister Han Yu, it would be splendid if you could capture some scenes with the recording stone for us to see. Her alluring images would fetch a high price in spirit stones, and many male disciples in the sect would compete to purchase them. Indeed, I want to buy some too. Little Monkey chimed in, a hint of shyness in his voice. Then it's settled. Old Master Lin, we're counting on you. You must visit the teaching hall. Gongzi clapped Lin Yuchen on the shoulder with a heavy hand, as if entrusting him with a significant mission. Lin Yuchen felt utterly speechless upon hearing this. How could these young lads harbor such thoughts? All right, I will go and see if I can pass the assessment to become an instructor. However, Lin Yuchen's main objective was to seek out Han Yu to recover his stolen belongings. With the opportunity to engage with her, why not seize it? Otherwise, searching for Han Yu aimlessly in the vast sect of Baiyu would be quite challenging. But now, he was unsure where Nangong Meng had been assigned. Should he notify her? Lin Yuchen contemplated. Over time, he had not developed any profound feelings for Nangong Meng. Their relationship could hardly be called friendship. He wondered how she was faring now. Had she perhaps found Han Yu before him? After some thought, he decided it best to wait before informing her. Chapter 39. The teaching hall. Though the Baiyu sect may not rival the grandeur of the Yuqing sect, it boasted several peaks and numerous departments. As a mere novice disciple, Lin Yuchen had no authority to roam freely. Ordinarily, he would have to stealthily venture out at night to search for Han Yu and reclaim his stolen items, but such an approach would significantly diminish his chances of success. He was acutely aware that since Han Yu had managed to seize the fragment of the spirit bone from the foundation-building cultivator, Nangong Meng, her prowess must be formidable. If he could indeed engage with Han Yu through the teaching office to orchestrate a revenge plot and reclaim the stolen items, it would spare him considerable peril. Thus, Lin Yuchen momentarily formulated an incomplete plan. Subsequently, he conversed with his 3 roommates about various topics, purposefully inquiring into the intricacies of the sect of desire. Upon gaining a clearer understanding, Lin Yuchen was instantly unsettled. This sect of desire was nothing short of a den of debauchery. Every aspect of both cultivation and daily life was intertwined with lasciviousness. For instance, disciples of the sect were required to practice the yin-yang instrument refinement technique daily. And every 5 days, they had to participate in a teaching session that lasted 3 days and 2 nights, over the course of a year. This amounted to at least 50 such sessions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen felt a chill run down his spine. Enduring a session of 3 days and 2 nights would surely drain one's very marrow. Moreover, aside from those engaged in menial service, each disciple was obligated to fulfill certain sect tasks. These primarily involved collecting both yin and yang items, whether one's own or others, which could then be submitted to the sect's alchemical chambers for rewards and spirit stones. Additionally, there were special tasks involving the offering of one's first intimate experience, categorized as high-difficulty tasks, but with even more generous rewards. As for the sources of these items, apart from submitting their own first experiences to complete a task, disciples would have to actively seek out others. Though the sect's regulations prohibited coercion, only emotional persuasion was permitted. This rule was relatively humane, and it was due to such regulations that the sect of desire had not met the same fate as the former harmonious union sect, which was eradicated by a coalition of righteous sections. After all, there was mutual sentiment involved, which did not constitute base tactics, and the other righteous sects, preoccupied with their myriad affairs, lacked the time to vigilantly oversee the sect of desire in the name of justice. Furthermore, the sect of desire operated a substantial business, specializing in the sale of various potions for arousal, beauty enhancement, youth preservation, skin rejuvenation, and fertility, all of which were in demand by the major righteous sects. This was another crucial reason why the sect of desire would not face extermination. Many cultivators and mortals alike sought the potions produced by the sect, which were largely unique to them in terms of refinement and production. The sect of desire truly stood as an extraordinary entity in this world, akin to a shadow beneath the sun that could not be overlooked. Having grasped the fundamental circumstances of the sect of desire, Lin Yuchen felt reassured. Such a sect represented the dream of countless men. With a burgeoning interest in the sect of desire, Lin Yuchen resolved to register for the assessment to teach at the teaching office the following day. First meeting with Nangong Meng to discuss matters further. Nangong Meng expressed her strong support, deeming the teachings of the cult of desire to be rather lascivious and revolting. For the next few days, she resolved to remain within the confines of her dormitory, thus entrusting Lin Yuchen to take the lead in her stead. She planned to reclaim the fragments of the spiritual bone after locating the cultivator named Hanyu. Should that prove unsuccessful, she would contemplate alternative strategies. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuchen, who was oblivious to Nangong Meng's inner machinations, he diligently discussed the details of their forthcoming endeavors with her before proceeding to the teaching bureau to partake in the assessment for a teaching position. He effortlessly passed the evaluation and secured the role, a feat made possible by the bureau's pressing need for personnel. Individuals like Lin Yuchen, well-versed in matters of intimacy, were highly sought after. On the very day of the assessment, he was admitted and appointed, subsequently being assigned to reside in the bureau's designated quarters, an independent dwelling that elevated his status almost immediately. However, the role of an educator at the teaching bureau was not without its challenges. An experienced old cultivator named Wang, responsible for familiarizing Lin Yuchen with the bureau's affairs, candidly offered him a word of caution. Young Lin, as a newcomer, I must impart a few vital warnings for your safety. What is it, Brother Wang? Please, enlighten me. Lin Yuchen responded earnestly. Do you know why the number of instructors at the bureau is so scarce? I do not, Lin Yuchen replied, shaking his head, eager to absorb the wisdom. It is because many cannot withstand temptation and are drained of their essence, succumbing to a sudden demise. Drained of their essence to the point of death? Lin Yuchen found it difficult to comprehend. Indeed, numerous individuals who join the bureau as instructors cannot endure even a month. They either flee or perish prematurely. Just consider it, when we are tasked with enlightening those naive youths. It is inevitable that some will look upon us as their trusted guides in matters of intimacy. Many female cultivators seek our personal demonstrations, and should one falter against temptation, they might find themselves drained of their very life essence. Is such a thing truly possible? Lin Yuchen could not help but exclaim, though he recognized that this indeed aligned with the tenets of the cult of desire. Observing that Lin Yuchen seemed to dismiss his warnings, old Wang shook his head in disappointment, stating, It appears you are one who will not heed caution until faced with dire consequences. Do not blame me for failing to forewarn you. If any female cultivator approaches you for a personal demonstration, it would be wise to evade such requests. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Do not be deceived by their youth. They are all adept in the dual cultivation techniques and are remarkably vigorous in extracting life essence. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Brother Wang. Lin Yuchen replied, though internally, he remained unconvinced, secretly pondering whether he should truly fear those young maidens. Chapter 40. The Trial Tower, Part 1. Today marked Lin Yuchen's inaugural day at the teaching bureau, where old Wang guided him through various locations to familiarize him with the bureau's organizational structure. As they conversed, old Wang first led Lin Yuchen to the classroom to acclimate him to the environment, followed by a visit to the trial chamber to provide an overview. The classroom was quite ordinary, resembling a typical private school setting, complete with a lectern at the front and wooden desks below, not unlike the traditional academies of Lin Yuchen's own world. In contrast, the trial chamber was unlike anything he had ever encountered, instantly leaving him astounded. The Hall of Trials comprises 12 chambers, each named after one of the 12 earthly branches. These chambers are situated within a towering edifice, each occupying a distinct level, imbued with arcane methods and formations that govern them. This sacred space serves as a venue for the disciples of the sect of desire to undergo trials. Honing their skills with yin-yang artifacts, it is aptly referred to as the Tower of Trials. Within this imposing structure, the trials progress from the 1st to the 12th level, with increasing difficulty as one ascends. Each chamber is safeguarded by specialized control formations, and only upon successfully completing the trial of one level can one access the next. Akin to a game of challenges, participants must navigate through each trial sequentially, with no shortcuts permitted, to incentivize their disciples. The sect of desire awards spiritual stones for each level conquered, with the challenges becoming progressively more formidable and the rewards correspondingly more generous. As Lin Yuchen listened to old Wang's elucidation of the Tower of Trials while gazing at the magnificent structure before him, his interest was piqued, and he yearned to experience the trials firsthand. Yet, he was curious about the nature of the challenges within and humbly sought old Wang's guidance. To provide a more vivid explanation, old Qin led Lin Yuchen to a colossal jade disc adjacent to the tower, gesturing for him to observe it. "Brother Lin," he said, "this jade disc is intricately linked to the tower through secret methods, enabling real-time projections of the scenes within the trial chambers. If you wish to learn about the interior of any level, you can simply check here. Whenever a disciple enters a trial chamber, unless they actively deactivate the projection, the jade disc will automatically display the images, allowing us to observe everything clearly from the outside. Isn't this akin to a real-time surveillance camera? Such a device exists in this realm, yet it doesn't appear to be a product of technology. It must surely be some form of celestial artifact." Lin Yuchen mused internally, raising his gaze to the jade disc, which was presently transmitting a scene. Inside a spacious trial chamber, enclosed without doors or windows, there was an expanse devoid of any furnishings, save for a robust bronze bull at its center. The bull, crafted with an ancient aesthetic, appeared almost lifelike. Its eyes gleaming with vitality, its horns dark and polished, its fiery body smooth and muscular. A lithe female cultivator approached the bronze bull and, with a graceful leap, mounted its back. "Isn't that Hanyu? Is she undertaking the trial?" Lin Yuchen immediately recognized the female cultivator in the projection, feeling a sense of quiet delight. How fortuitous, he thought. Planning to confront her once she exited the Tower of Trials. "Brother Lin, pay close attention. The image currently displayed on the jade disc is from the second level of trials. Soon, the bronze bull will be activated and will move with great vigor. The disciple mounted on its back must maintain their position without falling off to succeed in the trial, after which the third level will be accessible." Old Wang, unaware of Lin Yuchen's covert intentions, continued to explain earnestly. "That shouldn't be difficult. We are all cultivators after all. One simply needs to exert great strength to subdue the bronze bull and ensure they remain steady." Lin Yuchen remarked nonchalantly. Yet he had yet to grasp the true complexity of the bronze bull trial. "I'm afraid it's futile. Within the trial tower, there are restrictive formations and illusions that render the use of tools and treasures impossible, and one's cultivation is suppressed. Success can only be achieved through one's own physical prowess," Old Wang remarked, casting his gaze upon the image crystal, recognizing Hanyu, who was currently undertaking the challenge. She is a junior female cultivator of unparalleled beauty in the Baiyu sect, the object of countless male disciples' aspirations for dual cultivation. Old Wang harbored a particular fondness for Hanyu, yet none dared to encroach upon her without her explicit consent. Hanyu, being a direct disciple of the sect leader Yuling Long, held a status so lofty that it not only commanded respect, but also established a significant distance. Should Hanyu express any reluctance, anyone daring to approach her would be courting death. This poses a challenge. If one cannot utilize their cultivation or treasures, how is success achievable? In the scene depicted, the bronze bull began to thrash violently the moment Hanyu mounted it, leaping and bounding with such vigor that Lin Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. This bronze bull was far mightier than any bull he had seen in the bullfighting arenas of his previous world. However, it may not be impossible. This particular trial relies on the strength of the arms and thighs to maintain grip. With sufficient practice and adequate strength, one could certainly prevail. Old Wang continued, his gaze fixed on the screen, watching Hanyu as she jostled atop the bronze bull, feeling a sense of anxiety for her and eagerly anticipating her success. Hanyu's long, elegant limbs were tightly wrapped around the bull's back, her agile form conforming to its movements as she contended with its wild bucking. For practicality in the trial, she wore a short top and shorts, reminiscent of the athletic outfits from Lin Yuchen's world. Her pristine, jade-like arms and long, graceful legs were fully exposed, showcasing her alluring, statuesque beauty. To facilitate her performance, her hair was neatly tied up in a bun atop her head, presenting her as a strikingly athletic and charming figure. Hanyu, naturally endowed with a captivating physique, now perched atop the bull, her chest pressed against its back, arms firmly clutching its sides, and legs intertwined to secure her position, exhibited a subtle curve of her athletic form, radiating vitality and sensuality. "Ah, Sister Han is attempting the trial again. Look quickly, she's riding the bronze bull," exclaimed one of the onlookers. "Goodness, this is utterly tempting. That bronze bull is truly unruly, not showing any restraint even with such a captivating sister." At that moment, Lin Yuchen suddenly heard voices behind him. Turning to look, he saw several young male disciples approaching the image crystal, their arrival seemingly sudden and unannounced. In truth, these individuals had come in a group to attempt the trials, fortuitously encountering the scene of Hanyu's challenge being projected. As the most beautiful maiden in the sect, Hanyu was constantly the subject of their fantasies regarding her alluring form. Now, having the opportunity to witness her in action was a feast for the eyes, prompting them to scurry over and crowd around the image crystal, captivated by the spectacle. Some even found themselves indulging in their own desires, heedless of the presence of Old Wang and Lin Yuchen, completely unashamed. In the realm of the sect of desire, such occurrences are indeed commonplace. Should Lin Yuchen linger any longer, He would undoubtedly witness individuals engaging in intimate acts without a hint of modesty in broad daylight, be it along mountain paths, in plazas, atop rooftops, within courtyards, beneath trees, in dining halls, or in studies. Regardless of the environment, the sect permits such liberties as long as both male and female disciples consent. Alas, I can no longer restrain myself. Fellow brothers, I must step aside for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, a male disciple hurriedly departed, inciting a wave of jeers from his peers, one of whom scoffed, "This fellow is utterly hopeless, so easily tempted. Brotherly show, not everyone is like you. You have a plethora of sisters to choose from. We are all perpetually yearning." Another disciple echoed, "Ah, I too cannot hold back any longer. I must excuse myself." Li Shou, the one addressed, merely snorted dismissively, choosing to observe the image on the jade disc with a nonchalant demeanor, arms crossed. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might notice him repeatedly swallowing hard. Li Shou was a towering figure, robust and powerful, clad in a dark green tunic that showcased his muscular arms, fitting the description of a brawny man perfectly. His features were sharply defined, with strong brows and piercing eyes, exuding a rugged masculinity that was undeniably captivating. Lin Yuchen shook his head, turning away from the spectacle, his heart filled with quiet disdain for their antics. Though he too was a man, he prided himself on his decorum. Chapter 41. The Trial Tower, Part 2. Regaining his focus, Lin Yuchen raised his gaze once more to the jade disc. At that moment, Han Yu had successfully passed the bronze bull level and was advancing to the third tier. The image flickered, transitioning to display the new level. Li Shou exclaimed in anticipation, "Ah, Sister Han is about to tackle the third level. I wonder if her petite frame can withstand it. Brother Li Shou, why not lend her a hand? A dual challenge would be quite the spectacle. Let us feast our eyes." "Indeed, Brother Li Shou, do hurry. With your reputation as the sect's foremost male disciple, you might just win Sister Han over. If you claim her first experience, given her disposition, she could very well become your dual cultivation partner." "What? A dual challenge is permissible?" Lin Yuchen's heart skipped a beat, contemplating whether this fellow truly intended to join Han Yu in the challenge. Would that not be akin to performing a living tableau before him? However, he quickly reconsidered. The trial tower forbade the use of cultivation and magical artifacts. If he could reclaim his storage bag, this might present an ideal opportunity. If he could merely get close to Han Yu, perhaps he could seize the moment to retrieve his belongings. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuchen promptly turned to old Wang, whispering, "Brother Wang, I wish to partake in this trial. Kindly guide me inside." As Lin Yuchen followed old Wang toward the trial tower, Li Shou cast a scornful glance at their retreating figures and inquired of a nearby disciple, "Who is that person accompanying old Wang? I do not recall having seen him before. Are they also heading to the trial tower? I've heard that a new instructor from the teaching department, surnamed Lin, has joined. Those in the know have spoken. Haha, they appear feeble, almost floating as they walk. Entering the trial tower is akin to courting suffering. Let us witness the spectacle shortly." Li Shou remarked dismissively, a cold scoff escaping his lips. "Senior Brother Li Shou, but Sister Han is still within the trial tower. Are you not concerned that the old man Lin might encounter her on the third level? Anyone capable of teaching in the teaching department possesses considerable skill. We wouldn't want him to devour Sister Han's tender grass. Fear not. That old man, with a physique resembling a fledgling chick, will undoubtedly be brushed aside by the bronze bull on the second level. Let Sister Han enjoy herself a while longer. Once she surpasses the third level and reaches the fourth, I shall enter to find her. The third level is treacherous, but the fourth level is where the cunning rabbit has its lairs. Indeed, Senior Brother Li Shou exudes dominance." The crowd applauded. At that moment, more male and female disciples approached the trial tower, drawn by the images being projected on the jade mirror outside, pressing together to watch. With Lin Yuchen's entry, the jade mirror split into two segments, simultaneously displaying two separate images. In the image featuring Lin Yuchen, he had already entered the expansive first trial chamber. This trial tower is indeed peculiar. The instant Lin Yuchen stepped inside, he felt an intense surge of heat rising from his feet to envelop his entire being, leaving him uncomfortably warm. Lin Yuchen hurriedly attempted to suppress it, but here, the use of cultivation was prohibited. The more he resisted, the more fervent the restless emotions became. Damn it, as expected from the sect of desire, even their testing tools are related to such cravings. After standing still for a moment and gradually acclimating to the environment, Lin Yuchen unhesitatingly removed his outer garments, leaving only a tight-fitting undergarment. "Oh my, this old man possesses quite a robust physique, akin to that of a youth," remarked one female disciple, her cheeks slightly flushed as she admired Lin Yuchen's form, while the male disciples looked on with envy and jealousy, fixated on his abs and V-line. "Senior Brother Li Shou, this old man Lin seems rather formidable. He is practically on the brink of the grave. Being muscular is futile. He is merely a display." A fine physique means nothing if he lacks skill. As he observed Lin Yuchen's superior foundational skills, Li Shou felt a slight tightness in his face, coldly mocking. I wager he'll be shattered by the bronze bull on the second level. 100 spirit stones. Who dares to bet? That's quite evident, isn't it? No bets, no bets. Several of Li Shou's close companions hastily shook their heads. I'll take your wager. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the back of the watching crowd. Upon looking, it was a diminutive young male cultivator. The very same little monkey who had shared a room with Lin Yuchen. The little monkey was flanked by Xiao Mengzi and Gongzi, who also voiced their intent to wager against Li Shou. Haha, truly, one who does not recognize their own limitations. Excellent. Today, I shall profit from your 300 spirit stones. Li Shou replied confidently, agreeing to the bet with the little monkey and his companions. The other male and female disciples in front of the jade disc were captivated by the gambling agreement, all glancing towards the trio of young men. Who could have imagined these three obscure individuals would dare to challenge the renowned male figure, Li Shou? It was plainly a path to relinquishing their spirit stones. Why did these youths hold such faith in the elderly man? Could it be that he truly possesses remarkable abilities? Among the gathered disciples, a tall female cultivator pondered this and suddenly found herself inclined to partake in this gambling game. She raised her hand and called out, I will bet as well. How about tenfold? Li Shou turned his gaze towards the female cultivator, his eyes briefly scanning her exquisite oval face before lingering on her impressive figure. She was statuesque. With a delicate oval face and large captivating eyes, her curves accentuated by the modest yet alluring outfit. A simple azure dress cinched at the waist with a white ribbon, embroidered with a phoenix motif, complemented by moon-white embroidered shoes. Unlike the more provocatively dressed female disciples of the sect of desire, her attire was somewhat conservative, yet possessed an irresistible allure, easily igniting the desire to conquer. Most striking was the icy purity exuding from her fair visage, tinged with a hint of coldness, a manifestation of innocence and modesty rarely seen in the sect of desire, leaving Li Shou momentarily speechless. What is your name, junior sister? I have never encountered you before. Li Shou sidled away from the others, taking a few steps closer with a charming smile. All right, I accept your bet, but let us add another condition. If I lose, you can command me. If you lose, I shall have my way with you. It's settled. And you must not regret your words. The tall female cultivator responded with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Li Shou was an experienced player who might harbor ulterior motives. Ah, junior sister, you haven't told me your name yet. How shall I address you? Let us discuss that when you've won, she replied coolly, stepping back a few paces away from the approaching Li Shou, her gaze firmly fixed, attentively observing the jade disc. The sudden appearance of this enchanting figure transformed Li Shou's previously light-hearted wager into something far more intriguing. A beauty rivaling Han Shimi, an ice-cold goddess, faced off against the renowned male figure of the sect of desire. This gamble between the tall female cultivator and Li Shou piqued the interest of the surrounding disciples, who eagerly engaged in discussions, their attention riveted on the unfolding spectacle. Regrettably, Lin Yuchen was absent from the scene, unaware of the newly arrived female cultivator. Had he been present, he would have been filled with skepticism, for this familiar figure was none other than the foremost beauty of the Yuchen sect, the Snow Smoke Fairy. Yet, what could possibly bring the Snow Smoke Fairy of the Yuchen sect to the murky depths of the sect of desire? Chapter 42, Trial Tower, 3. The images witnessed from the outside differed significantly from the actual experience within the trial tower. One could only observe the events occurring within the trial chamber, unable to glimpse the illusions contained therein. Only Lin Yuchen, immersed in the experience, could fully comprehend the terrifying challenges posed by the trial tower. He now faced the torment of burning desire while simultaneously enduring the harrowing trials of the illusory realm. The first level, aptly named Street Mouse, greeted Lin Yuchen with a bustling thoroughfare upon his entrance. The street was alive with a throng of people, creating an atmosphere of vibrant chaos, rendering any semblance of illusion utterly imperceptible. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Lin Yuchen's ears, delineating the trial's task. The Street Mouse trial required him to traverse the street under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Should he manage to walk the length of the street without evasion, he would successfully pass the trial and advance to the next level. This peculiar test was, in essence, an examination of one's sense of shame. As Lin Yuchen walked, the remaining garments clinging to him began to slip away, prompting a surge of bystanders who jeered, ridiculed, and berated him. Though it was merely an illusion, the experience felt strikingly authentic. An ordinary individual would likely succumb to embarrassment and flee, thus failing the trial. Fortunately, having encountered grand spectacles before, Lin Yuchen experienced a momentary discomfort but gradually relaxed, confidently walking through the street to complete the trial. Adopting the guise of an elderly man, he felt no embarrassment that could be attributed to him. Upon successfully passing the first level, Lin Yuchen proceeded to the second trial, which unveiled a vast grassland where a robust bull grazed leisurely. The trial mandated that he ride the bull and gallop across the grassland without being thrown off to progress to the next level. This task proved to be simple for Lin Yuchen, who effortlessly leaped onto the bull's neck, grasping its horns. With a swift leap, the bull bellowed and began to buck violently. Despite the rapid pace, Lin Yuchen maintained his grip firmly on the bull's back, remaining steadfast for a quarter of an hour, ultimately passing the second level with ease. As Lin Yuchen emerged from the second level, the onlookers gathered around the projection stone erupted in excitement. Their attention turned to Li Shou, who had lost spirit stones, while the trio of the Little Monkey, Little Mengzi, and Gongzi clamored for their share of the stones. Shui Yan also sought her portion from Li Shou, who was incensed not merely by the loss of spirit stones, but by the indignity of the situation, cursing Lin Yuchen under his breath. Entering the third level presented a trial akin to riding a tiger, which bore resemblance to the previous challenge. However, this time, he was required to cling beneath the tiger's belly rather than ride on its back, completing a stretch without falling off to succeed. This trial was truly bizarre and perplexing. Yet, having come this far, Lin Yuchen resolved to undertake the challenge. The higher levels intensified the malevolent fire within him, and he found that merely suppressing it with sheer willpower consumed a significant amount of his energy. Nevertheless, he was determined to proceed, pondering the absence of Han Yu in this level. Had she advanced while he was still navigating the previous trials? Whether he could reach the next level and reunite with Han Yu, reclaiming his storage pouch, hinged on this moment. Meanwhile, the crowd outside grew increasingly animated. The Little Monkey, the Spirited One, and Gongzi were fervently cheering for Lin Yuchen, while Li Shou was angrily cursing. Shui Yan, on the other hand, was curiously gazing at the bizarre scenes of the trial. Sent by her master to the Baidu sect for a task, she was witnessing an array of peculiarities previously unseen, leaving her both exhilarated and bewildered. Had it not been for the pressing task at hand, Shui Yan would have longed to flee this unsavory place. Ultimately, the challenging trial did not thwart Lin Yuchen, who successfully passed and was on the verge of entering the fourth level. At that moment, Li Shou could no longer contain himself. He rushed towards the trial tower, anxious to join the challenge. He feared that if Lin Yuchen, this old man, encountered Han Yu on the fourth level, his cherished goddess of a junior sister would be sullied. Within the trial tower, primal desires between men and women would be awakened, and Li Shou was not willing to gamble on such a perilous outcome. In the fourth level's trial chamber, Han Yu was diligently engaged in her trial when she suddenly received a request for someone to join her. In typical dual or group trials, participants could assist one another, reducing the trial's difficulty, albeit at the cost of diminishing rewards. Who could it be wanting to join? Han Yu pondered before ultimately deciding to accept. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuchen appeared in the fourth level's trial chamber. With Lin Yuchen's entrance, the illusion began to shift. He found himself on a gently sloping hillside, where wild grass reached his ankles and a few wildflowers swayed in the breeze. Not far away stood the enchanting Han Yu, her beauty accentuated by the gentle wind that tousled her hair, framing her delicate face. She radiated an alluring charm that drew the gaze into her glistening eyes, inciting an overwhelming desire to embrace her amidst the verdant grass. Han Yu, elevated on the slope, appeared even more slender and graceful, yet undeniably sensual. What an old man, she thought, but relieved, she mused that he was likely devoid of desire, sparing her from any awkwardness during the trial. The dual trial's difficulty would be significantly less than her solo endeavor, which was preferable, especially as she was soon to join her master at the Yuchen sect for a covert mission. She needed to swiftly conquer the 12 levels of the trial tower. Quietly resolving her thoughts, Han Yu nodded slightly to Lin Yuchen and inquired, "Shall we tackle this challenge together? Let us cooperate effectively." She continued, "Soon, rabbit holes will randomly appear on the hillside, and we must swiftly cover the entrances with our hands and feet as the rabbits attempt to escape." As she spoke, Han Yu introduced herself to Lin Yuchen, beckoning him closer. "Come here quickly. The trial is about to commence. Stand behind me." With Lin Yuchen being an elderly man, Han Yu felt little apprehension, believing him merely to be another challenger in the trial, without considering any ulterior motives. Lin Yuchen found herself at odds with her thoughts, captivated by the alluring and graceful form of Han Yu. A flicker of desire ignited within her, yet the rationality of reclaiming her storage bag ultimately triumphed over her impulses. She approached Han Yu from behind, positioning herself back-to-back as per Han Yu's request. Han Yu swiftly entered a state of challenge, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she focused intently on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchen seized the opportunity to scrutinize her, uncertain of where Han Yu had stowed her storage bag. She had not been particularly attentive to the ground. Her true intention in entering the trial tower was to seek out Han Yu, and now that she had found her, thoughts of overcoming the trial were nowhere to be found. At that moment, Lin Yuchen seemed to catch sight of a pink storage bag hanging from Han Yu's waist. her spirits lifting instantly as she realized she had finally discovered it. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she devised a plan. "Mr. Lin, why are you standing so close to me? It's quite uncomfortable," Hanyu remarked, stepping away slightly. Just then, an opening appeared in the ground, signaling that a rabbit was about to emerge. Hanyu hurriedly extended her foot to cover one hole, only for another rabbit hole to appear. She quickly used her other foot to block it as well. When yet another hole manifested, she found herself without feet to use, leading her to crouch down and cover it with her hands. This trial, aptly named the Cunning Rabbit's Burrow, tested one's agility and flexibility. Unpredictable rabbit holes would appear on the hillside, often in awkward positions, necessitating swift coordination of limbs to cover them. At times, this required crossing legs, spreading them apart, or even performing a split, bending legs while raising hands, and intertwining hands and feet. As Hanyu wore shorts, her movements naturally resulted in undeniably enticing poses. Lin Yuchen, momentarily distracted from the trial, was solely preoccupied with retrieving her storage bag. With each appearance of the rabbit holes, Hanyu adopted various positions. At one point, she formed a split, her legs spread wide to cover one hole with each foot while her body curved downwards, her right arm extending forward to block another, presenting a striking posture on the grass. In another instance, she switched stances, using both hands to cover a hole. Her left foot grounded while her right leg extended back to seal a third entry, reminiscent of a sprinter preparing for a race. Undoubtedly, Hanyu devoted herself wholeheartedly to the challenge, striving to execute each demanding movement. This inadvertently provided Lin Yuchen with a view of many alluring and provocative gestures. As Lin Yuchen struggled to suppress her desire while plotting to reclaim her storage bag, she frequently faltered in blocking the rabbit holes. After a while, several rabbits had already scampered out from the hillside. Frustrated, Hanyu scolded, "Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Why aren't you focused on the trial? At this rate, we are certain to fail. The trial stipulates that no more than 10 rabbits should emerge during the duo challenge, and we have already let 7 escape. Please take this seriously and stop allowing more rabbits to come out." In truth, this trial posed little difficulty for Lin Yuchen. Having practiced numerous forms of traditional Chinese medicine and health cultivation exercises in his previous life, along with yoga, he possessed remarkable flexibility and strength in his limbs. His mistakes stemmed solely from the multitude of distracting thoughts occupying his mind. Yet, how could Lin Yuchen reveal his true sentiments? He conveniently shifted the blame onto Hanyu, declaring, "Little sister, you cannot fault me. The irregular placement of these openings is quite troublesome. Some appear right beside you. If I attempt to block them, I would inevitably end up touching you. I fear causing an awkward situation. Otherwise, how could this challenge be deemed difficult? I could accomplish it effortlessly. Are you implying that I should be blamed? Truly, I have already agreed to team up with you for this trial. What is there to be embarrassed about? Hurry. Focus on the trial and refrain from releasing any rabbits." In truth, Hanyu's willingness to partner with Lin Yuchen stemmed from her perception of him as an elderly man, believing he would not act improperly towards her. However, the unfortunate reality was that Lin Yuchen was not an old man, but rather a youth masquerading as one. "Is that so? If I happen to touch you later, do not hold it against me." Lin Yuchen chuckled inwardly, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to reclaim the storage bag. "I won't blame you. Just be prepared. If you perform well in this level, I shall seek you as my partner for future trials." "All right, little sister, watch my performance," Lin Yuchen vowed confidently. The rabbit holes continued to emerge chaotically on the hillside as the two immersed themselves in the trial. However, the situation had shifted. Lin Yuchen boldly pressed against Hanyu, simultaneously blocking the rabbit holes while subtly exploring her storage bag. Initially, Hanyu remained unaware of Lin Yuchen's actions, but soon she sensed his intentions, perplexed by his audacity. "This old man is quite lewd, always taking the opportunity to touch me. Fine, I shall endure this. Once this level of the trial concludes, I will leave." Yet, she did not consider the possibility that he might steal her storage bag. "Little sister, do not lose focus." As Lin Yuchen rose from Hanyu, he jostled her slightly, reaching toward the location of her storage bag. "Oh, you old pervert. This is outrageous. I refuse to continue this trial. I want to leave." Hanyu scolded angrily, unable to suppress the heat radiating from her body, exacerbated by the trial tower's aphrodisiac effects. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Lin Yuchen deftly grasped Hanyu's storage bag. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he inadvertently yanked down her outer shirt, revealing the form-fitting garment beneath. Though unintentional, in Hanyu's eyes, this was the prelude to a nefarious act. "Ah!" she exclaimed, hastily covering her chest with her hands. At that moment, with the storage bag in hand, Lin Yuchen was poised to leave, but the sight of her exposed, fair skin ignited a surge of forbidden desire within him, compelling him to pull her into his embrace and, in a swift motion, turn the tables. "What do you think you're doing?" Hanyu exclaimed, a blend of shame and anger flooding her senses. Before the Shadow Jade Bai in the Trial Tower Square, a multitude of disciples, gathered to witness the transmission of images from the Jade Bai, beheld the scene of Lin Yuchen pushing down Lin Hanyue, which immediately ignited a flurry of discussions and curses. "How could my goddess, junior sister Hanyue, be pushed down by that old man?" exclaimed a male disciple in dismay. "That shameless old man. Hanyue, you must retaliate and crush his arrogance." Another shouted, "My heavens, that elder's technique is astonishingly skillful. One can tell he is a seasoned veteran. I wish to know him for dual cultivation." A female disciple remarked with evident interest, "Where's brotherly show? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Hurry and rescue junior sister Hanyue." The crowd before the Jade Bai clamored, most hurling insults at Lin Yuchen, while some female disciples entertained fantasies, finding the scenario rather thrilling. The trio of Xiao Hozi, Xiao Mengzi, and Gongzi were particularly jubilant, exclaiming, "Haha, impressive. Master Lin is truly remarkable. He has swiftly captivated Hanyue." They reveled in their acquaintance with Lin Yuchen, feeling it elevated their status among their peers. Old Wang, who had previously escorted Lin Yuchen, stood nearby, lamenting, "This Lin is quite audacious. That is the direct disciple of the sect leader. He must be courting danger." His words hinted at deeper implications. Among the onlookers, only Shui Yin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, inwardly chastising, "Oh dear, this is utterly outrageous. How can Bai Yu teach in such a manner?" With so many witnesses to this transmission, that girl must be mortified. Flushed with shame, Shui Yin raised her hand to shield her eyes from the scene. Yet her curiosity compelled her to peek through her fingers at the Shadow Jade Bai. At that moment, an alert reverberated from the trial room. "Someone is attempting to enter the Rabbit's Lair trial room. Would you accept a team challenge?" This announcement heralded the arrival of Li Shou, the foremost male disciple of Bai Yu, who had reached the entrance of the fourth layer of the trial room. Following the alert, Li Shou's voice rang out, "Junior sister Hanyue, it is I, Li Shou. Please allow me to enter and join you in this trial. Is that old man with you? Quickly grant me access. Don't let him take advantage of you." "Oh no, what should I do? If brother Li Shou barges in and sees me like this, I will be utterly humiliated." A more terrifying thought struck Hanyue, plunging her into despair. "Ah, no please. I implore you, Mr. Lin, Grandfather Lin, let me go. How can someone of your age treat a young girl like me this way? I beg you, release me." Tears glistened in her eyes as fear overcame her, and she continued to struggle. The commotion reached Li Shou outside the fourth layer of the trial room, infuriating him. "Hanyue, you must agree to let me in. I am here to save you. That damned old man, I will not let him bully you," he shouted in a fit of rage. Li Shou is, at his core, a rogue. This statement may seem somewhat insincere. In truth, he is more inclined to rush in and confront the elder himself, seizing this opportunity to claim Hanyue. However, at that moment, Hanyue is tormented by her own humiliation, fearing the gaze of others. How could she possibly allow Li Shou to enter? To do so would mean exposing the shameful scene of her being bullied. Within the sect, who does not know that Li Shou is an unscrupulous lecher, utterly untrustworthy? Thus, Hanyue completely disregards Li Shou, and instead, frightened by his shouts, she dares not cry out any louder, opting to keep her mouth tightly shut as Lin Yuchen's hands roam over her. At that instant, a thunderous crash resounds as the door to the fourth trial chamber is suddenly flung open. "You old fool, let go of junior sister Fair." Lin Yuchen hears a voice behind him, and before he realizes it, a heavy blow strikes the back of his head, causing him to stumble sideways. It is none other than Li Shou, who has forcefully breached the barriers after persistently knocking at the door. The cost of this endeavor is evident as he suffers an internal injury, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth due to the backlash of the barrier. Within the confines of the trial tower, magical abilities cannot be employed. Thus, Li Shou can only rely on his own physical strength to break through. And sustaining injuries from the backlash is quite normal. Nevertheless, Li Shou, robust and sturdy, is unfazed by such wounds, confident that his strength will easily subdue the elder Lin Yuchen. As Li Shou kicks the door open, the damage to the trial chamber instantaneously disrupts the transmission of the imaged jade wall concerning the fourth level. Upon entering, Li Shou sees Hanyue, the one he is infatuated with yet unable to possess, being bullied on the ground. How could he stand idly by? He swiftly raises his foot and delivers a powerful kick to Lin Yuchen's head, eager to send the elder flying and take his place. Just as one rogue elder is felled, another, Li Shou, appears with fierce intent. Hanyue, unable to thank Li Shou in time, instinctively shrinks away in fright. Resembling a startled bird. "Li Shou, what are you doing? Stay away. If you dare touch me, I will tell Master, and Master will not spare you." As she speaks, tears continue to flow down her cheeks, her face a delicate blend of beauty and sorrow, exuding a captivating allure, an exquisite tragedy. "Do not fear, junior sister Han. I have come to rescue you. I will only cherish you. How could I ever bully you?" Li Shou declares with a lascivious grin, stepping forward. believing that his earlier kick has rendered Lin Yuchen unconscious, convinced that this realm now belongs to him. However, Lin Yuchen possesses a spirit ring that enables rapid recovery from injuries. Li Shou is oblivious to the fact that Lin Yuchen, having been kicked and momentarily dazed, swiftly rebounds to his feet. The blow from Li Shou has brought him back to clarity, and upon witnessing the sight of Han Yu, tear-streaked and beautiful, he realizes the grave mistake he narrowly avoided. Haha, junior sister Han, this is a special elixir I have prepared for you, Heavenly Fragrance Harmony Powder. Once you use it, you will no longer suffer, Li Shou announces, holding a blue and white porcelain bottle with a lewd smile. Ah, Heavenly Fragrance Harmony Powder. Han Yu's face pales at the sight of the vial, and she hurriedly shifts away, for this is a potent aphrodisiac, its effects exceedingly intense. Li Shou cast the fragrant Tianxiang Haoan powder towards Han Yu, causing a delicate dust to disperse through the air, its intoxicating aroma enveloping her senses. In an instant, Han Yu felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, her delicate form trembling with desire. Li Shou, you despicable fiend. Stop. No. Han Yu fought desperately against the effects, but to no avail. Her body grew increasingly feverish, and she gasped for breath. Hee. Han Yu, my dear junior sister, if you obediently comply, your elder brother will ensure your pleasure. Li Shou leered, his eyes glinting with a greedy light. He had awaited this moment for far too long. All thanks to that old man Lin. Suddenly, he realized that Lin had vanished. How dare you ambush me? Scoundrel, perish. Just as Li Shou was lost in thought, Lin Yuchen delivered a swift kick, striking Li Shou in a most vulnerable area. Ah, that hurts. I'm in agony. The sturdy Li Shou jumped up, clutching his groin as he stumbled and fell, writhing in pain on the ground. In the trial tower, due to the restrictions of the formations and secret arts, none could utilize their magical abilities. Li Shou, overconfident and now injured, found that even his robust physique could not save him from such a blow. Lin Yuchen quickly pounced, attacking Li Shou further, delivering blows to his injured area. Li Shou's cries echoed, resembling a wounded animal, as he begged for mercy. Yet Lin Yuchen showed no compassion, continuing his assault until Li Shou lay unconscious, battered, and bruised. Outside the trial room, the other disciples were oblivious to the events unfolding within. As the transmission jade wall had been shut, after neutralizing Li Shou, Lin Yuchen planned to make his escape with the storage bag. However, at that moment, a soft body pressed against him from behind. As Lin Yuchen turned, he felt a pair of delicate arms encircle his waist, Han Yu's feverish cheek resting against his back, her breath heavy with desire. Lin, grandfather, I feel so uncomfortable. Lin Yuchen stiffened, recalling that Han Yu had fallen victim to the Tianxiang Haoan powder. Observing her dazed demeanor and glancing at the unconscious Li Shou on the ground, he mused that Li Shou truly deserved his reputation as the foremost seducer, carrying such potent aphrodisiacs. With clarity returning to his mind after Li Shou's blow, Lin Yuchen fought against the surge of unwanted desire rising within him, attempting to pry Han Yu's arms apart. Little girl, don't touch. Yet Han Yu, entirely under the influence of the powder, was beyond hearing his words. Her cheeks burned crimson, her heated body entwining around Lin Yuchen like a vine, her restless hands exploring him, murmuring incoherent pleas. So hot. Lin grandfather, please help me. It must be said, Han Yu, renowned as the most beautiful female cultivator of the Desire sect, exuded an alluring charm even in her delirium. Her hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her sweat-drenched cheeks, adding an air of poignant vulnerability to her allure. Lin Yuchen's heart raced uncontrollably. He was acutely aware that he should maintain his composure at this moment. However, Han Yu's unabashedly intimate actions threatened to shatter his remaining rationality. Yet, what transpired next sent his thoughts spiraling into disarray. Han Yu's scorching lips gently brushed against Lin Yuchen's neck, her tongue delicately caressing his skin. A jolt coursed through him, his mind blanking in an instant, as if the very blood within him had ignited, overwhelming him with an unprecedented surge of desire. Miss Han, you have forced my hand. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Han Yu felt her body yearning to press closer to Lin Yuchen, her hazy vision transforming his visage from that of a youthful, handsome man to that of a disheveled old man, as if caught in a dream. Chapter 45. The underlying crisis. When Han Yu languidly awakened, she found herself lying in her own chamber, the familiar fragrance enveloping her senses. Yet, her head throbbed dully, as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. She instinctively tugged at the blanket, the movement causing her sore body to ache, and she suddenly realized her clothes had been changed, her face flushing with embarrassment. How did I end up here? She murmured to herself, memories flooding back like a tidal wave, the disconcerting images flashing in her mind. Embarrassed and angry, she buried her head beneath the covers, wishing to disappear from the world. In just a day, Lin Yuchen's triumph in the trial tower, having captured the attention of the esteemed disciple Han Yu, became common knowledge. He unexpectedly gained fame, his reputation soaring. Although the destruction of the trial chamber meant that no images had been projected onto the jade wall, the sight of Han Yu being carried out by Lin Yuchen, her face flushed and disoriented, left little room for speculation about what had transpired. The sect of Desire was known for its unique practice of dual cultivation. In any other orthodox sect, such actions would have led to Lin Yuchen facing severe punishment or even execution. However, within the sect of Desire, his conquest of Han Yu was not only unpunished but celebrated as a tale of valor, especially after news of Li Shou administering the fragrant elixir to Han Yu surfaced. Lin Yuchen's image transformed into that of a hero, rescuing Han Yu from peril and sacrificing himself to save her from poison. Countless disciples revered him, bestowing upon him the moniker Old Lin Gun, a title he found utterly absurd. He already bore the peculiar nickname Leprechaun Dust at Yucheng's sect, and now he had acquired yet another whimsical alias. That day, he reclaimed his lost storage bag from Han Yu. After a thorough inspection, everything was intact except for the bronze sword, which had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, with the remnants of Nangong Meng's spiritual bone still unfound, he resolved to remain in the vicinity to search for both the spiritual bone and the bronze sword. Thus, Lin Yuchen continued his duties in the Bureau of Teaching. However, with every blessing comes a curse. Lin Yuchen has offended both Li Shou and Han Yu, and the two are currently devising plans to deal with him. The damage Lin Yuchen inflicted upon them is considerable, and neither will easily let him off the hook. Li Shou harbors intentions of annihilating Lin Yuchen, an urge that stems from Lin Yuchen's failure to eradicate the threat completely, leaving himself vulnerable. It is worth noting that Lin Yuchen cannot be entirely blamed. At the time, he was restrained by the formations within the trial tower, rendering him unable to eliminate Li Shou. Upon Li Shou's awakening and subsequent escape, his hatred for Lin Yuchen deepened, especially after the scandal involving Han Yu came to light. His reputation within the sect of Desire has plummeted to unprecedented lows, and he is eager to gather forces to eliminate Lin Yuchen. Among the younger male disciples of the sect of Desire, two stand out: the former esteemed spear master Li Shou and the respected eldest disciple, Song Qingshu. Fearing that he alone may not suffice to confront Lin Yuchen, Li Shou seeks the assistance of Song Qingshu. Unlike Li Shou, who is widely regarded as a rogue among the younger disciples, Song Qingshu embodies the virtues of righteousness and grace. Handsome and gentlemanly, he is the object of admiration for countless female disciples. Yet, Song Qingshu's affections lie elsewhere. He harbors a secret crush on the sect's esteemed leader, the enchanting Yu Linglong. Han Yu, a direct disciple of Yu Linglong, is someone whom Yu Linglong has expressed intentions of pairing with Song Qingshu as dual cultivation partners. Although this arrangement has yet to materialize, Song Qingshu has already envisioned Han Yu as his future companion. He often fantasizes about the possibility of uniting both Han Yu and Yu Linglong, the mentor and disciple, in his life. Therefore, when he hears Li Shou mention that Han Yu has been wronged, it is easy to fathom his fury. With a mere suggestion from Li Shou, Song Qingshu aligns himself with the faction against Lin Yuchen, and together they begin plotting his downfall. In addition to these two, Han Yu herself seeks to settle the score with Lin Yuchen. A woman of high ideals, she has always held lofty expectations regarding her future partner. However, the events that transpired in the trial tower have left her feeling not only sullied but also publicly shamed. Even within the relatively liberal confines of the sect of Desire, where female disciples do not place great emphasis on chastity, she finds it hard to reconcile her feelings. Had Lin Yuchen chosen to flee after the incident, Han Yu might have gradually moved on, but his audacious decision to remain in the sect only fuels her anger. She yearns for revenge against Lin Yuchen, yet feels inadequate to confront him alone. Thus, she turns to her master, Yu Linglong, seeking her intervention for justice. Yu Linglong is well aware of the events that transpired in the trial tower. Upon hearing Han Yu's grievances, she smiles gently and reassures her, "My dear Yu, you are overreacting. As a disciple of the sect of Desire, you will inevitably engage in dual cultivation with a man. This is merely an early occurrence. Do not dwell on it too much. In a few days, you will forget. Focus on your training, for that is what truly matters." Master, however, that old man Lin is utterly shameless. I am now too afraid to walk around the sect. My senior sisters will mock me. Master, could you please deal with that wicked old man? Deal with him? How do you intend to do so? Yu Linglong inquired with curiosity. I wish to torment him and exact my revenge. Oh my, Yu, I thought you meant to kill him. This truly takes me by surprise. If I am not mistaken, you may have developed feelings for this person. Quickly, tell me what transpired between you and that old man Lin. Ah, Master, how can you say that? Han Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips pouting in indignation. No, Master, please do not speak such nonsense. How could I ever like him? At the mention, Han Yu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that dashing gentleman from her dreams. Look at you, Yu Linglong said with gleeful interest. Very well, since you do not fancy him, I shall help you eliminate him. No one shall bully my precious disciple. Han Yu wanted to protest against the killing, but felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. A wave of conflicting emotions surged within her, leaving her uncertain of her true feelings. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly replied, Master, even if I seek revenge, I must first torment him. Please help me capture him. Agreed. I too am eager to meet this old man. However, I have some important matters to attend to in the coming days. Please wait a while longer, and I shall surely assist you in capturing him and confining him in the dungeon for your revenge. Thank you, Master. Han Yu felt a great weight lifted from her heart, joyfully bidding farewell as she departed from Yu Linglong's grand hall. Chapter 46. Yu Linglong after Han Yu's departure. A figure emerged from behind the drapes in the hall, revealing a stout, bearded cultivator. He appeared to be in his 40s, donned in a lavish robe. His waist adorned with a dragon-patterned belt, boasting a rather prominent belly, and his face emanated a prosperous countenance. Two meticulously groomed black mustaches adorned his lips, resembling elongated eyebrows. He was a rather handsome, rotund cultivator, exuding an air of authority that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Yet, his somewhat disreputable appearance led one to suspect he harbored ill intentions. Indeed, as the stout cultivator stepped out from behind the drapes and caught sight of the tall and alluring Yu Linglong, his demeanor changed. The air of authority dissipated, replaced by a lascivious expression. Long time no see, Linglong. I have missed you dearly, the stout cultivator, Situ Hung, exclaimed, attempting to embrace Yu Linglong from behind. His eagerness palpable. Lord Situ, do not be so reckless. I am ticklish. Are you not afraid of being discovered by the city lord's wife? Yu Linglong gracefully turned to evade him, taking a seat on the throne-like chair, playfully smiling as she regarded the current lord of Luocheng, Situ Hung, with a teasing gaze. What a spoil sport. Why bring her up at such a moment? Situ Hung grumbled, his expression souring. Linglong, do you still not comprehend my feelings for you? Noting her deliberate avoidance, he furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes, displaying mild displeasure while continuing to admire Yu Linglong. If I cannot touch, may I at least look? Situ Hung lamented, resigned to indulging his eyes instead. Yu Linglong sat gracefully in the wooden chair of the main hall, her right leg crossed delicately over her left knee. The tips of her dainty toes pointed intentionally at Li Tianheng. She was adorned in an exquisite purple floral dress, elegantly split along the thigh, revealing her long, porcelain-like legs beneath. This posture accentuated her smooth, fair thighs, which were both rounded and elongated. Yu Linglong possessed a beauty that was captivating, her mature allure subtly surpassing that of Han Yu, imbued with a feminine tenderness that spoke of experience. Her eyes, despite having witnessed the vicissitudes of life, remained clear and bright, shimmering like the moon, exuding an enchanting radiance. What could you possibly desire from me? Surely, it's nothing but ill intentions. Yu Linglong remarked with a gentle smile, unfazed by Situ Heng's leering gaze. With a casual air, she continued, I lost interest in you long ago. Now, enough with the pleasantries. I am quite busy. Speak. How dare you come to see me behind that woman's back? What is it that you seek? Is it forbidden for me to visit you without a reason? Yu Linglong, your words are truly heartless. They wound me. Situ Hung leaned closer, attempting to pull Yu Linglong into his embrace. Yu Linglong swiftly interposed her hand. Do not touch me. Now, tell me, what is it you want? Is it not enough for you to revel in your carefree life in Luocheng? Why come to me uninvited? Surely, you do not intend to seduce me? You hardly seem to be in want of women. Who could possibly compare to you, Yu Linglong? Situ Hung sighed, realizing that he would gain no advantage from her today. He shifted to a more serious tone. Yu Linglong, I have come to warn you. The people of the Zhushan sect have set their sights on you. You must be cautious. I fear they may send someone to cause trouble here. Why would the Zhushan sect be interested in me? Yu Linglong feigned ignorance, her expression one of bewilderment. It pertains to your disciple's attempt to seize the remnants of Nangong Meng's spiritual bone at the auction. Do not think that no one is aware. It has already been discovered that it was your disciples from the Baiyu sect who instigated this. They may have even sent individuals into the Baiyu sect to stir up trouble. Situ Hung expressed his concerns. Why did you covet that object? If you truly wish for it, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. I do not understand your fixation on those remnants. They are mere illusions. If such treasures truly existed, they would have long been claimed by powerful beings. With your current cultivation at the initial stage of Jedon, how could you compete against them? Would it not be wiser to focus on nurturing the Baiyu sect and expanding its influence? Why wade into such murky waters? I do not require your advice. Yu Linglong retorted coldly, displeased. Do you think everyone is like you, lacking ambition? One cannot aspire to soar to celestial heights with such a weak resolve. I am determined to seize the fortune of destiny. Now be gone. Your concerns for my well-being are unwarranted. Yu Linglong, why must you always regard me with such disdain? Very well, take care of yourself. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Situ Hung, feeling helpless, found himself in a subordinate position before Yu Linglong, despite his status as the city lord. It was indeed a humbling experience. Yet he remained willingly enamored by the allure of the captivating Yulinglong. After imparting his final words of caution, Situ Hung, with a sense of resignation, departed in a disheartened manner. Yulinglong observed his departure without the slightest inclination to retain him. Yet, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards Situ Hung for his timely warning. Having been informed that the Zhushan sect might have dispatched individuals to stir trouble within the Baiyu sect, she immediately set about preparing for the impending confrontation upon leaving the Grand Hall. Uncertain whether the Zhushan sect had sent emissaries overtly or if they had infiltrated stealthily, she knew it imperative to arrange for an investigation into the recent entrance to the Baiyu sect. It was crucial to ascertain their identities promptly to avert any prolonged disturbances. Chapter 47. Strange discoveries within the Baiyu sect. Yulinglong had presided over the Baiyu sect for over a century, a figure of remarkable resolve. Upon learning of potential infiltrators within the sect, she swiftly mobilized her resources to conduct covert investigations. The Baiyu sect found itself enveloped in a tide of hidden crises. Shui Yan, acting under her master's orders, infiltrated the Baiyu sect to gather intelligence, unaware that the sect was already scrutinizing outsiders in the shadows. Maintaining her guise as a new disciple, she roamed freely while secretly gathering information. Although she was tasked with investigating, she had little clarity on what precisely to seek. Her master, the venerable Lan Fong, had merely instructed her to observe for any unusual signs within the Baiyu sect that might indicate the emergence of a treasure. However, the nature of this treasure remained a mystery even to Lan Fong, leaving Shui Yan in the dark as well. Having monitored the Baiyu sect discreetly for several days, Shui Yan had yet to uncover any anomalies related to the treasure. Nevertheless, she stumbled upon other intriguing matters. The various shops within the Baiyu sect were exceedingly peculiar and captivating, offering items she had neither heard of nor seen before. Thus, in her leisure time, she found herself drawn to these shops, eager to procure some extraordinary goods. My dear junior sister, you have returned again. I have noticed your frequent visits, yet you have not purchased anything from our store. Today we have new arrivals. Come, allow me to show you. This latest attire is undeniably alluring and a must-have for practitioners like us. You simply must acquire a few pieces. Upon Shui Yan's entrance into the clothing store, the saleswoman, a fellow disciple, hurriedly approached her, eager to showcase the offerings. What new styles? Let me see. I hope it is not the same type you recommended last time. That was far too revealing. I refuse to buy it. I feel too embarrassed to wear it. Shui Yan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Fortunately, the one attempting to attract her attention was also a woman, which made it easier for her to voice her discomfort. Not to worry. Rest assured. The newly arrived protective garments have only recently been developed, enhanced by the sect's talisman masters with secretive incantations. They are not only visually appealing but also offer protection against attacks. Truly a bargain. All right, show me. As she spoke, the saleswoman mysteriously retrieved a delicate wooden box from beneath the counter. Upon opening it, a gossamer garment, as thin as a cicada's wing, emerged, adorned with ethereal patterns that glimmered with an otherworldly sheen under the sunlight. Behold this exquisite fabric, not only breathable, but capable of transforming its hue according to your desires. Moreover, the intricate patterns conceal profound mysteries, enhanced by the talismans of our sect's skilled talisman masters. Adorning it briefly augments your elemental resistance in battle, potentially preserving your life in critical moments. Shui Yan, intrigued, picked up the gossamer garment, her fingers delicately caressing its texture. Although she felt that the design was rather revealing, she was nonetheless captivated by its remarkable properties. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Is it truly as wonderful as you claim? Surely, you are not merely trying to entice me into a purchase?" The female disciple quickly waved her hand, affirming with conviction, "Junior sister, how could I ever deceive you? This is our shop's signature item, purchased by many senior sisters, and the admiration it garners. Oh, it is simply remarkable." Upon hearing this, Shui Yan's cheeks flushed even deeper. She retorted, "You only jest with your words, but I suppose I shall try it on." Entering the dressing room, she closed the wooden door behind her. It was her first time preparing to try on garments in this space, and the thought of changing clothes here made her feel somewhat bashful. Yet, the enchanting gossamer attire was truly appealing, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to try it on. Though the dressing room was well sealed, to avoid prying eyes, Shui Yan cautiously retrieved a formation flag from her storage pouch and planted it into the ground. This flag possessed a shielding function, alleviating her concerns of being observed. In the clothing store, there was a deacon named Du Datong, who had served the sect of Desire for many years. An elder within the sect, his cultivation was modest, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, this did not hinder Du Datong from thriving within the sect. His proficiency in talismans, garment making, and alchemy allowed him to easily attract the attention of any female disciple in the sect of Desire. Most often, a mere flick of his fingers and a few cunning tactics would suffice to win them over. His experience with women far exceeded that of Li Shou. Hailed as the foremost male suitor of the sect, having encountered numerous women, Du Datong grew increasingly discerning. Today, while conducting his routine inspection of the clothing store, he found himself rather bored until the entrance of Shuyan sparked his interest. He regarded her as a celestial being and immediately concocted ill intentions. Once Shuyan entered the dressing room, Du Datong stealthily approached the wall outside, intent on peeking in. The female disciple selling goods was well aware of Du Datong's lewdness, but dared not offend him, feigning ignorance. The outer wall of the dressing room featured a small hole, deliberately left by Du Datong in the past, cleverly concealed so that outsiders would hardly notice. Leaning against the wall, he peered inside, his heart racing with anticipation, convinced he would witness a captivating scene. Alas, due to Shuyan's protective formation, the interior was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Fuming with anger, Du Datong cursed inwardly. This little girl is despicable. How could she possess such an expensive shielding formation? She must not be an ordinary disciple. Her backing is certainly formidable. This only served to intensify Du Datong's possessiveness, as vivid memories of the alluring figure of Xian lingered in his mind. At that moment, the rustling sounds of clothing being changed in the dressing room further provoked his illicit thoughts, and he inwardly resolved, I must possess this enchanting young lady. She is simply irresistible. Shopkeeper Du, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a hand clapped on Du Datong's shoulder, startling him so that his soul nearly escaped him. He quickly straightened his posture and adjusted his attire, irately exclaiming, Who is it? Do you not see that I am busy? Upon recognizing the visitor, he found it was an elder cultivator, Old Wang, who was of similar age to him. You tread so silently that you nearly frightened me. Old Wang was indeed the one from the teaching office, and he shared a relatively amicable relationship with Du Datong. Following closely behind Old Wang was Lin Yuchen, who also bore the appearance of an elder. Shopkeeper Du, I have brought a friend to introduce to you. He mentioned that he has some business he wishes to discuss. Old Wang said, gesturing towards Lin Yuchen, who greeted Du Datong with a cheerful nod. What business? Who is this? I have never encountered him before, Du Datong inquired, hastily leading the two away to a wooden table within the shop. My surname is Lin, and you may call me Old Lin. Shopkeeper Du, I have heard numerous accounts of your exploits from Old Wang, and I am quite impressed. I have come to seek your insight and to propose a partnership for some business endeavors. In truth, Lin Yuchen was not genuinely interested in business. This was merely a pretext. His true intention was to investigate a particular matter, whether there were other travelers from his world within the cult of desire. During his recent inquiries into the bronze sword and the remnants of spiritual bones at the cult of desire, Lin Yuchen had discovered many items that could only exist in his own world, which left him utterly astonished. The clothing store within the cult even offered bras, thongs, and sheer stockings, items that were inconceivable in this world. Moreover, the pharmacy stocked peculiar pills such as breast enhancement and weight loss tablets. Such items that could not be found elsewhere had never crossed Lin Yuchen's path in places like Yuqing's sect or Luoqing, and their presence solely within the cult of desire compelled him to question whether there were indeed other travelers from his world, creators of these unusual goods. If such individuals existed, they would be akin to fellow countrymen, and it would be essential to establish contact. Perhaps they could collectively explore ways to return to their original world. Even if that were not possible, having a fellow traveler in this foreign realm would be a boon, facilitating a bond of camaraderie as they ascended together towards celestial realms. Naturally, Lin Yuchen was eager to identify such kin, which was why he had solicited Old Wang's assistance to meet Du Datong. Business? What sort of business? Du Datong looked at Lin Yuchen in confusion. I have an idea. I see that your clothing store has a plethora of exquisite garments, each design remarkably unique and unseen before. I wonder if I might be permitted to franchise, opening a branch to sell these items externally. Rest assured, the franchise fee will be substantial. Franchise? A branch? What franchise fee? Du Datong listened with a sense of confusion, struggling to comprehend several terms. Lin Yuchen, upon a brief inquiry, discerned that the time traveler was certainly not Du Datong. Otherwise, he would have understood his words. With a smile, he said, What I meant was, may I purchase a substantial quantity of exquisite garments from you to resell externally? I plan to market them across various cultivation sects and cities, undoubtedly earning a considerable amount of spirit stones. You are quite astute, my friend, indeed. Such a venture could yield significant profit. However, do not harbor illusions. The supply here is limited and scarcely sufficient for widespread sale. Du Datong replied with a hint of regret. That is simple enough. Just introduce me to the tailor who crafts these garments, and I will provide the materials for production. We can simply create more. Lin Yuchen pressed on, intent on locating the designer of these clothes, who might be the time traveler or at least closely associated with them. This was personally designed and crafted by our esteemed sect leader, Yulinglong. She hardly has the leisure to produce these in bulk. Your business proposition is unattainable, Du Datong expressed. Losing interest as his gaze drifted towards the changing room. He suddenly noticed Xueyin emerging with her purchases and hastily excused himself to pursue her. Du shopkeeper, where are you going? Lao Wang grasped his arm. I'm searching for someone. Lao Wang, don't hold me back. We'll continue this discussion another time. Du Datong shrugged off Lao Wang's grip and dashed out, yet arrived too late. Xueyin had already transformed her figure and swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. Lin Yuchen followed Du Datong's gaze and glimpsed a captivating silhouette that struck him as vaguely familiar. A fleeting image of Xueyin crossed his mind. Alarmed, he could hardly believe he had encountered a woman whose figure so closely resembled hers. Unable to contain his curiosity, he rose to gain a clearer view. What are you up to, Lao Lin? Lao Wang queried, perplexed by Lin Yuchen's sudden movement. Nothing at all, Lin Yuchen replied, returning to his seat. Momentarily lost in thought, Du Datong noted Lin Yuchen's unusual behavior. Having been interrupted in his clandestine admiration of a beauty, he felt a surge of irritation and coldly remarked, "What? Are you also interested in that female disciple?" Lin Yuchen disregarded Du Datong's sardonic tone, his mind preoccupied with the perplexing appearance of Xueyin at the Baiyu sect. Logically, Yulinglong's sect was several hundred miles away. How could Xueyin have ventured here? Was it possible he had merely mistaken her? Chapter 48. The calm before the storm. Lin Yuchen found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts regarding his encounter with Xueyin. Oblivious to the fact that due to Yulinglong's orders to scrutinize the sect, he and Nangong Meng had already fallen into a precarious situation. Moreover, it was not only Yulinglong's agents who were covertly investigating the sect. Li Shou and Song Qingshu were also seeking trouble with Lin Yuchen. That night, as Lin Yuchen finally drifted off to sleep in his quarters within the teaching bureau, two shadowy figures glided silently through the night, making their way towards his residence, none other than Li Shou and Song Qingshu. As the two approached the outer courtyard, they paused outside the door. Song Qingshu, tall and poised, surveyed the small courtyard, which seemed ill-suited for a fierce battle. He turned to Li Shou and said, "Li Shou, go inside and draw him out. Lure him to the back mountain, and I shall await you there. Senior brother Song, I fear I cannot manage it alone. That old man appears to possess a higher cultivation level than I." Li Shou, having previously encountered Lin Yuchen in the trial tower, felt apprehensive, knowing well the disparity in their abilities. Enough chatter. Hurry. You've never shied away from bullying the female disciples of our sect, so why hesitate now? Even if you cannot defeat him, can you not escape? Just lead him to the back mountain. I will handle the rest. This shameless old wretch dares to bully Sister Hanyu. How could I possibly let him go? With that, Song Qingshu unfurled his sleeves and took to the air, departing swiftly on the wind. Gritting his teeth, Li Shou activated a low-tier invisibility talisman and leapt into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu soared through the air and soon reached the back mountain, where he concealed himself behind a tree. After waiting for a while without seeing Li Shou return with their quarry, he spotted two female figures approaching from the mountain, one chasing, the other fleeing, hastily making their way toward his hiding spot. "Little girl, stop running. You cannot escape," shouted the pursuing woman. Her tall and slender figure clad in a flowing black gauze dress, her voice cold and commanding under the pale moonlight. Though the moonlight obscured her features, Song Qingshu recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the esteemed leader of their sect, Yulinglong. The fleeing girl, adorned in a blue gauze garment and wielding a flying sword, possessed a curvaceous and alluring form, yet Song Qingshu did not recognize her. This was Xueyin, who had infiltrated the Baiyu sect and was now discovered. Due to her formidable combat prowess and numerous magical artifacts, even Yulinglong had to personally pursue her. Regardless of whether he knew her or not, it was evident that anyone pursued by the sect leader could not be a virtuous person. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qingshu retrieved a small net from his storage bag and swiftly hurled it toward Xueyin, calling out to Yulinglong, "Leader, I come to assist you." Xueyin, fleeing ahead, was caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. Before she could react, the small net enveloped her. Fortunately, her extensive combat experience and multitude of magical artifacts allowed her to swiftly conjure a talisman that met the net. With a mere touch, the net and the talisman were reduced to ashes. However, this brief interruption allowed Yulinglong to extend her flowing sleeves, which then wrapped around Xueyin, pulling her back with force. "Shameless! Release me, you old hag. A golden core cultivator bullying me, a mere foundation establishment disciple. You Baiyu sect truly has no shame. Release me, or my master will annihilate your entire sect." "Silence! How dare you sneak into my sect and demand reason? You possess some skill, little girl, to have fled so far with your magical artifacts. It seems your backing is substantial. I shall take you back and deal with you properly." With a wave of her hand, Yulinglong's spiritual energy ensnared Xueyin, immobilizing her and sealing her meridians, causing Shui Yin to lose consciousness. Disciple Song Qingshu respectfully greets the sect leader. At this moment, he steps out from behind a tree and hastily kneels before Yu Linglong. As he bows, his gaze inadvertently sweeps over her figure, elegantly enveloped in a black dress, which stirs his heart and mind. Yu Linglong stands tall, surpassing the already impressive Song Qingshu by a head. Though her stature is remarkable, she possesses a slender form, with long legs, a delicate waist, and graceful shoulders, exuding the charm of youthful beauty. Never before has Song Qingshu encountered a beauty like Yu Linglong, and from the moment he laid eyes on her upon entering the Baiyu sect, he found himself deeply enamored by her exquisite presence. Song Qingshu, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you secretly meeting with one of the female disciples? Yu Linglong recalls this male disciple, known as the most skilled among the younger generation of the sect, yet she has never held him in high regard. His strikingly upright and handsome appearance seems somewhat out of place among the male disciples of Baiyu sect. Respectfully reporting to the sect leader, I am not meeting anyone in secret. I am here to practice my skills. Enough. What does that matter? Rise and follow me. Help me take this girl to the dungeon. Yes, as you command. A surge of joy fills Song Qingshu's heart. It is the first time he can follow closely behind Yu Linglong. He hastily steps forward to carry the figure of Xian, shrouded in black gauze. At that moment, he finally catches a clear glimpse of Xian's delicate face, which captivates the soul. In the moonlight, her complexion glows with an ethereal beauty. Xian, rendered unconscious, lies with her eyes closed as if in a serene slumber. Yet, even in repose, the enchanting aura radiating from her face is irresistible, compelling one to gaze upon her. Her graceful nose and ruby lips, rosy and fair, create a stunning visage, smooth as polished jade. Her lightly arched brows and unadorned eyes reveal a natural beauty that dazzles with brilliance. Song Qingshu has never encountered such a breathtaking woman, and his heart races at the sight. Most mesmerizing is the pure and ethereal quality that emanates from Xian's exquisite features, creating an alluring distance that both fascinates and intimidates him, leaving him hesitant to look too long for fear of awakening her ire. Upon seeing Xian, a complex wave of emotions washes over Song Qingshu, like ripples disturbing the still surface of a lake, rendering him restless. In an instant, he realizes he has fallen for Xian, and even his long-held affection for the sect leader, Yu Linglong, is momentarily shaken. He swiftly resolves in his heart, I must have her. Are we moving or not? Hurry up. After a few steps, noticing Song Qingshu has lagged behind, Yu Linglong turns back to question him, instantly perceiving the longing in his gaze directed at the bound girl. She smiles faintly, thinking, is it rare for this lad to be struck by feelings? Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. A beauty like Xian would stir emotions not just in men, but even in women like Yu Linglong. Therefore, she has already decided that once they capture Xian, she will ensure that the girl becomes her alchemical furnace. Please calm your anger, sect leader. I was merely lost in thought. Song Qingshu had long forgotten about waiting for Li Shou. In a hurry, he untied the bound Xian and followed closely in the footsteps of Yu Linglong. His heart raced incessantly, perhaps due to the sight of the bound Xian, or perhaps because of the enchanting sway of Yu Linglong's slender waist and hips that captivated his gaze. In any case, Song Qingshu's heart was tethered and could no longer find tranquility, as he secretly fantasized about the delight of possessing both of these beauties simultaneously. Obeying the command of the sect leader, Yu Linglong, he took on the role of a laborer, escorting the others to the leader's residence. He hoped to seize the opportunity to enter the estate, rest for a moment, and engage in conversation with Yu Linglong to foster a closer relationship. Unfortunately, his expectations were misplaced. Yu Linglong merely waved him away. He lingered within the grand estate for only a brief quarter hour before being dismissed. Feeling a twinge of resentment, yet daring not to voice his discontent, he exited respectfully. As he stepped out of the inner courtyard, he encountered Han Yu entering. Han Yu resided within the leader's abode, and their meeting was a mere coincidence. Song Qingshu expected Han Yu to greet him, but she merely cast him a hurried glance before swiftly turning away. This ignited a surge of frustration within him. He pondered, what was happening? If the sect leader held him in disdain, that was one matter, but why had Han Yu changed as well? In the past, she would approach him with joy whenever they crossed paths. What had befallen her? Was she deliberately avoiding him? Yes, he realized. It must be that shameless old man from the teaching office. He must have bullied Han Yu, causing her to alter her demeanor. That shameless old man, you are doomed. I, Song Qingshu, shall not spare you. As frustration simmered within him, he suddenly recalled his appointment with Li Shou and cursed his misfortune before hastily making his way to the agreed-upon location at the back mountain. Upon arrival, he found himself late. There lay Li Shou, battered and unconscious on the ground, his body marred with wounds, his hair disheveled and forlorn. Li Shou, I am truly sorry. Chapter 49, A Personal Demonstration. The following morning, Lin Yuchen did not anticipate that the previous night Li Shou had the audacity to scale the wall and launch a surprise attack, leaving him restless throughout the night. After tidying the bedding, Lin Yuchen hurriedly partook of a light breakfast, as was customary, before making his way to the teaching office for his lecture. On the journey to the classroom, Lin Yuchen contemplated the matters he had discussed with Du Datong and others. Recently, he had discovered numerous garments and accessories within the shop of the Sect of Desire that bore a striking resemblance to items from his own world, leaving him perplexed and suspicious. He speculated that there might be another traveler akin to himself within the Sect of Desire. If this were indeed the case, Lin Yuchen was determined to identify this fellow traveler. Based on the information he had gathered previously, Lin Yuchen suspected that the leader of the Sect of Desire might be another traveler like him, for Du Datong had mentioned that those peculiar bras, thongs, and so forth were crafted by the sect leader, Yu Linglong. Lin Yuchen, now merely an elderly instructor at the teaching bureau, had yet to encounter Yu Linglong, remaining oblivious to her appearance. As he approached the classroom, he reflected on this thought. He pushed open the door and entered, taking his place at the podium. Scanning the room, he noticed it was filled with eager young male and female disciples, all awaiting his lecture. Among them were familiar faces from previous classes, along with some new attendees who were there for the first time. His gaze landed on a seat in the back row by the window, where, to his surprise, Han Yu sat. This marked the first occasion he had seen her since their parting at the trial tower. When Han Yu caught his eye, rather than looking away, she slightly raised her gaze, casting a triumphant glance at him, her expression enigmatic. Meanwhile, seated in front of Han Yu was a male disciple who was scrutinizing Lin Yuchen with malice. It was Song Qingshu, the eldest disciple among the younger generation. Consumed by hatred towards Lin Yuchen, he had been hesitant to confront him alone after Li Shou's severe beating, fearing repercussions. Therefore, he devised a different scheme to eliminate Lin Yuchen. Today, Song Qingshu had come to Lin Yuchen's class as part of his plan. His strategy was straightforward: to use poison. He intended for Lin Yuchen to succumb to the toxin during the lecture, leading to disgraceful behavior that would incite public outrage. This would allow him to rise heroically before his peers, exacting vengeance while simultaneously enhancing his own reputation. Song Qingshu believed his plot was flawless. Thus, upon Lin Yuchen's entrance, he eagerly observed his movements, hoping he would quickly take his seat. Once seated, the poison concealed beneath the chair would release its noxious fumes, specifically calibrated to affect only Lin Yuchen, sparing others. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuchen, he was ensnared in a perilous situation, still contemplating whether to clarify matters with Han Yu regarding their previous encounter at the trial tower. Fellow disciples, we shall begin our lesson. The matter of the union between male and female is fundamentally about the harmony of yin and yang. If any disciple wishes, they may come forward, and I shall demonstrate while explaining. As Lin Yuchen spoke, an unusual fragrance wafted into his nostrils, penetrating his lungs and leaving him feeling disoriented. When he glanced at Han Yu again, she appeared to him as if she were in a dream, casting flirtatious glances his way. What was happening? Why was he reacting this way? Lin Yuchen felt a sudden wave of unease, as an insidious fire descended from his mind, burrowing into his lower abdomen. Turning his gaze back to Han Yu, he beheld her delicately licking her crimson lips, the moisture glistening upon them, seemingly beckoning to pierce Lin Yuchen's heart. Ladies and gentlemen, I must step out for a moment. With that, Lin Yuchen hastily rose, intent on fleeing the classroom. As he took his first step, a graceful figure appeared before him like a wraith, blocking his path. Mr. Lin, did you not intend to find someone to demonstrate? Where do you think you are going? Lin Yuchen looked up to see the female cultivator standing before him, her strikingly tall and slender form, and her beauty rivaling that of Han Yu. With a delicate and agile visage, her skin appeared dewy and radiant, exuding the essence of youth. She donned a purple satin dress, its flowing sleeves caressing the air, and her slender wrists were graceful. Her bosom was remarkably ample, the most magnificent Lin Yuchen had ever witnessed, and her long, elegant legs resembled finely drawn compasses tracing the ground. Upon observing her, Lin Yuchen felt a rush of blood surging through him, in stark contrast to his feelings. The woman's ascent to the podium startled the other cultivators in the classroom. Ah, it's the Jade sect leader. What brings her to the teaching bureau? Gasped a young disciple, astonished. They had only now realized that Yu Linglong had been seated at the back of the classroom, her head bowed over her desk until this moment. Heavens, is the Jade sect leader going to demonstrate herself? What a treat this will be. Some male disciples began to drool in anticipation. Han Yu looked on with delight as her master approached the podium, hoping to witness her master deliver retribution to Lin Yuchen. Meanwhile, only Song Qingshu stood agape, a storm of anger and anxiety brewing within him, questioning, what is happening? Why is the sect leader here? It seems she intends to partake in the demonstration. That old man has fallen victim to my poison pill. If he loses control, what if he dares to take liberties with the sect leader? No, this cannot be allowed. The sect leader is solely mine. That old man must not lay his hands on her. Song Qingshu silently exclaimed, rising from his seat and rushing forward, raising his voice. Wait. I wish to participate in the demonstration. Chapter 50. Reinforcements from the Bamboo Mountain sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong turned her face. Her gaze icy as she directed her thoughts towards Song Qingshu, commanding him, "You insolent brat, step back and do not ruin my plans." Simultaneously, she unleashed the oppressive aura of her core formation realm. Song Qingshu's knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling instinctively. This was the overwhelming force of a superior realm. A mere glance was sufficient to compel Song Qingshu, who was only of qi refinement, to submit. "Song, what are you doing? Don't disrupt our admiration of the sect leader's personal demonstration," reproached a familiar disciple, watching him with disapproval. Tears welled in Song Qingshu's eyes as he fought back his sobs, helpless to prevent the events that would unfold. He was acutely aware of how potent the Huan poison pill he had just administered was, and now that Yu Linglong had taken the stage, there was a real possibility that she too would be affected by its effects. If the two were to ignite a passionate blaze, he would surely be left in despair. Lin Yuchen's bullying of Han Yu was one thing, but if he were to torment Yu Linglong, it would truly shatter him. After all, she was the esteemed sect leader he had been infatuated with ever since he entered the sect. No, that cannot be. What kind of person would the sect leader be to take notice of that foul old man Lin Yuchen? Surely, she would never fall victim to his vile antics. If Lin Yuchen dared to lay a finger on her, the sect leader would undoubtedly end his life. How fortunate I am to have stumbled upon this opportunity. I need not lift a finger to eliminate Lin Yuchen. With this thought, hope reignited within Song Qingshu's heart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With this in mind, he returned to his seat, his heart racing, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the podium. At that moment, Lin Yuchen stood under the influence of the Huan poison pill, his mind ensnared. Before him, Yu Linglong, her attire immaculate, appeared to him in an alluring guise, inciting wayward thoughts. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. How will you demonstrate your teachings? Speak. How shall I proceed?" Yu Linglong halted before Lin Yuchen, her eyes cast down upon him with an inquisitive, theatrical air. Her unexpected presence today was solely to avenge her beloved disciple, Han Yu. Lin Yuchen struggled to articulate a few incoherent syllables, his body moving uncontrollably towards Yu Linglong. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuchen's actions were a result of the poison, and a glimmer of pride flickered in her eyes as she provocatively regarded him, seemingly awaiting his next move. The disciples below held their breath, their eyes wide with a mix of tension and excitement, watching the unfolding scene. Han Yu clenched her garment tightly, her nails digging into her palm, torn between the anticipation of Lin Yuchen's humiliation and the dread of what was about to transpire. Suddenly, Lin Yuchen lunged forward, attempting to grasp Yu Linglong's bosom. She deftly sidestepped, her face still adorned with that enigmatic smile. "Old Mr. Lin, is this your demonstration of teaching?" Her voice rang clear and melodious, yet it bore an allure that tugged at Lin Yuchen's most primal desires. At that moment, Lin Yuchen's senses seemed locked onto Yu Linglong alone, receiving only her essence, a consequence of the Huan poison pill, which clouded his awareness. Thus, the astonished gasps from the other cultivators in the classroom went unnoticed by him. "Oh heavens, he actually dares to touch the sect leader," someone whispered in shock, covering their mouth, fearful of being too loud. Han Yu, meanwhile, reveled in her anticipation, seemingly unconcerned that her master might suffer embarrassment before Lin Yuchen. At this juncture, Song Qingshu could no longer remain seated, terrified of the situation spiraling in a direction he dreaded. He abruptly stood, pointing at Lin Yuchen, and summoned a flying sword, exclaiming, "You shameless old man, release the sect leader at once. How dare you attempt to publicly disgrace her in broad daylight? Who grants you such audacity? I shall slay you, ridding our sect of this malignant tumor." Whoosh! The sound of the flying sword resonated. As Song Qingshu summoned his spiritual energy, the suspended flying sword shot forth like a meteor, aiming for the heart of Lin Yuchen. With a sharp clang, Yu Linglong's fingers twitched, conjuring a shard of ice from the moisture in the air, which collided with Song Qingshu's blade, sending it careening away. She coldly admonished, "Song Qingshu, what are you doing? Cease at once. Master, he seeks to take liberties with you. I shall kill him," Song Qingshu cried, tears streaming from the depths of his shattered heart as he reached into his storage pouch, desperate to retrieve another artifact. "Get out of here. What do you mean by taking liberties? Do not forget that this is the Hall of Desire." With a gentle wave of her hand, Yu Linglong summoned a fierce gust of wind that hurled Song Qingshu through the window. The sound of his body crashing echoed as he was flung far from the room, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly fathom that the one he had secretly adored for years, his master, would turn her hand against him. Lying on the ground, his heart felt as though it had turned to ash, the world around him darkening. He raised his eyes to the distant room from which he had just emerged, closed them, forced back tears, bit down on his lip, swallowed blood, and with a sudden surge of energy, shot into the sky, vanishing into thin air. Within the classroom, the others displayed no overt reactions to Song Qingshu's abrupt departure, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama on the stage. Meanwhile, in the female disciples' dormitory of the Hall of Desire, a group of female cultivators gathered around a stone table, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. At that moment, a middle-aged female cultivator stood up suddenly, prompting a younger disciple to inquire with curiosity, "Mingyang, where are you off to?" With a smile, the middle-aged woman shook her head. "It feels stifling. I need to get some fresh air." With that, she hastily exited the dormitory. The younger disciple watched her retreating figure, muttering in confusion, "How strange. Mingyang has never liked going out. Why the sudden urge to breathe fresh air today?" This Mingyang was none other than Nangong Meng, who had been stealthily infiltrating the Hall of Desire for many days. Just moments ago, her communication jade talisman had finally responded. She understood that news must have come from the Zhushan sect, prompting her urgent departure to receive it. Nangong Meng found a secluded corner, performed the necessary gestures, and activated the jade talisman, which immediately relayed Su Xian's voice, "Sister Nangong. The reinforcements sent by the sect have arrived and are currently waiting outside the Hall of Desire." Upon hearing this, Nangong Meng felt a wave of relief wash over her, her previously tense expression softening considerably. She nodded and replied, "Yes, I will be there shortly." With that, she stowed the jade slip in her storage pouch and left the female disciples' dormitory. During her prolonged period of infiltration, she had not returned empty-handed. She had discovered that a fragment of the spiritual bone was now in the possession of Yulinglong, the hall's leader, and there appeared to be more than one such fragment in her possession. Nangong Meng's mission was not merely to acquire the spiritual bone fragment at the auction in Luoqing. Rather, it was to use this fragment to lure out the hidden forces behind the collection of such artifacts. Due to the information received by the Bamboo Mountain sect, it has come to light that individuals in the vicinity of Luoqing are conspicuously collecting fragments of spiritual bones. These fragments are of great significance, linked to ancient treasures from primordial times, which is why Nangong Meng has been dispatched to investigate. After departing from the Baiyu sect, Nangong Meng made her way directly to a small grove outside the sect. She hurried along and soon reached the heart of the woods, where she discerned several figures. Having removed her disguise, she revealed her naturally radiant and beautiful appearance as a female cultivator. Upon seeing her approach, the individuals greeted her with respectful gestures, exclaiming, "Greetings, Senior Sister Nangong." Nangong Meng slightly nodded, signaling them to forego formalities, and inquired, "How many people has the sect dispatched this time?" A young disciple stepped forward respectfully and answered, "Senior Sister, we have sent a total of 10 fellow disciples, most of whom are at the peak of the Qi refinement stage." Hearing this, Nangong Meng felt a sense of relief. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they had no intention of launching a direct assault on the Baiyu sect. Firstly, the Baiyu sect was a formidable sect in its own right, comparable in scale to the Bamboo Mountain sect, and an all-out conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. Secondly, the Baiyu sect was involved in a gray market, providing services that various nearby sects, including Yuqing sect and Lihua sect, relied upon. Should a conflict arise, it was likely that other righteous sects would not support such a war. Just as Nangong Meng was about to inquire further about the equipment and details, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and an oppressive aura enveloped them, instilling a sense of impending danger. In an instant, numerous dark figures surged from the depths of the forest, encircling them completely. Nangong Meng recognized clearly that these shadows were indeed disciples of the Baiyu sect. Her expression grew slightly cold. How could these Baiyu sect cultivators arrive so swiftly? The sect leader had previously issued orders to investigate all suspicious disciples within the sect. And to her astonishment, the renowned Nangong fairy of the Bamboo Mountain sect was now identified as one of their own. The leading female cultivator gazed at Nangong Meng with a cold stare, her tone devoid of emotion. No sooner had she spoken than a terrifying pressure, characteristic of the Foundation establishment stage, swept through the area. This individual was also a Foundation establishment cultivator. Although the Bamboo Mountain sect had dispatched many disciples at the peak of Qi refinement, or even those on the brink of Foundation establishment, what could they possibly do against someone at the late stage of Foundation establishment? Unless they possessed high-level artifacts like the Sky Lock Diagram or the 5 Elements Binding Circle, there was little hope for combat at a higher tier. Feeling the overwhelming aura from her opponent, Nangong Meng's mind raced as she sought a strategy, only to realize that she was utterly at a loss for a solution. Her cultivation had not yet fully recovered, standing at merely the first level of Foundation establishment, which was wholly inadequate in the face of so many Baiyu sect cultivators. The female cultivator observed Nangong Meng standing frozen in place, a smirk playing at her lips. It was said that Nangong Meng was a renowned beauty on the Xian Prefecture beauty list, Should she be captured and refined into a cauldron for the sect leader? It would surely earn her a handsome reward. Upon contemplating this, he promptly gestured to the individuals behind him, commanding, "Advance." Yes. The disciples of the Baiyu sect chorused in unison, their magical artifacts springing forth in a dazzling array. In an instant, an exhibition of diverse spells illuminated the surroundings, a spectacle of vibrant colors and resplendent brilliance. Within moments, the more than 10 disciples of the Zhushan sect surrounding Nangong Meng were all struck down, leaving even Nangong Meng herself slightly injured, barely managing to protect her vital points. "Nangong Meng, surrender yourself." The leading female cultivator smirked coldly at the unfolding scene. Chapter 51. Crisis. Meanwhile, the demonstration lesson in the teaching hall was fervently underway, igniting a renewed fervor among the observing disciples, who cast envious glances towards Lin Yuchen and revered looks towards Yu Linglong. Someone whispered, "Impressive, the sect master is truly formidable. This senior brother is quite fortunate to be under such attentive care from the sect master. It's worth it even if it leads to his demise." Another lamented, "The sect master's method of drawing energy is astonishingly powerful. She intends to drain that old man to his very last breath. What a pity. I fear he may be rendered useless." Han Yu clenched her tiny fist against her chest, internally cursing Lin Yuchen with glee. "You old fool. How dare you bully me? This time, let the master teach you a lesson." Yet, shortly after this thought, Han Yu felt a wave of despondency wash over her, irrationally worrying. What if master ends up killing him? Should I plead for her to stop? After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yuchen found himself dizzy, his consciousness adrift in an unknown realm. Was he in a dream, in the heavens, or perhaps in hell? Below, the wooden table supporting their bodies creaked and swayed incessantly, while the observing disciples gazed in awe at the breathtaking scene before them. On that misty morning, the forest was enveloped in layers of vaporous mist, thickly blanketing the area, stretching from the trees to hundreds of meters above, shrouding the Baiyu sect's distant wilderness in a dreamy haze. Viewed from above, the landscape resembled an ocean of fog. In the woods, a winding mountain path bore witness to several riders galloping along. There were 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man, each astride magnificent steeds. The man rode a formidable black stallion, known as the spirit horn steed, a rare beast capable of traversing thousands of miles with remarkable swiftness, and also a worthy companion in battle. Each of these extraordinary mounts was valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones. The man, possessing a broad face and sharp brow, exuded an aura of prowess, his keen eyes and robust physique complemented by gleaming dark armor, typical of battlefield warriors. This armor enhanced his imposing presence, radiating the essence of a battle-hardened general. Upon his back was a thick, quadrilateral shield, upon which hung a heavy sword of mysterious steel, its blade subtly glimmering with a golden hue. As he rode, his raven hair streamed behind him, his attire fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of formidable masculinity. Following closely behind him were 2 female riders, each mounted on their own spirit horn steeds. To the left stood a woman clad in striking red and black armor, draped in a crimson cloak, with a formidable halberd glowing fiercely behind her. Her armor was somewhat revealing, characteristic of feminine short-sleeved battle attire, exposing her long, delicate legs and fair arms to the breeze, while her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall in the wind. She wore a black cloth mask that concealed her visage, revealing only her piercing, beautiful eyes, flying leaf brows and captivating phoenix eyes, enchanting and exquisite. To her right was another woman, adorned in azure attire, her feet encased in knee-high riding boots that left much of her rounded, snow-white thighs exposed, accentuating her long and elegant legs. She donned a combat-ready short skirt, the hem barely reaching mid-thigh, fluttering in the gusts as she galloped. This strikingly alluring figure carried a resplendent azure bow slung across her back. Also masked with a blue cloth, her graceful arched brows and luminous star-like eyes exuding an irresistible charm. These 3 were disciples of the Yuomen from Lingzhou, journeying to Xianzhou in search of treasure. They had obtained a map detailing the ancient burial site of the mythical beast, the Qilin, and speculated that untold riches could be found therein, prompting their long trek from Lingzhou to Xianzhou. Among them, the one carrying the sword and shield was the eldest brother, named Hui Yuan, the leader of the trio. The woman in the red cloak was his 3rd junior sister, Zhuang Qinghe, whose presence exuded a masculine vigor despite her femininity. The one in the azure combat skirt was the 6th junior sister, Xiao Yushu, a rare and exceptional archer among the young cultivators of Lingzhou. As the trio traversed the mist-laden mountain paths of the dense forest, they were occasionally dampened by the swirling mists. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their swift progress, their horses galloping with urgency. Suddenly, a woman's anguished cry echoed from the depths of the thicket, capturing their attention. "Yushu, Qinghe, it seems someone is ahead. Let us halt and investigate." Hui Yuan reined in his horse, glancing back. Indeed. Let us go together. Zhuang Qinghe unslung her halberd. All right, I'll follow your lead. Xiao Yushu readied her bow. Having prepared their magical instruments, the three turned their steeds towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, they discovered a fragile, breathtaking woman lying amidst the disarray of the grass, seemingly unclothed and devoid of any garments. With keen eyes, Xiao Yushu was the first to notice. Leaping down from her mount to position herself in front of Hui Yuan. Brother, do not approach. The woman appears to be without clothes. I will go with my sister to investigate. Very well. I shall await you here. Hui Yuan dismounted, planting his shield and heavy sword into the ground to sit and wait. He cautioned, be careful as you proceed in these wilds. Do not let your guard down against potential, shape-shifting demons. Fear not. With Yushu by my side, what is there to dread? No need for concern. Zhuang Qinghe leaped down from her horse. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the woman was not devoid of clothing. Rather, her garments lay in tatters. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down to the ground, obscuring much of her face, leaving only the bridge of her nose and above exposed, which rendered her all the more alluring. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she were ensnared in a deep slumber, utterly motionless. Furthermore, her figure was exquisite, boasting a perfect and delicate silhouette, full, perky bosoms, a slender waist, and long, curvaceous thighs that compelled one to steal a second glance. This woman was none other than Nangong Meng, who had previously been ambushed by the Cult of Desire. At that time, she had been pursued by a foundational female cultivator, and after a series of harrowing escapes, she had resorted to using a life-preserving artifact, narrowly evading capture. It was only upon traversing this dense forest that her strength had been utterly depleted, leading to her fainting here. Hey, miss, wake up. Zhuang Qinghe called out, noticing Nangong Meng's lack of response. Upon gently shaking her, she finally exhibited some reaction, slightly opening her eyes. Confusion filled her gaze, her once vibrant face now pale as parchment due to her weakness. After a few moments, her eyes fluttered, and her lips trembled as she called out, Lin Yuchen. Both Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe were momentarily taken aback by this utterance, exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Yuchen? Could it be she is calling for him? But that sounds like a man's name. Nevertheless, they decided to set aside their curiosity and focus on aiding her. Zhuang Qinghe knelt down, retrieving a set of clothes from her storage pouch to dress Nangong Meng before assisting her to her feet. Though supported by the two, Nangong Meng could not stand unaided. She continued to clutch her chest, softly moaning, with beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead, her state teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. She appears to be in grave condition. We must find a place to tend to her. Xiao Yushu remarked to Zhuang Qinghe. Sister Qinghe, shall we take her with us? After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Qinghe nodded in agreement. Chapter 52. Into the dungeon within the lecture room of the Cult of Desire, Lin Yuchen lay slumped on the expansive lectern, utterly incapacitated by the ministrations of Yu Linglong. His clothes were tattered and disordered, and his lower abdomen was stained with blood. This was the consequence of the dual cultivation technique that Yu Linglong had employed against him, a technique that was not mutually beneficial but rather a one-sided extraction, a sinister method of siphoning his vitality. Lin Yuchen had not anticipated that Yu Linglong would suddenly engage in dual cultivation with him. As a result, nearly all of his yang energy had been thoroughly drained. Let it all disperse. There is nothing worth seeing. Yu Linglong, now dressed, her long, seductive legs and slender waist once more concealed by her garments, surveyed the pupils gathered beneath the lectern. Yes, yes, as commanded by the sect leader. We shall depart at once. The students responded in unison, hastily exiting the classroom. A few curious onlookers, before leaving, cast furtive glances at the unconscious Lin Yuchen on the lectern, each harboring their own regrets and mockery within. That old man must have had quite the thrill just now. Alas, it seems he may never be able to perform again. The consensus among the disciples who witnessed Lin Yuchen being drained by Yu Linglong is largely uniform, with only Han Yu clinging to a flicker of heart-wrenching hope. After the others departed, she was the last to approach the lectern, casting a glance at the feeble Lin Yuchen, and, unable to suppress her compassion, inquired of Yu Linglong, Master, is he dead? Do you feel pity for him? Have you forgotten how he tormented you before? You asked me to help you exact revenge, my dear Yu. Have you truly developed feelings for him? Yu Linglong replied coolly, observing Han Yu's furrowed brow, and added reassuringly, Fear not, he shall not perish. If you truly care for him, once he awakens, I shall present him to you as your devoted servant. Absolutely not. Master, how can you say such things? How could I ever be interested in an old man? Han Yu initially acquiesced, but quickly retracted, her heart racing, unable to meet Yu Linglong's gaze. He is no old man. He is a young dandy, merely disguised by a transformation charm. Yu Linglong had long discerned Lin Yuchen's fade, and as she reached out to remove the charm, Lin Yuchen's features morphed, revealing a pallid visage that was quite refined, even possessing a hint of handsomeness. Ah, it's him. Han Yu gasped, recalling the face of the man she had once dreamt of, her cheeks aflame. Her neck flushed. Well, my dear Yu, this dandy is rather charming, is he not? If you fancy him, I shall gift him to you as your servant. And no, he is already Master-S man. I cannot accept him. Is it that you do not want him, or that you are simply afraid? Rest assured, he is but a man. What significance does that hold? If you desire him, he shall be yours. Han Yu glanced at the ailing Lin Yuchen and then at the composed Yu Linglong, caught in a web of indecision, her heart torn between desire and reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to respond, but just then, a sound emanated from Yu Linglong's communication jade pendant. Upon hearing the message, Yu Linglong's expression shifted to one of gravity. After a brief silence, she looked at Lin Yuchen, then lowered her head in contemplation before coldly commanding, "Bring Lin Yuchen to the dungeon of the sect leader." At Yu Linglong's decree, several disciples seized Lin Yuchen and confined him within the dungeon of the main peak. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Han Yu questioned in confusion, looking at Yu Linglong. "Lin Yuchen is in league with Nangong Meng," Yu Linglong replied solemnly. "Nangong Meng has infiltrated our sect, undoubtedly to investigate the matter of the spiritual bone fragments, which are our sect's most guarded secret, not meant for public knowledge." "I understand," Han Yu responded, lowering her gaze, her heart a tumult of emotions. The animosity she once harbored towards Lin Yuchen became intricately complex at that moment. Though he had previously tormented her, the revelation that he was not truly an old man, but rather a dashing youth, stirred an inexplicable flutter within her, particularly as she recalled their encounters within the trial tower, causing her heart to quicken its pace. Yu Linglong discerned Han Yu's hesitation and gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly, "Your master understands that your heart is somewhat troubled." Her hand slowly slid from Han Yu's shoulder, the gesture tender yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "However, this is not the time for emotional indulgence. Since Lin Yuchen and Nangong Meng have come for the remnants of the spiritual bone, they are our adversaries. If you have genuinely developed feelings for him, you must exercise caution." Han Yu bit her lip and replied softly, "Master, I understand. I will not allow personal feelings to hinder the important matters of our sect." Yu Linglong nodded in satisfaction before her expression turned cold. "Nangong Meng has now escaped heavily injured. We must locate her swiftly. We cannot allow her to divulge the secret of the spiritual bone fragments." Upon hearing this, Han Yu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly inquired, "Master, what should we do now?" A glimmer of profound insight flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes as she replied calmly, "I have already dispatched someone to pursue Nangong Meng. Let me remind you once more that you are my most cherished disciple. Do not disappoint me." Han Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She nodded slightly and assured, "Rest assured, Master, I will not let you down." Chapter 53. Enlightenment in the dungeon. Within the dungeon, Lin Yuchen sat slumped on the ground, drenched in blood, his face pale to a terrifying degree, devoid of any spark in his eyes. The previous torment inflicted by Yu Linglong's extraction techniques had rendered him nearly unrecognizable. Not only had his yang essence been drained, but his spiritual power was nearly exhausted, and he had no idea how long it would take to replenish it. Fortunately, with the aid of the spirit ring, the yang essence and spiritual energy he had lost could gradually recover. Lin Yuchen had been imprisoned in this dungeon for nearly a month, during which Yu Linglong and Han Yu occasionally visited him. Han Yu was relatively kind, mostly engaging him in conversation, while Yu Linglong was relentless, returning every few days to extract from him, forcing Lin Yuchen to endure her humiliations daily, a true torment. At this rate, his body would inevitably break down. Fortunately, Yu Linglong did not visit every day to inflict suffering upon him. During this period of confinement, Lin Yuchen often found himself alone in the sealed stone chamber, facing the cold stone walls, enduring the chilling solitude. The desolation, devoid of light, and the constraints of imprisonment tormented Lin Yuchen far more than the extraction itself. Gradually, after several failed attempts to escape, Lin Yuchen began to calm his mind and reflect on himself. In the icy isolation of the dungeon, he reminisced about his past and contemplated life. Having experienced the dark, arduous years of high school and participated in the fierce battlefield of college entrance examinations, his mind had undergone significant fortification, rendering him exceptionally resolute. Now, as he took the time to introspect in the dungeon, rather than succumbing to despair, Lin Yuchen found his state of mind evolving, leading to profound insights. Upon arriving in this new realm, Lin Yuchen initially approached life with a spectator's mindset, seeking merely to establish himself and carve out a niche in this world. His actions were entirely driven by the primal curiosity of human nature, devoid of any profound insights or cultivation of spirit. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yuchen began to perceive something distinctly different. What, indeed, constitutes true cultivation? What is the essence of immortality? Is the pursuit of cultivation solely for the sake of longevity or invincibility? Or perhaps there exists something of greater significance. Lost in contemplation, Lin Yuchen reflected on his previous existence, where countless individuals toiled ceaselessly, attending school, pursuing careers, marrying, raising children, aging, and ultimately passing away, all for ephemeral pursuits such as property, career, wealth, and fame. In the end, after a lifetime of struggle, they found themselves with nothing, as if life were but a fleeting dream, leaving behind naught but illusions. The aspirations for career, beauty, and the hope for offspring to achieve greatness would inevitably fade. One cannot take anything with them upon departure. All transient possessions will vanish, disappearing alongside one's existence. Thus, what truly endures? What is worthy of pursuit? And what brings genuine fulfillment and happiness? Is it the path of cultivation? Is it the attainment of immortality? Would ascending to the heavens grant everlasting life, allowing one to possess eternally? Is it truly so? In this realm, Lin Yuchen had once possessed many treasures, beauties, techniques, spirit stones, and magical artifacts. But where have these possessions gone now? Confined in this dark, sunless dungeon, would a life of perpetual stagnation bear any relevance to him? Time and again, Lin Yuchen pondered and reflected, ultimately arriving at profound insights regarding life and the essence of cultivation, grasping the true meaning of immortality. As long as humanity exists, so too does the cosmos. When humanity perishes, so does existence. Perhaps, since our birth, the only thing we truly possess is ourselves. So, what is the essence of cultivation? What is the nature of immortality? It is the cultivation of oneself, nothing external. It is the refinement of body, spirit, and mindset. Material possessions, wealth, beauty, and even children, along with alchemical secrets and magical artifacts, are but fleeting illusions. The pursuit of external entities ultimately leads to emptiness. Whatever is gained or lost belongs to the universe, not to oneself. Only the self is genuinely one's own. The true path of cultivation is the pursuit of the self. The essence of immortality lies in the cultivation of one's own path. True cultivation is the realization of oneself and the strengthening of one's being. Grounded in oneself, one achieves greatness, unanchored by external entities, unperturbed by worldly distractions, pursuing the cultivation of the self with unwavering focus, for the self is the center of the universe, and one's own realm is the source of one's existence. As long as the source endures, the cosmos remains eternal. If one does not strive for oneself, the universe shall bring about their obliteration. In an instant, Lin Yuchen grasped the profound truth of those words. If one does not engage in self-cultivation and the pursuit of one's true self, their world will inevitably vanish, leading to their own demise. Every aspect of life necessitates a journey of cultivation and experiential understanding to attain the transcendent celestial form. At the moment of this epiphany, accompanied by a flicker of ethereal light, the spirit ring on Lin Yuchen's left ring finger suddenly radiated two dazzling circles of brilliance, one black, one white. One wave shimmered like rippling water, silently nourishing. The other blazed like an inferno, a torrent of heat. Sensing the transformation of the spirit ring, Lin Yuchen struggled to open his eyes. As the two rings of light dissipated, the spirit ring on his ring finger vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? Where's my spirit ring? Why has it disappeared? Alarmed by the sight, Lin Yuchen, despite his frail condition, hastily sat upright, eager to reclaim the spirit ring. Suddenly, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body, akin to countless needles traversing his meridians. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a warm force surged forth from his dantian, swiftly enveloping him. To his astonishment, he realized that his injuries were mending at an astonishing pace, and the once depleted spiritual energy was rapidly restoring itself. Is this the power of the spirit ring? A tremor of realization struck Lin Yuchen, who then understood that the vanished spirit ring had not truly disappeared. Rather, it had fused with him. Evidently, due to Lin Yuchen's moment of enlightenment, the spirit ring sensed the shift in his mental state and voluntarily merged with him, finally acknowledging him after all this time. Turning his attention inward to his dantian, Lin Yuchen beheld a ring suspended above it, its surface shimmering with an extraordinary radiance. Attempting to channel the spirit ring, it emitted a gentle glow that nourished his dantian, reminiscent of the sun. Under its nurturing light, the remaining spiritual seeds within his dantian began to sprout and flourish. In less than a quarter of an hour, these seeds had grown into a small sapling, vibrant and lush, adorned with verdant leaves. In just one day, Lin Yuchen surged from the 6th level of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 9th, now a mere step away from establishing his foundation. As Lin Yuchen broke through his realm, a dazzling light erupted within the confines of the dungeon, radiating from him at the moment of his ascendance. Unstoppable and illuminating the entire sealed stone chamber, as brightly as day, akin to the zenith of the sun. This brilliance could not be contained even by the dungeon walls, bursting forth into the adjacent cells. The other imprisoned souls within the dungeons felt the tremor of Lin Yuchen's breakthrough. In the left cell, a woman with a serene and striking beauty suddenly realized that there were others imprisoned behind the stone wall beside her. Overcome with joy, she raised her hand and concentrated her spiritual energy, manifesting a sharp ice crystal spike that radiated a chilling light, remarkably sharp. With deft control, she drove the ice spike into the stone wall, and with a surge of power, a fragment was shattered from it. The protective runes on the wall flickered slightly, creating a disturbance. Seeing her efforts were fruitful, she continued to conjure ice spikes, targeting the fractured stone. Time and again, she pierced the wall with the ice spikes, seemingly tireless, persisting even as sweat poured down her brow. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, she had carved out a deep, elongated hole in the wall, wide enough for 2 or 3 fingers. In her exhilaration, she hastily leaned toward the hole to peer inside, and to her astonishment, she noticed another pair of eyes gazing back at her from the opposite side of the breach. Her heart leapt with joy, and she exclaimed, "Who are you? How did you come to be imprisoned here?" Chapter 54. Reunion with Shuyan. The two observed each other through a circular hole in the wall, but due to its small diameter, they could not see each other clearly, only catching glimpses of each other's eyes in the faint light. However, Lin Yuchen on the other side recognized the woman's voice, which sounded strikingly familiar, reminiscent of someone he knew. Recalling his recent experiences at the Bayou Art Workshop, a possibility flickered in his mind, yet he refrained from revealing his name, wary of deception. Instead, he countered, "You first. Who are you? How long have you been trapped here?" "I am Shuyan, a disciple of the Yuchen sect. I have been confined here for a month, my friend. And you? What is your name, and how did you end up in this place?" Shuyan? It was indeed her. Yet, how had she come to be here? Lin Yuchen felt a swell of confusion, but did not respond immediately. To confirm, he said, "Step back a little. Let me see you." Having been imprisoned for so long, this was the first time Shuyan had someone to converse with, and her excitement knew no bounds. Without a second thought, she stepped back, and as she distanced herself from the hole, her figure and features became visible. She was stunningly beautiful, her elegance unblemished even in confinement. Clad in a white dress with a delicate figure, it was unmistakably Shuyan, the revered fairy of the Yuchen sect, adored by countless men who would gladly kneel before her. In fact, Shuyan was the first beauty Lin Yuchen had encountered in this world after Shui Huashuang, and she was the first woman he had fantasized about and truly felt an affinity for. Now, in this moment of adversity, their reunion stirred a warmth in his heart, bringing a slight ache as he called out softly, "Shuyan, it's me, Lin Yuchen." "What? Who are you? I didn't catch that." Shuyan, unable to hear him clearly due to the low tone of his voice, pressed for clarification. "I am." Just as Lin Yuchen was about to repeat his name, the hole in the wall suddenly darkened, prompting Shuyan to hurriedly step closer, pressing her back against the wall to block the opening. Her delicate form pressed against the wall, obscuring the opening and blocking the view. Shuyan turned her face slightly and whispered against the wall, "Do not speak. It seems someone is about to enter my cell, and I cannot be discovered." As she spoke, a stone door in the cell's chamber rumbled upwards, revealing an elderly man clad in a long robe. None other than the lecherous shopkeeper Du Datong from the Bayou Teaching Clothing Store. What prompted Du Datong's sudden appearance at this location? In truth, ever since he had glimpsed Shuyan's enchanting beauty that fateful day, he had been tirelessly seeking her whereabouts, ultimately uncovering that she was imprisoned in the dungeon of the sect leader's estate. With an insatiable desire, Du Datong devised a plan over several days to gain clandestine access to the dungeon, finally locating Shuyan's cell. Upon entering the cell, Du Datong's heart trembled at the sight of the stunning Shuyan. Even his weary heart could not help but race. "Ah, how beautiful! The lovely maiden is indeed here," he exclaimed. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shuyan retorted sharply, raising her hand, a fiery orb of flame immediately hurtling towards him. However, before the fireball could reach Du Datong, it was abruptly halted by a barrier of formation that materialized between them. Shuyan's fiery spell was unable to breach the barrier, dissipating harmlessly upon impact. The cell measured approximately 6 or 7 meters in width and length, encompassing nearly 30 square meters. At the entrance, a central barrier of formation, 1 meter wide, rendered escape impossible as long as it remained intact. Additionally, this formation effectively shielded against any attacks from within, serving a protective purpose. Consequently, Shuyan was utterly incapable of harming Du Datong from her side of the barrier. "Haha, little beauty, you are indeed fiery, but your efforts are in vain. Although I have opened the stone door of your cell, the formation barrier remains. Do not waste your energy, you cannot reach me." Du Datong proclaimed triumphantly from the other side of the barrier, refraining from advancing further. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shuyan demanded coldly. her temperament having grown increasingly irritable after prolonged confinement. Haha, your anger is quite beautiful and captivating. That delicate face, that figure. Truly exquisite. Your appearance nearly drives this old man to distraction. I can hardly contain myself, Du Datong unabashedly declared, his gaze shamelessly devouring the sight of Shuyan, who stood against the wall. Shuyan was adorned in a blue gauze dress. The upper garment was a fitted satin top of azure hue, revealing a portion of her alabaster neck, which contrasted strikingly with her fair skin, and her chest rose and fell with a slightly hurried breath. Her delicate visage was enchanting, her eyes bright and spirited, with eyebrows like slender blades, her forehead smooth and radiant, and her features harmoniously shaped like a melon seed. Her lustrous black hair was styled atop her head, secured with an ordinary jade hairpin, a simple yet elegant arrangement that could not overshadow her ethereal presence. There was an aura of cool elegance about her, captivating yet intimidating, leaving onlookers entranced yet unwilling to entertain lewd thoughts. Du Datong was a confirmed libertine, often gazing at other women with unabashed lust, fixating on their alluring forms. Upon reaching the presence of Shuyan, Du Datong was met with her icy gaze, which sent a chill through him. He averted his eyes slightly, unable to endure the fiery anger reflected in Shuyan's eyes. With a forced chuckle, he exclaimed, "Ah, how exquisite! In my extensive experience with women, I have never encountered such a captivating beauty. Ha, lovely maiden, would you care to escape from here? If you consent to one humble request of mine, I shall grant you your freedom." Shuyan felt discomfort under Du Datong's lecherous stare, having cursed him 1,000 times in her mind with countless murderous thoughts. Initially, she had no intention of engaging him, but upon hearing his proposition, she suppressed her fury and inquired, "What is your request? Can you truly rescue me?" "Naturally. If I have managed to come here secretly, I can certainly facilitate your escape. All I ask is for one intimate encounter, and I will release you without hesitation." Du Datong's voice trembled with anticipation, yearning for her affirmative response. Chapter 55. Heavenly Fragrance Harmony Powder. Such beautiful thoughts, you lecherous old man. How dare you toy with me? You seek death. Shuyan dismissed his proposition instantly, her chest heaving with rage, her full bosom quivering. She raised her hands, conjuring 2 explosive fireballs aimed at Du Datong. Had her storage bag not been confiscated, she would have summoned her flying sword to reduce the shameless old man before her to ashes. The flames she unleashed were once again thwarted by the erased barrier, failing to harm Du Datong. Intimidated by Shuyan's fierce demeanor, Du Datong recoiled, his face flushed with anger. "Very well. You choose to refuse my kindness. So I shall resort to force. You will experience the effects of my Heavenly Fragrance Harmony Powder, and we shall see if you still possess the strength to resist." Producing a blue and white porcelain bottle, Du Datong flicked it open, releasing a fine powder that effortlessly penetrated the erased barrier and entered the cell. This barrier, easily breached from the outside, was nearly impenetrable from within. Once the Heavenly Fragrance Harmony Powder was unleashed, a peculiar aroma began to spread throughout the sparsely furnished cell, with stone walls providing no refuge for Shuyan. "You shameless old man. You dare to poison me. I will kill you, and you shall suffer a fate worse than death." Shuyan seethed, one hand pinching her nose against the scent while the other launched fireballs at Du Datong in a futile effort. The barrier rendered her attacks ineffective, and she could not hold her breath indefinitely. Before long, a wisp of the intoxicating scent invaded Shuyan's nostrils, swiftly coursing through her bloodstream, igniting an unbearable heat within her. As her vision began to blur, she sank slowly to the ground, sliding against the wall. With trembling hands, she beat against the wall, softly calling out to the person in the adjacent cell, "Help! Help me!" On the other side, Lin Yuchen had already overheard the exchange between Du Datong and Shuyan, his frustration boiling over in his own confinement. Heavenly Fragrance Harmony Powder? Not again. In this moment, Lin Yuchen felt an overwhelming urgency. Despite his desperation, he was unable to breach the magically fortified walls that imprisoned Shuyan, leaving him in a state of anguish and near despair. The thought of Shuyan being violated before his eyes by the shameless Du Datong filled him with a sense of utter humiliation. How could he ever face Shuyan again if such a disgrace occurred? She was not merely a sister. She was a revered celestial being in Lin Yuchen's heart, the one who had once saved his life. Had it not been for her, he would have long since perished at the hands of Su Huashuang. As he witnessed his celestial sister on the verge of being violated, he could not allow it to happen. "Du Datong, you scoundrel! I will annihilate your entire family and scatter your remains." Lin Yuchen bellowed in rage, channeling every ounce of his peak energy into conjuring an ice blade, which he swiftly directed towards the stone wall before him, desperate to break through and rescue her. However, the wall was fortified by a protective array, and despite the ferocity of his ice blade, it merely chipped away at the stone, yielding only minuscule fragments. At this rate, by the time he would finally breach the wall, Shuyan would likely have already suffered. just as despair threatened to engulf him. The spiritual energy ring that had fused with him at his dantian surged forth with an immense and tumultuous power, as if it possessed a will of its own. This force coursed through his meridians, gathering in his palm like a mighty river flowing into the sea. Lin Yuchen felt a warmth emanating from his hand, and the once ordinary ice blade transformed into something extraordinary, imbued with a striking duality of black and white light, seemingly embodying the laws of the universe. Without a moment to ponder, he swung the yin-yang ice blade once more at the stone wall. This time, upon contact, the runes of the protective array trembled violently, emitting a series of crackling sounds before vanishing in a brilliant flash. The formidable stone wall crumbled with a deafening roar, and as the debris flew and dust swirled, Lin Yuchen darted through the opening, racing into Shuyan's cell. At that moment, Shuyan, having inhaled the intoxicating Tianxiang Hahuan powder, lay incapacitated upon the ground, her gaze dazed, cheeks flushed, and her garments clinging to her form, revealing her exquisite figure. Du Datong, shameless as ever, was poised with a recording stone, preparing to capture the moment of her vulnerability. Lin Yuchen's heart ignited with fury upon witnessing this despicable act. Du Datong, your time has come, he roared, as the radiant yin-yang ice blade lunged towards Du Datong's chest. Ah, where did you come from? Du Datong stammered in astonishment, yet before he could finish his words, a chilling blade pierced through his heart. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief as blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. The stone in his hand fell with a clatter, shattering into countless pieces. Lin Yuchen swiftly seized Du Datong's storage bag and hurried to Shuyan's side, gently lifting her up. Her body radiated heat, her gaze was dazed, and she murmured incoherently, gripping Lin Yuchen's clothing tightly. Seeing her in such a state, Lin Yuchen felt a pang of anguish. He understood all too well the malevolent potency of the Tianxiang Hahuan powder. If not neutralized promptly, Shuyan would suffer immensely. Shuyan, hold on. I shall save you. He fervently prayed within, channeling his inner spiritual energy to suppress the rampant potency within Shuyan. However, the power of the powder was exceedingly formidable. As soon as his energy entered her, it was met with a fierce backlash, nearly consuming him. At that moment, Shuyan entwined herself around Lin Yuchen like a seductive serpent, her voluptuous form pressing against his back. With a sultry whisper, she exclaimed, "It itches. I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Please help me, embrace me, kiss me. I am in such distress." Lin Yuchen's heart trembled at her words, and he steadied his mind, continuing to guide his spiritual energy. As time ticked by, Shuyan's actions grew increasingly daring. Beads of sweat dotted Lin Yuchen's forehead, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, just as he felt he might falter. The potency of the Tianxiang Hahuan powder within Shuyan began to wane. After a brief moment, the searing force was gradually subdued by Lin Yuchen's energy. "Oh, I am relieved to have contained the potency in time, or it would have been troublesome," he sighed deeply, feeling a sense of gratitude. He glanced down at Shuyan, noticing her breathing had steadied and the flush on her face was fading, clearly indicating that the potency had been brought under control. Soon, Shuyan began to awaken from the effects of the Tianxiang Hahuan powder. Ashamed and flustered, she pressed her face against the ground, too embarrassed to lift her head. Utterly uncertain of how to proceed, she was aware of her actions and recognized that Lin Yuchen had come to her aid. But knowing that he was to be her future partner as designated by her master only intensified her reckless behavior. With a trembling voice, she uttered, "Lin Yuchen." Her heart filled with embarrassment. She did not know how to face him, and the question she wished to ask hung on her lips. But she could not find the words. Observing Shuyan's mortification, Lin Yuchen initially contemplated teasing her, but decided against it. Instead, he softly reassured her, "Shuyan, do not overthink it. The situation was dire, and you had no control over your actions. We must prioritize finding a way to leave this dungeon." As he spoke, he gently helped her to her feet. Shuyan nodded slightly, unable to meet Lin Yuchen's gaze, her cheeks still flushed crimson, clearly not having fully recovered from her earlier embarrassment. As Lin Yuchen pondered the recent triumph of employing the 5 elements technique to merge the powers of yin and yang into an ice blade that shattered the array barrier, he felt confident that he could replicate the feat. He approached with determination, channeling his spiritual energy, and with a swift motion, unleashed a formidable ice blade that surged forth from his palm, piercing the shimmering barrier of the prison cell. With a loud crackle, the array flickered and then disintegrated into nothingness. "Wait, Lin Yuchen, when did you become so powerful?" exclaimed Shuyan, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I recall just a few months ago, you were merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, and now you've seemingly reached the cusp of foundational establishment. Surely, your pure 5 elements spiritual root cannot have advanced so rapidly. What extraordinary fortune have you encountered? I thought my own progression from the 9th level of qi refinement to the 1st level of foundational establishment in a few months was impressive." but you have surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Xu Yin was taken aback by Lin Yuchen's sudden display of strength, momentarily forgetting her shyness as she gazed at him in awe. However, Lin Yuchen wished to keep the secret of his spiritual energy ring concealed, so, having breached the barrier, he quickly urged Xu Yin to leave. Xu Yin, this is not the time for conversation. We must depart from here at once. The two hurriedly exited the cell. By now, Xu Yin had composed herself, her attire elegantly restored, a blue shirt paired with a flowing white skirt, her silhouette graceful and refined. Gone was the earlier timidity, replaced by an ethereal beauty that retained her signature cool elegance. They found themselves in a long corridor, wide enough for 3 or 4 individuals to walk side by side. Stretching several meters ahead, the corridor was flanked by sturdy stone walls inscribed with runes, and at its end, it was sealed off, offering no escape. No guards were present within the corridor. To their dismay, even after escaping the cell, they discovered that the outside was merely a closed passageway. Where could the true exit lie? Seeing that escape was not imminent, Xu Yin insisted on clarifying matters with Lin Yuchen. All right, since we cannot get out just yet, we might be trapped here indefinitely. You must come forth and provide me with a proper explanation. We should discuss this thoroughly before devising our next plan. Lin Yuchen now understood the complexity of a woman's heart, having just witnessed the transformation from a gentle lamb to a stubborn firebrand. Reluctantly, he complied with her inquiry and shared a simplified version of his recent experiences, omitting much of the truth and embellishing his narrative with exaggerations. When Xu Yin inquired how he ended up imprisoned in the dungeon of the Cult of Desire, Lin Yuchen deceitfully claimed he had offended someone in Luocheng and was subsequently captured. Are you lying to me? Why would the Cult of Desire imprison you? You must possess significant capabilities to warrant such treatment. Xu Yin questioned him bluntly. Now regarding Lin Yuchen as her true partner, it was only natural for her to be concerned about his unexpected presence in such a den of vice. Senior sister, I assure you, I speak only the truth. Lin Yuchen's face was etched with distress. He had never realized how pedantic Xu Yin could be until now, and he thought that if she continued to interrogate him, he might very well be driven to madness. Thus, he decided to take a different approach and began to question Xu Yin in return, asking her why she had been captured, as if she had committed some misdeed. As expected, this tactic proved effective. Xu Yin's urgency waned, and she turned her head, defiantly refusing to meet his gaze. Why I was captured is none of your business. Whatever. Conversing with you is utterly tedious. You show me no sincerity. I detest you. Seeing that Xu Yin was momentarily distracted from his words, Lin Yuchen felt a slight sense of relief, and for a moment, both fell into silence, each with nothing to say. Xu Yin, in her agitation, found a stone wall to lean against, occasionally furrowing her brows in deep thought, the subject of her contemplation unknown. Lin Yuchen, too disinterested to engage her, began to explore the smooth, neatly arranged stone walls of the long corridor, releasing ice blades to search for an exit from this protracted stone passage. The walls, constructed of large blue stones, appeared to be anything but completely sealed. There must surely be mechanisms or formations that could provide a way out. With this notion in mind, Lin Yuchen meticulously examined the length of the stone corridor, probing and tapping. Xu Yin, however, was preoccupied with her own tumultuous thoughts, lacking the inclination to assist Lin Yuchen. After a while, noticing that he had yet to find a way out and was not approaching her for conversation, she approached him in irritation. All right, you annoying brat. Are you upset with me? Why be so petty? Do you want to know how I ended up captured by the Sect of Desire? I'll tell you. But you must promise not to let it slip. Feeling fatigued from his search, Lin Yuchen slumped against the wall to rest. Then please, do enlighten me. He was genuinely intrigued about how Xu Yin had suddenly found herself in the Sect of Desire and imprisoned. Chapter 57. The Origin of the Spirit Ring. I was sent by my master to the Sect of Desire to investigate the whereabouts of a treasured artifact. Otherwise, I would have never willingly come to this filthy place. Humph. You have no idea. The disciples of the Sect of Desire are truly debauched and shameless. During my brief stay before being imprisoned, I witnessed them engaging in scandalous acts in broad daylight. One day, I even saw lewd scenes projected outside a trial tower, where an old man was bullying a female disciple inside. Not only did no one intervene, but a crowd even gathered to watch, shamelessly cheering him on. Lin Yuchen's face flushed at her words. Did she not just describe the incident where he had disguised himself as an old man to retrieve his storage bag from Hanyu? Had Xu Yin seen that? My heavens. It was fortunate that he had been in disguise. Otherwise, had Xu Yin caught him causing a ruckus in the Sect of Desire, he would surely have been too embarrassed to return to the Yuling sect. With this thought, Lin Yuchen glanced at Xu Yin. Her delicate features possessed an indescribable allure. Her starry eyes, like swords, her skin as tender as a petal, exuded a chilling grace that made it difficult to hold his gaze for long, fearing it might provoke her ire. Why were you secretly watching me just now? Are you feeling guilty? Lin Yuchen's furtive glance at Xu Yin did not escape her notice. No. I simply found my senior sister quite captivating and couldn't help but look. Lin Yuchen replied candidly, speaking the truth, fearing that Xuan might delve deeper into the matter. He hastily shifted the topic. Senior sister, you haven't finished your earlier thought. Master summoned you to investigate any unusual treasures in the Bayou sect. Have you discovered anything? I have no idea what unusual treasures to investigate. Xuan retorted. Master only instructed me to check for any anomalies within the Bayou sect. I've been here for several days without finding anything, only to be caught by an old hag who imprisoned me for so long. It's infuriating. Once we get out, I must seek revenge on her. Lin Yuchen, will you accompany me to deal with that old hag? Of course. If my senior sister has a task, I shall be the first to follow, undeterred by any danger. Humph. At least you seem obedient. I won't hold today's incident against you for now. Now hurry. Let's find a way out together. With that, Xuan's mood lightened somewhat, and she began to search for an exit alongside Lin Yuchen. The two diligently explored the long corridor, unaware that all their movements were being transmitted to the hall of the sect leader through a shadow stone. Hanyu watched the image projected by the stone, observing the close interaction between Lin Yuchen and Xuan, which stirred feelings of discontent within her. Master, why are you allowing them to continue searching for an escape when you know they have already broken free? They will inevitably find a way out. Hanyu inquired. Yu Linglong, seated in the main position, waved her hand lightly, her expression serene. Are you anxious? Is it because you feel uncomfortable seeing Lin Yuchen with that woman? Are you jealous? Not at all. I despise Lin Yuchen. He has bullied me. Hanyu retorted defiantly, though her cheeks betrayed her, flushing slightly. Your denial is futile. As your master, I am well aware of your feelings. Master, please. I am truly exasperated. Kindly permit me to activate the mechanism to imprison them again. Otherwise, they will escape, and we shall never retrieve them. With her thoughts laid bare by her master, Hanyu ceased her pretense and spoke urgently. No need, my dear Yu. Rest assured, that girl has already been afflicted by a heart-binding curse. Once I activate the secret technique, I can control her actions. They will not escape my grasp. Both of them are disciples of the Yuchen sect, and controlling them will facilitate our theft of the Shanghai map from their sect. Ah, master, when did you do that? I was unaware. Hanyu exclaimed in surprise, then quietly asked, Master, did you also place the heart-binding curse on Lin Yuchen? Not on that boy. He possesses a secret treasure that protects him. The heart-binding curse placed within him is ineffective and has been refined away. However, there is no need for concern. With that girl in our control, Lin Yuchen will inevitably follow suit. His infatuation with her is undeniable, and we can manipulate him through her. What secret treasure? You have never mentioned this before. After confining him, I meticulously examined his body multiple times. If I am not mistaken, the ring adorning his left ring finger must be the legendary Yin-Yang transformation ring, a relic left behind by the founder of the Hahuan sect, the Yin-Yang Taoist. Upon his ascension, good heavens, the Yin-Yang transformation ring, is it not the ancient artifact mentioned in the notes of our esteemed ancestor? It is highly probable. After the Hahuan sect was besieged and annihilated by the righteous sects, our ancestor led a few disciples from my master's generation to escape from Zhongzhou to Xianzhou, where they founded the Bayou sect. Strictly speaking, we are also disciples of the Hahuan sect, and that Yin-Yang transformation ring ought to be a treasure of our sect. I wonder what extraordinary fortune this young man has encountered to allow the Yin-Yang transformation ring to reside within him. The Yin-Yang transformation ring is a celestial treasure formed by absorbing a trace of celestial energy upon the ascension of its creator, the Yin-Yang Taoist. It can refine the essence of Yin and Yang from all things in the universe, enhancing cultivation and assisting in practice. Should we obtain this artifact, our mastery as master and disciple would undoubtedly soar, and I fear that within a millennium, we would ascend to the heavens. Such magnificence. Master, is there a way for us to extract the Yin-Yang transformation ring from him? After a moment of silence, Hanyu inquired again. Yu Linglong replied, currently, there is no method. The Yin-Yang transformation ring is exceedingly peculiar. Although it has not fully fused with Lin Yuchen, they are already inextricably linked. It is akin to the path of Yin and Yang, where you exist within me and I within you. Unless Lin Yuchen voluntarily severs the connection to extract the Yin-Yang transformation ring, we have no means to do so. Upon hearing this, Hanyu nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. She feared that if there were a forceful method to remove the Yin-Yang transformation ring, Master, with her temperament, would certainly disregard Lin Yuchen's well-being and extract it by force. Seeing Hanyu's expression, Yu Linglong grew somewhat irritated and scolded. You err. I see you are truly infatuated with that young man. If that is the case, you may as well lurk by his side and embrace your role as his woman. After all, with the Yin-Yang transformation ring present, your dual cultivation will yield great benefits. And your progression will soar. Master, may I truly? Hanyu joyfully inquired, unable to conceal her inner delight. Absolutely not. You err. You have greatly disappointed me. One Lin Yuchen has ensnared you so thoroughly. Enough. You are to enter seclusion immediately. Your reliability is lacking, speaking of love and affection. There is no place for such matters on the path of cultivation. When you comprehend that only cultivation and enlightenment matter, and that true strength is the ultimate truth of the realm of immortality, you may emerge. Hanyu, reprimanded by Yu Linglong, felt a deep sense of grievance but dared not retort, lowering her head and silently exiting the hall of the sect leader. Where, in this world, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Only by becoming powerful can one truly be strong, Yu Linglong murmured softly, raising her gaze to the image projected by the transmission stone. At that moment, she beheld Lin Yuchen and Shui Yin seated face to face, having inexplicably disrobed, gazing intently into each other's eyes in a meditative posture, leaving her bewildered as to their intentions. What is transpiring here? The two individuals, ablaze with passion, must be engaging in a mutual cultivation to alleviate their boredom. Chapter 58. Cultivating the Yin-Yang Sword Qi. Within the depths of the dungeon, the elongated stone corridor mirrored the scene depicted in the illusory projection. Lin Yuchen and Shuyan were indeed seated cross-legged, devoid of garments. What prompted such peculiar behavior? It turned out that after an exhaustive search for an exit, they finally encountered a barrier formed by a formation. Lin Yuchen believed he could pierce through the barrier with the Yin-Yang ice blade, but alas, it proved unattainable. This formation barrier, located at the corridor's end, was far more formidable than that within the cell. Lin Yuchen's cultivation of the Yin-Yang ice blade, at a mere half-step to foundation establishment, was insufficient to breach it with a single weapon. Subsequently, Shuyan joined him, channeling her magical energy in a unified effort to break through the formation. Yet their attempts were in vain. In a moment of desperation, Shuyan recalled the method for the Earth-tier Yin-Yang Sword Qi that she had previously found in Su Huashuang's storage bag. She proposed that they practice together, hoping to swiftly cultivate the Yin-Yang Sword Qi to shatter the formation barrier. The cultivation of the Yin-Yang Sword Qi required a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, to sit facing each other, stripped of their garments, focusing their minds on the art of the sword. Thus, in pursuit of mastering the secret technique, they found themselves undressed and seated across from one another. As a modern individual, Lin Yuchen found the cultivation method somewhat perplexing, yet he acquiesced to Shuyan's suggestion. However, this predicament left Shuyan feeling quite flustered. Although she had already considered Lin Yuchen as her future partner, the sight of him sitting before her, completely bare, made her cheeks flush crimson. Senior Sister Shuyan, did you not say that practicing this spell requires a pure heart? Why is your face so flushed? Do not let your thoughts stray. We are merely cultivating. Lin Yuchen remarked with a mischievous glint in his eyes, feigning seriousness. Lin Yuchen, be quiet. You must not speak. I am well aware of the cultivation method. Do I need your reminders? Shuyan retorted, her irritation palpable. If it weren't for the necessity of mastering the Yin-Yang Sword Qi to escape their predicament, she would have relished the opportunity to reprimand him. Very well. I shall remain silent. Let us focus on our cultivation. Lin Yuchen thought to himself, secretly amused. He then concentrated his gaze on Shuyan's graceful form, steadying his mind as he began to breathe rhythmically, attuning himself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy within. He silently recited the cultivation incantation, gradually gathering spiritual energy into his eyes and hands. Once the Yin-Yang Sword Qi was mastered, it could be unleashed through the eyes or hands at any moment, rendering it an unpredictable and formidable defensive mechanism. Shuyan sat cross-legged, her legs entwined, her skin as smooth and white as snow, exuding an alluring charm. When Lin Yuchen shifted his gaze to her delicate visage, he noticed a change. Her previously porcelain-like cheeks now bore a rosy hue, the flush extending to her ears and the nape of her neck. Shuyan, in her quest to cultivate the Yin-Yang Sword Qi, found herself compelled to focus intently on Lin Yuchen's form, channeling spiritual energy into her gaze. However, the image of her earlier boldness in the prison cell invaded her thoughts, causing a flush of warmth to spread across her cheeks and heart, rendering her unable to concentrate. The flow of spiritual energy within her often faltered. She furrowed her brows and blinked, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Alas, this Lin Yuchen, ever since that incident in the cell, has left me utterly distracted, while he remains blissfully unaffected, diligently practicing without a hint of distraction. In exasperation, Shuyan closed her eyes, striving to erase the memory of Lin Yuchen from her mind and regain her composure. She refused to believe that she could not focus while practicing. She, Shuyan, was one of the most gifted disciples of the Yuchen sect. Originally, she was the foremost talent, but after Lin Yuchen's revelation of possessing a pure five-element spiritual root, she had been relegated to second place. After a moment of tranquility, she reopened her eyes, determined to concentrate on Lin Yuchen again, only to be thrown into disarray upon catching sight of his bare form, a surge of illicit heat igniting within her core. Oh, how vexing. I cannot continue like this. I refuse to practice any longer. Lin Yuchen, you are being insufferable. Frustrated and angry, Shuyan stood abruptly, abandoning her training. At that moment, Lin Yuchen felt a surge of spiritual energy in his eyes, and two blades of black and white energy shot forth, hurtling towards Shuyan. This is bad. I hope I haven't harmed senior sister Shuyan. Panic-stricken, Lin Yuchen swiftly turned his head, the energy blades following suit. Upon locking his gaze onto the stone wall behind Shuyan, he heard a soft whoosh, and a deep indentation was carved into the wall as if struck by a powerful laser, sending sparks and debris flying. Heavens! I did it! Is this some kind of laser vision? How astonishing! Lin Yuchen exclaimed, filled with joy, and Shuyan followed his gaze, witnessing the deep cracks and holes left in the wall. A testament to the effectiveness of the sword chi, proving that one could launch an attack merely with their sight. Unfair. Why has he succeeded while I have not? Shuyan fumed, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yuchen. It is all your fault for that thing below. Her chest heaved with indignation as she glared at him. Lin Yuchen, amused yet bewildered by her reaction, replied, Senior sister, how can you blame me? It's your own wavering resolve, not my fault. Don't you dare say that. Why do you torment me? Do you believe I want to castrate you right here and now? Shuyan, in her fury, raised her hand, conjuring an icy blade aimed threateningly at Lin Yuchen's groin, disregarding her lack of attire. Wait, senior sister, this is no jest. I still rely on you for future offspring. Lin Yuchen exclaimed, hastily shielding himself. Oh, this is the end. Lin Yuchen, this is all your fault. Get away from me. And disappear at once. Lin Yuchen offered a faint smile and hurried to retrieve his robe, donning it with urgency. Sister, do not be vexed. Although you have not mastered it, my success suffices. Let us swiftly breach the formation and depart from this place. Clad in his garments, Lin Yuchen approached the end of the corridor, casting his gaze upon the sealed stone wall. As he channeled his spiritual energy, two luminous blades of energy burst forth from his eyes. This time, his focus was more potent. The yin-yang sword chi struck the stone wall, resulting in a resounding crash. The force was formidable, shattering the wall and the formation barrier, revealing a gaping hole. My yin-yang sword chi has just been perfected. It seems I must refine my control. Lin Yuchen mused to himself. Noting that the opening was insufficient for passage, he promptly directed the yin-yang sword chi once more, sending forth two additional blades that pierced the stone wall, quickly revealing a larger breach through which the outside could be glimpsed. Sister Shuyan, come quickly. We can escape, he called, stepping through the newly formed opening. Chapter 59. The monitoring stone chamber. They soon entered another stone chamber, illuminated by an unexplainable light. As there were no apertures or candles, it was likely that the walls emitted a natural glow, or perhaps an array was arranged within to produce illumination. This chamber was spacious and bright, approximately the size of half a basketball court. Within this enclosed stone room, numerous smooth, mirror-like stone panels adorned the right wall, displaying shifting light and shadow, revealing moving images. This was evidently a monitoring chamber, capable of transmitting surveillance footage from other locations through the mirrored stone panels. Before the monitoring images stood a green stone table and stone stools, complete with tea utensils. Those observing from here seemed to be at ease, sipping tea while surveilling the projections. Lin Yuchen gazed at the monitoring images, all depicting similar cells. The prisons resembled the one where Lin Yuchen had been held captive, albeit with different prisoners. He noted that two of the monitoring images showed empty chambers, their walls damaged and crumbling. These were the very cells from which he and Shuyan had escaped. This is utterly insane. The leader of the cult of desire is truly deranged. Lin Yuchen cursed, scrutinizing the surveillance footage for any familiar faces. He recalled that Nangong Meng had infiltrated the cult of desire alongside him, now that he had been exposed. She too should have been captured. Lin Yuchen, look. Why are there so many glass gourd bottles here? What are they filled with? Is this some kind of brew? Lin Yuchen was searching for the shadow monitoring footage when he was startled by a sound from Shuyan. Turning towards the direction she pointed, he discovered a wall in the corner adorned with rows of solid wood shelves. Each shelf was meticulously divided into compartments, and within each compartment rested a transparent glass gourd bottle, approximately 20 centimeters tall, reminiscent of a vessel for storing wine. The glass gourds were transparent, revealing a clear liquid within, in which lay numerous thick, worm-like entities of varying lengths, submerged in the liquid. These are men's, Shuyan exclaimed. Do not look any further. It's offensive to the eyes. Turn away. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuchen realized that those glass bottles contained the severed male organs of men, lined up in neat rows on the wooden shelves displayed before him. Each wooden compartment bore a label, seemingly for the purpose of identification. Curiously, Lin Yuchen leaned closer to one of the compartments to read the label, which stated, "The property of Ling Zhun, National Master of Yantuguo, severed in a certain year and month." My heavens, this is a collection dedicated to the display of men's organs. What a perverse obsession. Lin Yuchen thought, horrified by the shamelessness of Yulinglong, the leader of the cult of desire. He felt a chill in his nether regions, secretly grateful for his brother's fortune. For had his brother been absent, he too might have become a part of Yulinglong's macabre collection. As he glanced at another wooden compartment, he read, the property of Hao, formation master of Taiging Mountain in Ningzhou, severed in a certain year and month. Continuing his inspection, he found the property of Su Feng, casting master of Qishuang sect in Lingzhou, and the property of Zhuang Tianhai, talisman master of Yuomen in Lingzhou. Lin Yuchen's astonishment grew with each label he read. Although he was unaware of the cultivators' levels, he surmised they were not ordinary individuals. Who could have imagined that these men had been mutilated and displayed in such a manner? The leader of the cult of desire, Yulinglong, was indeed depraved. He pondered her motives for severing these organs and displaying them here, as it seemed that many sects across Xianzhou, Ningzhou, and Lingzhou had their members' organs exhibited in this grotesque manner. A chill ran down Lin Yuchen's spine, and he felt a shiver in his own loins. Just then, Shuiyan's voice snapped him out of his horrified reverie. Lin Yuchen, what are you still staring at? You told me to look away, yet you seem quite engrossed yourself. Why gaze upon others? Hurry over here. The shadow stones are showing dungeons that hold captives. We must free them. Yes, let us release them all. Lin Yuchen exclaimed as he turned away from the ghastly display and joined Shuyan, his heart still racing. Gazing at the scenes depicted on the shadow stones, he focused intently, unleashing a surge of yin-yang sword energy that shattered several of the stones. Instantly, he heard the rumbling sound of stone doors opening in the passageway corresponding to the shattered stones. It appeared that shattering the surveillance stones would deactivate the protective formations of the prisons, allowing the doors to swing open. With this understanding, Lin Yuchen raised his hand, summoning an icy blade that swiftly emerged, empowered by the dual forces of yin and yang, and deftly shattered all the surveillance stones affixed to the wall. Who has saved us? Such a profound debt of gratitude cannot be forgotten. Please, step forward and speak. We wish to express our thanks in person. At this moment, several individuals emerged from the corridor, directing their inquiries towards Lin Yuchen. Upon entering the monitoring room, they beheld Lin Yuchen diligently demolishing the surveillance stones and immediately grasped that he was their savior. Expressions of gratitude adorned their faces as they clasped their fists in salute, offering their thanks. Do not mention it. It was but a trivial effort, hardly worthy of note, Lin Yuchen replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as most of those bowing in respect were older men with beards, acknowledging a junior like him. He returned the gesture with a slight bow. You all are quite insincere, merely expressing thanks without any tangible gesture. My junior brother has saved you. That is no small favor. You ought to show some real appreciation. Quickly, present something of value to my junior brother. He is unable to accept gifts directly, so I shall collect them on his behalf. The crowd was instantly flushed with embarrassment at Shui Yan's boldness. She was unbothered by the potential loss of dignity, as she was merely using Lin Yuchen as a pretext. Indeed. However, I have been imprisoned for many years, and my storage bag has long been confiscated. I possess nothing of value. Please remember this, and I shall repay you personally in the future. One individual stammered, his face reddened. My junior brother is named Lin Yuchen, from the Yuchen sect. Be sure to remember this. Come, all of you, gather here to register your names and what gifts you intend to bestow, lest you renege on your promises in the future. Shui Yan seemed to take great pleasure in orchestrating this collection, calling to the crowd to compile a list. Lin Yuchen intended to intervene, but recalling his insights gained within the stone prison, he recognized that the essence of his true self was paramount, and all external matters were mere illusions. Thus, why concern himself with the trivialities of worldly affairs? He decided to accompany his senior sister in her antics, as long as she was content. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he still did not catch sight of Nangong Meng. He pondered, could it be that her identity had yet to be revealed? Chapter 60. The mysterious garment artisan. At this point, few remained in the stone chamber. The moment the prison's array was dismantled, everyone had hastily collaborated to break free from the outer cell. The remaining individuals congregated before a display cabinet filled with sunlit artifacts, gazing blankly at the objects submerged in the translucent gourd. As a man, Lin Yuchen understood their plight and, out of compassion, felt compelled to offer them words of comfort. Approaching the four individuals, he engaged them in conversation and soon realized that they were the very four individuals noted in the message he had previously read. Ling Zhun, the national master of the Yindu kingdom; Hao, the array master of Taiging Mountain in Ningzhou; Su Feng, the weaponsmith of the Qishuang sect in Lingzhou; and Zhuang Tianhai, the talisman master of the Yuomen in Lingzhou. These were all exceptionally talented cultivators, alchemists, array masters, weaponsmiths, and talisman masters. If Lin Yuchen did not devise a means to befriend them, he would truly disgrace himself as a traveler from another world. Thus, Lin Yuchen drew upon the flirting techniques he had acquired from his own world, along with his knowledge of concepts such as severed roots and rebirth, reattachment of severed limbs, heart transplants, and head and brain transplants. He eagerly regaled the 4 individuals with an array of vivid and enchanting medical practices. Brother Lin, are you suggesting that our male organs can be reattached and regenerated? Zhuang Tianhai, whose name suited his imposing stature, a tall and robust man with a bushy beard and a square face, asked straightforwardly, appearing to be in his 40s. The other 3 listened attentively. Their concern palpable. Theoretically, it is indeed possible. I have studied medicine. Provided the conditions are right, surgical methods can facilitate reattachment. Lin Yuchen replied, his enthusiasm evident. I had a mentor who was a leading expert in this type of surgery, capable of reattaching severed limbs. I studied under him for many years. Mentor? You mean your master, right? What is this surgical technique? What conditions are necessary? Inquired Oh Hao, the array master, who appeared to be in his mid-30s. His tall and slender figure betraying a hint of skepticism. Is there truly such a medical practice? Ling Zhan, a plump alchemist in his 50s with a genial appearance, expressed disbelief. I have only heard of skilled physicians reattaching broken bones, but never of anyone being able to replace a man's organ. Slightly shorter in stature, Su Feng, a casting master in his 30s with elongated eyes, remarked, this seems overly complicated. It would be more practical for us to seek a younger body to possess after reaching the golden core stage. That seems far more reliable. Each of the 4 shared their opinions, and apart from Su Feng, the other 3 were captivated by Lin Yuchen's extraordinary medical insights, eager to request his assistance in their endeavors. They even playfully chided Su Feng, with Zhuang Tianhai stating, do you think achieving the golden core is that easy? Without a few centuries of cultivation, it's a mere fantasy. The method proposed by Brother Lin seems far more plausible. Ling Zhan and Oh Hao concurred, leaving Su Feng momentarily speechless, realizing the validity of their arguments. All eyes turned toward Lin Yuchen, anticipating whether he could indeed assist them in their quest for organ replacement, eagerly awaiting his response. Indeed, my mentor is my master, as we refer to him in my homeland. I hail from Huaxiao, and my master is one of the most renowned surgical doctors there. I recall he was even involved in a head transplant surgery, which was widely reported across the Huaxia internet. Lin Yuchen explained, surgery is his specialty. Huaisa? You claim to come from Huaxia? The 4 were taken aback, clearly familiar with the name of that place. They exchanged astonished glances, whispering among themselves about a tailor named Lu Yu, who was said to also hail from Huaxia, pondering if he and Lin Yuchen were from the same region. Lin Yuchen was bewildered by their discussion and, upon inquiring further, discovered that the 4 were acquainted with a tailor named Lu Yu, who was reportedly a disciple of Yu Linglong, the head of a teaching sect. Lu Yu had mentioned Huaxia in passing. My goodness, could he be a fellow traveler like me? How else would he know the term Huaxia? Lin Yuchen mused, intrigued. Where can I find this Lu Yu, the tailor? What manner of person is he? Zhuang Tianhai and the other 3 were filled with excitement as they eagerly relayed their thoughts to Lin Yuchen. They were acquainted with Lu Yu, considering him a friend, having been imprisoned together in this dungeon for many years. Occasionally, Yu Linglong would gather them to collaborate on concocting various magical garments and elixirs, fostering a sense of camaraderie. The 4 described Lu Yu as a remarkable individual, skilled in designing a plethora of unique garments, shrouded in mystery. Upon learning that Lin Yuchen also hailed from Huaxia, they felt he might possess extraordinary abilities, perhaps even a method to aid them in reclaiming their lost vitality. Their spirits lifted with hope. They hurriedly led Lin Yuchen away from the monitoring room, traversing the corridor towards the innermost cell to locate the tailor, Lu Yu. Yu Linglong's disciple? A tailor? Could it be that the items akin to those in my world, such as briefs, thongs, and bras, were crafted by this very tailor? Lin Yuchen mused, excitement surging within him. Perhaps Lu Yu was truly a traveler from another realm, a fellow compatriot from his own world. With these thoughts, Lin Yuchen eagerly anticipated meeting tailor Lu Yu, wishing to acknowledge their shared origins. After a brief passage, they arrived at the deepest part of the corridor. Following the direction indicated by the 4, Lin Yuchen peered into a spacious cell through its open door, revealing a scene that left him utterly astonished. The ample room was adorned with clothing racks overflowing with garments that could only exist in his own world. Various styles of underwear, bras, stockings, and miniskirts adorned the racks, while a shoe cabinet at ground level displayed an array of women's high heels. At the center of the cell stood a wooden table, Lu Yu's workstation, cluttered with fabrics. The tailor, an unkempt middle-aged man with a beard, appeared to be in his 50s, donned in short sleeves and long trousers, instantly evoking a sense of nostalgia for Lin Yuchen, as if he had returned to his own world. Scattered on the floor were remnants of fabric, evidently the scraps Lu Yu had cut during his meticulous design work. In the corner to the left, a substantial pile of completed garments suggested a stockpile of crafted goods. The entire cell resembled a workshop one would only encounter in Lin Yuchen's home world. and his heart leaped with joy. Could it be that this tailor Lu Yu was indeed a fellow traveler from his realm? Without awaiting an introduction from the four who had brought him, Lin Yuchen stepped into the cell and courteously addressed the engrossed Lu Yu. Sir, might you be from Huaxia? Yet, Lu Yu appeared oblivious to Lin Yuchen's inquiry, seemingly indifferent to the outside world as he continued to deftly maneuver his scissors and ruler. Engrossed in the design and cutting of the fabric before him, the talisman master, Zhuang Tianhai, approached Lin Yuchen and explained, Brother Lin, he has been imprisoned for far too long, and his mind has become somewhat unhinged. Have you not seen that the prison door is open and we have all departed? Yet he remains here, tirelessly completing the tasks assigned by Yulinglong. He has truly lost his sanity. Was he confined here against his will? Is he not a disciple of the sect leader Yulinglong? Could there be enmity between them that would lead to such confinement? Lin Yuchen was perplexed. Zhuang Tianhai continued. The reasons behind this situation remain unclear to us as well. When I was imprisoned here several years ago, he was already in this state. It may not be that he was imprisoned by Yulinglong, but rather that he chose to remain here voluntarily. The formation master, Oh Hao, added, I share a good rapport with him. If you wish to inquire, I can assist you in questioning him. Lin Yuchen had initially believed that encountering a fellow traveler from his own world would allow for free and easy conversation with this compatriot, Lu Yu. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lu Yu had become mentally unstable due to prolonged confinement. Empathizing with Lu Yu, Lin Yuchen felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He recalled his own perilous experience upon first arriving in this world, nearly falling victim to Su Huashuang's attempts to capture him for her own purposes. It seemed that Lu Yu, who was tirelessly crafting garments, had likely faced misfortune immediately upon his arrival, perhaps being coerced into confinement by Yulinglong through a lure or force, ultimately leading to his current state of abnormality. Contemplating this, Lin Yuchen could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate, secretly grateful for the fortunate opportunities that had come his way since his own transition. Subsequently, with the assistance of Oh Hao and others, Lin Yuchen engaged in conversation with Lu Yu, yet ultimately found himself disappointed. Lu Yu was not a traveler from another world. Rather, he recounted that in his youth, he had studied alongside Yulinglong under a certain master, acquiring the skills and styles of garment making from that very master. Moreover, Lu Yu was not originally from Huaxia. It was his master who hailed from there. While imparting his craft, the master had shared tales of Huaxia and expressed a desire to take them there to experience its wonders, which deeply inspired Lu Yu. Thus, he had always considered himself a descendant of Huaxia. It seemed that the master who had taught them the art of crafting such innovative garments was likely the true traveler from another world, having crossed over long ago. Lin Yuchen yearned to locate this esteemed predecessor and meticulously inquire about details regarding Lu Yu's master. Lu Yu intermittently shared, I do not know my master's full name, only that her surname is Gong. While studying under her, we referred to her as Teacher Gong. She once mentioned that she came from the capital university of Huaxia. There were several of us studying alongside her. Yulinglong was the eldest sister, and I was the youngest disciple, with several senior brothers and sisters above me. Our teacher possessed immense knowledge, seemingly understanding everything. Noticing my dexterity, she taught me garment making while imparting various other skills to the other disciples, including the crafting of capsule medicines, the production of gunpowder, the cultivation of plants, and mechanical manufacturing. The terms Lu Yu mentioned, capsules, gunpowder, machinery, left Zhuang Tianhai and the others bewildered, yet Lin Yuchen understood. Having confirmed that the teacher Lu Yu spoke of was indeed a traveler from another world, who had crossed over a century ago. The author notes that the timeline of the Jinwu continent does not align with that of Lin Yuchen's modern era. Although a century has passed in Jinwu, it is plausible that the other party may have arrived just a few years or even months prior to Lin Yuchen. After all, if we were to push modern society back over 100 years, it would lead us to the Qing dynasty, a time devoid of such flamboyant elements. This revelation signifies that there truly exist predecessors from his own world who have traversed into this one. In that moment, Lin Yuchen felt a sense of camaraderie, no longer feeling solitary, but rather experiencing a joy akin to finding an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Lin Yuchen continued to inquire meticulously about the appearance of this predecessor, Professor Gong, as well as the names and characteristics of her disciples, diligently recording every detail for future reference. Once he had clarified all his questions, he gained a substantial understanding of Professor Gong's past and formed a coherent narrative in his mind. According to Lu Yu, this predecessor was a female professor from the capital university of Huaxia. By a stroke of fortune, she had arrived in this realm, later spending several years within a cultivation sect in Zhongzhou. Subsequently, she secluded herself in a small town, where she began to take on disciples, including Yulinglong and Lu Yu among 6 others. However, not long into her teaching, she mysteriously vanished one day, leading her disciples to disperse and seek their own paths. As for Lu Yu, he had long harbored feelings for Yulinglong, thus choosing to remain by her side. Eventually, As Yu Linglong advanced in her cultivation and ascended to the position of sect leader, Lu Yu remained devotedly by her side, tirelessly assisting her despite never receiving her affections in return. Lin Yuchen was astonished by Lu Yu's life story, realizing the depth of his selfless devotion to Yu Linglong. Yet, given Yu Linglong's stunning beauty, alluring physique, and ruthless demeanor, it was evident that any man would easily succumb to her charms. Lin Yuchen had experienced this firsthand during his month in the dungeon. The leader of the Baiyu sect was indeed formidable. After their conversation concluded, the four, Zhuang Tianhai and his companions, who had often collaborated with Lu Yu on tasks assigned by Yu Linglong, had developed a bond of friendship. Unable to bear the sight of Lu Yu laboring like a lifeless automaton within the cell, they resolved to free him and escape together. Lin Yuchen, noticing the abundance of garments and accessories within the cell, seized the opportunity to retrieve the storage bag obtained after defeating Du Datong, collecting all items in the room. Subsequently, Lin Yuchen and Zhuang Tianhai's group exited the cell and reunited with Shui Yan, making their way out of the terrifying underground prison. In that moment, with the emergence of the tailor Lu Yu, Lin Yuchen conceived a lucrative idea. Why not gather all 5 of them under his wing? Leveraging their skills in alchemy, drawing, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, combined with his modern knowledge and unique insights, he envisioned opening a cultivation shop that would undoubtedly thrive in the realm of cultivation. As Lin Yuchen and his companions escaped from the dungeon, they were unaware that throughout their entire flight, Yu Linglong had been observing them from the main hall via a transmission stone. Chapter 62, The Soul-Devouring Goo. Yu Linglong was acutely aware of every detail concerning their escape. Yet she refrained from intervening. Whether they succeeded or not held no significance for her, as they had lost their value to her. Her sole concern was how to exploit the bewitching goo residing within Shui Yan to pilfer the primordial treasure, the map of mountains and seas. As Lin Yuchen and his group finally burst forth from the dungeon, the transmission stone monitoring the scene before Yu Linglong displayed nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered within her. Her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. A thought struck her, and she commanded, "Summon Yuer to me." A wisp of spiritual power emanated from her fingertips, accurately activating the communication jade talisman resting nearby. Before long, Han Yu hurried into the main hall. A hint of confusion etched on her face. Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed her master's grave expression and refrained from speaking further. Standing respectfully at the side, "Yuer, you have arrived," Yu Linglong stated calmly, her gaze still fixed on the transmission stone, her demeanor tinged with hesitation. "Master, did you summon me?" Han Yu asked cautiously. Yu Linglong nodded slowly, turning to face her with profound eyes. "Yuer, the time has come. You must depart immediately and find a way to get close to Lin Yuchen and his companions, utilizing them to acquire the map of mountains and seas from the Yuchen sect." Upon hearing her master's directive to approach Lin Yuchen, Han Yu's expression brightened, her heart eager to comply. This subtle shift in her demeanor did not escape Yu Linglong's notice, and a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. Rising gracefully, she approached Han Yu, gently caressing her cheek, her voice soft yet laced with undeniable authority. "Yuer, I am aware of your feelings towards Lin Yuchen. However, this task is of utmost importance, as it determines whether we, master and disciple, can ascend to immortality." Han Yu felt a tremor at her master's words and quickly lowered her head, respectfully assuring, "Master, rest assured, I will diligently obey your command." Yu Linglong nodded in satisfaction, but a peculiar light flickered in her eyes as she whispered, "Nonetheless, to ensure absolute success, I have decided to intervene personally." "Intervene personally?" Before Han Yu could respond, Yu Linglong raised her hand, a wisp of ethereal purple light shooting forth from her palm and swiftly embedding itself in Han Yu's brow. Han Yu felt a dizzying sensation wash over her. Before she could react, consciousness slipped away. This ethereal purple light was the bewitching soul-devouring goo, a treacherous curse that, once implanted, would silently take root deep within the victim's consciousness. In due time, Han Yu would be entirely under Yu Linglong's control, the effects akin to possession. Observing her unconscious disciple, a complex expression flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes, a blend of affection for her beloved student and a relentless ambition for power. "Moon, do not blame your master for being ruthless. This is all for our future," Yu Linglong murmured to herself. For Han Yu's feelings for Lin Yuchen had already transcended her control. She could not tolerate any uncertain factors that might jeopardize her plan to seize the divine artifact. The Shanghai map. Before long, Han Yu awakened, and a transformation swept over her features. The innocent sparkle of a young girl morphed into the seductive allure of a mature woman. Her beautiful apricot-shaped eyes shimmered with a captivating depth, and with a slight furrowing of her brow and a flutter of her lashes, she cast enchanting glances that could ensnare the soul. In that moment, Han Yu's demeanor and actions mirrored those of Yu Linglong, for she was indeed Yu Linglong in disguise. Subsequently, Han Yu retrieved Lin Yuchen's and Shui Yin's storage bags from the Master's residence, concealing them within her garments. In a swift motion, she darted out of the Master's quarters, racing towards the dungeon's exit. Yu Linglong devised a plan to use the mind-devouring goo to usurp Han Yu's body, masquerading as Han Yu to return the storage bags voluntarily and assist Lin Yuchen and the others in their escape from the Baiyu sect. She believed that by professing her love for Lin Yuchen, she could easily deceive him. After leaving the Master's residence, Yu Linglong timed her appearance perfectly. Lin Yuchen and his companions were embroiled in fierce combat with the elders and disciples of the Baiyu sect at the dungeon exit. She arrived just in time, discreetly using the Master's voice to instruct the elders to withdraw, while rushing forward to aid Lin Yuchen in his escape. Upon seeing Han Yu charge towards him, Lin Yuchen felt a flicker of confusion, yet he had no time to ponder. His sole focus was on fleeing swiftly. With the yin-yang ice blades swirling in his grasp, he effortlessly repelled any Baiyu disciples that obstructed their path. When confronted by an elder wielding a magical artifact, Lin Yuchen concentrated his gaze on it, unleashing a surge of yin-yang sword energy to shatter the artifact. At this juncture, Lin Yuchen's prowess, having reached the threshold of foundational cultivation and wielding the formidable yin-yang sword energy alongside the yin-yang ice blade, rendered him a formidable force. Most of the attacking Baiyu disciples were merely in the Qi refinement stage, with only a few elders at the foundation stage. However, under Yu Linglong's mental command, the elders were unable to withstand Lin Yuchen's onslaught. In mere moments, after a few exchanges, Lin Yuchen led his group to safety. Yu Linglong, disguised as Han Yu, pursued them with reluctance. Unable to catch up using her spells alone, she resorted to a flying artifact to hasten her chase. After traversing a considerable distance, she finally caught up with Lin Yuchen and his companions in the woods, several miles away from the Baiyu sect. Thereafter, Yu Linglong, by presenting the storage bags of Lin Yuchen and Shui Yin as a gesture of sincerity, and employing her acting skills to feign tears, expressed that her feelings for Lin Yuchen had blossomed from hatred due to the trials they faced together. She implored him to keep her by his side, having risked everything to return the stolen bags. Yu Linglong, ever adept at manipulating the affections of men, wept convincingly, gradually swaying Lin Yuchen's heart. He mused to himself, could it be that my charm is truly this potent? To have captured the heart of the Baiyu sect's most beautiful woman? As she contemplated the decision to retain Han Yu, the perpetually aloof Shui Yin, upon hearing Han Yu's remarks, was infuriated and resolutely departed with her storage bag, cursing Lin Yuchen as she left. Having agreed to allow Han Yu to accompany them, Lin Yuchen, preoccupied with the prospect of opening a shop to amass spirit stones, led Zhuang Tianhai and the others towards Luo City, intending to first arrange the necessary preparations for their business venture there. Reflecting on this visit to the Baiyu sect, Lin Yuchen felt an overwhelming sense of profit. Not only had he recovered his lost storage bag and bronze sword, but he had also scavenged nearly 50,000 spirit stones from Du Detong's storage bag. Furthermore, he had recruited capable individuals such as Zhuang Tianhai and Oh Hao, with both capital and talent at his disposal. What better time was there to venture into Luo City to earn spirit stones? Simultaneously, he could inquire about Nan Gongmeng from the disciples of Zhu Shan's sect in Luo City. Since her emergence from the dungeon, he had not seen her, and she had not responded to his messages, leaving him deeply concerned for her well-being. Chapter 63. Malicious intent of Murong Fu upon returning to the sect. Shui Yin first reported to her master, the esteemed Lan Fong, about the reconnaissance mission at the Baiyu sect. Subsequently, she returned to her residence in a melancholic state, shutting herself away and entering a period of seclusion. This retreat lasted for over 10 days without her stepping outside. In truth, her desire for seclusion was not rooted in the pursuit of cultivation. Rather, her spirits were low, and she wished to avoid any interaction, seeking solace in solitude. The events that transpired at the Baiyu sect had left her heartbroken, and she felt too embarrassed to confide in her master. Lacking close friends within the sect, she could only nurse her sorrows alone within the confines of her estate. Outwardly, Shui Yin appeared to be a person of cool composure and unwavering resolve. Yet she alone understood her own need for companionship and care. Within the Yuqing sect, many male disciples admired and adored her, some of whom came from distinguished backgrounds and possessed remarkable cultivation. However, Shui Yin had always maintained a distant demeanor, believing these suitors unworthy of her, fully aware that their affections were merely for her physical form. Thus, she had never entertained the notion of any romantic involvement with these male disciples and had not allowed herself to be swayed by their advances. In the past, she would have remained unaffected by Lin Yuchen, but after the incidents at the Baiyu sect, where he had invaded her personal space and witnessed her vulnerabilities, he had peeled back the layers of her exterior, revealing the most intimate aspects of her being. This compelled Shui Yin to regard Lin Yuchen with newfound consideration. What pained her was that just as she began to develop unusual feelings towards Lin Yuchen, another woman emerged, engaging intimately with him, which filled her with jealousy and sorrow. The gradual evolution of her feelings for Lin Yuchen, intertwined with her heartbreak, shattered the icy facade of her heart. Perhaps only through seclusion and tranquility could she gradually regain her composure and heal. For several consecutive days, Snow Yin found herself tormented by vexing thoughts, and the image of Lin Yuchen gradually transformed into one of deep annoyance. Lin Yuchen, you scoundrel, wretched boy, I shall never speak to you again. I never wish to see you. Snow Yin sat cross-legged in her room, the windows tightly shut. Although she appeared to be in a meditative state, her heart was a tumult of anger and sorrow, making her restless and unable to find peace, as she muttered curses against Lin Yuchen. At her feet lay her spirit beast, the frost spirit tiger, a gift from Lu He, an outer disciple of the Yuchen sect, several months prior. The once tiny cub had grown into a large tiger that stood knee-high. Snow Yin had never been particularly fond of the spirit beast bestowed upon her by Lu He. She rarely took it along on her outings, preferring to keep it at home to alleviate her boredom upon returning. The frost spirit tiger, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to emotions, stood up and howled in response to Snow Yan's ire, seemingly protesting on her behalf. Little Bai, do you also think Lin Yuchen is a scoundrel? Oh, you are truly my good little Bai. From now on, when you see Lin Yuchen, you must bite him to death, that wretched boy. Startled by her spirit beast's vocalizations, Snow Yin opened her eyes from her meditative state, affectionately stroking the soft, snowy fur of her tiger. While Snow Yin was thus engaged in dialogue with the frost spirit tiger, venting her restlessness, she was unaware that Lu He, in his own residence, was employing a secret method to connect with spirit beasts, intending to catch a glimpse of Snow Yan's beauty through the eyes and ears of the frost spirit tiger. Since acquiring the frost spirit tiger, Snow Yin had been preoccupied with external training, leaving Lu He with no opportunity to utilize his secret technique. Now that Snow Yin had finally returned to the sect, he hastily activated the method, only to hear her cursing Lin Yuchen rather than witnessing her beauty. Having interacted with many women, Lu He immediately recognized something was amiss from Snow Yan's words. Infuriated, he abruptly severed the connection with the frost spirit tiger, cursing, Lin Yuchen, you wretched boy. It turns out you are not even related to senior sister Snow Yin, and yet you have made her unhappy. You little bastard. I will make sure to eliminate you. If you have dared to lay a hand on senior sister Snow Yin, I shall castrate you. As Lu He's anger escalated, he recalled how foolishly he had gifted Lin Yuchen numerous spirit stones and items, further igniting his fury. Damn it, this is infuriating. Lu He felt a surge of rage swelling within him, reflecting on how he had remained chaste for Snow Yin for so long. In that moment, he simply desired to seek out a beautiful junior sister to vent his frustrations. Fuming, he left his courtyard and made his way to Chun Yu's residence. Within the Yuchen sect, Snow Yin, Song Yanan, and Chun Yu were widely recognized as the three most beautiful junior disciples. Lu He had previously lavished spirit stones upon Chun Yu in hopes of winning her favor, tallying up to several thousand, yet he had never even touched her delicate hand. Now, all his pent-up frustration coalesced, and he was resolute in his determination to make Chun Yu his tonight. At the very moment Snow Yin returned to the Yuchen sect, a new announcement was posted on the bulletin board in front of the Linglong Pavilion. The steward of the Talisman's Pavilion is seeking individuals to embark on a mission, claiming it involves an expedition to the ancient Qilin tomb for training purposes. Disciples who have achieved a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of Qi refinement are encouraged to apply, and those who pass her evaluation will be granted the opportunity to participate, with a generous reward of 2,000 spirit stones. A group of disciples gathered around the notice board, discussing the announcement with fervor. 2,000 spirit stones? Just what I need to purchase the Qi gathering pills I've been short of lately. However, this seems to involve tomb raiding for treasures. Could it be perilous? At the notice board stood a beautiful woman clad in purple, softly contemplating the announcement. Her graceful eyebrows arched elegantly, her lively eyes sparkling with intelligence, and her delicate features framed by a heart-shaped face. The flowing purple attire accentuated her slender figure, revealing her as Chun Yu, a disciple of the outer sect of the Yuchen sect. Hailing from a humble background, Chun Yu had managed to join the Yuchen sect, yet her talent was unremarkable. Although her exquisite looks offered her no direct advantage in cultivation, she had often resorted to leveraging her beauty to swindle spirit stones from lustful disciples in her quest for resources. When Lin Yuchen became an outer sect disciple, her initial intent to befriend him stemmed from her desire to connect with someone related to the esteemed Shuyan fairy. Alas, her attempts were thwarted by the likes of Tang Yu and Wang Liang, leading to her plans being unfulfilled. After contemplating the allure of the 2,000 spirit stones, Chun Yu ultimately resolved to sign up. Cultivation must rely on oneself. Relying on others is futile, and depending on external support is precarious. Only self-reliance is the foundation for success, she murmured to herself. Presently, her reputation within the Yuchen sect was tarnished, and she could no longer deceive her fellow disciples for even a single spirit stone. If she desired spirit stones, she would have to earn them through her own efforts. Upon arriving at the talisman's pavilion to register, she was surprised to find none other than Murong Fu, the inner sect's senior brother, also seeking to enroll. Currently, the Yuchen sect had only two direct disciples of elders, namely Shuiyin and Murong Fu. Shuiyin was the dream partner of countless male disciples, while Murong Fu was the object of affection for numerous female disciples. With his striking demeanor and captivating presence, he possessed the charm to ensnare the hearts of many young women. Murong Fu had yet to take a partner. Believing that committing too early would be a waste of his talents, he felt he should first indulge in the company of several beautiful women before settling down. Within the Yuchen sect, he had eyes for three lovely women, Xin, Qin Yu, and Song Yanan. He had long desired to win over these three junior sisters, but opportunities had eluded him. Today, fate smiled upon him when he unexpectedly encountered Qin Yu. Seizing the moment, as they were departing the talisman's pavilion after completing their registrations, Murong Fu approached her with a charming smile. Qin Junior sister, take care. What a coincidence today. I suspect we shall both be selected to accompany the steward on this expedition. But I worry about potential dangers along the way. By the way, do you possess any protective talismans? If not, we could venture to Luoqing together to procure some. Would you care to join me? Chapter 64. The Celestial Weaving Workshop. I appreciate my senior brother's kind intentions, yet as a junior sister, I find myself devoid of spirit stones. When Murong Fu initiated conversation with me, I was taken aback, yet the stark reality of my financial constraints compelled me to decline graciously. However, deep within, I could not deny my desire to explore the wonders of Luoqing, especially in the company of the handsome Murong Fu. Upon hearing my words, Murong Fu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He contemplated that if he could procure a magical artifact as a gift for me, perhaps during our stay in Luoqing, we could share a night at an inn, thereby winning my heart. With this thought, he quickened his pace, positioning himself before me, and declared, Junior Sister Chun, do not fret. Since we are embarking on this journey together, safety is our foremost priority. Acquiring protective artifacts is paramount. Once we reach Luoqing, should you find anything appealing, consider it on me. I shall cover the cost. Upon hearing that I could receive a protective artifact at no expense, I smiled brightly and replied, thank you, Senior Brother Murong. I shall not be polite. Just as I walked alongside Murong Fu towards the gates of Yuchen sect, we were spotted by Lu Ha, who had been searching for me. This little vixen has ensnared the inner sect Brother Murong Fu. Just wait and see. I wonder if Murong Fu can truly protect you. Lu Ha muttered angrily to himself, mounting his flying sword to pursue us from a distance. Although Lu Ha was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he held a confidence that belied his cultivation, indicating that his backing greatly surpassed that of Murong Fu, whom he regarded with disdain. Thus, we proceeded in a line, exiting Yuchen sect and making our way to Luoqing. Upon our arrival, Murong Fu led me through various bustling markets, his intent simple, to prolong our outing, waiting until dusk to find an excuse to invite me to an inn. As we leisurely strolled, we eventually found ourselves on a street in the northern part of the city, where the Xianzifang clothing store bustled with activity, filled with vibrant, youthful female cultivators. The business was thriving. Murong Fu surmised that the store must sell garments favored by female cultivators, and he wished to take me inside to purchase some clothing and accessories as gifts. Compared to magical artifacts, these items would surely be more affordable, and since women adore beautiful attire, it would be ideal to win my favor without extravagant expenditure. With this thought in mind, Murong Fu guided me into the Xianzifang clothing store. Upon entering, he glanced around and was immediately astonished by the peculiar items for sale. The store's offerings were indeed extraordinary. Unlike typical clothing stores adorned with various fabrics and simple garments, this establishment had no fabric hanging. Instead, rows of wooden racks displayed an array of strange and unfamiliar clothing items. There were triangular undergarments, garments resembling oversized eye masks, and long black stockings, all of which were peculiar types of attire. Furthermore, the store also offered shoes, yet they were not the commonplace cloth or embroidered shoes, but rather high heels reminiscent of those worn by exotic women. Murong Fu, filled with curiosity, picked up a pair of shoes, noting their towering heels which were both sharp and slender, leaving him bewildered as to how one could maintain their balance while wearing such footwear. As he surveyed the array of high heels in various colors and qualities, along with an assortment of colorful triangular panties and eye masks, he found himself utterly perplexed. What sort of combination was this, and how could one possibly wear such items? Shaking his head in confusion, he resolved to call upon Qin Yu to leave. However, a glance around revealed no sign of her. Turning his head, he searched the store, only to discover that Qin Yu was engrossed at the far end of the shop. captivated by a separate display. This corner was partitioned off, featuring a square counter where a captivating woman was demonstrating and explaining the clothing and accessories available in the store. Morong Fu approached with curiosity, standing behind Chunyu as they both turned their attention to the enchanting woman at the counter. The woman possessed a seductive figure, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that clung to her skin, leaving little to the imagination and accentuating her alluring curves. Morong Fu was instantly drawn to her. Her attire was so tantalizing that it seemed as if she were wearing nothing at all. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he instinctively took a step back, turning his face away and covering half of his eyes with his hand. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the temptation to continue watching her demonstration, his heart racing uncontrollably. Dear friends, the demonstrator began, what I am wearing now is a bodysuit crafted from the silk of a first-tier demon spider. It boasts excellent elasticity, allowing for breathability and comfort, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. It perfectly conforms to the body, showcasing an impeccable silhouette, and is fortified with talismans from a talisman master, providing protection against insects. It is truly an essential choice for any outdoor adventure. As the woman finished her presentation, she donned the silky white bodysuit, creating a striking contrast with her dark attire, which rendered her figure even more alluring. Morong Fu gulped, envisioning how enchanting this bodysuit would look on Chunyu, igniting a desire within him to purchase it as a gift for her. With this thought in mind, he gently nudged Chunyu's shoulder from behind, speaking softly with confidence and anticipation. Junior sister Chunyu, the garments here are quite remarkable and practical. Is there anything you fancy? I shall buy it all for you. Chunyu's face turned a deep shade of red, clearly flustered by the woman's earlier demonstration, and now feeling even more embarrassed as she recalled that Morong Fu had been standing behind her all along. Thank you for your kind offer, but I don't wear such things, she stammered shyly. Just as Morong Fu was about to continue persuading her, a loud voice erupted from behind them, exclaiming, excellent. The garments in this shop have truly caught my eye. I shall buy this store. Who is this intruder disrupting my plans? Morong Fu thought, frustration mounting within him. Morong Fu felt a sense of frustration, as if overshadowed by others. Turning his gaze, he noticed the often arrogant Lu He, a disciple from the outer sect, cheerfully approaching him. Upon seeing Morong Fu, Lu He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed Senior Brother Morong. What a coincidence. Are you here to shop for garments as well? Oh, and Sister Chinyu is here too. How delightful. If you wish to buy anything, just let me know. I intend to acquire this store, and you may choose whatever you desire from the collection." Lu He's ostentatious entrance momentarily left Morong Fu breathless. This mere boy, at the 6th level of Qi training, relied on his royal lineage from the great Qian kingdom, which was infuriating, were it not for the crowd around. Morong Fu would have gladly drawn his sword to end Lu He's life. How arrogant it was for someone with such a wealthy background to be so presumptuous. Little did Morong Fu know, Lu He had been trailing them all along, cleverly concealing his presence with a magical artifact, unnoticed even by Morong Fu, who was at the 9th level of Qi training. My good fellow, we cannot authorize the purchase of the entire store. Please hold on while I inform my master so he may discuss this with you. Do hurry back. I shall await your return. Lu He gleefully observed the suppressed resentment on Morong Fu's face and noted Chunyu's slight retreat from him, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Having followed the two for quite some time, Lu He had resolved to win Chinyu over. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly revealed his wealth and power. Tell me, Sister Chinyu, you have no future following Senior Brother Morong. Why not make your choice early and join me? I, Lu He, will cherish you for a lifetime, and you shall have access to abundant spirit stones and treasures. Suddenly, a strong and resolute voice rang out, followed by the emergence of a dignified young man clad in green from the inner hall of the shop. His demeanor was refined and composed, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence. Though he did not exude an intimidating presence, he possessed an air of gravitas. This young man was Lin Yuchen, the proprietor of the Xiangji workshop he had recently established in Luoqing. After departing from the Baiyu sect, Lin Yuchen, accompanied by Zhuang Tianhai and Lu Yu, had arrived in Luoqing, plotting ways to accumulate spirit stones, utilizing the vast resources he had acquired from Du Datong's storage bag as initial capital. Along with the assistance of Su Xian and others, Lin Yuchen swiftly established himself in Luoqing and opened this shop. Most of the garments sold in the store were procured during Lin Yuchen's escape from the Baiyu sect, sourced from Du Datong's storage bag and Lu Yu's cell, while only a few were newly designed. However, drawing from his modern experiences, Lin Yuchen had managed to create many outfits that were remarkably more alluring than those crafted by Lu Yu. As Lin Yuchen, Lu He, and Morong Fu beheld the newcomer, astonishment washed over them. The name Leprosy Dust was renowned within the Yuling sect, and all were familiar with Lin Yuchen. No one anticipated that the figure whom many in the sect had previously scorned would now stand as the proprietor of a clothing store in Luoqing. Judging by the store's popularity, alongside the pricing and inventory of its wares, it was evident that the establishment was worth at least several 100,000 spiritual stones. They couldn't help but marvel internally. When had leprosy dust amassed such wealth? Moreover, it was not merely affluence. The spiritual pressure emanating from Lin Yuchen indicated he had evidently reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Morong Fu, having previously incurred Lin Yuchen's ire during a marketplace encounter at the Yuling sect due to Song Yanan, and now having just been overshadowed by Lu Ha, displayed a complexion that fluctuated between green and white. Lu Ha, too, found himself in a precarious position, harboring resentment towards Lin Yuchen for matters concerning Shiyan. He regarded the sudden appearance of Lin Yuchen with a scowl. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, having once attempted to engage Lin Yuchen without success, felt a flicker of embarrassment upon seeing him again, instinctively lowering her gaze to evade his eyes. In her heart, she pondered whether Lin Yuchen would harbor resentment towards her for the past meddling that had thwarted her initial overtures of friendship, especially now that he had achieved such success. Leprosy dust. How much for your entire store? I will buy it. Lu Ha was the first to regain his composure, casting a cold glare at Lin Yuchen. Eager to flaunt his wealth. Given Lin Yuchen's current superior cultivation level, it seemed that Lu Ha could only resort to his riches to assert dominance and reclaim his dignity. Senior Lu, do you truly wish to purchase my entire establishment? It is not inexpensive, you know. It would require 30,000 spiritual stones. Lin Yuchen discerned the underlying provocation in Lu He's tone, but, recalling that Lu Ha had previously gifted him some spiritual stones upon his arrival at the Yuling sect, chose to extend a modicum of courtesy in his response. What? For such a small store, how can it be worth so many spiritual stones? 30,000. Leprosy dust. You might as well rob someone. Lu Ha faltered at the mention of the 30,000 stones, not because he couldn't afford it, but because he would need to consult with his parents before mobilizing such a sum. Senior Lu, if you cannot afford it, then let it be. Do not disrupt the business of my store. The amiable demeanor Lin Yuchen had previously extended to Lu Ha dissipated. While he had been polite out of gratitude for past gifts, Lu Ha's lack of awareness warranted a firmer response. Subsequently, Lin Yuchen chose to disregard Lu Ha altogether and turned to Chen Yu, saying, Senior Sister Chen, we are all fellow disciples. Since you have come to my store, allow me to be a gracious host. Come, I shall take you to the inner courtyard for a respite. If you desire any garments, I will have a sales assistant fetch them for you personally. Upon hearing Lin Yuchen's words, Chen Yu felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Taken aback by his generosity and simultaneously ashamed of her previous motives, she slightly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude and embarrassment, stammering, Junior brother Lin. This is too much. I merely wish to browse. Lin Yuchen rarely smiled gently, waving his hand and saying, Sister Chen, there is no need for formalities. Although the garments in the store are novel, they are also practical. Please feel free to choose. Consider it a small token of friendship from me as your junior. His sincere tone gradually calmed Chen Yu's previously anxious heart, instilling in her a burgeoning fondness for Lin Yuchen. In truth, Lin Yuchen genuinely thought this way. Although Chen Yu's initial approach had been driven by ulterior motives, it was not uncommon in the realm of cultivation for individuals to employ various means to acquire resources. Moreover, the cost of these garments was not exorbitant, merely a few dozen spirit stones, a sum Lin Yuchen was now indifferent to. Viewing it as an opportunity to forge a friendship, Lin Yuchen beckoned Chen Yu and turned to walk towards the side door of the shop, proceeding to the courtyard at the back. With his refined demeanor, youthful wealth, and notable achievements in cultivation, he left Chen Yu momentarily starstruck, prompting her to follow him eagerly. Lin Yuchen, don't be so arrogant. Just wait until I find someone to teach you a lesson, and you'll see your shop shut down. Lu Ha, witnessing Chen Yu being taken away by Lin Yuchen after trailing her for some time, was infuriated as memories of Shui Yin surged back to him. Morong Fu was equally incensed. He had planned to win Chen Yu over that day, but now it seemed that she might be easily swept away by Lin Yuchen. Once, Lin Yuchen did not merit his regard, yet now, mere months later, he appeared poised to surpass him, leaving Morong Fu's status as the inner sect's senior brother in jeopardy. Lin Yuchen disregarded Lu Ha's outbursts. After exchanging a few words with the shop attendant, he led Chen Yu out through the left side door, recognizing that both Morong Fu and Lu Ha harbored ill intentions towards her. Thus, taking her away could be seen as rescuing her, though the choice to leave remained hers. Forget it, Junior brother Lu, let us depart. It is evident that Lin Yuchen will not pay you any further heed, Morong Fu remarked, deliberately provoking Lu Ha as he pulled him towards the exit. Forget it? How can this be overlooked? Brother Morong, you are truly timid and overly cautious. Just watch. I will summon people to seal his shop immediately. My aunt is the city lord of Luoqing, and I shall contact her and my uncle right now to bring forces to shut down this establishment. How dare he steal a woman from me? Today I will put an end to this Lin Yuchen. Without hesitation, Lu Ha took action. stepping out of the shop and onto the street where he promptly retrieved a communication jade talisman to summon aid. Lu He, being the son of a prince in the Dacian kingdom, was not easily intimidated by anyone. Shortly thereafter, following his summons, Lady Ning, Lu He's aunt and the city lord's wife, arrived with a contingent of guards. Young Master Situ Peng, having heard that his cousin Lu He had arrived in Luocheng, also hurried over to greet him. Chapter 66. An unusual situation. Lady Ning strode ahead, adorned in a pale blue brocade robe, her skirt flowing like a stream of mist behind her. With each step, she exuded a fragrant aura. Her figure was voluptuous and graceful, the fullness of her bosom subtly rising beneath the brocade, delineating a breathtaking silhouette. After meeting Lu He, the young Lord Situ Peng engaged in casual conversation with this young prince, while Madame Ning expressed her concerned greetings to Lu He. Once the pleasantries were concluded, Madame Ning, upon hearing her nephew Lu He explain the situation, immediately stormed into the Xianzifang clothing store with a few subordinates. Morong Fu, observing that matters might escalate, discreetly slipped away rather than following Lu He. Lu He and Situ Peng, meanwhile, remained outside the store, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The two cousins showed no concern that Madame Ning would struggle inside. They chatted nonchalantly, as if nothing were amiss. "Cousin, are you enjoying your time at Yuling sect? Why haven't you come to Luocheng to visit me? I've heard tales of the many beauties there. You aren't so absorbed in your pursuits that you've forgotten your cousin, are you? You ought to bring some lovely ladies to Luocheng for me to meet." Situ Peng, well aware of his cousin's prowess with women, felt a twinge of envy, as he often found himself timid and stammering in the presence of attractive women. "Your aunt and uncle keep a tight rein on you. I fear I might lead you astray," Lu He replied evasively. "Besides, how many beauties can Yuling sect truly have? If we're speaking of exquisite women, Luocheng has far more. Do you really think you'd lack for beautiful company? With a few spirit stones, you could have any beauty you desire. Not a chance. The attractive women in Luocheng are mostly married. I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. If my father found out, he'd surely break my legs." Situ Peng lamented, his plump face narrowing into a nervous expression. "My dear cousin, you really don't understand. It's precisely those married women who are enticing. If you're discreet, those young wives won't dare to speak out. They fear the consequences of being discovered, and no one wants to make a fuss. If you engage in such affairs, it's practically free. How could your father possibly find out?" Lu He swallowed hard, thinking of Madame Ning, his aunt, who was the epitome of a desirable young wife. Curvaceous, beautiful, free-spirited, and spiritedly bold. Is that so? Are married women truly so easy to woo? Situ Peng's excitement bubbled forth as he urged Lu He to share his secrets for winning over such ladies. The two passionately discussed their romantic exploits on the street outside the store, completely unconcerned that Madame Ning was inside Xianzifang, believing that the mere presence of the city lord's wife would surely intimidate the staff. Meanwhile, Madame Ning, with an air of authority, stormed into Xianzifang, leaving the clerks inside utterly daunted by her presence. "Who is the owner of this establishment? Come out at once." Her fiery voice echoed throughout the store. Lin Yuchen, upon receiving word of Madame Ning's arrival, first escorted Chun Yu to the inner hall for a moment of respite before leisurely emerging. "I am unaware of the city lord's wife visiting my humble shop. What brings you here?" he inquired, bowing slightly with a composed demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Madame Ning raised an eyebrow, her piercing gaze assessing Lin Yuchen, her ample figure accentuated by her ornate robe, adding an air of intimidation. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" Lin Yuchen's gaze swept over Madame Ning's voluptuous figure, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he slightly inclined his body and remarked, "Indeed. May I inquire what guidance the esteemed lady of the city has to offer?" "What a pretentious young man." Madame Ning snorted coldly, her ample bosom heaving dramatically with each breath, the golden-threaded peony embroidery on her garment trembling in unison. "Guidance? You, a mere shopkeeper, possess such audacity to act so brazenly in Luocheng. My nephew Lu He has claimed you are arrogant, and it seems he was right." Lin Yuchen silently chuckled to himself, pondering whether one could not even find a decent pretext to provoke a quarrel these days. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Madam, your words are rather severe. My humble Xiangji workshop merely engages in modest business. How could we dare to act arrogantly in Luocheng? It was, in fact, senior brother Lu He who recently boasted of purchasing my small shop for 30,000 spirit stones. Might I inquire if your visit pertains to this matter?" Upon hearing this, Madame Ning furrowed her brow, contemplating within. Though fiercely protective of her kin, she was not devoid of reason. She was all too familiar with Lu He's character, knowing he often bullied others under the guise of his status, only to find himself outmaneuvered. 30,000 spirit stones. Does your establishment hold such value? After coming to a realization, Madame Ning's tone softened slightly, yet retained an air of skepticism. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Yuchen felt a surge of confidence and gestured for Madame Ning to enter the inner hall for a more detailed discussion. If the lady finds it intriguing, I invite you inside for a conversation. Though my shop is modest, it possesses unique qualities that may pique your interest. Madame Ning pondered briefly before nodding, instructing her guards to wait outside the Shangji workshop, and then followed Lin Yuchen into the inner hall. Her voluptuous form, enveloped in an ornate robe, swayed gracefully with each step, exuding an allure that was distinctly characteristic of mature femininity. The inner hall was tastefully arranged, and Lin Yuchen invited Madame Ning to sit before personally pouring her a cup of spirit tea, its fragrant aroma wafting delicately and soothing the senses. As Madame Ning observed Lin Yuchen's courteous demeanor, she unguardedly lifted the teacup to her lips and took a gentle sip, her gaze meticulously assessing him. Internally, she mused, this young man, though still in his youth, possesses remarkable cultivation and treats others with neither subservience nor arrogance. He is indeed a figure not to be underestimated. In truth, Lin Yuchen had gained profound insight into the essence of his true self, allowing him to see through external distractions. At this moment, his perspective was such that apart from his intrinsic self, all external entities and individuals held little significance. Thus, when faced with Madame Ning's scrutinizing and imposing gaze, he remained unfazed, his countenance serene, impervious to the disturbances of the outside world. As Lin Yuchen watched Madame Ning delicately sip her spirit tea, he was silently calculating the time it would take for the Tianxiang Hahuan powder to take effect. He spoke with ease, Madam, although my Shangji workshop is not extensive. Every garment here is uniquely designed. Take, for instance, this silk bodysuit. Its production process is intricate. Merely collecting the silk from a first-tier demon spider is no simple feat. Coupled with the assistance of a talisman master, the resources and manpower expended are considerable, which naturally reflects in the price. He spoke while keenly observing Madame Ning's reaction. Madame Ning felt an unusual warmth spreading slowly within her after the mystical tea slid down her throat. Initially, she dismissed it, attributing the sensation to the effects of the tea, and gently nodded as if to express her agreement with Lin Yuchen's words. However, as the conversation unfolded, she began to feel a slight flush on her cheeks, and her breath quickened. A sense of curiosity stirred within her, yet she refrained from delving deeper into her feelings. Observing the effects of the Tianxiang Hahuan powder taking hold, Lin Yuchen felt a surge of emotion but managed to maintain his composure, continuing, if Madame does not believe me, you may experience the wonders of these garments for yourself. With that, he rose and approached a nearby clothing rack, retrieving a spider silk bodysuit and presenting it to Madame Ning. Chapter 67. Madame Ning reached out to accept the garment, her fingers inadvertently brushing against Lin Yuchen's hand. In that instant, an electric thrill coursed through her body, causing her heart to race and her hand to tremble slightly as it clutched the fabric. Madam, you may try this on first. If you find it to your liking, it shall be yours. Lin Yuchen's voice seemed to possess an alluring quality, echoing in Madame Ning's ears. She felt the heat within her intensify, and though she initially intended to refuse, she inexplicably nodded and made her way behind the screen in the inner chamber. Moments later, the sound of rustling fabric emerged from behind the screen. Lin Yuchen stood in place, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. For reasons unknown, since fully merging with the spiritual ring, Lin Yuchen often found himself beset by uncontrollable desires, as if an invisible hand was guiding him, leading him to adopt increasingly audacious behavior. Before long, Madame Ning emerged slowly from behind the screen, adorned in the spider silk bodysuit. Her once ample figure was now accentuated to perfection, her curves on full display. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze filled with longing, and her steps slightly unsteady. As she attempted to speak, her delicate voice startled her, rendering her words incomplete. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen stepped forward, gently placing his hands upon Madame Ning's shoulders. Madam, do you not find this garment to be a perfect fit? Madame Ning felt Lin Yuchen's hands akin to heated iron, rendering her weak and pliant. Instinctively, she desired to pull away, yet she found herself drawn to this extraordinary sensation, one she had never experienced before. What have you done to me? Madame Ning's voice quivered with a blend of fear and playful reproach, her former authority as the city lord's wife dissipating, leaving her reminiscent of a budding maiden. Lin Yuchen offered no response, instead enfolding Madame Ning in his embrace, whispering in her ear, to be close to you, Madam, is truly an honor. As he spoke, his hands began to wander restlessly across her form. Ah, what are you doing? Why are you lifting my skirt? Take your hands away, this instant. I will not forgive you. My husband will not spare you. Madame Ning could hardly fathom that Lin Yuchen would dare to act in such a manner, and in her panic, she cried out, though her voice was soft and feeble, sounding all the more enticing to Lin Yuchen. Although Madame Ning felt a flicker of resistance within her, the potent effects of the Tianxiang Hahuan powder rendered her powerless to oppose. leaving her at the mercy of Lin Yuchen. Her mind was a tumultuous sea of confusion, both embarrassed and exhilarated, yearning to flee, yet rendered immobile. The dignified image she usually upheld crumbled entirely in that moment. Outside the shop, Lu He and Situ Peng continued their animated conversation. "Cousin, do you think my aunt has been inside for so long because she has given that young man a thorough lesson?" Lu He remarked with a smug grin, as though envisioning Lin Yuchen begging for mercy. Situ Peng shook his head, confidently asserting, "Of course. When my mother takes charge, one is equivalent to two." That little shopkeeper must be terrified, ready to close up and scurry home. Unbeknownst to them, a shocking spectacle was unfolding within the shop, as they remained lost in their fantasies, anticipating Lin Yuchen's downfall. Inside the parlor, Madame Ning's hair was in disarray, strands clinging to her flushed cheeks, which were reddened from both heat and humiliation, accentuating the watery glimmer in her eyes, filled with confusion and helplessness. Her exquisite features were reminiscent of a beautiful oval face, adorned with large apricot-shaped eyes and delicate, elongated brows. Although her complexion was pallid from fright, it retained a certain radiance, revealing traces of meticulous makeup. Her high nose and crimson lips belonged to a beauty the likes of which Lin Yuchen had never encountered before. The meticulously styled hairpin was now precariously askew, adding an unexpected touch of languor and allure. The delicate spider silk attire had become somewhat disheveled, the neckline slightly ajar, exposing her snowy skin beneath. Her voluptuous figure accentuated her breathtaking curves, with a waist that could be grasped easily, contrasting sharply with her ample bosom, rising and falling enticingly with her hurried breaths. Madame Ning's face was flushed with shame. She had never before experienced such blatant teasing. Anger and annoyance surged within her, while the sensations coursing through her body nearly overwhelmed her resolve. Yet, she fought to maintain her composure, attempting to escape Lin Yuchen's grasp to retrieve the sword from the ground and retaliate. However, with a mere gentle tap, Lin Yuchen caused the sword in her hand to clatter to the floor, the sound of metal striking stone resonating, soon overshadowed by her soft gasps. After a considerable time had passed, once their encounter concluded, Madame Ning hastily rose from the ground, quickly gathering her garments to dress, turning to flee the premises. "You wretched thief, I shall not let you go," she exclaimed, stumbling toward the exit, nearly losing her footing as she desperately sought to escape this nightmarish place. Lin Yuchen made no attempt to pursue her, allowing her to flee unimpeded. Outside the Xiangji garment shop, Madame Ning emerged to confront Lu He and Situ Peng, who awaited her arrival. Lu He joyously inquired, "Aunt, have you finally resolved the matter? Have you sealed the shop?" Meanwhile, Situ Peng, more concerned about his mother, noticed her distressed demeanor and anxiously asked, "Mother, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Yet, the events that had transpired were far too humiliating for Madame Ning to articulate. Her heart brimmed with shame and indignation, wishing only to vanish into the ground. As I gazed at Lu He and Situ Peng, their faces etched with concern, a tumult of emotions surged within me. I longed to berate them both, for it was Lu He's mischief that had led to this profound humiliation. No, let us not dwell on this now. We shall discuss the matter of closing the shop at the city lord's mansion later. Madame Ning gritted her teeth and managed to utter these words. Without waiting for her son or nephew, she hastily performed a wind command spell and soared towards the city lord's mansion, eager to return home and cleanse herself of the lingering traces left by that man. What has come over my aunt? Lu He pondered, watching Madame Ning's departing figure with a hint of suspicion. Even though her voluptuous and alluring silhouette was partially concealed by a long dress, the sight of her rounded hips swaying tantalizingly was undeniably captivating. This seductive image ignited a warmth in Lu He's lower abdomen. "Cousin, we must hurry. Something might be wrong with my mother. Let us return and check." Unlike Lu He, who was consumed by lustful thoughts, Situ Peng was more concerned for his mother's well-being and urged Lu He to follow suit. Chapter 68. The unusual behavior of Madame Ning. Oh no, how could I have done such a thing? Once Madame Ning had departed, Lin Yuchen sat in a daze within the Xianzifang, softly murmuring to himself, replaying the events that had just transpired in his mind, bewilderment washing over him. His initial intention had been to pacify Madame Ning and gradually diffuse the conflict. Yet now the situation had spiraled completely out of control. He could hardly fathom that he had unwittingly infused the spiritual tea with the heavenly fragrance and harmonious essence powder. Could it be the influence of the spiritual qi ring? Lin Yuchen's consciousness peered into the spiritual qi ring suspended above his dantian, his brow furrowing in concern. Ever since he had fully merged with this ring, he had distinctly sensed alterations in his temperament, particularly when confronted by enchanting female cultivators, where these changes became even more pronounced. This cannot continue. Lin Yuchen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. If he allowed this desire to govern him any longer, it would inevitably lead to greater troubles. However, the pressing issue at hand was Madame Ning. She would undoubtedly seek retribution, and the city lord's mansion's retaliation might soon be upon him. Should I close the shop and flee? The thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Running away was not a solution, since the incident had occurred. Evasion would only complicate matters further. Besides, he had only just begun to establish his footing in Luoqing, and the shop had only just started to take shape. To abandon it now would render all his previous efforts in vain. Very well, I shall face whatever comes. I will withstand the storm, Lin Yuchen resolved, shaking his head, choosing to dismiss the turmoil rather than dwell on it. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Madame Ning returned in a flurry, and upon entering her chamber, she promptly summoned her maid to prepare a bath for her. Soon, steaming water was brought into her boudoir, and as she shed her garments, her stunning figure was unveiled without reservation, rendered even more alluring amidst the swirling steam. Madame Ning reached for a towel beside her, vigorously wiping her body from her cheeks to her neck, and from her shoulders to her chest. Her once delicate skin began to take on a rosy hue. As she moved, droplets cascaded from her arms and shoulders into the bath, creating small splashes. Suddenly, Madame Ning felt an indescribable itch rising from deep within her. Initially a mild, tingling sensation that she could endure, but soon it intensified, spreading through her limbs and into her mind, reminiscent of countless tiny insects crawling beneath her skin. Unable to contain herself, she writhed, her hands gliding over her voluptuous form in an effort to alleviate the discomfort, causing the water in the tub to churn violently and splash out. What is happening, madam? A nearby maid, witnessing the scene, flushed with embarrassment. Though she was tasked with serving Madame Ning closely, she had never encountered her in such a state of disarray. Don't ask. You must think of something. I'm so unbearably itchy. Please, scratch for me. Yes, I understand, madam. The maid, startled by her mistress's condition, frantically reached out to scratch, yet the itch felt endless. And no matter how fervently she tried, it bore no relief. Madame Ning's body writhed more intensely, soft moans escaping her lips. No, not there. Do you not understand? Ah. The maid froze, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. She had never engaged in such actions before. Yet, seeing Madame Ning's anguished expression, she dared not delay. Trembling as she leaned closer and moved her hands downward, Madame Ning tilted her head back, her damp hair clinging to her sweaty neck, her gasps growing more urgent. Is this how it is, my lady? I truly do not know what to do, the maid said, her voice tinged with desperation. Ah, be gentle. Your nails are digging in. Madame Ning was both anxious and irritated, the clumsiness of the maid exacerbating her discomfort, and she could no longer suppress her soft whimpers. I apologize, my lady, the maid said helplessly, lacking any experience in such matters. Meanwhile, outside the room, Si-Tu Peng and Lu He, concerned for Madame Ning's safety, arrived at the door, eager to rush in. Thankfully, Lu He noticed something was amiss from within the chamber and restrained Si-Tu Peng, who was about to kick the door open. Cousin, do not act recklessly. Something seems off. Listen closely, I think I hear Auntie's moans. Goodness, if you cannot manage. Then stop. Si-Tu Peng leaned in to listen, and indeed, he could hear it. Madam, this position in the tub is untenable. Perhaps you should rise and move to the bed, and I shall try again. Upon hearing this, Si-Tu Peng's face flushed instantly, and he stammered. My mother and the maid are inside. Fortunately, Lu He swiftly covered Si-Tu Peng's mouth, preventing him from uttering the entire statement, lest it disturb Lady Ning and her maid within. Cousin, refrain from shouting. Anne is not that kind of person. Let us listen first. Lu He whispered, pulling Si-Tu Peng aside into a thicket of flowers, holding his breath and straining to catch every sound. Inside the chamber, with each stir from the maid, Lady Ning's delicate visage paled slightly, followed by an intoxicating moan that resonated through the air. The more Lu He listened, the more astonished he became, as an abundance of saliva filled his mouth. The stark contrast between Aunt Ning's usual dignified demeanor and the sounds emanating from within was increasingly stirring. The heat in his lower abdomen became ever more difficult to suppress. Cousin, did you hear anything? Si-Tu Peng whispered telepathically, anxious as he continuously caught snippets of his mother's murmurs. No, it's nothing, cousin, do not worry. Anne is fine. She may have just twisted her ankle, and the maid is likely attending to her. Lu He, drawing from his extensive encounters, was well aware of what was transpiring but resolved to keep Si-Tu Peng oblivious to the actions of his mother and the maid, as long as they remained quiet outside. Lu He could continue eavesdropping on his infatuating aunt. However, Si-Tu Peng, oblivious to the delicacy of the situation, called out, Mother, have you hurt your ankle? Is everything all right? My cousin and I are outside. May we come in to see you? Chapter 69, Enchanting Chamber, Part 1. Young Master, it's the young master outside. The maid panicked upon hearing Si-Tu Peng's voice. The activities she and Lady Ning were engaged in could easily be misconstrued, jeopardizing both their reputations. If word got out, the city lord would undoubtedly punish her. Terrified, the maid abruptly halted her actions, too frightened to continue. Ah, why have you stopped? Continue. At this moment, Lady Ning felt an unbearable itch within her reach a peak, and she uncontrollably released a high-pitched moan, her legs weakening as she nearly slipped into the bath. Yet, in the next instant, she regained her composure, quickly covering her mouth to stifle the sound. Anxiously, she called out, "Pungtier, do not come in. You mustn't enter." I'm fine, just a twisted ankle. I only need the maid to help me with a massage." "Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. Mother, do you need a healing elixir? I will fetch it from the apothecary right away." "Very well. Hurry, both of you." Lady Ning seized the opportunity to send them away. Situ Peng reluctantly left with Lu Ha to retrieve the elixir, as the remedy for a twisted ankle was not commonly carried and required a special trip to obtain. "Madam, are you feeling better?" The maid, trembling with trepidation, dared not meet Madame Ning's gaze. Instead, she lowered her head, fixating on her slightly trembling hands. A sensation of tingling coursing through her fingers, igniting an escalating heat throughout her body. "Oh dear, I cannot endure this any longer. You must think of a solution quickly, or I shall perish." "Yes, hurry. Go to the northern part of the city, to the Xianzifang, and summon that despicable young master for me. He is the cause of my plight. He must have a remedy." After a brief respite in the bath, Madame Ning, regaining some strength, commanded the maid with a mix of indignation and urgency. "Yes, my lady, I shall go at once." The maid, flustered and disoriented, rushed out without further contemplation, eager to find assistance. "You mean Madame Ning has sent you to fetch me?" Lin Yuchen, within the Xianzifang, regarded the young woman who claimed to be Madame Ning's personal maid with a puzzled expression, speculating about her intent. Was it a matter of reprimand, or was there a deeper issue at play? "Indeed, Master Lin, my lady said you are her only hope. I implore you to come with me." Upon discerning the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuchen's heart tightened. Could it be that Madame Ning was suffering from an allergic reaction to aphrodisiacs? Surely, that would be too outrageous. After a long sigh, he replied to the maid, "Very well, I shall accompany you." By the time the maid led Lin Yuchen to the lord's residence, Madame Ning was already half asleep, her eyes barely open and fatigue evident. The maid opened the door to the chamber, ushering Lin Yuchen inside, and promptly secured the door behind them. "Master Lin, my lady is resting on the bed. You must assist her. She is nearly at her wit's end." The maid's face was a mixture of distress and embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. Lin Yuchen nodded slightly. "I shall do my best." The maid approached the grand bed draped in red gauze, gently waking the exhausted Madame Ning and informing her of Lin Yuchen's arrival. Upon awakening, Madame Ning, feeling embarrassed, buried herself beneath the covers, drawing the fabric closer as she nestled into the depths of the bed curtains. "You wretched boy, what have you done to me, torturing me so? You must remedy this at once, or I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Just as Madame Ning's words trailed off, the previous itchiness surged anew, her voice becoming fragmented. "My lady, I must first assess your condition to determine how to proceed," Lin Yuchen remarked, observing the delicate oval face of Madame Ning, her disheveled hair cascading over her flushed cheeks, presenting a chaotic yet captivating beauty. However, he found himself uncertain of her true condition. If it were indeed an allergy, it could be easily resolved, but if not, complications might arise. After all, Hanyu, who had shared a similar experience within the trial tower, had not encountered such a predicament. Could it truly be the result of her complete fusion with the spiritual energy ring? Madame Ning, upon hearing this, felt a mix of shame and anger. Yet the unbearable itchiness rendered her nearly helpless. "Come, lift the blanket. Do not conceal yourself. You are no longer a naive young girl, but a woman who has experienced marriage and motherhood. Why harbor such shyness?" Without awaiting Lady Ning's consent, Lin Yuchen boldly approached and seated himself at the edge of the bed, gazing at the blushing Lady Ning as he spoke. Lin Yuchen understood that dealing with someone like Lady Ning required a firm approach rather than a gentle one. "You and I," Lady Ning, her face flushed, turned her gaze to the side, then lifted the blanket, willingly parting her legs and closing her eyes, her heart ablaze with indignation. Resigning herself to the inevitability of being examined as if by a midwife, she contemplated exacting revenge on this impudent youth once he alleviated her discomfort. Oddly enough, this did not appear to be an allergic reaction. Lin Yuchen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lady Ning's body closely, and then cautiously channeled his spiritual energy, delicately probing into her being. However, at the very moment Lin Yuchen's energy entered her, Lady Ning felt a wave of warmth and comfort envelop her entire being. The prior itchiness vanished without a trace, and her once tense body relaxed instantaneously, escaping her lips a soft, gentle sigh, as if she had transcended to paradise. "Could you continue for a while longer?" Lady Ning murmured, instantly regretting her words. Oh heavens, what was she saying? Upon hearing Lady Ning's plea, Lin Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so pleasurable? With that thought, he intensified the flow of his spiritual energy. Just then, an exuberant voice from outside interrupted. "Mother, I have brought the medicine for your sprain. I just encountered father, and I've summoned him as well. Please open the door and let us in. Do not, under any circumstances, come in. Lady Ning gasped, nearly losing her composure. The maidservant's expression shifted dramatically at that moment. Lady Ning was being attended to by the young male cultivator Lin Yuchen at the edge of the bed, a scene that could not possibly be witnessed by the young Lord Situ Peng and his father outside. Such an encounter would suggest they were caught in a scandalous affair, an undeniable act of infidelity. Should Lord Situ Hung and his son enter and witness this, Lady Ning would find it impossible to clear her name. Her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and she might even face divorce or worse. Lin Yuchen, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled with fear. This is disastrous. If we are discovered, it will surely lead to chaos. He hurriedly gathered his spiritual energy, preparing for a frantic escape. He could not afford to be caught by the Lord, embroiled in such a scandal. It would be as though he had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse himself of the stain. In the midst of the panic, unexpectedly, Lady Ning seized Lin Yuchen's hand, pulling him onto the bed and concealing him behind herself, covering them both with the blanket. She then swiftly retrieved a shielding array flag from her storage bag and planted it at the head of the bed. This was a yellow-grade magical treasure, capable of rendering a designated area invisible, a tool typically employed by female cultivators for discreetly changing clothes. Once the flag was raised, Lin Yuchen's figure vanished from the grand bed. The outside world could no longer perceive him, only seeing Madame Ning reclining on the bed, half covered by the quilt. Having just completed her actions, the door to the boudoir swung open, and the city lord, Situ Hung, along with his son, hurried into the chamber. Both father and son shared similar stout physiques, though the city lord bore a well-groomed pair of mustaches that lent him an air of authority. My lady, I heard from Punger that you've injured your foot. Such a significant matter. I must come and check on you. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Madame Ning managed a strained smile, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that Situ Hung might discover the presence of the stranger, Lin Yuchen, hidden beneath her quilt. Father, here is the medicinal pill for your mother's sprain. Please help her apply it. Situ Peng anxiously handed the remedy to his father. Very well. Situ Hung approached and sat on the edge of the bed, intent on lifting the quilt to assist Madame Ning with the application of the medicine. The maid watching from the side turned pale, her mouth agape in a silent gasp, hastily covering her lips. Madame Ning, now paling, exclaimed, No need, my lord. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. How can that be? You are my beloved wife. I shall apply the medicine now. It will hasten your recovery. You must take care of your precious self. Situ Hung grasped the edge of the quilt, preparing to unveil it. Ah no. Madame Ning nearly fainted from terror, quickly extending one foot from under the quilt to place it before Situ Hang's hands. My lord, no need to lift the quilt. I'm cold. It's just my ankle that is sprained. Please apply the medicine. Very well, let me assist you. Situ Hung took hold of Madame Ning's delicate ankle, promptly dissolving the medicinal pill and applying it to her smooth, pale skin that felt almost ethereal. The warmth of her ankle sent a jolt of alarm through him. As Madame Ning's tender ankle was exposed for Situ Hung to massage with the medicine, she suddenly felt Lin Yuchen's hand accidentally brush against her thigh beneath the quilt. A shiver ran through her, nearly prompting a cry. You wretched thief, you little rascal, cease this at once. Do not move. My husband is right here on the bed. If he discovers you, we are doomed. In a state of panic, Madame Ning desperately communicated her fury to Lin Yuchen mentally. However, Lin Yuchen was equally distressed, the earlier desires surging within him once more. He struggled to maintain control over himself. My apologies. Lin Yuchen swallowed hard, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. What in the world is wrong with me? Why does this happen at such a moment? Just as Madame Ning had begun to relax, Lin Yuchen took a more audacious action. As Madame Ning confronted Lin Yuchen's audacious act, she felt an involuntary tension enveloping her entire being. Instinctively, she attempted to twist her body in a bid to escape. However, there was no avenue for her to flee. Meanwhile, Situ Hung sat at the edge of the bed, gently massaging her exposed ankle that lay beyond the covers, and he naturally observed the subtle movements of Madame Ning beneath the blanket. Madam, what troubles you? Situ Hung inquired with suspicion. Ah, no, it's nothing, my lord. You are merely tickling my ankle. Madame Ning felt an overwhelming despair, as if her heart were about to leap from her throat. She moaned softly, deliberately feigning discomfort, as if it were the result of Situ Hung teasing her ankle. Oh, then I shall be gentler. Situ Hung remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities, his gaze fixated on his wife's delicate ankle, gently massaging it with utmost care. The elegance of her slender calves was truly enchanting, were it not for the presence of their son, Situ Peng, and the maid observing from behind. He would have been tempted to extend his touch beyond her ankle to embrace the length of her graceful leg and the soft thigh concealed beneath the blanket. Little did he know, at that very moment, His wife was right before him, hidden beneath the covers, experiencing an overwhelming sensation at the hands of an unfamiliar man. "Oh, gentle, gentle, not like that," she murmured, a few disheveled strands of hair cascading over her snowy neck, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Sidu Hung mistakenly believed that his ministrations to her ankle were the source of her delight, and he redoubled his efforts as he admired her exquisite ankle. Meanwhile, the maid was the most shocked of all, watching the scene unfold and contemplating the potential experiences of Madame Ning, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Among all present in the chamber, only Sidu Peng remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, his concern directed solely at his mother as he inquired, "Mother, has Father's massage helped your sprain?" "Oh, you foolish child. How can you ask such a question when your mother is being bullied right before your eyes, hiding under the covers with your father? I have truly wasted so many years raising you. What a fool you are. Marrying your father has brought me misfortune for 8 lifetimes, resulting in the birth of such a foolish son like you." Madame Ning's heart was tumultuously shaken, as if the very heavens were collapsing. An unprecedented sensation coursed through her entire being. Feelings of shame, terror, and fear intertwined with an overwhelming sense of tension and exhilaration. In an instant, her body became limp and feeble, as if on the brink of expiration. Lady Ning, in her despair, could only gasp laboriously, enduring the torment. Her hands clutched the blanket tightly, twisting it with such fervor that her fingers threatened to draw blood. No one could fathom how long this ordeal would persist, or when it might finally come to an end. Chapter 71. The Secrets of the Kirin Ancient Tomb. "Ah, I implore you, you little rascal, my dear progeny, please cease this torment. I am on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of despair. If my husband were to discover this, we would surely face dire consequences." At that moment, a pair of large hands caressed her from behind, causing Lady Ning to bite her crimson lips in fear, nearly drawing blood, as she implored silently through her consciousness. "Oh." The prolonged torment of exquisite pleasure became unbearable for Madame Ning, who finally succumbed to her erratic gasps. At that moment, Lord Situ Hung, who was gently massaging her ankle, mistakenly believed that his technique had brought her to the zenith of enjoyment, filling him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He mused to himself, "So it turns out that a woman can indeed derive pleasure merely through the caress of certain sensitive areas. I had my doubts when I heard Yulinglong speak of it, but today I have witnessed it firsthand." Seeing his mother in such a state, Situ Peng was taken aback and anxiously inquired, "Mother, what is wrong?" "Father, be gentle. Did you hurt her?" Situ Hung, infuriated, scolded his son, "You foolish boy, what do you understand? Be quiet. Your mother is merely experiencing discomfort in her foot." "Oh, so that is the case." Situ Peng chuckled innocently, his chubby face causing his narrow eyes to squint adorably. The maid, unable to bear the scene any longer, fled the chamber with a crimson face. Fortunately, at that moment, Situ Hung had already released Madame Ning's ankle and ceased his massage. He tenderly tucked her ankle back under the covers, concerned about her catching a chill. "Madam, after my application of medicine and massage, your sprained ankle should feel much better now, correct?" Tears welled up in Madame Ning's eyes as she nodded, her heart awash with mixed emotions. "I feel much improved. My lord, please go now. Allow me to rest alone for a while." "No rush. I shall remain by your side a little longer. There are some important matters I wish to discuss with you." Situ Hung continued to sit at the edge of the bed, gazing at his flushed wife, who was truly captivating, an enchanting beauty one could never tire of. Her delicate oval face, with its fair yet rosy complexion, resembled the most exquisite ripe apple, sweet to the core. Her elegant nose, alluring almond-shaped eyes, lustrous eyelashes, and finely arched brows marked her as the most noble of city lords' wives, a paragon of grace. Rightfully one of the 4 renowned beauties of the great Qian kingdom. "What is it that you wish to discuss? Speak quickly and leave, for I am weary and wish to sleep alone." Madame Ning, eager to dismiss Situ Hung and his son, urgently prompted him while simultaneously sending a mental plea to Lin Yuchen. "You wretched thief, insolent scoundrel, I beg you, can you not cease this?" Having released his pent-up desires, Lin Yuchen had returned to a state of normalcy. However, upon hearing that Situ Hung intended to discuss a serious matter with Madame Ning, his interest piqued. "Do you still recall the abundant treasure maps I had previously let slip concerning the ancient Qilin tomb? The number of cultivators flocking from all directions to that site in search of treasure has been steadily increasing, nearing the amount we require. Soon, we shall activate the blood sacrifice array to slay these cultivators and use their blood to unlock that ancient tomb." Situ Hung spoke passionately, unaware that Lin Yuchen was eavesdropping on his words. "Once the ancient tomb is opened, we shall venture into that fabled sepulchre, perhaps unearthing the martial treasures left behind by the fallen sage, Sung Yuan Jinren. Should we discover his remains, we could extract the essence of his Taoist spirit platform, enabling us to transform our bodies, thus enhancing our innate talents and potentially allowing us to transcend to the Yuan-Ying or even the Tao harmonization realm. The author notes, realms, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, Yuan-Ying, Tao harmonization. Ah, I understand now. Please make haste and organize matters without further delay. I wish to rest for a while. Lady Ning, fearing that Situ Heng's words might be overheard by Lin Yuchen, urged him to swiftly escort Situ Peng away. However, Situ Heng was reluctant to depart, captivated by the enchanting visage of the lady reclining upon the bed. He continued, "My dear, do not rush. I have yet to finish my thoughts. My current concern is whether our ally, the Huanzhou Taoist, might have a change of heart, possibly resorting to treachery once we enter the tomb. Should I inform your brother-in-law to bring reinforcements? He is a prince of the Deqian kingdom, having reached the core formation stage himself, with numerous skilled subordinates capable of contending with Huanzhou Zhenren. No, absolutely not. If my sister and brother-in-law were to discover this, would we ever have a chance at inheriting San Yuan Zhenren's legacy in the Tao Spirit platform? This is maddening. Quickly, leave and arrange this matter, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared for Huanzhou Taoist's potential betrayal. Do not waste any more time." The thought of Lin Yuchen still hidden beneath the covers made Lady Ning's face flush with irritation and discomfort, prompting her to hastily shoo Situ Heng away. With no other option, Situ Heng reluctantly departed with his son, Situ Peng. Once the father and son exited the chamber, Lady Ning succumbed to a tumult of chaotic emotions. Not only had she been humiliated by Lin Yuchen once more, but her clandestine plans had also been overheard. A chill coursed through her, and her anger intensified at the thought. That wretched little thief is insufferable. Not only does he shamelessly torment me, but he has also heard about the tomb. He must not be allowed to remain. In an instant, a murderous intent towards Lin Yuchen surged within her. Yet, recalling the unprecedented comfort she had experienced earlier, she hesitated. Should she eliminate Lin Yuchen now, or allow him to live a while longer, postponing his demise until after this moment of indulgence? Regardless of the decision she would ultimately make, Lady Ning resolved not to allow Lin Yuchen to continue his torment. A tempest of fury and desire erupted within her, prompting her to withdraw the barrier, revealing Lin Yuchen's form. With a sudden motion, she flipped him beneath her, unleashing the pressure of her third-layer foundation establishment cultivation, pinning him down firmly. Reflecting on the humiliation she had endured today, subjected to Lin Yuchen's shamelessness before her husband, her image as a chaste wife lay shattered. Lady Ning grappled with profound distress, realizing she had inadvertently cuckolded her beloved husband, yet paradoxically derived an unprecedented pleasure from the ordeal. This is a disgrace, a humiliation. Madame Ning loathes herself, but even more so, she despises Lin Yuchen, the instigator of her misfortune. You despicable thief. You seem to relish your actions just now. Did you not possess even a shred of shame? You have destroyed me, ruined my family. I shall kill you. In a fit of rage, Madame Ning, heedless of her nakedness as she straddled Lin Yuchen, raised her hand to summon her martial soul. The ethereal image of a valiant female warrior began to take shape, and she brandished a heavy sword, thrusting it downward towards Lin Yuchen's chest. Chapter 72. The Eve of Trials. Oh, this is life-threatening. Lin Yuchen had not anticipated Madame Ning's swift change of heart. His eyes glimmered, and he unleashed the yin-yang sword Qi, sending forth two blades, one of darkness and one of light, aimed at the martial soul hovering above Madame Ning. The yang sword cleaved through flesh, while the yin sword severed the spirit. Such soul-based magic was particularly vulnerable to the yin-yang sword Qi, and in an instant, the martial soul flickered and was dissipated by the sword energy, vanishing without a trace. Madame Ning cried out in pain, for as her martial soul was harmed, so too was she. A sharp ache shot through her forehead, and her lethal move was instantly thwarted by Lin Yuchen. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuchen rolled over and pinned her beneath him, softly stating, "Madam, cease this commotion. Let us put an end to this matter. I shall surely compensate you for what has transpired." Compensation? You are merely a Qi refinement practitioner. What could you possibly offer? Madame Ning felt both shame and anger, a flicker of helplessness crossing her face. You must leave at once. I never wish to see you again. Do not speak so harshly. Today, I may indeed be just a Qi refinement practitioner, but in the future, I may soar to the heavens. Lin Yuchen chuckled lightly, adjusting his attire as he prepared to depart. Looking back, he added, "Remember, I owe you 2 favors." With a soft laugh, Lin Yuchen opened the door to the chamber and exited. Within the room, only Madame Ning remained, slumped on the bed, weary and tearful, her heart burdened to the utmost. She silently pulled the blanket over her body, concealing her naked form, feeling utterly exhausted. After so many encounters today, she was on the verge of fainting and simply longed for a restful sleep. As for Lin Yuchen's promise of compensation, she did not take it to heart, dismissing it as mere boastfulness. Upon returning to the mansion of Xianzifang after leaving the city lord's residence, Lin Yuchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The matter concerning Madame Ning had been resolved, and a significant weight had been lifted from his heart. As soon as he arrived back at Xianzifeng, Chen Yu received a notification from the sect, informing her that she had been selected to participate in the trials organized by Manager Fong, who would soon lead a team to the Qilin ancient tomb. She was instructed to return to the sect immediately to prepare. Lin Yuchen, recalling the conspiracy surrounding the Qilin ancient tomb that he had heard about at the city lord's residence, urged Chen Yu not to go, but to no avail. Nonetheless, a thought struck him. Perhaps the Qilin ancient tomb held the legacy of the esteemed Zhang Yuan Jinren. Why not take a chance himself? At worst, he could exercise caution. Thus, Lin Yuchen also returned to the sect, enrolling in the trials organized by Fong Qingji for the Qilin ancient tomb. As for Han Yu, ever since she left with him to join the cult of desire, she has rendered little assistance, spending her days mostly practicing in isolation, showing no interest in or support for Lin Yuchen's endeavors. Consequently, regarding the matters of the Qilin tomb, Han Yu is not particularly enthusiastic. Helplessly, Lin Yuchen has no choice but to leave her behind to oversee the immortal weaving workshop. When Lin Yuchen returned to the Yuling sect, Steward Fong Qingji had already organized a small team of over 10 disciples at the mountain gate, awaiting his arrival. These disciples were meticulously selected by Fong Qingji, each one an elite, with the weakest boasting a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of qi refinement. Isn't that the infamously troublesome Lin Yuchen? How did he return? Upon seeing Lin Yuchen, several disciples who recognized him were astonished. Lin Yuchen was quite well known in the outer sect of Yuling. Yet having not appeared for over half a year, many had come to believe he had perished at the hands of a demonic beast during his trials. To their surprise, he now stood before them, full of life. Lin Yuchen, uninterested in their chatter, made his way directly to Fong Qingji. "Greetings, Steward Fong," Lin Yuchen said, bowing respectfully. Fong Qingji acknowledged with a glance, her tone indifferent. Lin Yuchen, as a disciple of the Talisman's Pavilion, had initially joined due to Fong Qingji's need for male disciples to assist her in exploring the Qilin tomb. With Lin Yuchen's return and noticeable advancement in cultivation, Fong Qingji naturally permitted him to accompany her to the tomb. Thus, the group set forth from Yuling sect, embarking towards the designated meeting place agreed upon between Fong Qingji and her senior brother, Gao He. Coincidentally, their meeting point was in Luoqing, a decision made by Fong Qingji herself. Luoqing is the largest city for cultivators in the vicinity, densely populated and rich in resources, making it an ideal location to procure necessary supplies for their expedition. Lin Yuchen, where have you been during this time? On the journey, Song Yanan, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired. During Lin Yuchen's absence from Yuling, she had successfully crafted a first-grade talisman, earning her title as a first-grade talisman master, which is why Fong Qingji allowed her to join the expedition to the Qilin tomb. Song Junior sister, have you missed me after such a long separation? Lin Yuchen replied with a chuckle, feeling embarrassed to admit that he had been refining his skills in that den of desire. Song Yanan's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Humph, who would miss you? Don't flatter yourself." Lin Yuchen laughed heartily, continuing to tease Song Yanan. The group soon arrived at Luoqing, and upon entering the city, Fong Qingji instructed everyone to procure the necessary supplies, agreeing to reconvene at the city gate the following morning before proceeding to the Qilin tomb together. Lin Yuchen seized the opportunity to return to the immortal weaving workshop, selecting a few exquisite garments, intending to present them as gifts. The attire he chose was vibrant and stylish, fitting for women, and naturally, the prices were quite steep. As dawn broke on the second day, Lin Yuchen hastily made his way to the city gate, where he chanced upon manager Fong Qingji engaged in conversation with a man. The gentleman, clad in a long dark robe, possessed a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, with a robust physique that exuded a rugged charm. However, a striking contrast emerged as this imposing figure held a remarkably large lace bra in his hands, animatedly gesturing to Fong Qingji. From a distance, Lin Yuchen watched this curious scene unfold, recognizing the lace bra as one of the products sold in his own shop, a design he had personally contributed to. As he approached, he overheard the burly man enthusiastically proclaiming to Fong Qingji, "Junior sister, the garments from the immortal weaving pavilion are truly remarkable. Observe this lace bra. Not only is its design unique, but it also provides support during battle, preventing unnecessary movement. Simply exquisite." Fong Qingji cast a glance at the lace bra, feeling somewhat swayed by Gao He's words. She pondered silently that while the cultivation world boasts a plethora of magical artifacts, few are so thoughtfully designed with the inconveniences faced by female cultivators in battle in mind. Raising her gaze to Gao He, she noted his eager expression as he held out the lace bra. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand to accept it. "You have a kind heart, senior brother," she replied in a neutral tone, fully aware of her brother's subtle intentions. Yet, as he had pointed out, due to her ample figure, Fang Qingji often found herself uncomfortable during intense battles, as her movements would be hindered. "Oh dear, junior sister, if you find it difficult to wear, we could find a secluded spot tonight, and I could assist you in putting it on," Gao He suggested with a hint of mischief. "There's no need to trouble yourself with that, senior brother." As their conversation continued, more disciples gathered at the city gate, and Lin Yuchen spotted a familiar face, Morong Fu. It turned out Morong Fu had been waiting in Luocheng all along, which explained Lin Yuchen's failure to encounter him at Yucheng sect. True to form, as soon as he appeared, the younger female disciples flocked to him like butterflies, and he welcomed their affections with a cheerful smile, seemingly reveling in the attention. "Junior brother Lin, do take care of yourself during our expedition to the Qilin ancient tomb," Morong Fu called out cheerfully upon noticing Lin Yuchen, emphasizing the word protect with particular weight. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother," Lin Yuchen replied dismissively, uninterested in engaging in further conversation. According to the markings on the treasure map, the Qilin ancient tomb is situated within the Tianzong Valley, south of the Luoyun mountain range. As Lin Yuchen, accompanied by Fang Qingji and Gao He, made their way to the Tianzong Valley, another group was also advancing toward the same destination. This second party was small, consisting of just 2 individuals, a man and a woman, both of whom belonged to the demon clan. Once the cultivation of a demon beast reaches a certain level, it can transform into a human form. Humans are the pinnacle of all beings, and after taking on a human shape, demon beasts not only possess more agile bodies, but also have a heightened ability to perceive and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing them to cultivate spells. Leading the way is Hu Kuan, a male cultivator of the Fox clan at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, accompanied by his fellow clan member, the female cultivator Su Yu. Su Yu is Hu Kuan's partner, and they have journeyed from the distant wasteland to seek treasure after Hu Kuan acquired an ancient treasure map leading to a Qilin tomb. As they approach the Valley of Heavenly Burial, an air of mystery envelopes the distant site. Above a vast expanse of dark mountains, a swirling mass of crimson-black mist can be seen, spreading ominously over a considerable area. A discerning eye would recognize that within the valley shrouded in this eerie mist, there undoubtedly lurks unknown dangers. "Brother Kuan, the black mist ahead looks perilous. Do we truly wish to venture in? Might we encounter trouble?" Suyu, a white fox transformed into human form, stands out with her strikingly tall and slender figure, nearly 2 meters in height. She wears a fitted black dress adorned with patterns, her long legs accentuated, and her figure poised. Her delicate hands, with slender, snow-white wrists and exquisitely manicured long nails painted in vibrant colors, exude an air of elegance. Suyu possesses a slender beauty, high cheekbones, and elongated, enchanting eyes, her face slightly more delicate than that of an ordinary person. Her lips, thin and painted with a rosy hue, reveal a charming smile that showcases her pearly teeth. "Rest assured, you heir, I have now mastered the stone spirit technique. As long as we do not encounter any high-level cultivators at the core formation stage, our lives will be safe. But you must stay close to me once we enter the Valley of Heavenly Burial. Do not stray away. After this journey to the Qilin tomb, I shall visit your Tianhu clan and formally propose to your parents." Hu Kuan reassures her, gently taking her delicate hand in his. Hu Kuan is handsome, dressed in a gray long robe, with captivating features that draw the eye, complemented by the innate allure of the Fox clan. Although he is male, there is a certain femininity to his appearance, making it somewhat difficult to distinguish his gender. "Yes, Brother Kuan, you need not worry. I will not be a burden to you." Suyu replies obediently, a delightful shyness gracing her demeanor at the mention of his intentions to propose. As they converse, they continue onward. After a while, they find themselves deep within the mist-laden forest, where the light in the air suddenly dims, despite the sun shining above, and an unsettling gloom prevails. "Brother Kuan, quickly summon the stone beasts to guard us as we proceed. I have an uneasy feeling about this place," Suyu suggests cautiously, sensing an unusual energy within the forest. "All right, I will summon 4 to protect us from all sides. I fear that more would deplete my spiritual energy too quickly." Hu Kuan responds. Hu Kuan nodded, immediately invoking a spell as he thrust his black wooden staff toward the ground before him. Instantly, the earth trembled, and from the depths of the ground surged forth a mass that resembled a living stone. The stones swiftly assembled, transforming into a 2-meter-tall leopard-like stone beast. After the first beast emerged, Hu Kuan pointed his staff at the ground once more, summoning another identical leopard-shaped stone creature. With 2 more strikes upon the earth, 2 additional leopard-shaped stone beasts materialized. In total, 4 robust and towering leopard-shaped stone beasts were generated in succession. Subsequently, under Hu Kuan's command, these stone creatures began to move, rapidly bounding around the 2 individuals, one in front, one behind, one to the left, and one to the right, encircling them protectively as they advanced. Chapter 74. The Taoist of the Ring Treasure. As Hu Kuan and Suyu stepped into the forest shrouded in blood-black mist, an elderly man with long black whiskers, who had been meditating in a dimly lit ravine since their arrival. More visitors. Young ones, it's time to get to work. The old man, who had been in a state of deep meditation, slightly opened his eyes, emitting a chilling glimmer that was rife with lethal intent. Rising slightly, he gestured, and two glossy black iron spheres flew from his storage pouch at his waist. Roughly the size of a fist, the spheres landed on the ground, and with a resounding clang of metal, they began to expand, sprouting limbs and a head. In an instant, the two iron spheres had transformed into towering 3-meter-tall humanoid iron puppets. The iron puppets held their fists before them, gently tapping together, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Their glossy black eyes swiveled to gaze at the old man, awaiting his command. Fire Guardian, Iron Guardian. Quickly, apprehend the newcomers and bring them to the sacrificial altar. The iron puppets, mere constructs of metal reliant on intricate mechanisms, seemed to comprehend the old man's words. Upon receiving his command, their dark, jewel-like eyes glowed with an eerie green light, animating them as they swiftly departed, vanishing from the old man's sight in no time. Once the iron puppets had left, the elder resumed his meditation, closing his eyes to center himself, seemingly entering a state of cultivation. Although his eyes were shut, his entire consciousness enveloped the periphery of the valley of heavenly burial, keenly aware of any movements within. The ability to extend his awareness across such a vast expanse of mountains indicated his formidable cultivation, certainly above the level of core formation. After a brief period of meditation, the old man sensed a disturbance in his awareness. Another presence had entered. However, recognizing the visitors as familiar, he refrained from opening his eyes until they approached, at which point he slowly rose from his seated position. Lord City Master Sidhu, Madam Ning, you have finally arrived. The blood sacrifices required for the grand ritual have nearly been prepared. We can soon activate the blood ritual to unlock the ancient Qilin tomb. Have you brought the personnel for the exploration as promised? We will need at least 300 cultivators to serve as guards, and once we enter the ancient tomb, they must all heed my commands. Within the ancient tomb, intricate mechanisms abound, and only through collective effort can one ultimately gain entry to the central burial chamber. Rest assured, Master Huanbao, all are waiting outside the valley. At your command, I can summon them in an instant. They are my loyal Luoxua army from Luoqing. All cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement, fully meeting your requirements. The city lord of Luocheng, Situ Hong, spoke cautiously, aware of the need for utmost vigilance when addressing the cold-eyed Master Huanbao, lest he provoke any displeasure. Madam Ning, positioned beside Situ Hong, mirrored his caution in her demeanor towards Master Huanbao. Although she sensed his gaze appraising her alluring figure beneath her garments, she dared not express any dissatisfaction. However, she discerned that his scrutiny lacked the lustful desire typical of men, instead resembling a predatory hunger akin to that of a beast. Madam Ning harbored a genuine fear that this enigmatic elder with a black beard, Master Huanbao, might consume her. She refrained from gazing at him for long, casting her eyes only briefly upon his sleek black robe before diverting her gaze elsewhere. Well, you two are quite trustworthy. I hope you remain so, and do not entertain any ulterior motives. Otherwise, do not blame this old man for being cold-hearted, Master Huanbao remarked with a nod, his tone icy. Rest assured, revered elder, your cultivation far surpasses that of my wife and me. We would not dare harbor any such thoughts, Situ Hung assured him, glancing at his wife to encourage her to affirm his statement. Madam Ning promptly responded, you need not worry. We would not dare. Thereafter, the three fell silent, sitting quietly by the side of the broken mountain, each meditating in silence. At the periphery of Tianzong Valley, Fang Qingji and her companions had also arrived. As they were about to enter the valley shrouded in a sinister, blood-black aura, Fang Qingji raised her hand to halt the advancing group. Wait. It seems there is a formation ahead. Everyone should refrain from entering, as it may be dangerous. My senior brother and I will scout ahead. If all is clear, we will signal you to enter. Gao He, who had secretly admired Fang Qingji for years, had invited Shu Yu to join the treasure hunt at the Qilin ancient tomb with the ulterior motive of winning Fang Qingji's heart through shared trials. His previous gift of lace lingerie was merely a secondary gesture, as his primary intention was to bond with her through adversity. As for the notion of treasure within the Qilin ancient tomb, Gao He paid little heed, convinced that if such treasures existed, they would have long been plundered by more formidable cultivators. Both Fang Qingji and Gao He were cultivators at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, and as talisman practitioners, they were particularly sensitive to the array symbols, allowing them to quickly discern the abnormal blood-black aura emanating from the valley. As Fang Qingji voiced her concerns, Gao He hurried to walk alongside her, his eyes gleaming as they admired her beauty, oblivious to whether she wore the lace bra he had gifted her. Junior sister, you are correct. I too sense something amiss in the valley. It appears a sinister formation has been set here. Stay close behind me, should any danger arise. I will look after you. Take care of yourself. I'm not a 3-year-old child who needs your supervision. Fang Qingji shot Gao He a glance, took out a talisman from her storage pouch, and pressed it against herself, striding into the valley. The talisman immediately generated a protective aura, enveloping her in a faint yellow shield. Junior sister, wait for me. Gao He chuckled, suppressing his embarrassment, and also activated his talisman to follow her in. Meanwhile, the others who had accompanied Fang Qingji halted at the edge of the forest, forming small clusters to chat as they awaited the next directive from Fang Qingji after her exploration. Since the Talisman Pavilion does not accept male disciples, the majority of those accompanying Fang Qingji on this expedition were female cultivators, including her niece Song Yanan, Chen Yu, and several female disciples from the Yuchen sect whom Lin Yuchen did not recognize. The only male cultivators present were Lin Yuchen and the inner sect senior brother Morong Fu. As they waited, the group divided into two, with Morong Fu surrounded by Song Yanan and a flock of chattering female disciples. In the midst of the crowd, Morong Fu was engaged in lively conversation with the female disciples, occasionally glancing towards Lin Yuchen, his eyes betraying a hint of veiled hostility. Humph. What good are your spirit stones, Lin Yuchen? What does your high cultivation matter? Are you as handsome or as popular as I am? Morong Fu silently scoffed. In contrast, Lin Yuchen stood side by side with only Chen Yu, conversing casually with her, while Lin Yuchen and Chen Yu chatted intermittently. His gaze often drifted towards the depths of the valley, recalling the unsettling information he had overheard at the city lord's mansion regarding the ancient Qilin tomb. Junior brother Lin, do you think it's strange that Manager Fang has been inside for so long without any news? Chen Yu asked, her concern evident. Lin Yuchen withdrew his gaze, looking at Chen Yu, and softly reassured her, Sister Chen, do not worry. Manager Fang and Senior Gao are both highly skilled cultivators proficient in talisman arts. They are unlikely to encounter trouble easily. Let us wait a little longer. Just as he spoke, a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanated from the valley, powerful and unmistakably different from a mere array's fluctuation, resembling the awakening of some formidable entity. Chapter 75. The Blood Sacrifice Formation. Manager Fang and the others may be in trouble. Lin Yuchen's brow furrowed, the sense of unease within him intensifying. Chen Yu, too, grew anxious and quickly asked, Junior brother Lin, what should we do now? Should we go in and check? Lin Yuchen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let us not act rashly. Manager Fang and Senior Gao are both 6th layer foundation establishment cultivators with formidable strength. If they cannot manage, we would only be courting death by rushing in. Let's observe the situation first. Chen Yu nodded, understanding Lin Yuchen's reasoning despite her growing anxiety. At that moment, Morong Fu also noticed the unusual disturbance. He ceased his banter with the female disciples, his expression turning grave as he gazed intently into the Tianzong Valley. Though he often held himself in high regard, he was not without sense, and upon sensing the spiritual energy fluctuation, a flicker of wariness ignited within him. As the minutes trickled by, the spiritual fluctuations in the valley gradually diminished, yet Fang Qingji and Gao He remained silent. Lin Yuchen's unease intensified. He had a foreboding sense that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. No longer could he afford to wait. Lin Yuchen whispered to Chen Yu, I will venture inside to assess the situation. Remain here. Should anything unusual occur, withdraw immediately. Chen Yu was taken aback and hastily grasped Lin Yuchen's sleeve. Junior brother Lin, this is far too perilous. If you enter alone and encounter unforeseen dangers. Lin Yuchen gently patted Chen Yu's hand, reassuring him, do not worry. I will exercise caution. If the circumstances seem dire, I shall retreat at once. With that, Lin Yuchen swiftly moved forward, disregarding Chen Yu's protests, and stealthily glided into the depths of the Tianzong Valley. Morong Shixiao, shouldn't we also investigate? Song Yanan, already anxious for her aunt's safety, found herself restless upon seeing Lin Yuchen enter the valley. Morong Fu shook his head, feigning composure as he replied, there is no need for alarm, Song Shimi. Chief Fang and Senior Gao possess profound cultivation. They will be safe. We shall await their return. If they encounter true peril, they will certainly send us a message. Upon hearing this, Song Yanan's expression darkened, feeling a tinge of disappointment in Morong Fu's demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to seek out her aunt. Following closely behind Lin Yuchen into the Tianzong Valley, legend has it that within the Tianzong Valley lies the burial site of an ancient powerhouse, who failed in their attempt to ascend during a tribulation. The valley, struck by heavenly lightning, now bore the desolate visage it possesses today. Song Yanan distinctly remembered entering alongside Lin Yuchen. However, as she stepped into the Tianzong Valley, a suffocating black mist enveloped her, obscuring her vision and causing Lin Yuchen's figure to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, in the central area of the Tianzong Valley, a towering altar, approximately 5 meters high, crafted from assembled skeletons, came into view. The altar was octagonal, each corner adorned with grotesque beast heads, their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs. From the edges of the altar, dark red liquid oozed forth from the mouths of the 8 beast heads, resembling blood yet not entirely so, emitting a pungent, metallic odor. This viscous fluid dripped through the altar's seams, saturating the ground and transforming the soil surrounding the altar into an eerie dark red hue. The sacrificial blood formation was nearly complete, with only one final step remaining to unlock the ancient tomb. On the altar, the ring of treasure Taoist's eyes gleamed with fervor as he turned to Si Tu Hung and Madame Ning, who stood at the altar's edge. City Lord Si Tu, Madame Ning, summoned the Luo blood army you brought. Upon hearing this, Si Tu Hung nodded and retrieved a communication jade talisman from his storage bag, murmuring a few incantations. Moments later, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the Tianzong Valley as hundreds of black-armored cultivators filed in, none other than the Luo blood army of Luo City. These cultivators wore solemn expressions and moved with precision, clearly well-trained. Once inside the Tianzong Valley, they swiftly formed ranks around the altar, poised for the next command. As the Taoist of the ring treasure observed the scene, he nodded in satisfaction. He then raised his hand and waved it, causing the runes on the altar to illuminate once more. Dark crimson liquid erupted from the beast's head, flowing along the patterns of the altar and gradually coalescing into a massive blood-red vortex. The sacrificial blood formation was complete, and the next step was the most crucial. The Taoist of the ring treasure let out a cold smile and cast his gaze over everyone present. Dear guests, to unlock the ancient tomb of the Qilin, your vital essence is required as a sacrifice. Fear not, I shall ensure your demise is swift. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Si Tu Hung and Madame Ning changed dramatically. They clearly had not anticipated the Taoist's sudden betrayal. Si Tu Hung quickly stepped forward, his voice stern. Taoist of the ring treasure, what do you mean by this? We share a partnership. The Taoist sneered, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Partnership? Lord Si Tu, do you truly believe I would collaborate with you? You are merely my pawns. Now that your task is complete, it is time for you to offer your vital essence. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand again, causing the blood-red vortex on the altar to expand violently. A powerful suction emanated from it, instantly pulling dozens of cultivators from the Blood Luo army into its depths. Those cultivators scarcely had time to scream before being consumed by the vortex, transformed into a pool of blood that merged with the altar. This is bad. Madam, retreat quickly. Si Tu Heng's face paled as he urgently pulled Madame Ning back. Do you think you can escape? Chapter 76. The Iron Puppet. Meanwhile, as everyone acted independently, Lin Yuchen had been traversing the Valley of Heavenly Burial alone for quite some time. Due to the influence of the blood-red black mist, visibility was exceedingly low within the valley, compelling Lin Yuchen to proceed with utmost caution, mindful to avoid drawing undue attention. Suddenly, a cacophony of clashing metal echoed from ahead. Lin Yuchen swiftly raised his gaze, only to see the trees swaying violently as figures fled rapidly towards him. 2 women and a man were escaping at an astonishing pace, leaving him unable to discern their identities. In the fleeting moment of distraction, a new development emerged. 2 pitch-black iron puppets surged forth, hot on the heels of the trio. Towering in stature, the iron puppets moved with remarkable agility, each step reverberating through the ground with a thunderous sound. Upon spotting Lin Yuchen, one of the iron puppets immediately abandoned its pursuit and lunged towards him, swinging its iron fist. The speed of the iron puppet was overwhelming, making escape seem futile. What should I do? I must fight back. Lin Yuchen's heart raced as he focused, channeling the yin-yang sword chi to unleash 2 beams of sword light aimed at the iron puppet's glowing green eyes. To his astonishment, the strategy proved effective. As Lin Yuchen's yin-yang sword chi struck true, the iron puppet's movements came to an abrupt halt, its glowing green eyes extinguishing. The puppet wobbled momentarily before crashing to the ground, reduced to a heap of parts. Success! A surge of joy filled Lin Yuchen as he silently praised the might of his earth-tier spell, the yin-yang sword chi. He swiftly adjusted his breathing, bracing himself to confront another iron puppet. However, this particular automaton was far more formidable, capable of spewing fire. As it opened its maw, a thick column of flames erupted forth, engulfed in a searing heat wave that surged toward Lin Yuchen. His expression hardened, with no time for contemplation. He deftly pivoted and executed the wind control technique, narrowly evading the fiery assault. The flames grazed the hem of his garment, igniting several nearby trees in a flash. And soon thick smoke billowed into the air. Seizing the moment when the iron puppet unleashed its fiery breath, Lin Yuchen unleashed a surge of yin-yang sword energy, striking true at the weak points in its eyes. With a mournful clang, the iron puppet, like the first, disintegrated into a heap of mechanical parts. Though the iron puppet had been vanquished, the flames it had summoned were already consuming the forest, rapidly spreading as they danced with the wind, threatening to engulf everything in their path. Ice shield. Lin Yuchen silently commanded, hastily conjuring an icy barrier to shield himself from the encroaching inferno, while simultaneously extending his hand to summon a wave of frigid energy to extinguish the flames. At this moment, noticing that the iron puppet had been dealt with, the two women and one man, who had earlier been pursued by it, ceased their frantic flight and joined forces to combat the advancing wildfire. Among them, a woman clad in a fitted blue outfit reacted with remarkable swiftness. She swiftly knocked an arrow to her bow and released it into the heart of the flames. The arrow, composed of azure energy, flew with astonishing speed, striking at the center of the blaze. In an instant, the area where the arrow had landed erupted with a rapid diffusion of blue energy, which began to crystallize into ice. Within mere moments, the fierce wildfire was extinguished under the chilling embrace of the cold. Lin Yuchen, witnessing the woman's extraordinary archery skills, couldn't help but admire her, stealing glances at her tall, graceful form, her ethereal presence, and her enchanting starry eyes, which captivated the heart. Alas, her face was obscured by a blue veil, leaving him with a hint of regret. Your archery is truly remarkable. A single arrow has quelled the flames. Had the fire continued, it surely would have consumed the entire forest. Lin Yuchen approached, naturally seeking to bridge a connection, an instinctive response of a man to a striking woman. The woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her eyes sparkling like stars, stirring emotions within. Though she did not reply. Instead, her gaze shifted to the approaching man and woman, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Senior brother, junior sister, that was perilously close. We nearly fell victim to the two iron men. Indeed, we are fortunate to have this young brother assist us in repelling the iron puppets. The senior brother praised Lin Yuchen, and soon the trio began to assess each other's injuries, finding them to be minor. Turning to Lin Yuchen, they clasped their fists in gratitude. My friend, may I ask your name? We are thankful for your timely intervention. Not at all. It was but a simple act. Lin Yuchen replied courteously. Lin Yuchen, with a cheerful smile, returned the gesture with cupped fists, completely captivated by the two beautiful junior sisters beside the man. Both were adorned with masks. One, a bow-wielding maiden in a green silk dress, and the other, clad in red and black armor with a black cloth mask. Although their full faces remained obscured, the exquisite contours of their brows and eyes revealed their exceptional beauty. Both possessed admirable figures. One was tall and alluring, while the other, voluptuous and graceful, exemplified a rare and seductive style. The man conversing with Lin Yuchen remained oblivious to the fact that Lin was appraising his two junior sisters. He approached with polite intentions, introducing himself to Lin Yuchen with genuine warmth. It was then that Lin learned that the three were disciples from the Lingzhou woman. The robust elder brother, wielding a sword and shield, was named Hui Yuan. The voluptuous warrior in red and black armor was called Zhuang Qinghe, and the tall archer was named Xiao Yushu. The trio had ventured to this area in search of treasure, only to be unexpectedly ambushed by iron puppets upon entering the woods. Had it not been for Lin Yuchen's timely intervention in defeating the iron puppet, they might have lost their lives. All three expressed their deep gratitude, particularly Hui Yuan, who, after exchanging names and backgrounds with Lin, felt an immediate camaraderie. He clapped Lin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Haha, Lin brother, I never anticipated that despite our similar levels of cultivation, you possess such formidable magic capable of piercing the defenses of that iron puppet. I am truly impressed. It is said that the Yuchen sect is an ancient lineage. Your sect must be remarkable to teach such powerful spells. This must be at least above the earth grade, for otherwise, how could one harm an iron puppet? My junior sisters and I employed all our learned profound spells, yet we could not inflict a scratch. Do not exaggerate, brother Hua, it is merely a modest skill." The truly commendable feat was that of fellow Taoist Xiao, who extinguished the flames with her archery. Lin Yuchen preferred not to dwell on his own abilities and deftly redirected the conversation. Xiao Yushu gently nodded, her voice melodious, akin to the song of a lark in a secluded valley. Zhuang Qinghe interjected, "Let us cease this discussion and leave this place swiftly. We cannot predict what other dangers may lurk." She was eager to depart, harboring little fondness for the refined Lin Yuchen, perceiving him as overly bookish and lacking the essence of a true man. "For young humans, where do you think you are going? Today, you have encountered me, Hukuin. It is unfortunate that I must eliminate you to reap your spoils." Suddenly, a voice resonated from nearby, revealing Hukuin, a male fox cultivator, accompanied by his Dao partner, Suyu. As he spoke, he gestured, summoning 4 robust, leopard-like stone beasts, each towering over 2 meters, which thunderously approached, surrounding Lin Yuchen and his companions. Chapter 77. Fierce battle with Hukuin. Beside Hukuin stood a statuesque beauty, nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a faint aura of enchantment that, while not detracting from her beauty, was disconcerting to behold. This is a formidable 9-tailed fox demon. Oh brother, quickly set up your shield formation. Zhuang Qinghe was unmistakably a seasoned and formidable female cultivator, her demeanor direct and her aura fierce. When besieged, she immediately assumed a combat stance, grounding herself in a solid horse stance. With a flick of her Fang Tian Huaji, a crimson halo radiated forth. Concurrently, Hui Yuan struck his sword fiercely against his left-hand shield, causing a luminous barrier to emerge from the robust four-cornered shield, which then arched outward to envelop the four of them in protection. Xiao Yushu stood tall, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of cold brilliance as she nocked an arrow aimed at Hu Kun. The trio's synchronized stances revealed their habitual collaboration in battle, instantly establishing a formidable defense and offense. Lin Yuchen, not one to remain idle, summoned the yin-yang sword energy, directing a beam of sword light towards Hu Kuin's eyes. "Ah, my eyes!" Hu Kun cried out in pain, hastily covering his eyes with both hands, having been injured by Lin Yuchen's sword energy. He shouted angrily to the tall woman beside him, "You err, act quickly. Use your magical treasures to eliminate them. Do not look at his eyes." Fortunately for Hu Kun, his cultivation had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, endowing him with a robust physique. Otherwise, not only would his eyes be injured, but his skull might have also been penetrated. In an instant, a chaotic melee erupted. The first to move were the four towering, leopard-like stone beasts, their claws bared as they lunged toward Lin Yuchen and his companions. Lin Yuchen hastily wielded his eye sword to strike at the eyes of the stone beast, but only managed to create a fissure on its surface, having little effect. The creature continued its assault, undeterred by the sword's piercing intent. At that moment, Hu Kun, whose eyes had been blinded, suddenly shrank down, resembling a garment devoid of a hanger, collapsing to the ground, leaving only a foxtail behind. Upon closer inspection, Hu Kun reappeared in an adjacent position, restored as if nothing had happened. He had employed the secret method of the nine-tailed fox to sacrifice one tail and return to life. Now, in a state of furious rage, Hu Kun swiftly tapped his black wooden staff upon the ground, summoning the leopard-like stone beasts to erupt from the earth, rushing to join the fray against Lin Yuchen and his companions. The stone beasts that had been shattered in the previous battle were replenished, and the conflict intensified once more. Hu Kuin's ability to command the stone beasts to ensnare Lin Yuchen and his group showcased his formidable strength. The might of a 7th-level foundation establishment cultivator was indeed not to be underestimated. Soon after, the tall female demon, Su Yu, began her offensive. With a flick of her wrist, a large net of iron wire sprang forth from her waist, and with successive delicate motions, she unleashed numerous smaller nets, cascading toward Lin Yuchen and his companions. Alongside the release of the iron wire net, Su Yu retrieved a bell from her waist and began to shake it, emitting a dreadful low-frequency sound wave that penetrated the ears of Lin Yuchen and his companions. The four felt as if their minds were engulfed in a thunderous roar, their surroundings spinning chaotically, suffering immensely. What kind of magical treasure is this? How can it also wield soundwave attacks? As Lin Yuchen gazed at the bell in Su Yu's hand, an overwhelming dread gripped his heart. He intended to channel his yin-yang sword qi to counter his adversary, yet found himself beset by dizziness, his vision blurred and unfocused, rendering him unable to unleash his sword energy. Thus, he resorted to the 5 elements techniques, striking at the oncoming leopard-like stone beasts. Owing to his possession of a pure 5 elements spiritual root, Lin Yuchen's mastery of these techniques was exceptionally formidable. The fireball spell, ice blade technique, earth spike spell, vine entanglement, and metal sword art flowed seamlessly, allowing him to fell a stone beast with just a few strikes. Yet, the relentless onslaught of stone beasts, under Hu Kuin's control, seemed inexhaustible, emerging from the ground in a ceaseless wave, leaving Lin Yuchen feeling increasingly beleaguered. Similarly, Hui Yuan and her companions found themselves in a precarious situation. Although their formation was nearly impregnable, they struggled to break free from the encirclement of stone beasts. They too were affected by the sonic waves, causing the cold blade arrows that Xiao Yushu had prepared to misfire, losing their precision and failing to hit their intended targets. Adding to their peril, the iron wire net that Su Yu had previously unleashed continued to expand ominously, casting a tight net over the 4 of them. The net's constricting force grew stronger, causing Hui Yuan's protective shield formation to shrink gradually. Eventually, with a resounding crash, the protective barrier shattered. In an instant, the iron wire net tightened rapidly, ensnaring Lin Yuchen, Hui Yuan, Zhuang Qinghe, and Xiao Yushu in a tight embrace, rendering them immobile, bound together like a tightly wound ball. Lin Yuchen found his head pressed against the chests of Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe, while his back was firmly against Hui Yuan's waist. The 4 were entwined in a web-like formation, their bodies in close proximity. In that moment, the fragrances of Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe wafted into Lin Yuchen's nostrils, intoxicating his senses. Their faces were pressed together, leaving them speechless. "I have nearly exhausted my spiritual energy. Having dispatched so many stone beasts and losing a tail in the process, dying once, I finally managed to subdue them. Yuchen, weary and leaning on his black wooden staff, exhaled in relief as he looked upon the 4 ensnared individuals, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. Where? Let us hasten to carry them away to a cave. I need to replenish my spiritual energy. Chapter 78. Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu, Part 1. In the undulating mountains of the forest, numerous natural caves existed. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuchen and his companions were brought to one such cavern. Yuchen and his partner Su Yu began selecting their captives among the 4 cultivators. The Fox clan female cultivator, Su Yu, dismissed the refined Lin Yuchen, setting her sights instead on the robust Hui Yuan, whom she dragged into an adjacent chamber. Her intentions unclear. Hui Yuan, filled with rage, vociferously protested, "Damn it, let me go. Where are you taking me? You'll have to get through me first if you want to lay a finger on my mother. Do not be hasty, if you wish to touch my mother. You must first contend with me," Su Yu replied coldly, effortlessly lifting Hui Yuan, who stood 2 meters tall, as if he were a mere child. Thus, Lin Yuchen found himself alongside Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu, unceremoniously abandoned by Yuchen in a spacious cavern. At that moment, the 3 were bound separately, each ensnared in a large wire net that rendered them akin to mummies, with only their heads exposed while their bodies remained utterly immobilized. This peculiar wire net not only confined them, but also emanated a subtle force capable of suppressing their spiritual energy, effectively stifling the cultivation within them and rendering their abilities unusable. Consider yourself fortunate, for you shall witness firsthand how I engage with women. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with that. Dare to lay a hand on me or my junior sister, and I shall send your precious eggs flying. Zhuang Qinghe realized Yuchen's intentions and erupted in furious exclamations. As a female cultivator adept in power-based techniques, she embodied the essence of a formidable woman. Her temper as fierce as her abilities. "Do not lay a finger on me, or I shall perish before your very eyes." Xiao Yushu spoke nervously, her stubborn yet delicate face betraying a hint of fear. Being a pure maiden, she was startled by Yuchen's actions. "Do not be anxious. To unite with the illustrious Yuchen, the most handsome among the Earth Fox clan, is a fortune that you could not attain even after several lifetimes of cultivation. Soon, I shall escort you to the celestial realm of clouds and rain. You will be grateful to me before you even realize it." He gazed upon the 2 bound women before him, one tall and alluring, the other voluptuous and full-figured. Each possessed an enchanting beauty, a testament to the exquisite charm of human females. Their skin was fair and tender, as pure as freshly fallen snow, unlike the, whose bodies often bore an unusual, otherworldly hue marred by imperfections. The 2 beauties before him were indeed flawless, their skin radiating a pristine whiteness, and the thought of their union promised to be most delightful. However, had no desire for a forceful encounter, as it would require considerable effort. He had his own methods to ensure their compliance. The art of seduction, a crucial secret technique of the Fox clan, allowed one to unleash an alluring aura that could enchant and entice. Leaning slightly forward, he exhaled wisps of ethereal mist towards the bound and, as the 2 women inhaled the mist, they soon succumbed to its enchanting effects, their bodies igniting with an insatiable heat. Yet, being cultivators at the first stage of foundation establishment, their consciousnesses were not so easily overcome. Despite their bodies being ensnared by the Fox's seductive aura, stirring desires within them, a flicker of awareness remained. Deep down, they recognized intentions to humiliate them. And both women felt a profound reluctance. Their bodies yearned, yet their minds resisted, plunging them into a tormenting struggle. Understanding that their bodies had lost all hope of escape or resistance, released the iron bindings that confined them. He then stepped forward with the intent to tear away their garments. Both women had initially worn masks, but first removed these veils, revealing their breathtakingly beautiful faces. With her ethereal grace and captivating charm, possessed a delicate oval visage, cherry-red lips, and a finely sculpted nose, complemented by her luminous, star-like eyes, truly a beauty that transcended the ordinary. Zhuang Qinghe possessed an oval visage, adorned with lush crimson lips that were slightly plump, revealing a set of immaculate pearly teeth. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, with a prominent bridge and a rounded tip, complemented by her captivating phoenix-like eyes, exuding a regal and graceful beauty. Indeed, both women were resplendent, their beauty striking and enchanting. The allure of human beauties is undeniable. Their delicate features, particularly their refined noses and eyes, stand in stark contrast to the peculiar countenances often found among the demon race. Yuchen, admiring the beauty of these 2 women, reached out to caress their smooth, supple cheeks, relishing the sensation as if he could almost extract moisture from their skin. "You impudent boy, pay close attention. Soon, I shall indulge in the company of these 2 beauties." Keep your eyes wide open lest you miss the thrilling spectacle. After teasing the two women, Kukuin approached Lin Yuchen, who was bound and leaning against the wall, positioning him to face the appropriate direction. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Yuchen remained silent, quietly formulating his counterattack. Though he was ensnared by a wire net that rendered him immobile and his spiritual energy suppressed by an enigmatic force, the yin-yang transformation ring within him continued to function, gradually stirring the restrained energy. Once freed from this suppression, Lin Yuchen could unleash his yin-yang sword qi to inflict harm, ultimately severing the silken bonds that held him captive. Until that moment, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. Any outbursts of anger would only serve to further excite the shameless fox demon male cultivator, Kukuin. In stark contrast, Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu, influenced by the alluring fox charm infiltrating their beings, began to lose their mental clarity, succumbing to an uncontrollable urge to tear at their garments. Xiao Yushu's delicate hands, resembling slender white scallions, reached to loosen her green shirt, revealing an embroidered white undergarment beneath, accentuating her curves in an undeniably alluring manner. Zhuang Qinghe, having practiced a different, strength-oriented cultivation technique, possessed a more robust physique, granting her greater resistance against the fox charm's influence. Retaining a clearer consciousness than Xiao Yushu, she swiftly grasped her friend's hand, urging her to cease undressing. Yushu, you must not take off your clothes. Wake up, gather yourself. We cannot present ourselves in such a manner before this fox demon. Whether you undress or not is merely a matter of time. Prioritize your own well-being. Do not complicate matters for me. Kukuin interjected, forcefully pulling Zhuang Qinghe aside and ripping her shoulder armor with his sharp nails, revealing her curvaceous and powerful form. The alluring scenes involving Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe were not lost on Lin Yuchen, who found himself overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation. Chapter 80. The demise of Kukuin. After a considerable passage of time, the yin-yang transformation ring within Lin Yuchen had resumed the circulation of the suppressed spiritual energy. Consequently, he was finally able to unleash his formidable yin-yang sword qi. This time, due to the proximity of the target and Lin Yuchen's full-force assault, the might of the yin-yang sword qi was far more devastating than usual. With a single strike, it effortlessly penetrated Kukuin's skull. He had not yet reached Zhuang Qinghe, mere moments away from his target, when his life was extinguished right before Lin Yuchen's eyes, collapsing lifelessly behind Zhuang Qinghe. In his state of overconfidence, Kukuin met a tragic end, his body falling rigidly to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, Lin Yuchen hastily utilized the yin-yang sword qi to sever the iron net binding him, springing up with renewed vigor. He glanced towards the spot where Kukuin had fallen, only to find a solitary foxtail remaining. There was no trace of Kukuin's body. Once more, Kukuin resorted to the arcane Nine-Tails resurrection technique, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared nearby, his countenance twisted with fury. Brat, I shall slay you. Kukuin bellowed in rage, transforming into his fox form. The original 9 tails had dwindled to 7, and a half-human tall gray-furred fox sprang forth, lunging at Lin Yu. Yet, with 2 tails lost, Kukuin's cultivation had regressed to the initial stage of foundation establishment. The speed of the gray fox was astonishing. Lin Yuchen barely had time to react before being knocked to the ground. The gray fox opened its maw, unleashing a cloud of black mist that assailed Lin Yuchen's face. This was the fox's innate attack technique, the soul poison mist. Those who inhaled it would instantly rot and perish. Simultaneously, the gray fox lunged to bite Lin Yuchen's head, intent on devouring him whole. It seemed as though death was imminent. However, one must not forget that the yin-yang transformation ring within Lin Yuchen could refine toxins. Previously, even Yu Linglong's bewitching heart goo had failed to affect him, and thus, the gray fox's poisonous mist was no threat. Unperturbed by the toxic haze, Lin Yuchen summoned the yin-yang sword qi in his eyes, and with both hands, he conjured 2 icy blades that howled with force. The gray fox's massive jaws clamped down just a mere inch from Lin Yuchen's nose, only to be repelled by the powerful yin-yang sword qi and icy blades. How can this fellow still not be killed? Lin Yuchen cursed vehemently. Retrieving the jade dragon sword from his storage bag, he pursued the stunned gray fox and swung the sword down. Undeniably, the jade dragon sword was extraordinarily sharp, cleaving the gray fox in 2 and ensuring its demise on the ground. The slain gray fox left behind a tail, its corpse vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the gray fox reappeared beside its remains. Lin Yuchen, now seasoned in this encounter, swiftly struck again, severing it before it could react. This relentless cycle continued, with Lin Yuchen delivering several more strikes until the gray fox's tails were entirely severed, ultimately slaying it once and for all. It was only then that the gray fox, lying in a pool of blood, met its true end, its body cleaved in 2, devoid of any further movement. Phew, that was perilously close. I nearly met my demise. After stowing the gray fox's corpse in his storage bag, Lin Yuchen finally exhaled in relief. However, what he failed to notice was that within the chamber, two fervent women, under the enchanting influence of seduction, were consumed by desire. Lin Yuchen had just dealt with Hu Kuan when Xiao Yushu lunged towards him, embracing him fervently. "Ah, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Please hold me, kiss me." At that moment, Xiao Yushu's attire was disheveled, her delicate figure partially revealed, with her fragrant shoulders exposed, and her fair back glimmering. The embroidered white undergarment barely concealed her ample bosom, and her ethereal whispers were intoxicating, rendering Lin Yuchen utterly weak. In addition to Xiao Yushu, Zhuang Qinghe also approached, wrapping herself around Lin Yuchen from behind, her body pressing against his. Witnessing the naked forms of both women stirred Lin Yuchen's heart. Yet he reminded himself that they were mere acquaintances, devoid of any grievances or enmity, making it impossible for him to act upon his instincts. Alas, these two companions might be dear to Hui Yuan. I barely know them. I cannot act recklessly. It is imperative to save them first. In haste, Lin Yuchen struck Xiao Yushu, rendering her unconscious. As he turned to Zhuang Qinghe, she, with an eagerness that belied her strength, pinned him to the ground, straddling his abdomen. Her voluptuous figure pressing down on him, eager to undress him. "I feel so itchy and uncomfortable. Hurry, let us unite. Do not knock me out. I cannot bear it." At that moment, the yin-yang transformation ring within Lin Yuchen stirred with an insatiable desire, attempting to compel him to caress Zhuang Qinghe's body. Yet, having learned from the prior incident involving Lady Ning, Lin Yuchen was resolute in resisting its influence. Moreover, Zhuang Qinghe's fiery temperament suggested she would not be an easy companion. Should he take advantage of her, she might retaliate fiercely, potentially wielding her Fang Dianji against him. Just as Zhuang Qinghe was about to tear away his attire, Lin Yuchen swiftly raised his hand to strike her forehead, rendering her unconscious as well. Exhausted, he allowed her to collapse onto him. Her ample form was surprisingly comforting against his. Before long, Zhuang Qinghe regained consciousness and, upon realizing her position atop Lin Yuchen, jumped up in alarm. "What have you done, Lin Yuchen?" Caught off guard by her swift awakening, Lin Yuchen stammered, "Miss Zhuang, rest assured, I did nothing." Zhuang Qinghe, exuding a formidable presence, made Lin Yuchen feel somewhat bashful. "It's fine, thank you for earlier." She checked her body for any signs of violation and recalled the moment when she had forcibly pinned Lin Yuchen down. Her cheeks flushing slightly before she regained her composure and hurriedly sought her clothes. At that moment, Xiao Yushu also awakened, rubbing her slightly aching forehead. Upon realizing her own disheveled state, she gasped and quickly covered her chest with her hands. As memories of her earlier indiscretions flooded back, she blushed deeply and hastily shielded her face, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. "I shall step out now to locate that enchantress. I must subdue her first." Taking advantage of the moment when the two young women were momentarily distracted, Lin Yuchen announced his intention to leave the stone chamber, wishing to avoid causing further embarrassment before them. At this juncture, Zhuang Qinghe had donned her armor, regaining her composure as if the earlier incident had never transpired. She hastily called out to Xiao Yushu, "Yushu, quickly put on your clothes. We must depart. We owe our escape to Lin Yuchen, otherwise we might have fallen prey to that fox demon." "Senior sister, I was so mortified just now. Lin Yuchen saw everything. How can I ever hope to marry after this?" Xiao Yushu remained ensnared in her embarrassment, unable to extricate herself from the situation. "Do not fret, just dress quickly so we can leave. Once we are away from here, I will take it upon myself to have Lin Yuchen propose to your family, and you shall become husband and wife." "Ah, but I do not wish to marry him. We are mere acquaintances. I hardly know him." Xiao Yushu's brow furrowed, her eyes darting in confusion, clearly flustered. "What then do you propose? Shall we kill Lin Yuchen?" Zhuang Qinghe inquired. Although she appeared calm, her own thoughts were somewhat disordered. Zhuang Qinghe had always been a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. Thus, the idea of harming the one who had saved her twice was beyond her resolve, especially considering she might not even be a match for him. "Absolutely not. We cannot do that. Lin Yuchen has saved us," Xiao Yushu declared with conviction. "All right then, let us not dwell on this any longer. Once we exit this place, we shall forget everything as if nothing ever happened. But Lin Yuchen clearly saw me. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall leave alone." Zhuang Qinghe's irritation began to surface, stemming from her own inner turmoil. She was not one to conceal her frustrations. Once angered, it manifested in her elevated tone. "Yes, I will go. Let us leave at once." Understanding Zhuang Qinghe's straightforward nature, Xiao Yushu quickly set aside her own disquiet and rose to dress, ready to depart. Chapter 81. The anomaly of the sky burial. At nearly the same moment Lin Yuchen stepped out of the cave, within the heart of the sky burial valley. The octagonal altar, previously constructed from skeletal remains, now shimmered with an eerie red glow. Below the altar, the blood pool bubbled and churned, occasionally emitting a gurgling sound, indicating that the Huai Bao Taoist was nearing the completion of the blood sacrifice formation. The offerings had long been prepared. It was unfortunate that Situ Hung and Ning Yun had managed to escape. Had they captured a few more foundational cultivators to extract their essence, it would surely have facilitated the dismantling of the ancient tomb seal. Seated atop the altar was a gaunt elder clad in black robes, nearly 60 years of age. His skeletal frame and pronounced cheekbones lending him a particularly ghastly appearance. He was none other than the Huai Bao Taoist. In his hand, he held a stout wooden staff, which he casually cast aside before using his other hand to gesture a series of incantations, muttering incantations under his breath. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the thick staff bore limbs. It was, in fact, the desiccated corpse of a being that had been drained of life. The surface of the corpse, marred by a multitude of wounds, reveals that its owner was mercilessly disemboweled, drained of all vital essence, and ultimately offered as a sacrificial tribute. Activate the blood sacrifice grand formation. Upon sensing the opportune moment, the venerable Huanbao Taoist uttered a low command, raising his withered arm to press upon the runes at the altar's center. Simultaneously, a dazzling crimson beam erupted from the blood pool beneath the altar, soaring skyward. A tremendous rumble ensued as the very earth beneath the altar trembled violently, resembling a dragon turning in its slumber. The ground shuddered, stones flew haphazardly, and the mountainsides crumbled, causing the entire Tianzong Valley to quiver in response. Amidst this chaos, on a precipice within the valley, stood a solitary figure, a woman clad in a gown of pure white, adorned with a veil that draped elegantly over her delicate features. Her stature was slender and graceful, her beauty dignified and serene, with a hint of valor in her brow, reminiscent of a solitary plum blossom thriving upon an icy peak, exquisite and aloof. Unexpectedly, the esteemed master of the blood sacrifice has dispatched me to Xianzhou to retrieve the Taoist spirit platform of Master Tsungyun, and yet, I find myself confronting the remnants of the heavenly demon sect, she murmured to herself, before gracefully leaping from the cliff. With each dainty step, she vanished from sight within mere breaths. Had any cultivator witnessed this scene, they would have been struck with awe and trepidation, recognizing the extraordinary ability of a core formation practitioner. At this moment, within Tianzong Valley, as a crimson light ascended to the heavens, its brilliance was visible for dozens of miles around. Nearby cultivators turned their gazes toward the valley's direction. Hurry! A celestial phenomenon has emerged in Tianzong Valley. What? Is a treasure about to be unveiled so soon? Do not dawdle. If we delay, others will seize the treasure. In an instant, various swift flashes of light streaked across the sky above Tianzong Valley, racing toward the source of the crimson glow. Among them were Qi refinement practitioners, foundation establishment cultivators, and even core formation experts. The once desolate valley was now abuzz with anticipation, as all eyes focused on the extraordinary crimson radiance. At the previous altar site, the octagonal altar had vanished, replaced by a vast and mysterious pit, its depths shrouded in darkness, leaving one uncertain of its extent or destination. This chasm was the handiwork of Huanbao Taoist, a small-scale teleportation passage unlocked by the blood sacrifice grand formation connecting to the ancient tomb below. Shortly thereafter, Huanbao Taoist leaped into the abyss, disappearing from sight. Not long after his descent, a man and a woman arrived, riding the winds and landing steadily at the edge of the pit. The man, with thick brows and large eyes, donned a dark robe, his robust form unmistakably that of Gao He. The woman, in a flowing yellow gown, with sparkling, lively eyes, could only be Fang Qingji. I never expected to encounter the Qilin ancient tomb, exclaimed Gao He, his excitement palpable as he gazed into the abyssal darkness. He had not harbored excessive expectations for treasure hunting upon his arrival at the Qilin ancient tomb. His sole desire was to win the heart of his junior sister, Fang. To his astonishment, he encountered an extraordinary twist of fate. If he could acquire both beauty and treasure, it would be a dream come true, a joy that would awaken him from sleep. Do not be overly elated just yet. This deep pit is unfathomable, and its destination remains unknown, Fang Qingji remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the overly exuberant Gao He, her brows knitting in concern. Fear not, junior sister. With me, your elder brother, protecting you, success is assured. Gao Xiang replied with a chuckle. Fang Qingji merely curled her lips in disdain, choosing to disregard him as she approached the edge of the abyss. Both she and Gao He were talisman masters and could discern the presence of a grand formation at the bottom of the pit. As they neared the brink, a powerful suction suddenly emanated from the depths, like a black hole intent on drawing them in. Gao Xiang and Fang Qingji were taken aback, hurriedly channeling their internal energy to resist, yet they were unable to halt the encroaching force. Soon, they found themselves engulfed by the chasm. Chapter 82. Lin Yuchen emerged from the cave chamber, traversing a lengthy passage. After walking for some time, he still did not encounter the other two members of Su Yu's group. Upon reaching a fork in the corridor, he suddenly heard a low, sultry female voice emanating from within. Indeed, your human physique is remarkably sturdy. Draining your essence will significantly enhance my spiritual energy. The voice was beguiling, imbued with a seductive allure, evoking a sense of debauchery. Vixen, release me. Should you dare to touch me, I shall snap your neck, came a male voice. And Lin Yuchen recognized it as that of Hui Yuan, a man of passionate spirit whose tone was laced with fury. Scream. The more you suffer and resist, the more I revel in your anguish. Tormenting your kind is my greatest pleasure, and today, I shall drain your lifeblood. What is happening? Lin Yuchen stealthily advanced toward the sound, following the passage into the chamber. After navigating a winding path, he arrived at a spacious cavern where he beheld two figures, a man and a woman, Hui Yuan and the tall, leggy enchantress, Su Yu, who towered at nearly 2 meters. Within the chamber, an iron net was unfurled, connecting to the stalactite-laden walls of the cave. Hui Yuan appeared ensnared like a prey destined for slaughter, entangled in numerous strands of the net that suspended him in the center. His limbs were bound, rendering him immobile, save for his head and face. The toxins from the iron net invaded his body, suppressing his internal energy, leaving him as powerless as an ordinary mortal. Before Hui Yuan stood the slender, 2-meter-tall vixen, Su Yu. In her hand, she wielded an unknown object. A crimson thread was intricately woven into Hui Yuan's flesh, as she utilized a secret technique to siphon his life force. With the naked eye, one could observe the pulsating essence flowing through the red thread, transferring into Su Yu's being, augmenting her spiritual cultivation. Su Yu spread her arms wide, facing Hui Yuan as she absorbed his vital essence. Hui Yuan felt an excruciating pain, as if blood were being drawn from him, with crimson threads connecting to various parts of his body, each tug akin to a knife's edge. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured, a true Iron Man at heart. From Lin Yuchen's perspective, Su Yu stood with her back to him, showcasing a beautifully curved silhouette that was both slender and alluring, clad in a form-fitting black dress adorned with intricate patterns. Her long legs were elegant, and her well-rounded posterior added an extraordinary allure to her sensuality. The hem of Su Yu's dress was quite short, reaching only mid-thigh, revealing her long, streamlined legs, which had a fair complexion tinged with a subtle glow, enhancing her bewitching charm. Beneath the black dress, her pert and shapely dairy resembled the rare apple bottom. Her figure was streamlined and slender, with her hips possessing a fullness that was exceptionally rounded, an apple-shaped beauty that Lin Yuchen had never encountered before. He marveled at her long legs, estimating her height at nearly 2 meters, with leg length around 1 meter and 45 centimeters. Clad in black with her white posterior, the enticing apple-shaped backside confirmed that she was indeed his preferred type. As Hui Yuan grew weaker, drained by Su Yu's red threads, his eyelids began to droop. Lin Yuchen snapped back to reality, realizing he could not let desire overshadow friendship. He swiftly unleashed his yin-yang sword energy, piercing through to strike Su Yu's back. Who is it? Su Yu cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, her voice a mix of clarity and seduction. She fell to her knees, supporting herself with her long arms, struggling against the pain. This sight ignited a fervor within Lin Yuchen, who rushed forward, exclaiming, "It is I, your grandfather Lin Yuchen. Shameless enchantress, release my brother Hua." Upon seeing Lin Yuchen, Su Yu raised her hand and flicked it, sending a wire net toward him. Not this trick again, Lin Yuchen thought, and with a swift motion he unleashed his yin-yang ice blade, slicing through the approaching wire net. He then directed his sword energy again, aiming to strike Su Yu's wrist, hoping to incapacitate her from wielding her treasures. My hand. Su Yu cried out in agony, unable to support her body any longer. Initially propped on both hands, she faltered as her wrist was injured, causing her upper body to crash onto the ground, her delicate chin striking painfully against the earth. Dust from the ground smeared across her porcelain face, leaving a stark contrast like mud on white jade. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yuchen leapt into action and landed on Su Yu's back, pinning her down. "You wicked enchantress, your heart is as cruel as your actions. My brother Hor is nearly drained of life by you," Lin Yuchen scolded, pressing Su Yu firmly into the ground, forcing her to taste the dirt with her mouth. Her chest flattened against the earth, and her thighs pressed down. The only part of her that remained elevated was her pert apple-shaped posterior, which was now helplessly pinned beneath Lin Yuchen's weight, rendering her utterly immobile. Su Yu felt a hard object pressing against her waist. Being pinned to the ground by a male human cultivator left her utterly exasperated. Enraged, she gritted her teeth. Lin Yuchen's forceful hold not only rendered her unable to struggle, but also ignited an embarrassing warmth within her due to his overpowering presence. "You scoundrel, release me. Is ambushing me in this manner truly a display of skill? Let me go, and I shall strike once more. Su Yu, infuriated, scolded him playfully, her body writhing vigorously as she attempted to escape Lin Yuchen's grasp. With her efforts to break free, her pert, rounded hips quivered enticingly. Yet she found herself unable to liberate herself. Still resisting. Seeking to court danger, are we? Lin Yuchen placed one hand on Su Yu's back, while the other hand forcefully struck her rounded posterior. Su Yu let out a soft groan of pain. Yet she remained steadfast in her defiance. Ah, please stop, it hurts so much. Before long, the pain caused Su Yu to gasp for breath, her voice trembling as she pleaded for mercy. Chapter 83. Overpowering Su Yu. Do you understand the agony now? Then behave yourself. You, enchanting temptress, possess a captivating beauty, yet I wonder how your essence truly unfolds. Su Yu had just experienced the formidable power of Lin Yuchen's spell and, fully aware of the futility of resistance, ceased to struggle. However, upon hearing Lin Yuchen's subsequent remarks, her face turned ashen with fear, and she urgently cried out, "No, I don't want this. Don't touch me. You are human, and I am a demon. How can a human and a demon ever coexist? You may find it difficult to articulate, so allow me to express it on your behalf. How can one possibly unite, correct?" Lin Yuchen turned to look at Hui Yuan, who was bound and suspended in the barbed wire, already asleep with squinted eyes. Anger surged within him, compounded by the mischief of the spiritual energy ring within his body, igniting an insatiable desire. He reached out, his hand gliding over Su Yu's pert, apple-shaped posterior, lifting her black skirt. As Su Yu felt Lin Yuchen's hand on her, her heart raced uncontrollably, warmth coursing through her body, causing her limbs to weaken. This was a normal response for a woman. Yet Su Yu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. It was the first time she had been so unabashedly harassed by a man of the human race. Having harbored a deep-seated aversion to human men since childhood, she had never imagined herself subjected to such indignities. The terrifying aspect was that, in the midst of being violated, she experienced an involuntary warmth and weakness throughout her body, awakening a desire within her. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me go? You will soon comprehend my intentions." As Lin Yuchen spoke, he slipped his hand beneath Su Yu's clothing, caressing her smooth and delicate skin. At that moment, Su Yu felt a series of electric sensations coursing through her body, leaving her both ashamed and uncomfortable. How could I allow this? The young human boy barely reaches my neck. He appears to be nothing more than a mere child. Yet, astonishingly, he has managed to evoke a sense of discomfort within me. Su Yu is engulfed in an internal struggle, feeling utterly conflicted and distressed. In comparison to her, Lin Yuchen's height makes him seem like a mere child. Yet, this very child has pinned her down, leaving her unable to escape, occasionally grasping and kneading his own backside. Su Yu is on the verge of a breakdown, furiously berating Lin Yuchen. "You despicable human brat, shameless little wretch. Cease this at once. Please. Do not torment me any further." Su Yu cursed vehemently while desperately writhing to evade capture. Alas, she found herself pinned to the ground by Lin Yuchen, unable to move. "Stop squirming." Lin Yuchen lowered his gaze to behold Su Yu's voluptuous curves flattened beneath his grasp, and an insidious thought surged within him, as if urging, "Since you have spared those two young maidens, this enchantress must not be granted the same leniency." In the next moment, Su Yu felt a resounding thud in her head, plunging her mind into a void. "Why are you doing this? Please don't. I am a fox spirit. How can you treat me this way? How can a human bully a fox spirit? Despicable rogue." Su Yu was consumed by a mix of humiliation and fury, wishing fervently to tear Lin Yuchen to shreds. Yet, Lin Yuchen remained undeterred, tightening his embrace around Su Yu, his hands fervently kneading at her lower back. Su Yu clawed at the ground, leaving marks on the earthen floor of the chamber. Her fingers, slender and delicate, were adorned with vibrant nail polish, now sullied with dirt. Her fair hands marred by the grime, a striking contrast indeed. You wretched human scum, you will not escape my wrath." Su Yu's shrill scream faltered into fragmented moans. Lin Yuchen, are you inside?" At that moment, a voice calling for Lin Yuchen echoed from the corridor outside. Recognizing it to be Zhuang Qinghe's voice, he was startled, his body jolting as clarity returned to his mind. He quickly shouted in response to the inquiries outside, "Miss Zhuang, Miss Xiao, are you together? Do not come in yet. Wait, I am currently subduing this enchantress. It is dangerous for you to enter." "Oh." Zhuang Qinghe halted her steps, truly refraining from advancing further, while Xiao Yushu, who followed closely behind, also came to a stop. Lin Yuchen felt a wave of relief wash over him and hastily tightened his grip around Su Yu's slender waist, eliciting a series of delicate protests from her, her breathy gasps resonating from the chamber to the corridor beyond. Indeed, upon hearing Su Yu's cries, Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu, who had paused in the corridor, voiced their confusion towards Lin Yuchen. Lin Yuchen, what is happening? Do you require our assistance? Zhuang Qinghe, oblivious to the true nature of the sounds within, mistakenly believed they were the cries of a struggle. Just as Zhuang Qinghe posed her question, Xiao Yushu lightly poked Zhuang Qinghe in the side and whispered, Sister, have you forgotten that we are both suppressed by the fox poison? How can we possibly assist? We would only complicate matters for Lin Yuchen. Right, we shall wait outside. Lin Yuchen possesses profound skills and will surely subdue that female demon. Lin Yuchen, unaware of the quiet exchange between the two women outside, assumed they were about to burst in. He swiftly covered Su Yu's mouth and called out loudly, It's nothing. You two need not worry. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for you to enter. The chamber is too cramped, and having more people would hinder my ability to combat effectively. With that, Lin Yuchen feigned a loud tirade to create a false impression, bellowing, Demoness, I shall end you. Release me, brother Hua. He then roared again, Behold my sword. I shall sever your head. These cries were deliberately directed towards the outside for Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu to hear, yet the reality within the cave was entirely different. After a considerable half-hour had passed, Lin Yuchen finally completed his task. He promptly extracted a binding talisman to restrain the barely conscious Su Yu and stowed her away in a storage pouch. Lin Yuchen then hurriedly adjusted his attire and called out to the waiting Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe outside. Miss Zhuang, Miss Xiao, you may enter. I have dealt with the demoness. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Qinghe reached for Xiao Yushu to enter through the passage. Xiao Yushu leaned in and whispered, Sister, I can't shake the feeling that the woman's voice we heard earlier was unusual. It resembled the sound of a woman being mistreated by a man. Are you implying that Lin Yuchen bullied that female demon? Zhuang Qinghe asked directly. Indeed. Xiao Yushu nodded, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. Surely not. In the eyes of human cultivators, humans and demons have always been at odds. Lin Yuchen would not stoop to such a level. Zhuang Qinghe analytically stated, Let us go in and see. If he truly has acted in such a manner, I shall be the first to confront him. With that, Zhuang Qinghe pulled Xiao Yushu forward as they stepped into the passage and entered the cave. Upon their meeting, it was fortunate that Lin Yuchen had already secured Su Yu within the storage pouch. Xiao Yushu felt a sense of relief and her impression of Lin Yuchen began to shift. Lin Yuchen, however, was preoccupied and quickly urged the two to assist in rescuing Hui Yuan, who remained unconscious and bound to the iron wire net nearby. Noticing the absence of the female demon in the cave, Zhuang Qinghe curiously inquired about her whereabouts. Lin Yuchen fabricated an excuse, saying, That scoundrel was utterly shameless, tormenting brother Hua to such an extent. I just incinerated her, leaving not a trace behind. Seeing no sign of the demoness and observing Lin Yuchen covered in dust, Zhuang Qinghe chose not to press further, and the trio focused on rescuing Hui Yuan. Chapter 84. The Black Iron Puppet and Murong Fu after a prolonged period. Hui Yuan gradually regained consciousness. Although he suffered significant blood loss and endured excruciating pain from his wounds, being a fourth-tier foundational cultivator, his recovery was remarkable, and he was feeling much better now. Brother Lin, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for rescuing us 3 disciples, Hui Yuan said, limping over with the support of Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu, bowing in thanks to Lin Yuchen. Brother Hua, you are far too kind. We have endured trials together. Lin Yuchen replied, casting a glance at Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu. Noticing Lin Yuchen's gaze, Xiao Yushu's face flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes. Although her sister had advised her to treat the incident as if it had never occurred, she found herself blushing whenever she encountered Lin Yuchen. As Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe chose to remain in the cave to care for the injured Hui Yuan, Lin Yuchen found himself embarking on a solitary journey ahead. Upon emerging from the cave, Lin Yuchen naturally beheld the towering crimson light. Without hesitation, he swiftly executed a gesture to summon the wind and soared towards the source of the luminescence. Meanwhile, following the extraordinary red glow that manifested in the tomb of heavenly burial, not only Fang Qingji and Gao he made their way towards the radiant origin, but also Murong Fu, the inner sect senior brother of the Yuchen sect. Arriving earlier, Murong Fu was nearly the 4th individual to enter, following Huanju Daoist, Gao He, and Fang Qingji. Within the underground palace, Murong Fu advanced cautiously, ever vigilant for the emergence of demonic beasts. His weapon of choice was a circular wind and fire wheel, an advanced yellow-tier magical artifact with a diameter akin to half an arm's length. In light of the potential threats, he summoned the wind and fire wheel, manipulating it with spiritual energy to hover beside him as a protective measure. The scarlet wheel radiated a crimson aura, complementing his elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a refined cultivator. However, such a figure may enchant women, yet it could not sway men or demonic beasts. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the passage ahead. As Murong Fu's alertness heightened, a dark figure, several meters tall, leaped towards him from the swaying shadows of the trees. A black iron puppet, a mechanical being forged from fine iron. Damn, you startled me. Seeking death. Murong Fu exclaimed as he pointed his hand, sending the wind and fire wheel, enveloped in flames, hurtling towards the black iron puppet. Despite its seemingly cumbersome nature, the puppet displayed remarkable agility, raising its iron arms to effortlessly grasp the wind and fire wheel, neutralizing Murong Fu's lethal strike with ease. What manner of creature is this? Murong Fu gasped in shock, hastily retreating and turning to flee. As a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, the fact that the black iron puppet could easily counter his attack indicated its superior prowess. Young friend, do not run. I mean you no harm. The black iron puppet suddenly spoke, leaping in front of Murong Fu to block his escape. You can speak? What sort of monstrosity are you? Murong Fu was taken aback, cold sweat forming as he warily regarded the puppet that obstructed his path. The puppet's eyes glimmered with an eerie light as it adopted a surprisingly gentle expression. Fear not. I was once a core formation cultivator well-versed in mechanical puppetry, known as Huanju. I perished upon triggering the tomb guarding formation, and thus, my spirit resides within this iron puppet. You are human? A spirit residing within? What do you seek? Murong Fu retorted, asserting his identity as the inner sect senior brother of the Yuchen sect. A prodigious talent cultivated by the sect, destined for a limitless future. Do not dare to cross me, for my master will not spare you. Rest assured. I would not bully the weak. I am merely intrigued by your remarkable physique and wish to offer you an opportunity for fortune. If you can assist me, there will be numerous benefits in store for you. What benefits? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Pray tell. Murong Fu inquired, feeling somewhat reassured that the being had not immediately attempted to harm him, leading to a significant reduction in his trepidation. The Tianjia cultivation method, are you interested? If you could assist this old man, I shall reward you with a copy of the Tianjia cultivation method upon completion. The Tianjia cultivation method? What a jest. My Yuchen sect is one of the most renowned sects in Xianzhou, and I have never heard of such a method. Do not deceive me. If you possessed the Tianjia cultivation method, would you find yourself in this predicament? Indeed, I possess it, though I have yet to obtain it. You need only heed my commands, and once I acquire the Tianjia cultivation method, a copy will be sent to you. Consider this. With the aid of the Tianjia cultivation method, your progress in cultivation will undoubtedly accelerate. You are currently at the 9th level of Qi refinement, are you not? If you can cultivate the Tianjia method, within half a month you shall break through to the foundation establishment stage. The Taoist Huanbao seduced Murong Fu with his persuasive guidance. While the iron puppet he inhabited stood upright on the dry leaves of the corridor, enveloped in an air of mysterious intrigue. Very well, it is settled. Murong Fu, after careful contemplation, responded eagerly, perceiving this as a potential opportunity. For the moment, I shall heed your words. Should I acquire a volume of the Tianjia cultivation method, I could swiftly elevate my cultivation and no longer fear Lin Yuchen. The thought of Lin Yuchen, an outer disciple, surpassing him in cultivation, made Murong Fu reluctant to forfeit this unexpected chance. Speak. What would you have me do? But I must inform you. Once you obtain the Tianjia cultivation method, do not attempt to renege. You must send me a copy. Rest assured. Why would I deceive a young friend in the Qi refinement stage? Taoist Huanbao assured him. Then divulged a secret. The Kirin ancient tomb within the Valley of Heavenly Burials is actually the resting place of the fallen Taoist master, Zhongyuan Jinren, from many years past. The tomb contains numerous treasures left behind by Zhongyuan Jinren before his demise, each one a precious artifact. Among them lies a volume of the Tianjia cultivation method, titled Zhongyuan II, which is the renowned technique of Zhongyuan Jinren, consisting of 2 volumes. The first volume records the Tianjia cultivation method Zhongyuan Dafa, suitable for male practitioners, while the second volume details Guiyuan Dafa, suitable for female practitioners. Both are indeed Tianjia cultivation methods. If you, young friend, can assist me in acquiring this Tianjia cultivation method along with the accompanying treasures, I shall ensure a copy of the technique is sent to you. Not only will you be able to cultivate Zhongyuan Dafa for yourself, but you can also teach your partner Guiyuan Dafa. Together, you may achieve a harmonious cultivation, becoming a pair of celestial lovers, a truly exalted glory. A pair of celestial lovers? How could I, Murong Fu, settle for just one wife? Would that not squander my striking figure? As Murong Fu listened to Taoist Huanbao's narration, he began to fantasize, even before acquiring the method, imagining the fame he would garner within the sect. With such a Tianjia cultivation method, securing the affections of Shui Yin, Song Yanan, and Chunyu would be an effortless endeavor. Perhaps he might even win the heart of the sect's esteemed elder, Lan Fong, renowned as the most exquisite beauty in Xianzhou. Haha, Senior Huanbao, I am willing to assist you. Let us not delay. We shall seek the treasures forthwith. Murong Fu, filled with joy, spoke with a bright smile, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Chapter 85. Entering the abyss with a swift slash, Lin Yuchen struck down a first-tier serpent, its life extinguished in an instant. He then stored the serpent's corpse in his storage bag and continued on his journey. Despite the perilous nature of the Valley of Heavenly Burials, Lin Yuchen, endowed with the yin-yang transformation ring and an array of spells, encountered no real danger after departing from the cave. Instead, he found himself richly rewarded. Soon, he halted his steps, having arrived at the gaping pit. A considerable number of cultivators had already gathered here, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of excited discussion. What treasures lie hidden here that could attract such a multitude? A tall, lean foundation-building cultivator wore an expression of exhilaration, his eyes glinting with avarice. Who cares? As long as I can partake, this journey will not be in vain, he declared. Beside him, a stout foundation-building cultivator chimed in, idly toying with an ancient ring that was unmistakably a spatial artifact. I've heard that the remains of the ancient beast, the fire Qilin, are said to reside in the Valley of Heavenly Burials. Perhaps they lie just beneath us. A voice from the crowd interjected, What? The corpse of the fire Qilin? Is that true? Upon hearing the name fire Qilin, the expressions of all present transformed into fervent excitement. The fire Qilin was a preeminent entity among demon beasts, and should its remains be unearthed, even a single scale could fetch an astronomical price. Lin Yuchen absorbed their conversation intently, his heart racing upon finally hearing news of the Qilin. If the remains of the fire Qilin truly existed, he would have to contend for them. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, he resolved to approach the deep pit. The surrounding cultivators, seeing him, a mere chi-refining practitioner, attempting to enter the pit, displayed expressions of astonishment. Hey, little fellow, I advise you not to overreach. Just moments ago, a chi-refining girl tried to enter and was obliterated by the pressure, cautioned a female foundation-building cultivator. Noticing Lin Yuchen's handsome features and lamenting the loss should he perish. It was not only her. All cultivators present scrutinized Lin Yuchen, for it seemed as though a certain restriction lay within the pit. Although the female cultivator had warned that chi-refining practitioners would be turned to blood mist upon approach, she had omitted to mention that foundation-building cultivators faced the same fate. Just prior to Lin Yuchen's arrival, several cultivators had disregarded the warning and were subsequently reduced to mere mist, with not a trace left behind. Among them were 3 chi-refining cultivators, 2 foundation-building cultivators, and a core formation practitioner. With such cautionary tales in mind, many now stood at a distance, observing the pit without daring to explore its depths. Lin Yuchen halted, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized the grave danger of this Qilin tomb. No wonder everyone refrained from entering. It was indeed life-threatening. Thank you for the warning. My friend, I shall withdraw, he said gratefully, bowing to the female cultivator before retreating to a nearby platform, standing closer to the edge of the pit. By the way, may I ask your name? At this moment, Lin Yuchen had approached the female cultivator. My surname is Zhang, and my given name is Rong, she replied, gently raising her hand to indicate that Lin Yuchen needn't be so courteous. Noticing her indifferent demeanor, Lin Yuchen remained undeterred and enthusiastically continued, Sister Rong, I truly appreciate your help earlier. By the way, what did you mean by the blood mist explosion you mentioned? Well, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Zhang Rong explained patiently. I've heard that there is a lethal array within this deep pit, and any cultivator who attempts to enter will face an assault. However, this is not absolute. I have seen a few individuals enter the pit unscathed, suggesting that the array is triggered randomly. I see. Lin Yuchen nodded in understanding. So, it's purely a matter of luck. Truly, this ancient beast burial ground lives up to its reputation. As the two conversed, more cultivators gathered around the deep pit, and the number exceeded 100. Yet, no one dared to step foot into the abyss, especially after witnessing the demise of several reckless souls, who would be willing to gamble with their lives. Since no one dares to enter, I shall go first. The Qilin bones belong to me. Suddenly, a disdainful snort echoed in everyone's ears, and a young man clad in a blue robe boldly stepped towards the pit. Great, another fool who fears nothing. This will end badly. The crowd shook their heads in despair, as if witnessing a death sentence. In full view of everyone, the young man stepped into the pit, and soon, a series of sharp cracking sounds followed, as his body was obliterated, leaving not a single hair behind. Goodness, how ruthless. It was only at this moment that Lin Yuchen truly comprehended the array's deadly power and couldn't help but curse inwardly, just as he felt a sense of relief. A tall, brutish cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation establishment emerged from the throng, dragging several chi refinement cultivators with him. The individuals he held were filled with terror, struggling violently and shouting for help. You all better behave. If you find any treasures inside, you will hand them over to me. I have already marked you with a tracking sigil, so don't even think about escaping. The burly man growled, shaking his wrist violently and flinging the chi refinement cultivators into the pit. With a series of dull thuds, the 4 cultivators plummeted into the deep pit, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Good heavens, how brutal. Lin Yuchen's pupils constricted at the sight, a profound sense of dread swelling within him. This man was excessively cruel, sending others to do his bidding while demanding the treasures they found. Such utter depravity. As Lin Yuchen seethed internally, he cautiously retreated from the crowd, fearing he might attract attention and be thrown into the pit himself. However, he was a moment too late. Just as he had taken 2 steps, he felt a heavy hand clap on his shoulder. From behind, a coarse and arrogant voice called out, "You little brat, where do you think you're running off to?" As Lin Yuchen turned around, he was met with the mocking gaze of the burly man, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly forced a smile and inquired, "Esteemed friend, is there something you need?" No sooner had he spoken than he attempted to flee by invoking the wind control technique, but the robust man had already seized him tightly, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Think you can escape? Let your Grandpa Li take you in now, and remember to hand over the treasures to Grandpa Li." Zhang Rong, witnessing Lin Yuchen's abrupt capture, felt a sense of camaraderie since they were somewhat acquainted. She was about to step forward to assist him when she was restrained by another female cultivator beside her. Confused, Zhang Rong glanced at her younger sister and whispered, "What's the matter? Why are you stopping me? Is a mere chi refining novice worth your concern? Are you willing to offend a foundation establishment cultivator of the 8th level for him? What benefit could he possibly bring you?" The younger sister shot a disdainful look at Lin Yuchen, who was being held aloft, and retorted, "What does it matter to you?" Caught off guard by her question, Zhang Rong was momentarily taken aback. How had she almost considered opposing a foundation establishment cultivator for a complete stranger? Realizing her impulsiveness, she smiled apologetically, "I'm sorry. I acted rashly just now." Meanwhile, Lin Yuchen was desperately struggling when he suddenly felt his body loosen, and he was unceremoniously flung away. As he steadied himself, he realized it was the 8th level foundation establishment cultivator who had tossed him aside. Seeing the deep pit rapidly approaching, Lin Yuchen broke into a sweat, fervently murmuring, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the divine protect me. May the Buddha bless me. May the Jade Emperor shield me. Please, do not let me fall into a killing array. Otherwise, he would surely be obliterated." Just as Lin Yuchen closed his eyes in prayer, a white figure shot towards the pit at lightning speed, reaching its vicinity in the blink of an eye, almost simultaneously entering the abyss with him. Chapter 86. The Corpse Scorpion on the Other Side. Morong Fu was being led by the black iron puppet, Hu Nbod or N, as they swiftly advanced towards the heart of the passageway. Their expeditious exit from the maze into the subterranean space was entirely thanks to Hu Nbod or N's prowess. As Morong Fu quickened his pace and emerged from the passage, a vast chamber unfolded before his eyes. The space was entirely sealed underground, spanning several hundred square meters. Resembling a modern underground parking lot, yet larger and more majestic, stretching over 100 meters wide and soaring several dozen meters high. At the center of this grand subterranean hall sat a skeleton draped in a black robe, and at the core of its abdomen, a flickering blue light emitted an unceasingly chilling aura, enveloping the entire crypt in a shroud of darkness. Haha, I never expected to find it so easily. That skeleton must be the fallen Song Yuan Jinren from long ago. Young friend Morong, let us hasten to seize the accompanying artifacts. Hu Nbod or N urged with excitement, eager to advance, yet he refrained from approaching the black mist himself. Upon the reminder from Morong Fu, he began to observe the surroundings of Master Song Yuan. He noticed several ancient, weathered wooden boxes arranged in an orderly circular formation around the master. The boxes were adorned with runic inscriptions, exuding an air of sophistication. However, Morong Fu was not naive. He pondered why the iron figure would not approach and instead urged him to do so. Could there be a hidden danger? Senior, is there truly no danger? It seems we have entered far too smoothly. What's there to fear? Hurry. I am currently bound to this black iron puppet, my movements limited, and I dread damaging our treasure, the ring treasure Taoist urged, observing Morong Fu's hesitation. You must trust in our good fortune. Do not be paranoid. Go forth. The celestial technique, Song Yuan diagram, must be within. Very well, but I shall proceed with caution. Senior, I will first use my magical artifact to probe for any danger. Morong Fu, wise in his own right, declared without regard for the ringed treasure Taoist's approval, releasing the wind-fire wheel into the black mist. The artifact traversed the shadowy veil with ease, and through a faint connection of consciousness, he sensed no immediate peril. Just as he sighed in relief and prepared to advance for the treasure, the wooden boxes suddenly sprang open, unleashing a horde of multi-legged creatures resembling scorpions. The sound of their scuttling filled the air as the bizarre creatures leapt forth, swiftly multiplying from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8, quickly transforming into a vast sea of scorpions that turned their attention towards Morong Fu and the Taoist, advancing with alarming speed. This is bad. They are corpse scorpions. How did they get released? Morong Fu exclaimed, realizing the danger. These creatures contain potent venom capable of lethal harm. Young friend, flee. We must return through the maze. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the ringed treasure Taoist abandoned all concern for Murong Fu and hastily retreated. Although he was no longer flesh and blood and impervious to poison, the sheer number of corpse scorpions could easily reduce him to iron dust. Senior, wait for me. Murong Fu, jolted by the urgency, took off running. As he processed the situation, curiosity overtook him. What exactly are corpse scorpions? I have never heard of them before. Do not inquire. Just run. They are ancient, high-tiered demonic insects. We stand no chance against them. Back to the maze. The ringed treasure Taoist shouted as they fled. His frustration mounting as Murong Fu continued to question. Are they truly that formidable? They're merely a few scorpions. Murong Fu insisted, glancing back, contemplating whether he could use the wind-fire wheel to vanquish them. However, upon turning, he was met with an overwhelming tide of corpse scorpions, a mass so dense and dark it obscured his vision of the horizon. Run. Our lives are at stake. With no time to engage, Murong Fu fled with all his might. Chapter 87. The woman in white. The depth of the enormous pit remained a mystery. Lin Yuchen felt as if he were being drawn downward by an immense force, plummeting for what felt like an eternity before finally landing. Strangely enough, the impact was devoid of pain, replaced instead by a sensation of warmth and softness, akin to landing on a plush human sofa. However, the next moment, a cool, detached feminine voice resonated from beneath him. Get up. You are pressing on me. It turned out that Lin Yuchen had fallen atop the woman in white who had entered the chasm alongside him, explaining the sensation of landing on a human sofa. I apologize. My sincerest apologies. Lin Yuchen exclaimed, hastily rolling off. Yet, to his dismay, his hands inadvertently pressed against the woman's bosom. What on earth? Why is it so large? He gasped, bewildered, as he rubbed his palms, staring in astonishment. Pervert, release me at once. The woman cried, her face flushing with anger and embarrassment. It was her first encounter with such an incident, leaving her pale and trembling with indignation. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Yuchen reluctantly withdrew his hands, muttering, my apologies. Turning his gaze downward, he beheld a stunning woman clad in white, lying supine upon the ground. Despite her veil, her beauty was undeniable. Her brows like willow leaves, her eyes akin to the stars, a delicate nose, and cherry lips. Her skin, fair as snow, appeared so tender that it seemed a mere pinch could draw forth water. At that moment, the woman clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed with rage, and her wide eyes fixed on Lin Yuchen, clearly infuriated. Goodness, who is this celestial being? Lin Yuchen could not help but exclaim. Seeking death. The woman's face turned ashen at his unrestrained teasing, and she raised her hand to unleash a spell upon him. However, before she could complete her motion, she felt her entire body stiffen, utterly unable to summon even a fraction of her magical power, panic washing over her. What a dreadful place. It suppresses my powers. Fair maiden, you misunderstand. I truly did not mean to. Lin Yuchen attempted to clarify, noting her flustered demeanor. Humph. The woman scoffed, clearly unwilling to hear his defense, and attempted to rise. Yet, her body ached, making even sitting up a formidable challenge. I cannot get up. You must lend me a hand. She gritted her teeth, humiliation flooding her heart. It was a disgrace for a cultivator of the Dan formation stage to find herself in need of assistance from a mere chi refinement practitioner. Unaware of the woman's inner turmoil, Lin Yuchen hurriedly approached to offer his aid. However, before his hands could reach her, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted from behind him. Without having the chance to turn around, he heard her exclaim in alarm. Corpse scorpions. So many of them. Run. Lin Yuchen spun around to behold a swarm of black scorpions, each about half a finger's length, advancing towards them in a dark, ominous tide. The speed of movement was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuchen was confronted by a surging tide of black corpses. A veritable wave of undead scorpions advancing rapidly within mere meters. This was a relentless swarm composed entirely of these sinister creatures, threatening to engulf both Lin Yuchen and his companion. The sheer volume of undead scorpions emerged in a way that would induce terror in even the most stalwart of hearts. With a single glance, Lin Yuchen was instinctively compelled to leap aside in alarm. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, he remembered the white-clad woman lying on the ground and swiftly pulled her to safety. Had he not done so, she would have surely been overwhelmed by the oncoming tide of scorpions. As Lin Yuchen grasped the woman's delicate waist and jumped, he realized that a mysterious formation was suppressing his power, reducing him to the third level of chi refinement. Once his feet left the ground, he encountered an unusual force that hindered his leap, preventing him from ascending high or far. Thus, his escape with the woman amounted to a mere 2 or 3 meters. The relentless wave of undead scorpions quickly surged toward their landing spot. Damn it! Lin Yuchen silently cursed, witnessing the approaching horde. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around the woman's slender form, pulling her tightly to him, and leaped into the air in a princess carry, calling out, "Fear not, my lady. With me, you shall not come to harm." Caught off guard, the woman found herself enveloped in a masculine aura. Her mind momentarily blank as she succumbed to the warmth of Lin Yuchen's embrace, his gentle yet resonant voice washing over her. As they fled, the scene was both comical and dire, yet laughter was far from their lips. Every 10 steps they took, a stone slab would obstruct their path, forcing Lin Yuchen to leap over it like a hurdle, leaving him breathless and exhausted. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "Go on without me. You needn't worry." At this juncture, the white-clad woman began to comprehend that this man might genuinely be a good soul, gently urging him to escape on his own. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuchen lifted his gaze, finding her features partially obscured by a sheer veil, revealing only her expressive almond-shaped eyes, which were now fixed intently upon him. "Do not speak such defeatist words. I shall not abandon you," he declared, his heart swelling with determination as he clung to her and continued to leap towards safety. After a brief respite, Lin Yuchen regained his composure. Dismissing the threat of the scorpion tide, "What is a mere swarm to fear? I shall shatter it." With this resolute thought, he positioned the white-clad woman behind him and took a stance, summoning a fireball technique to unleash upon the scorpion horde. A brilliant flame erupted from his palm, transforming into a fireball that surged into the swarm, causing a violent explosion among the creatures. Yet, the scorpions were far too numerous. Lin Yuchen's fireball was but a drop in the ocean. The horde screeched and quickly filled the gaps left by the explosion, advancing with even greater ferocity. Scorpions leaped from the ground, darting towards Lin Yuchen and the woman in white behind him. After a while, both Lin Yuchen and the woman found themselves beset by these scorpions, their vicious stingers piercing mercilessly into their bodies, delivering a wave of numbing pain. The venom infiltrated their systems, inducing a sense of paralysis that clouded their vision and threatened to overwhelm them. At this critical juncture, Lin Yuchen felt the energy within his spirit ring surge powerfully. His entire being experienced a slight tremor, as an immense force of spiritual energy coursed through his blood, causing the scorpions that had latched onto him to convulse and drop lifelessly to the ground. It turned out that Lin Yuchen's blood possessed the potency to annihilate these vile creatures. Furthermore, the slain scorpions seemed to carry a contagion. Upon their demise, they exploded, releasing an unusual fragrance that wafted through the air. Those scorpions that inhaled this scent immediately succumbed, leading to a cascading wave of deaths, each layer amplifying the devastation until the ground before Lin Yuchen was littered with the corpses of the fallen. The scorpions that remained, witnessing this carnage, appeared to be stricken with fear, swiftly retreating like a receding tide. In a fleeting moment, the once advancing horde had disappeared without a trace. Upon surveying the area, Lin Yuchen observed only scattered remnants of scorpion bodies, affirming that the terrifying onslaught had indeed been real. Everything else had reverted to an eerie calm, as if the horrors that had just transpired were but a mere illusion. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuchen wiped the perspiration from his brow, remnants of terror still clinging to him. The harrowing experience had been fraught with peril, leaving him shaken. "That was close. I nearly became a meal for scorpions." Gradually regaining his composure, he turned to search for the woman in white, only to find her collapsed on the ground, utterly motionless and long since unconscious. Her limbs bore numerous crimson punctures from the scorpion stings, resembling beautiful vermilion birthmarks, yet the depth of her poisoning rendered her plight anything but picturesque. "Hey, miss, wake up. What has happened to you?" Lin Yuchen crouched beside her, gently shaking her shoulder, but received no response. With a heavy sigh, he reached out to check her breath, only to find it faint, as if her life force could extinguish at any moment. In such dire circumstances, prompt antidote and healing were imperative. But how could he possibly save her? After some contemplation, Lin Yuchen resolved that since his blood could vanquish the scorpions, perhaps he could use it to save her as well. Although uncertain of the outcome, it was certainly preferable to waiting idly. With determination, he made a small incision on the tip of his index finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the woman's lips. However, her mouth remained tightly sealed, leaving Lin Yuchen no choice but to insert his finger into her mouth, encouraging her to taste it. The woman's tongue was long and supple, evoking a sense of comfort upon contact. After a brief interlude, she emitted a soft moan, her body trembling as if on the brink of awakening. Her eyelashes fluttered, signaling the first signs of consciousness. After a few minutes, the other party finally roused from her slumber, only to discover something lodged in her mouth. Upon glancing down, she was startled to find Lin Yuchen's finger, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Ah!" the woman in white exclaimed, forcefully pushing Lin Yuchen away and rising to her feet, covering her face in profound shame. Lin Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the woman to awaken so abruptly. However, Upon hearing her shout of indignation and recalling the earlier incident of her having his finger in her mouth, he quickly understood that she had misconstrued the situation, believing he had taken advantage of her while she slept. With an awkward smile, he said, "You have misunderstood." The woman in white, still concealing her face, displayed an unwillingness to converse. Reluctantly, Lin Yuchen proceeded to explain the entire series of events. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the spiritual energy ring, instead attributing his actions to his lifelong practice of refining his body with medicinal brews. As the woman reflected on the moments preceding her fainting from the scorpion's venom, she licked her lips and detected a distinct metallic taste, leading her to believe that Lin Yuchen had indeed not wronged her. "Thank you." She finally spoke after a prolonged silence, her voice as cold as ice, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Oh, it was nothing, my lady, merely a trifling effort." Lin Yuchen replied with a modest smile. "By the way, I am not yet acquainted with your name." "Yun-E," the woman responded, her beautiful eyes flickering momentarily, her tone remaining calm and unperturbed, revealing no special sentiment. "Ah, so it is Miss Yun. I am Lin Yuchen. May I inquire as to which sect or school you hail from?" Noticing that Yun-E's demeanor towards him was relatively pleasant, Lin Yuchen took the initiative to engage her in light conversation. "I have no master nor sect. As for my cultivation methods, I comprehend them through personal reflection. Thus it cannot be deemed as lineage," Yun-E replied, her voice still as indifferent as ever. "I see," Lin Yuchen nodded, choosing not to press further. After all, solitary cultivators were the majority in the true martial continent, and everyone harbored their own secrets, making it unnecessary to delve deeper. As their conversation continued, and they gradually regained some strength, they began to explore the ancient Qilin tomb. The corridor was flanked by towering black stone walls, etched with peculiar runes, and the ceiling loomed high overhead, revealing faint, intricate patterns that twisted within, though the dim light made it difficult to discern clearly. Soon, they discovered that they were within a labyrinth. Every path they traversed only led to further disorientation, making it impossible to escape the maze, much like headless flies wandering aimlessly. Regardless of whether they turned back or retraced their steps, they consistently found themselves in different areas. Even Lin Yuchen attempted to mark his path, but to no avail. He could not find his way out of the labyrinth. At times, despite having marked the route he had taken, he would turn around and find himself on a new path, unable to see any of the markings he had made. Ultimately, exhausted from their endless wandering, Lin Yuchen could only despondently seek a place to rest and ponder whether there might be any discernible pattern to this maze. Chapter 89. Gao He. This labyrinth is truly peculiar. Aside from its confounding nature that prevents any escape, it also experiences a transition between day and night. As twilight gradually descends, darkness envelopes the surroundings, rendering visibility utterly non-existent. Solitude, pitch blackness, and boundlessness prevail, leaving one in utter bewilderment. It seems there is no way out. Lin Yuchen shivered involuntarily as he felt the chilling aura emanating from his vicinity. Yun-E, beside him, fared no better, although a core formation cultivator. Her powers were currently sealed, and her physical form was frail. Unable to withstand the cold as Lin Yuchen could, she clutched tightly to his sleeve, her complexion ashen. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the malevolent wind became. This chilling breeze pricked the skin like needles, instilling a sense of restlessness and unease. Lin Yuchen promptly activated the fireball technique in an attempt to ward off the cold. However, the sinister wind seemed omnipresent, and no matter how fiercely the flames burned, the cold persisted. Ultimately, he extinguished the fireball. The spiritual energy within this ancient tomb was exceedingly sparse. Were it not for the spirit energy ring replenishing his reserves, he might have long since succumbed to depletion. As they continued onward, voices and footsteps echoed from ahead in the labyrinth. "Junior sister, please acquiesce to your senior brother. I have harbored feelings for you for so many years. Why can you not accept me? You have guarded your body for so long. Who do you intend to reserve it for? Surely you do not wish to remain celibate in your cultivation for life." The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Yuchen. It belonged to Gao He, a Foundation establishment cultivator who had accompanied them in their quest for treasures. The junior sister he referred to was likely Fang Qingji, the steward of the Yuchen sect. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, Lin Yuchen instantly recognized her. It was none other than Fang Qingji, the steward of the Talisman Pavilion. "Senior brother, enough? I do not harbor feelings for you. We have been trapped in this labyrinth for nearly 3 days. Let us hasten to find a way out." Fang Qingji replied coldly. "Humph. How can we possibly escape this wretched maze? The enchantments within suppress our cultivation, reducing us both to the qi refining stage. It seems we are destined to remain here forever. Senior brother, what are you doing? Why are you holding me? Do not touch my backside." Fang Qingji's voice rose in anger, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle. "Junior sister, do not blame me. I love you too dearly. This labyrinth is driving me mad. Every day, I am tormented by the sight of you and the scent of your presence. I cannot bear it any longer. I must have you today. Ah, Gao He. You scoundrel. How dare you use a binding talisman on me and launch a surprise attack? This is not a binding talisman. It is my modified version. Otherwise, how could you still speak? You are merely temporarily immobilized. Your body and senses remain intact. Do not be afraid, junior sister. I understand this is your first time. And I will be gentle and cherish you. You have lived for so many years without ever experiencing a man's touch. Today, I shall introduce you to the most exquisite pleasures of the world. Nonsense. You despicable Gao He. Do you not know that I have always relished cooking the essence of demonic beasts? Quickly put your things away. If you dare bring them near my mouth, I will bite them off. Before Lin Yuchen could react, Yun Yi had already grasped the situation. Her expression darkened, and a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She swiftly pulled Lin Yuchen forward, and as they turned the corner, they were met with the sight of Gao He pinning Fang Qingji against the stone wall. Gao He, senior brother Gao, please stop. Fang Qingji lay motionless on the ground, her body paralyzed, leaving only her eyes and mouth under her control. At that moment, Gao He had torn open Fang Qingji's clothing, her pale yellow undergarment falling loosely at her sides, exposing a lace bra that struggled to contain her ample bosom. With her uneven breaths, her chest heaved dramatically. Her alluring midriff was perfectly displayed, revealing a flat abdomen devoid of excess flesh. The white skirt she wore clung precariously, bunched up at her knees, exposing her smooth, enticing thighs. Fang Qingji's luxurious satin outer garment and skirt were spread out on the ground, serving as an improvised bed. Stop it, lecher. Yun Yi, sharing the plight of her fellow woman, could not bear to witness Fang Qingji's humiliation at the hands of her own senior brother. With a cry, she drew her sword and lunged at Gao He without waiting for Lin Yuchen to catch up. However, the ancient tomb's labyrinth was filled with strange enchantments. And as Yun Yi turned a corner, she vanished from sight, taking Fang Qingji and Gao He's voices with her. Damn it, how could there still be someone here? Gao He had been wholly focused on Fang Qingji, and by the time he turned to see Yun Yi, it was too late. He barely managed to evade as her sword came hurtling toward him. Yet, to his surprise, Yun Yi's blade seemed to possess a mind of its own, deftly twisting and landing a solid strike on his hand, then swiftly reversing to stab into his waist. Ah, that hurts. You're asking for death. Gao He howled, collapsing to the side, gritting his teeth in agony. He was painfully aware of the suppressive formations within the maze, which limited everyone to the Qi refinement realm. As a talisman master in this realm, he was virtually invincible. Enduring the pain, he flicked his fingers, sending a talisman hurtling toward Yun Yi. Oh no, I was careless. In the Qi refinement realm, ordinary cultivators stand no chance against a talisman master. The talisman Gao He launched was a third-tier immobilization talisman, which instantly transformed into a web of symbols, enveloping Yun Yi like a net. Lin Yuchen, where are you? At that moment, Yun Yi, in a state of panic, realized that Lin Yuchen had not followed her. Fear gripped her heart, and she called out his name, but received no response. In mere moments, the talisman net descended, ensnaring Yun Yi within its confines. Meanwhile, Gao He, nursing his bleeding and aching waist, approached with a sinister grin. He glanced at Yun Yi, who lay rigidly on the ground, unable to move. Her delicate figure was accentuated beneath her white garments, exuding an irresistible allure, especially her long legs, which were far more enticing than Fang Qingji's. In Gao He's eyes burned a fierce flame, seemingly oblivious to the pain from his own bleeding wounds. With a sinister grin, he said, Hee, I never anticipated such a stunning beauty would come to me so willingly. What a stroke of fortune for me. But fear not. I shall attend to you gently, ensuring your utmost comfort. Ha ha. Chapter 90. The Resurrection of the Withered Bones Within the Depths of the Labyrinth's Crypt. Murong Fu and Taoist Huanbao once again ventured inside. Previously, due to the threat posed by the corpse scorpion, they had been compelled to flee the crypt, evading danger throughout the maze for several days. Their efforts to lure the corpse scorpion into the labyrinth had resulted in multiple crises, causing considerable distress. However, due to the incident with the corpse scorpion, the two had spent several days hiding within the maze. Only today, with the situation having improved somewhat and the corpse scorpion no longer as rampant, were they able to find their way back into the crypt. As they revisited the familiar grounds for the second time, Murong Fu, having experienced the previous dangers, was notably more cautious. The two of them advanced through the crypt's passage towards the center, carefully scanning their surroundings for any signs of peril, unwilling to be complacent. Taoist Huanbao. This time there should be no danger, right? Murong Fu inquired cautiously as they approached the heart of the crypt. I cannot say for certain. This ancient tomb is shrouded in mystery. It harbors far too many unexpected phenomena, replied the black iron puppet, Taoist Huanbao, as he slightly slowed his pace, allowing Murong Fu to lead. If danger were to arise, it would be prudent for Morong Fu to be in front to buy him some time. Not one to be foolish, Morong Fu halted. Senior, I see a murky haze ahead, obscuring my vision. It is different from our first visit. The lighting seems poor. Let us pause for a moment while I illuminate the path. He retrieved a luminescent artifact from his storage pouch, igniting it before casting it forward. The light, under his magical guidance, floated gracefully ahead, illuminating the dim expanse of the crypt. However, this illumination brought an unexpected shock. To their astonishment, the desiccated bones that had been seated in the center of the crypt began to stir, rising slowly as if animated, fixating on the glowing light. And with a staggering gait, it drifted towards Morong Fu and Taoist Huanbao. It's a ruse. The dead have risen. Morong Fu exclaimed, utterly terrified. Instinctively retreating as he shouted, Taoist Huanbao, save me. This thing is alive. But Taoist Huanbao had already taken flight. The black iron puppet sprinting away towards the exit of the crypt. The withered bones, sensing Morong Fu's attempt to flee, moved swiftly. Seizing one of his feet and lifting him high, its gaping maw poised to bite down. Ah, don't bite me, Morong Fu cried, swiftly kicking out with his other foot. True to his status as the extraordinary inner sect elder brother of the Yuling sect, he quickly regained his composure amidst the panic. Landing a kick squarely on the jaw of the withered bones, finally breaking free. Executing a perfect somersault in midair, he landed deftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Morong Fu activated the wind control technique and fled, intending to lure this terrifying skeletal figure out into the maze, just as they had done before with the corpse scorpion. Regrettably, circumstances took an unfortunate turn. As Morong Fu burst forth from the entrance of the underground palace, he encountered an obstruction in the form of 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women. They were none other than Hui Yuan, Xiao Yushu, and Zhuang Qinghe, who had navigated through the labyrinth with remarkable luck to arrive at this very spot. Despite facing several waves of corpse scorpions, the trio had managed to dispatch them with relative ease and reach this location much quicker than Lin Yuchen. At the moment Morong Fu emerged from the underground palace, he witnessed Hui Yuan and the others dealing with a black iron puppet. Upon seeing Morong Fu suddenly appear, Hui Yuan and his companions were taken aback and immediately assumed a defensive stance, wary of any possible threat. Fear not, esteemed ones. I am Morong Fu, a disciple of the inner sect of the Yuking sect, he declared, surveying the trio before him. The man, clad in armor, was tall and imposing, exuding an air of distinction. One of the women, donning armor that failed to conceal her alluring femininity, carried herself with a valiant demeanor reminiscent of a warrior. Her features possessed a striking beauty. The other wore a short lavender skirt that accentuated her long legs, and her exquisite visage rivaled that of the most beautiful women, almost matching the allure of Shui Yan. What a remarkable pair of beauties. If only I, Morong Fu, could win their favor, it would indeed be a divine blessing. Upon catching sight of Xiao Yushu and the other woman's countenance, such base thoughts swelled within Morong Fu. However, as his gaze shifted to the robust Hui Yuan, a flicker of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to retract his lascivious appraisal. He was quickly reminded that a skeletal figure was pursuing him from behind. Are you also a disciple of the Yuking sect? Have you seen Lin Yuchen? Xiao Yushu inquired with a surge of excitement upon learning Morong Fu's affiliation. Lin Yuchen. Lin Yuchen, why does he seem to attract so many lovely ladies? Observing Xiao Yushu's concern for Lin Yuchen stirred a wave of jealousy within Morong Fu, who could not help but sulk inwardly. However, a crafty idea soon blossomed in his mind. Lin Yuchen? Ah, I just escaped the underground palace with him. He is still within. Morong Fu uttered a disingenuous lie, although a pang of guilt tugged at him for deceiving them. The thought of Lin Yuchen continually undermining his reputation as the senior disciple of the Yuking sect steeled his resolve to fabricate this story. He hoped Hui Yuan would enter to confront the skeletal figure on his behalf. Senior brother, let us hurry and find Lin Yuchen. Upon hearing that Lin Yuchen was still in the underground palace, Xiao Yushu grew even more anxious and implored. Indeed, junior sister, let us proceed. Hui Yuan, shaken by Morong Fu's words, quickly agreed, urging his companions to rush into the depths of the underground palace. Go on, go on. May you find your demise within and never emerge again. As the trio ventured deeper into the underground palace, Morong Fu seethed with resentment and hastily retreated into the labyrinth to escape. He was uncertain of the strength of the skeletal figure compared to Hui Yuan's group. His primary concern was his own safety, and he needed to hide within the maze as swiftly as possible. As for his agreement with Taoist Huobao, that was no longer his concern. He could only hope that Taoist Huobao would survive. For now, he would seek refuge within the maze's array and perhaps return later to seize a fortuitous opportunity. Regrettably, the 2 enchanting beauties who had just ventured in alongside him might fall prey to the skeletal creature. As Morong Fu traversed the labyrinth, his mind could not help but conjure vivid fantasies of Xiao Yushu and the others engaged in battle with the skeleton monster. He wondered if the creature would strip them of their garments in its ravenous assault, particularly the fair and delicate skin of Xiao Yushu, which would undoubtedly be most enticing. Alas, what a captivating tableau it could have been. If only Morong Fu could have captured such a scene, the images would fetch a handsome sum in Luoqing, attracting numerous lecherous cultivators who would revel in the spectacle of female cultivators in combat. They would justify their interest as a means of learning from the battles. But he saw through their pretense. As he indulged in his fantasies, he simultaneously chided himself, navigating the labyrinth with practiced ease, unperturbed by the possibility of losing his way. He had grown familiar with the maze through the guidance of the ringed treasure Taoist, and thus felt confident in his path. He chuckled to himself, surprised that such a stunning beauty had seemingly come to him willingly. What luck! Fear not, for I shall attend to you with the utmost gentleness, ensuring your comfort, he thought with a laugh. Suddenly, a lewd male voice echoed from ahead in the maze, drawing Morong Fu's attention. Ah, someone, he exclaimed, hastening toward the source of the sound. Brother, if you cease your actions now, we can still remain as siblings. I shall consider this day as a moment of folly. And out of respect for our bond, I can overlook this transgression. Another voice reached his ears as he entered a particular area of the labyrinth. Upon turning a corner, he was met with a scene that was both alluring and shocking. A man and two women were present, one of whom he recognized. Fang Qingji, the steward of the talisman's pavilion of Yuqing's sect, lay on the ground, immobilized by a talisman, her clothing in disarray, revealing her alluring form. Her garments had been torn asunder, her upper attire a pale blue undergarment that hung loosely, exposing the intricately embroidered black lingerie beneath. Morong Fu's gaze lingered on Fang Qingji's exquisite figure, captivated yet apprehensive. However, the moment he caught sight of another woman clad in white, he found himself momentarily frozen. His mind flooded with the poetic imagery of beauty that could rival the legends of yore. Her brows were as dark as ink, her eyes like shimmering pools, with a finely sculpted nose and a mouth as red as cherries, luscious and inviting. Her figure was a delicate balance of curves, her waist slender and barely graspable, with skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow. She stood tall in a simple white robe, her raven hair cascading like clouds, secured by a jade hairpin that lent her an ethereal grace. So beautiful, Morong Fu murmured, his breath growing heavy as his eyes roamed over every inch of the woman's flawless skin, his admiration deepening with each glance. What has transpired? Morong Fu pondered, perplexed as to how Steward Fang and her senior brother found themselves ensnared in this predicament. Wait, what is Fang's senior brother intending to do? To my astonishment, he dares to resort to force. At that moment, Gao He stood beside Fang Qingji, a lewd smile upon his face, his eyes hungrily fixated on her delicate form, exclaiming, Sister, your skin is so tender, I long to caress it. As he reached out with his lascivious hands, seeking to touch Fang Qingji, she cried out in fury. Struggling momentarily, yet remaining utterly immobilized. Concealed in the shadows, Morong Fu felt a surge of heat within him, contemplating whether he should launch a surprise attack. Perhaps seizing the opportunity to rescue Steward Fang. If he were to save her, surely she would not refuse to arrange a marriage for her niece, Song Yanan, with him as his Dao companion. And what of that ethereal maiden in white? Might she be inclined to offer herself to me? Yet, I did catch a glimpse of Steward Fang's partially bare form today. Would she harbor resentment against me for that? No matter. I will tear a piece from my sleeve to cover my face, ensuring I do not gaze upon her form while rescuing her. With these thoughts in mind, Morong Fu tore a piece from his loose black robe to mask his face, then cautiously moved towards Gao He and Fang Qingji. Wretched lecher, perish, he muttered under his breath as he raised his hand, conjuring a spell. The enchanted wind fire wheel surged forth from behind, striking Gao He with a sudden force. He felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Fear not, for such vile creatures must be vanquished. Today, let me cleanse the world of this evil, Morong Fu declared, rushing to Fang Qingji's side, exuding an air of righteous authority. As he spoke with solemnity, his heart brimmed with joy, casting aside his earlier misfortune, his demeanor reflecting the grace of a prominent disciple, embodying the gallant spirit of a young hero. Yet, his predicament was somewhat incongruous, as he was hindered by the tension in his trousers. Esteemed friend, I thank you for your timely assistance. Please, release me from this binding charm, and I shall express my gratitude with generous rewards. Fang Qingji beseeched, finally seizing a chance for salvation. Startled by her voice, Morong Fu recalled his masked visage would prevent recognition and breathed a sigh of relief. Adopting a disguised tone, he responded, there is no need for gratitude. As fellow righteous cultivators, I shall surely rescue you. Allow me to first deal with this lecher to prevent any further complications. He dared not turn to face Fang Qingji, fearing her gaze and the possibility of being recognized, deliberately altering his vocal inflection. Esteemed friend, He is, after all, my senior brother. Let him live. Fang Qingji interjected hastily. Very well, Morong Fu thought, and turned his attention towards Yuan Yi, who, upon noticing his approach, instinctively recoiled, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from him, particularly due to his lecherous expression. However, she reconsidered. Even the seemingly righteous Lin Yuchen had abandoned her. Perhaps it was unwise to judge solely by appearances. Yuan Yi was unaware that Lin Yuchen had become lost due to the array within the tomb. She merely assumed that he had fled out of fear of battle. Fairy, do not worry. I shall restore your freedom at once. Morong Fu trembled in his speech, his heart brimming with excitement, inexplicably confident in the success of his endeavor. Thank you for your trouble, friend, Yuan Yi responded. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Do you seek death? Just as Morong Fu's hand was a mere rice grain away from uncovering the talisman upon Yuan Yi's body, a voice suddenly resounded from behind. A bloodied figure soared forth, delivering a kick that sent Morong Fu sprawling. The newcomer was none other than Gao He, who had previously been struck unconscious by Morong Fu. Gao He, truly resilient, had regained consciousness after being knocked out and was now clutching his abdomen, glaring fiercely at Morong Fu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After sending Morong Fu flying with a single kick, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, launching 2 talismans in rapid succession, initiating another round of assault. You little wretch, dare to ambush your elder Gao? Today, I shall teach you the meaning of obliteration. The 2 talismans erupted into flames, enveloping Morong Fu. This is bad. I'm doomed. I was too caught up in conversation. Morong Fu lamented, realizing that had he dealt with Gao He earlier, he would not now face such peril. He recognized the potency of the 2 talismans. Both were third-tier fire talismans capable of contending with Foundation establishment cultivators. One would be more than sufficient to vanquish him. Yet Gao He had unleashed 2 simultaneously. Morong Fu's cultivation had been suppressed to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Even 10 heads would not suffice to save him now. At this moment, he stood no chance against Gao He. Fight! I cannot prevail. Can I flee? Suddenly, Morong Fu collapsed to his knees, removing his mask in a plea. So it is you, Master Gao? Please spare me. I am Morong Fu, the eldest disciple from your junior sister's sect. We traversed the Qilin ancient tomb together. I beg for your mercy. I thought someone else sought to bully Steward Fang. Chapter 92. Lin Yuchen arrives Morong Fu. So it is you, rascal. You arrive, yet you resort to a sneak attack. Gao He recognized Morong Fu, momentarily halting the fire talisman that was poised to strike, allowing it to hover before him. I truly regret appearing masked earlier, Morong Fu stammered, glancing at the bloodied and furious Gao He, his legs trembling as he knelt. Master Gao, I meant no harm. I merely passed by, believing I was protecting Steward Fang from villains. I did not intend to injure you. Please forgive me. Very well, I shall spare you, seeing your sincerity. I would not want to anger my junior sister by killing you. Morong Fu felt as if a great burden had been lifted, repeatedly bowing in gratitude before daring to rise, his thoughts racing to escape the scene. However, just as he turned to flee, Gao He called out to him, Wait. Why is your waistband so high? Did you catch a glimpse of my junior sister? Were you thinking of approaching her? And no, that is not it. I am wrongfully accused. Morong Fu stammered, hastily pressing down on his trousers, cursing his own lack of composure. Do not continue to conceal the truth from me. I demand to know why you, scoundrel, are still veiled. Have you harbored secret affections for my junior sister? Have you long desired to entice her? If I had not awakened today, would you have proceeded to violate her under the guise of that mask? Gao He was truly exasperated, the wounds on his body still throbbing with pain, and his temper could not be contained in the slightest. No, I dare not. How could I possibly harbor a secret affection for Manager Fang? I do not hold any fondness for her. Nonsense, no more pretense. Gao He, filled with fury, delivered a swift kick to Morong Fu's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his abdomen and rolling in agony, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Senior brother, please do not torment the child any further. Release me at once. I have been confined for so long that my entire body is on the verge of stiffness. Please do not make any further mistakes. I am willing to overlook the actions you have taken against me in the past. The changes here caused Fang Qingji to feel a momentary relaxation, only to be followed by a tightening in her heart. Upon witnessing Morong Fu's anguished cries, she could not help but speak out in counsel. Junior sister, how could you possibly plead for him? Are you not entangled with this fellow? Gao He, in a fit of rage, rushed towards Fang Qingji, who lay on the ground, and forcefully reached out to grasp her thigh, attempting to delve deeper. Gao He, you scoundrel! Do not lay a finger on me. Fang Qingji scolded vehemently, spitting a mouthful of saliva directly at Gao He's face. Gao He twisted his neck, a wicked smile spreading across his features, and laughed heartily. Excellent. Junior sister, you remain as captivating as ever. It's perfectly fine. I find this allure of yours quite appealing. Is it that you do not wish to be close with me because of that fellow? Today, I shall confront you before him, haha. Gao He's countenance shifted, his blood-stained visage illuminated by an expression that filled Fang Qingji with disdain. Gao He, you dare? Abandon all hope. I shall never yield to you. I would rather perish before you. Fang Qingji was revolted by Gao He's blood-stained visage and contemplated biting her tongue to end her life. However, Gao He reacted swiftly grasping her mouth with his hand, declaring, "You shall not die so easily. I intend to make you writhe in ecstasy before that wretched boy." Gao He exerted a slight force, dislocating Fang Qingji's jaw, rendering her unable to bite her tongue and end her life. In that moment, a chill enveloped her heart, and humiliating tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her exquisite, ethereal visage, adorned with glistening tears, appeared even more enchanting. Little did she anticipate that the senior brother she had revered for so many years, Gao He, would reveal such a beastly side of himself, violating her in the presence of a younger generation. The once aloof heart of Fang Qingji, a disciple of the Yuchen sect, began to shatter inch by inch. "You little brat, stop howling over there. Come here and kneel before me and my junior sister, and witness how your master Fang, Gao He, handles you." After dislocating Fang Qingji's jaw, he caressed her fair cheek, his fingers gliding over her skin like the touch of warm jade, then turned to call out to Murong Fu, who was cowering and clutching his groin in agony. "Ah, please, Master Gao, spare me." Murong Fu's face turned ashen with fear. "Hurry over here, or I shall slay you at this very moment. Your audacity in secretly communicating with my junior sister shall not go unpunished. Today, I shall compel you to witness the unraveling of your beloved's attire, to behold her in my grasp, to hear the sweet moans of the woman you cherish most beneath my dominion." As these lascivious words echoed in the air, Fang Qingji, unable to utter further insults due to her dislocated jaw, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the earth to escape. "Brother, there's another one over there. Do attend to her instead, and spare my junior sister this time." Seeing that Gao He seemed inclined to act upon his threats, the usually proud steward Fang became gripped by fear. Though she could not voice her plea, her thoughts silently implored Gao He. "Ah, I nearly forgot there was another. Ha ha, this is fortuitous. I shall carry you over, and we shall indulge together." Gao He laughed heartily, the wounds on his body still stinging, a consequence of that girl's actions. With that, Gao He swept up Fang Qingji and approached Yun Yi, placing her beside the other beauty, forcing the two lovely maidens to nestle closely. Then, he summoned Murong Fu to kneel beside them. His hand reached down, poised to unfasten his belt. His gaze fixated upon the two immobilized beauties before him, eyes glinting with the most debauched desire. He surveyed the alluring figures of both women, each detail imprinted vividly in his mind. On the left, Yun Yi donned a flowing white garment, her long legs elegantly proportioned, bosom heaving, and her visage strikingly radiant. On the right, Fang Qingji was clad in lace undergarments that barely concealed her form, her delicate waist partially exposed, her beauty ethereal, and her lips slightly parted. Not only were their figures and appearances exquisite, but their expressions were equally captivating. Yun Yi glared with clenched teeth, her starry eyes exuding an allure that beckoned conquest. Fang Qingji, on the other hand, wore a face of helplessness and trepidation, evoking a desire to dominate. "Glaring at me, resenting me, all futile. Today, I shall thoroughly deal with you both, ha ha ha." Gao He roared with exhilaration, reaching to disrobe. At that critical moment, amidst a flash of black and white light, Gao He felt a sharp pain pierce his chest, and suddenly, he was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall, blood spewing forth. As the grim reality of his demise loomed, this transformation transpired in an instant, leaving all present bewildered, oblivious to the cause. Fang Qingji, Yun Yi, and Murong Fu stood in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. Just then, from the corner where Murong Fu had previously crouched, a young cultivator stepped forth. His presence ethereal, as if a celestial being had graced the earth. Who else could it be but Lin Yuchen? After losing track of Yun Yi, he had been wandering nearby, eventually uncovering a clue to this labyrinth and successfully making his way here. In truth, Lin Yuchen had arrived at this location even as Murong Fu was pleading for mercy, but he required time to gather his yin-yang sword energy, which had delayed his appearance. Upon hearing the commotion, Yun Yi lifted her head to find Lin Yuchen before her. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Fang Qingji watched Lin Yuchen warily, fearing he might seize the opportunity to assault her, just as Gao He had attempted. As for Murong Fu, he initially knelt beside Gao He under threat, but when Gao He was sent flying by Lin Yuchen's yin-yang sword energy, Murong Fu seized the opportunity to escape. Lin Yuchen cast a glance at Murong Fu's fleeing figure without any intention of stopping him. He was indifferent and instead proceeded directly towards Yun Yi and Fang Qingji. Subsequently, He performed a hand gesture to dispel the immobilization talismans on them. Yuan regained her ability to move and hurriedly scrambled to embrace Lin Yuchen. In her eyes, at that moment, he appeared far more magnificent than any deity. Fang Qingji, however, stood silently, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuchen. Uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the mind of this aloof talisman master, Lin Yuchen turned to Yuan and inquired with concern, "Miss Yuan, are you unharmed?" Yuan lowered her gaze and gently replied, "I am fine." She added, "Where did you go just now? How could you vanish in the blink of an eye?" Lin Yuchen responded with a wry smile, "Ah, do not mention it. This place is protected by a formation, and I lost my way while following you." Meanwhile, Fang Qingji approached Gao He, who was still alive but trembling all over, clearly on the brink of death. Having known Gao He for over a century, she felt a mix of anger and sorrow at the sight of him nearing his end. "Senior brother, why are you in such a rush?" She sighed, gathering Gao He's lifeless body into her storage bag, preparing to take him away. Chapter 93. The battle with the skeleton monster. Lin Yuchen had originally intended to take Gao He's storage bag as well, for as a third-grade talisman master, it undoubtedly contained many valuable items. However, considering the current situation, he realized that if he did so, Fang Qingji would likely confront him fiercely, and he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Lin Yuchen had initially hoped to invite Fang Qingji to accompany him, as having a third-grade talisman master by his side would provide support in the ancient tomb. Yet, due to her feelings regarding Gao He, Fang Qingji showed no interest in acknowledging him. Left with no choice, Lin Yuchen continued on with Yuan. The sudden revival of the deceased bones caused turmoil in the once calm labyrinth. In the chamber that housed the remains, Hui Yuan, Xiao Yushu, and Zhuang Qinghe were engaged in battle with the resurrected skeleton. Although the three were adept at combined assault techniques, their current powers were suppressed, rendering them far from a match for the skeleton. "Senior brother, I cannot hold on much longer. We must leave immediately," Xiao Yushu shouted to Hui Yuan after dispersing the skeleton with a burst of spiritual energy. "Yes, I understand. Let us retreat quickly, otherwise, if it revives again, we will be in grave trouble," Hui Yuan replied gravely, urging the two to hasten their escape. This skeletal monster was exceedingly bizarre. It could not be killed no matter the effort. Together with Zhuang Qinghe and Xiao Yushu, Hui Yuan could barely withstand its onslaught, and any moment of relaxation could lead to their demise. The trio hurriedly retreated, but the skeleton seemed intent on pursuing them relentlessly, its speed increasing with each moment. Before long, it had caught up with them. "Damn it, why can't we shake it off?" Hui Yuan delivered a powerful blow that shattered the skull rushing towards him. Yet the fragments of the skull reassembled in midair and charged at him once more. Amidst the fierce battle between the trio and the skeletal foe, a man and a woman entered the tomb, none other than Lin Yuchen and Yuan, who had successfully found their way here. Upon exiting the previous labyrinth, Lin Yuchen and Yuan encountered a fork in the path, leading them to this astonishing scene. Seeing the skeletal creature attacking Hui Yuan, Xiao Yushu, and Zhuang Qinghe, Lin Yuchen furrowed his brow and summoned the power of yin and yang sword energy, striking at the skeletal beast. Two streams of black and white sword energy materialized in the air, cleaving towards the creature, which was caught off guard and sustained injuries from the assault. "It's Brother Lin," Hui Yuan exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Lin Yuchen's timely rescue. He promptly withdrew with Xiao Yushu and Zhuang Qinghe from the fray, joining Lin Yuchen's side. Turning to Lin Yuchen, he said, "Brother Lin, this skeletal creature is formidable. Let us combine our strengths to vanquish it." As Hui Yuan spoke, he raised his sword and shield, attempting to trap the creature within a shield formation. However, despite its shattered form, the creature's combat prowess remained undiminished. If anything, its injuries only fueled its ferocity. Hui Yuan's formation could not contain it, and the creature seized the opportunity to shatter it with a single strike. With a grunt, Hui Yuan suffered a grievous blow, blood spilling from his mouth as his complexion turned ashen, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. Fortunately, the skeletal creature lacked the ability to cast spells and relied solely on brute strength. Otherwise, Hui Yuan and his companions would have met their demise. Observing this, Lin Yuchen swiftly gestured, unleashing a fireball that shot towards the creature's forehead. To his astonishment, the skeletal beast withstood the impact of the fireball. Lin Yuchen silently marveled. "What manner of being is this? It shows no fear even against my full-strength assault." Seemingly aware of Lin Yuchen's formidable power, the skeletal creature disregarded the retreating Hui Yuan and charged directly at Lin Yuchen, its emaciated arms flailing like a pair of sharp spears. Lin Yuchen, recognizing the urgency, evaded with haste. A deafening crash resounded as the floor beneath him fractured. At that moment, Yuan, upon seeing the skeletal creature, hesitated momentarily, then gritted her teeth and retrieved a small tower from her storage pouch, directing it towards the creature. The tower spun midair, swiftly enlarging to an impressive height. enveloping the skeletal beast within. Liuli Tower, receive. As Yun-E formed hand seals, she commanded the giant tower to shrink back to a diminutive size, sealing the top. Instantly, the skeletal creature fell to the ground like a marionette whose strings had been severed. To her astonishment, the corpse slave of Master Tsang Yuan proved to be this formidable. I am fortunate to have brought ample treasures this time, Yun-E contemplated, wiping the sweat from her brow. The Liuli Tower, a treasure of the earth rank, boasts extensive utility, capable of containing all things. By trapping enemies within, it allows for their refinement and absorption, serving as Yun-E's vital safeguard. After Yuni activated the Liuli Tower, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, causing her body to weaken as she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, she was steadied by Lin Yuchen. Thank you, Yuni softly expressed, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson, which sent Lin Yuchen's heart racing as he could not resist stealing a glance at her enchanting visage. Her charming oval face was adorned with sparkling eyes, a delicate, upturned nose, and luscious, enticing lips. Her skin was exquisitely fair, and her countenance resembled a finely carved jade, leaving one utterly captivated. Ah, it's nothing, Yuni. How are you feeling? Lin Yuchen abruptly snapped back to reality, awkwardly inquiring. Yuni gently shook her head and replied, I can still hold on. Now that the skeletal creature has been vanquished, let us hasten to search for the treasures within. Indeed, Lin Yuchen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hui Yuan and the others approached the two. Brother Lin, and this esteemed fellow cultivator, that skeletal creature was truly troublesome. Had it not been for your timely assistance, our trio would likely have met our end here today, Hui Yuan remarked with politeness. Brother Hui is being too modest. It was but a trifling effort, Lin Yuchen humbly responded before revealing his purpose. How long have you been in this underground palace? Have you discovered any treasures within the tomb? None at all. This underground palace is completely desolate. Aside from the earlier remains, there is nothing else, resembling a dead end. All exits lead to an external maze, with no other routes available. Xiao Yushu, the most meticulous among them, recounted in detail. She leaned closer to Yuni, occasionally casting furtive glances at her ample bosom and curvaceous form beneath her white attire, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Yuni not only outshone her in beauty but also possessed a more voluptuous figure, intensifying her sense of pressure and causing her fleeting affection for Lin Yuchen to waver. Oh, is that so? Then we should expedite our search for an exit, Lin Yuchen remarked thoughtfully after considering Xiao Yushu's words.